For the sake of your wife's diva career, you directly became a stay-at-home dad with your daughter. You thought that the life of a warm family with your wife and child would continue like this, but unexpectedly, your wife secretly participated in a variety show about how dads take care of kids at home. Your precious daughter, in order to have a bite of fried skewers, actually used 100 global black cards in front of 5 billion netizens, not only exposing your identity but also causing a stir in the entertainment industry. As soon as the live broadcast started, in the study, a handsome man and a beautiful little girl were sitting at the desk. While you were discussing the topic, you could clearly feel Lu Xiaoyu's fatigue, which she was just enduring out of fear. Recalling your past life, you and Chen Guyao hoped for your daughter to excel, wanting Lu Xiaoyu to attend Tsinghua University, which put too much pressure on the child, leading to Lu Xiaoyu's depression after failing the college entrance examination. The lively and clever Lu Xiaoyu from childhood turned into a silent, timid, and weak version of herself. You and Chen Guyao deeply regretted it. And your marital relationship also faced problems, which affected Chen Guyao's career, and the once happy family was lost forever. Every time you look back, you regret it deeply. Reborn in this life, what aspirations for daughters to become phoenixes? Let other people's children suffer instead. Come and enjoy a happy life with dad. Thinking of this, you suddenly turn Lu Xiaoyu's slender body around, staring into her eyes, and seriously ask, You, I think we can't continue learning like this. You're already very tired and need to rest. Lu Xiaoyu is a bit confused, her beautiful big eyes fixed on her father, with only one thought in her mind: this is definitely a trap. During the summer vacation, there are daily homework tasks, and if you can't finish them, you can't rest. A strict father is simply a nightmare. I'm not tired. She couldn't just believe her dad like that. No, you are tired. From now on, as long as you don't want to do your homework, then don't do it. To make Lu Xiaoyu believe you, you added, Dad has realized that by putting so much pressure on you to study, what we lose is your joyful childhood, which is definitely not worth it. You are at an innocent and carefree age, so you should play. So you just need to boldly tell Dad what you want to play, and I swear to the heavens, I will definitely play with you. Lu Xiaoyu blinked her innocent big eyes and tentatively asked, Really? Then, can I play King of Glory for a while? The bullet comments are flying in the live broadcast room. How could this be believed so easily? I said it like this at the time. My dad gave me a loving hug with a belt, 7 wolves. I feel the same way. I feel the same way. My dad asked me what I wanted to do the most that day, and I said I wanted to smoke. My dad slapped me and asked when I learned to smoke. With such a small request, I must satisfy you. Dad will support you, and the two of us will sweetly duo Q. I'll let you see the style of the number 1 by Qi and Tanqi community. Lu Xiaoyu was completely stunned, looking more closely into Lu Chen's eyes, thinking, Dad wouldn't have been possessed, would he? Chen Guyao in the studio suddenly felt depressed. She kept smiling in front of the camera, but her back molars were about to be crushed. Lu Chen, what on earth are you doing? Is this how you take care of the child when you're not at home? Who told me that children need strict discipline? Who said children can't fall behind at the starting line? Who said playing games would make children lose their ambition? The female guests of the observation group all looked at Chen Guyao, their eyes filled with a gloating smile. Guyao, it seems completely different from what you said. Isn't this a strict father? Isn't he supposed to make the child study? Why is he not allowing homework to be done and instead playing games with the child? Chen Tianho wouldn't be lying, would he? Or is it that your husband usually pretends too well? Chen Guyao feels wronged, holding back her anger. She smiled and said, My husband is really not like this usually. I don't know what's going on today. The host Xiaoyu said for the sake of the show, Chen Tianho, you can send a WeChat message to your husband. We can also see your husband's true self outside of your site, but we cannot reveal that we are live broadcasting. Chen Guyao nodded, took out her phone, edited it, and sent it out. The message appeared on the big screen. How is your homework coming along? But when the content you replied with was displayed on the big screen in the studio, everyone was stunned. Dear wife, are you still not at ease at home? I finished it a long time ago. I know everything I learned, and I wrote everything correctly. Right now, Yu is playing the piano, and later she will practice dancing and painting. Chen Guyao was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Lu Chen, you actually dared to deceive me. Were you taking care of the child like this when I wasn't home before? The 3 female celebrities from the observation group immediately burst into laughter. It was rare for them to see Chen Guyao, who held a higher status than them, make a fool of herself. Chen Guyao stared blankly at Lu Chen on the big screen and picked up her phone. Lu Chen, on the other hand, smiled smugly. Did you see that? Your mom is easy to fool. If you don't say anything and I don't say anything, we can happily duo all day. If I don't take you to the highest rank today, then I'm not your dad. Fortunately, the daughter still has a bit of conscience and cautiously asked, What about the homework? Chen Guyao felt a little comforted in her heart. Her daughter is still sensible. Who would have thought that Chen Guyao would see you patting your chest and saying, "I'll finish your homework in 5 minutes." The 3 female stars of the observation group are all holding their stomachs, pointing at the big screen. Guyao, your husband is really funny. He made me laugh to death. Chen Tianho, your home must be very joyful usually, right? Usually, it really isn't like this. Chen Guyao's blood surged, and she suppressed the impulse to go back and confront him. Your strict father persona is deeply ingrained, usually being very compliant with Chen Guyao, but now you are actually deceiving her like this. In the live broadcast, Lu Xiaolu forced herself not to believe it, but her desire for honor of kings was simply too strong. Then, what about that? I remember your mom told you to uninstall the game, right? Go get your phone and download the game, and I'll help you with your homework. Lu Xiaolu stood up and walked to the door, but then paused, leaning on the door frame to peek. In the studio, Li Xiaolu covered her mouth and looked at Chen Guyao, chuckling softly. Chen Tianho, your husband really hasn't lost his childlike innocence. Ha ha ha, it seems your husband used to fool you quite a bit, and now that you're not home, his true colors are showing. Chen Guyao tried to remain calm, staring at the screen, hoping for a turnaround. Her daughter must be sensible, she would definitely stop her father. Sure enough, Lu Xiaolu in the picture, with a hint of curiosity, picked up the homework and exclaimed hooray, then happily ran to get her phone. The observer, Fu Qingran, who had been silent, finally spoke with a serious expression. As an expert in child psychology and a theoretical professor of family studies, he said, Lu Chen is giving the child the wrong guidance. He is unworthy of being a father. An 8-year-old child, at the initial stage where good study habits are most easily formed, will find it very difficult to get back on track if misled by a father in such a wrong way. Mobile games have a strong appeal to children, their thinking is very simple, and their minds can easily be filled with the things they are most interested in, leaving no space to contemplate how to study well. Therefore, I cannot agree with Lu Chen's approach. Even if he is the husband of the Queen Chen Guyao, I will boldly stand up and give everyone the correct guidance. After speaking, Fu Qingran looked at Chen Guyao and said, Queen Chen, I wonder if you think what I said is right. Chen Guyao is very conflicted and angry right now. She knows that Fu Qingran is holding a grudge because during a previous interview program, in order to create a topic, he asked some sensitive questions about Chen Guyao's marriage, which she rebuffed. Chen Guyao and Fu Qingran share the same view on Lu Chen's current way of raising the child, but Chen Guyao does not want to admit it. My husband is also someone you can talk about? I really agree with Sister Qingran's point of view, and I hope everyone doesn't learn from my husband. Chen Guyao almost said this through gritted teeth. At this moment, she somewhat regretted coming to participate in this program. On the other side, a warm scene appeared in the picture. The game was updating, and Lu Xiaolu was anxiously waiting on the sofa, her eyes shining with excitement. Lu Chen washed some fruit and put it on the coffee table. What's your segment? Ah, Lu Xiaolu said with some regret. I've only hit gold 3 and 2 stars. I can only wait until you and mom aren't at home when I sneak in a few games. After Lu Xiaolu finished speaking, as if she had thought of something, she nervously looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen's face was really a bit unsightly, stroking his chin as if he was pondering something. Not being able to play games does affect your mood. That's not good. Looks like I'll have to buy you another cell phone. Ha! At this moment, Lu Xiaolu finally trusted Lu Chen completely. One of our own. Chen Goro in the studio didn't hold back and clenched her teeth, her bad expression unmistakable. Ha 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 ha, it's rare to see the ballad diva angry. I empathize. That's how my husband and my son fooled me when I wasn't home, and it took 3 days of beating before I caught them. What's the point of having a husband? Isn't it just to beat him up for fun? Even if I find that my husband is right, I'll just say why are you so loud, and then I'll beat him up again. Oops. Finally the update is done. My Tanchi Cell's #1 Mage Master is finally blatantly online. Lu Xiaolu, oh, I couldn't wait to open the game. Lu Chen hemmed and hawed as he entered the game. You don't care what your teammates pick. You pick the hero you want to play the most. It would be an insult to me to let you die. Enemy forces are 5 seconds away from reaching the battlefield. Please be ready. All hands on deck. Strike. Oh, whoa wow. Looking at Lu Xiaolu's excited hands on the big screen, Chen Guyao's heart suddenly trembled. The last time I saw Lu Xiaolu so happy was, surprisingly, I can't remember some of it. It seems like it's gone since kindergarten. Feather smiled and hosted. Song Diva, there's actually no problem with letting your child relax once in a while. The main thing is whether or not the father will let the child abstain. Chen Guyan nodded slightly. Let's hope so. Hey, you come on, don't you want to eat the troop line? Ha, isn't the center line all mine? Then you'll have to come over. You'll have to be around when the pawn dies to get the money. Is that so? Lu Xiaolu drove a sprint, and little Dodgy slipped to the middle. Don't go there. A huge burly man suddenly emerged from the grass, holding an axe like he was crazy and had already hacked at Dodgy. Lu Xiaolu was terrified. At the bottom of Dodgy's bloodline, whoosh, a hook appeared and directly hooked Dian Wei to the tower, and after a stun Lu Chen started sucking. Dodgy is safe and goes up for a set. Dian Wei, oh ha 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 ha, I kill people, ah ha 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 ha. Lu Xiaolu was overjoyed, and Lu Chen was also happy. Remember next time, as a mage you can't go exploring the grass. I'm not the number one Zhong Kuei in the Tianqi neighborhood, am I? Lu Xiaolu nodded her head repeatedly. Aha, what an accurate hook. Subsequently, Lu Chen hooked over and Lu Xiaolu killed someone. The father and son had a sweet double row. Are you sure this is a variety show for mommies not home and not a live broadcast of a game master? I don't play the game, but it's a hot mess to watch. I suddenly realized that the scene was very harmonious, with the father taking his daughter to play the game as if she were a friend. Harmony my ass. The king's level comes up. Academic performance goes down. A few hours of joy. A semester of difficulty. After winning 2 consecutive games, Lu Xiaolu laughed and hugged and kissed Lu Chen, and fed him a grape. Lu Chen felt the long-lost closeness from his daughter and bared his teeth in joy. The live broadcast room was also cheerful, and there were people praising Lu Chen for his high game-playing skills. In the studio, not only did Chen Gaoyan not wait for Lu Chen's moderation, but she was suddenly in a bit of a trance. Li Xiaolu said, "At home my husband and I would never allow my daughter to play games like this. This will definitely bring the child down." Fu Qingran nodded. During this period, a child is most likely to treat his father as the first idol in his life, and his father's behavior is what the child imitates. Hence the saying that like father, like son. Chen Guzhuang felt that she had come all the way up to now in the entertainment industry, and her joy and anger had become a basic necessary skill that would not break her defense at any time. What wasn't expected was that at this point the broken defense was right on the edge and stemmed from her confident and proud family. Perhaps because Su Binbin is young and also loves to play king, but also put forward a different opinion. In fact, I think that Lu Chen taking Lu Xiaolu to play the game is quite joyful. Now that times are a bit different. I don't think that teaching for fun is a bad thing, but then again, his Zhong Kuei's hook is really accurate. Laughter erupted from the floor. Su Binbin's words caused Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu to disagree somewhat, as well as Chen Gozhuang, but they gained some of Chen Gozhuang's goodwill. Fearing that the observer corps would argue within themselves first, Little Feather hurriedly said, "Now we've just been live for less than an hour, and according to the ballad Diva, Lu Chen is usually completely different from today. I believe that a person changes suddenly, so maybe it's not a stretch to think that a reversal will follow?" The crowd nodded at once. Maybe Lu Chen purposely did this and then found a chance to make Lu Xiaolu lose interest in the game? In the image displayed on the large screen, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaolu were still fighting. Aha! King Lanling! It's King Lanling again! Piss me off! You don't be in a hurry. It's time to bring out my output Zhong Kuei. Chapter 4, Poop I Want to Eat Fried Skewers. Inside the studio of Mommy's Not Home, all of the guests, viewers and staff of the program were completely unprepared for such a situation. It's amazing how the show has been on such a trajectory since it started airing and the whole morning has gone by. Mom's not home, dad's at home with the baby. What should have been a live broadcast of positive values of homework, dance lessons, and piano practice turned into a smoldering battleground. The screen showed Lu Chen killing with the output Zhong Kuei, and his daughter Lu Xiaolu was in the back picking up heads while screaming with excitement. Chen Guzhuang's back teeth were about to be clenched. The diva's career spurt. Under the understanding of the entertainment industry's new generation, Chen Gaoyan slowly began to transition to the position of female president of the entertainment company. Lu Chen and Lu Xiaolu were exposed to the limelight. The husband's wise and intellectual, the daughter's lively and understanding persona was even established. It was with this in mind that Chen Gaoyan signed up for Mommy's Not Home. Great trust, but Lu Chen was raked over the coals. Chen Guorou's mood was poor to the extreme. Li Xiaolu laughed the loudest, which sounded like sarcasm to Chen Gaoyan. Ballad Diva. I now suspect that you're trying to create contrast to emphasize the show's effect. It's admirable that you can sacrifice so much for the sake of the show. There was more than a hint of bitterness and anger in Chen Guorou's smile. Fu Qingran spoke even harder. It's a failed way to bring up a child. And I really don't know what the singing diva's husband was thinking. He doesn't deserve to be a father. If my husband was like this at home, I'm afraid a piece of divorce paper would be thrown in his face. The atmosphere suddenly went cold. Chen Guorou's face suddenly became ugly. The powerful aura of a diva and a president suddenly erupted. The tone of her voice was obviously not high. Her voice was obviously not loud. But it revealed a kind of majesty and aura. Ms. Fu Qingran, it's not your turn to tell me what to do with my family. I have the ability to provide a life of abundance for my husband and daughter. And they don't have to work that hard at all to be someone else's husband and child. This, Chen Guiyang suddenly laughed coldly. I'm afraid you can't do that, Ms. Fu Qingran? There was a huff of cold air. That's right. A conservative estimate of the song earns several $100 million a year. The president's dividends are several $100 million a year again. Why do people's husbands and children have to learn from other people's families? To kill a man, you have to kill his heart? Who doesn't know that Fu Qingran's husband owes $500 million? If it were Chen Guo, this wouldn't even be a thing. Fu Qingran has kicked the can down the road. Su Binbin looked at Chen Guiyang and his eyes were beaming. Originally Su Binbin's goal of entering the singing world was to become a top diva like Chen Guiyang. Fu Qingran's face instantly turned cold. I'm here to correct your husband's mistakes from a professional standpoint. You're testifying? Chen Guo also sneered. Then I'm only stating a fact when I say you can't do it. Chen Guiyang suddenly stood up. Where my husband is inappropriate with the kids, everyone can discuss it and use my husband as an example. And everyone learns about bringing up children, which I'm happy about too. But let me make one thing clear up front. My husband and my children. The world can't talk to anyone but me. The general director rushed to send a message to the host. Little Feather. What about the first installment? Don't get all swashbuckling and control the scene. Feather hurriedly smiled and stepped forward to laugh. It seems that there has been some minor disagreement between the members of our observer corps and the matriarchs of the families, which is a good thing at this point. After all, every family is different, and every family needs a different atmosphere. The song Diva likes a cheerful family, while Mr. Siren is probably more focused on the rules side of things. No one is right or wrong. Su Binbin and Li Xiaolu also came forward to round off the scene. Right. Look, it's already 12 o'clock noon. Are we going to see what Lu Chen is going to make for you use lunch? Yes. Breakfast looks like I'm drooling. I really want to see what other cooking skills Lu Chen has. Chen Guo Rhythm and Fu Qingran are both people who have grown 800 heart eyes in the circle. Just show a hint of not to be messed with attitude at the right time. And moderation is the way to deal with people in the world. Chen Guo spread a smile. My husband's cooking skills are still nothing to write home about. I haven't eaten anything better than his cooking since I've been out there. Fu Qingran also laughed. This is something I also agree with. A husband who can have superior cooking skills like Lu Chen is vital to the harmony of a family and the health of the children. The atmosphere was instantly better. Everyone looked at the big screen again. Lu Xiaolu took out Daji from the 8th game, and Lu Chen took out Zhong Kuei from the 8th game to assist. The two of them have risen more than 10 stars in unison. Lu Xiaolu was overjoyed. With a Victoria announcement, another star was added. 1-5. Awesome. Lu Chen smiled and put down his cell phone. Daddy didn't lie to you, did he? Well, it's lunchtime. Tell Daddy what you want to eat. Oops. I bought 5 steamed buns a long time ago, and I plan to eat them with Lu Chen's fried vegetables. A man who can cook is attractive. I'm waiting for this meal at noon. God, please give me a Lu Chen. Lu Xiaolu seemed to have become more convinced of Lu Chen's change because of the game, and she asked tentatively, Dad, although your cooking is especially good, can I eat for lunch today? What? Lu Chen asked. Eat? Skewers? Lu Chen froze. Are you talking about the kind that's fried in a frying pan on a cart on the side of the road at? Lu Xiaolu nodded and subconsciously looked around, which made her think that her mother was not at home, but she still lowered her voice. Once when I was waiting for you after school, sneaked a little of my classmates. That flavor is really excellent. The plan for the live broadcast was for Lu Chen to finish cooking for Lu Xiaolu and then start the broadcast at 3 p.m. At this point the crowd in the studio was as eagerly awaiting it as the viewers in the broadcast room. Chen Guiyang shouted inwardly. But don't ever promise you a fried skewer. But be sure to show off the only culinary skills you've shown today that you can hold up. Save me some face. Giving my child homework and taking my child to play games. I can understand all these, but I can't accept giving my child something so unhealthy. I have a feeling Lu Chen will definitely reject you. Hold on. Think about it. Show some respect for my ballad. Lu Xiaolu on the screen looked at Lu Chen with expectant eyes. Lu Chen touched Lu Xiaolu's little head. It's okay to have it once in a while, but you don't want to spill the beans when your mom gets home. Lu Xiaolu clapped her hands. Let's just say you made me braised pork ribs, carp and tofu soup, sautéed kale and scrambled eggs with tomatoes for lunch today. Lu Chen laughed out loud. How clever. Chapter 5. There are no men in this world who don't cheat. Not. This is a yes? This is too much of a spoiled child, isn't it? Most dads may not spoil their sons, but they certainly spoil their daughters. I see my father's shadow in Lu Chen. When I was a child my father spoiled me the same way. Anyway, the joy of a daughter is irreplaceable when being spoiled. Deep frying skewers is not necessarily unhealthy. Some of the oil used for deep frying skewers is also good. Don't you use oil to deep fry things when you cook at home? Upstairs, the skewers are fried. Identification is complete. The laughter of the audience in the studio may not have been the mocking laughter of Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu, but Chen Guiyang still sounded hard. Lu Chen, weren't you the one who used to say no roadkill for the kids? You used to be the most demanding when it came to cooking. What the hell is wrong with you now? On top of his anger, Chen Guiyang also had doubts. Has the husband been taken over? The scene shifted, and Lu Chen asked Lu Xiaoyu to wait downstairs while he went upstairs to change his clothes and go out to buy. But after reaching the second floor, Lu Chen stole a call. Old son, help me fry some skewers. Use the best oil and the healthiest ingredients. Ha! It's not that my daughter wants to eat the kind of fried skewers from the roadside stalls. I thought in case it's not hygienic. You're a chef in a big restaurant. You won't be unable to make this, right? I'll be there in 10 minutes. Mamma mia. Lu Chen turns out to have thought of this a long time ago. Both for you to eat the skewers of her dreams and to eat healthy. That's what an attentive father should do. This wave is loved. Chen Guoro looked at Lu Chen on the big screen and instantly felt like it was going to be smooth. I told you, my husband would never be ambivalent in such a matter. Su Binbin also laughed. It's really a very thoughtful and smart thing to do. Li Xiaolu, however, smiled and offered a different opinion. If Yu likes eating fried skewers because of this, we can't lie to her like this every time, can we? Chen Guoro slightly glanced sideways at Li Xiaolu. The old son in Lu Chen's mouth is the executive chef of a 5-star hotel not far from my home. I have a 40% stake in that hotel. If I wanted to, I could get old son to set up a fried skewer stand in my villa. Why lie to my daughter? Li Xiaolu immediately blushed in embarrassment. I didn't mean that. I'm really impressed. I can't afford it. Why do you need to beep like an old woman? Why would you lie to your daughter? What's the point of telling her we'll just fry it and eat it? The salty look is really ugly. Don't talk about my smiling dear. She's doing it for Yu's own good. The image showed Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu eating happily, and the harmonious scene infected countless more people. The broadcast was going to end for now, but the pop-ups were full of objections. Some viewers even took a poll, and the option live until Yu falls asleep at night received 99.8% of the votes, far exceeding the option intermission. Start broadcasting at 3 p.m. General Director Hong Bo could not be happier. This variety show was highly regarded at the station, and with the popularity base of Chen Guozhang and Su Binbin, the rating was set at S rank directly before the start of the show, and now the live broadcast for a morning, relying on Lu Chen father and daughter. It's kind of a nice first fight. So the General Director, Hong Bo, waved his hand and said to the assistant beside him, Group 2 will eat first, then replace Group 1. Guests and viewers in the studio who wish to eat can also go to the restaurant, completely free. Assistant Director Zhang Jifeng was a little worried and asked, the leaders of the station won't? Hong Bo's eyes glazed over. Gave him the face? Zhang Jifeng was all confused. Is the director so stiff? Hong Bo thought to himself, if this program catches fire, your station manager will have to beg for me. Chen Guoro completely dared not go to dinner, and the host Xiaoyu brought Chen Guoro some snacks and milk sponsored by merchants. The live stream continues. Since it's an unplanned airtime, let's insert a fun little segment. When Little Feather finished speaking, there were quite a few people at the scene whose eyes lit up. Let's get the song Diva to give you a call, shall we? The studio audience was in agreement, and the pop-up screen was full of support. Feather said with a sly smile, since we're a live observation show that focuses on the day-to-day life of dads with kids while mom is out of the house, we're checking it out with a voyeuristic mind. Song Diva, when you call Yogi, ask Yogi about her morning and ask what Yogi had for lunch. A bad feeling rose in Chen Guoro's heart. The live broadcast of the morning made Chen Guiyang feel that Lu Chen was a bit strange. Before, Chen Guiyang never felt that Lu Chen would lie to himself, but the live broadcast of the morning revealed nothing but the opposite. Well, anticipation is instantly stretched. If I were to marry Chen Guoro, there's absolutely no way I'd lie to her. I bet Lu Chen tells the truth. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't believe there's a man in this world who doesn't cheat. Now we can only hope for an obedient and understanding Yu, and hope that Yu is just paying lip service. Are you sure Yu is obedient? Chen Guoro took out his cell phone and dialed the number while looking at the picture on the big screen. Lu Xiaoyu, who had just finished eating fried skewers, was washing her hands, and Lu Chen secretly told Lu Xiaoyu after seeing the call, your mom's phone, don't forget what you just said. Aha! Lu Chen connected, his tone relaxed. Crooked? Honey, you just left and you miss me? Hearing the same tone of voice as usual, Chen Guiyang sneered in her heart. Did Yu finish her homework this morning? Finished writing, didn't I tweet about it? The writing will be alright. Check alright. Lu Chen opened the speakerphone, reclining on the sofa relaxed look without guilt, and also gave Lu Xiaoyu a wink. Lu Xiaoyu's expression was completely wry with an I get it look. Oh poof haha, man nah. Lu Chen still doesn't know that his and Yu's every move is being watched by the ballad diva, not to mention being watched by the entire internet. It's hilarious. Fleshly is the song Diva angry again. You see. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu are smiling so much that their teeth are showing. Everyone was curious about the following question. Chen Gaiyang took a deep breath and asked in as even a tone as possible under the mountains. Let Yu tell mommy. What did daddy make you for lunch? You froze and tensed up a bit. You're really asking? Lu Chen hurriedly made a wink. Lu Xiaoyu's timid voice rang out. Mama, Puppy made me 4 dishes for lunch, and they were delicious. They are, braised gluten, carp and roasted sausage soup, sautéed chicken tenderloin and chicken skewers with scrambled eggs. Chapter 6, then I won't play auxiliary. I'll play shooter. Po ha 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 ha. Yu is so funny. Braised gluten, carp and grilled sausage soup, stir-fried chicken fillet and scrambled eggs with chicken skewers? Each word can be read, so why can't they be read when they're joined together? Obviously. They say strange things, but they tell the truth as well. The whole room in the studio roared with laughter, and the host covered his stomach and straightened up. Even the always cold Fu Qingran couldn't hold back and secretly turned her head away as if she had turned on a vibration. Chen Guorou's temples jutted out. Lu Chen looked like a cat that had exploded on the screen, and he popped up in a miso motion to cover Lu Xiaoyu's mouth. Lu Xiaoyu was instantly alarmed, and her words of explanation spread throughout the studio. Ma, I'm kidding, I actually ate. For lunch today. It's braised gluten. No, it's. Lu Xiaoyu's big, flickering eyes darted around, and her brain began to spin rapidly in thought. I'm going to play steel gut. It's the piano. Play the piano. Mama, let's talk about it when you get back. Chen Guorouge stared blankly at the screen. Lu Xiaoyu hung up the phone, watched Lu Chen complain about Lu Xiaoyu, and then saw Lu Xiaoyu's face full of guilt. It's just completely unbelievable. My sweet and obedient Yu. Why has she learned to lie now? Ha! Li Xiaolu's laughter sounded full of mockery to Chen Gaiyang. Diva. As a woman who is married and has children, I have to remind you that once a child gets into the habit of lying, it's not easy to change. Fu Qingran nodded. If it's at the father's authorization or permission, the child will even turn lying into a habit. Chen Guorou gave birth to a sense of powerlessness, because it was hard to refute the facts as they were laid out here. Lying is indeed wrong, and I'm definitely looking for a chance to correct it. Feather reminded. Ballad Diva should pay attention to it. Our live broadcast is confidential. You can't say it directly. You can't say it after today's live broadcast, because we are choosing you in MS. Fu Qingran, Li Xiaolu Shadow Queen 3 families to rotate live. Each family needs to participate in 4 installments. Chen Gaiyang nodded helplessly. Su Binbin hurriedly said, in fact, sometimes you can't magnify a small lie. If that's the case, the child may be too careful in general, afraid of saying the wrong thing. Anyway, I was like this when I was a child. Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran glanced at Su Binbin and didn't break up anything with him. What does a little girl know about marriage and raising children? Chen Gaiyang cast a grateful gaze. The plan was to go live at 3 p.m. It was just 1 o'clock after dinner, and no one had left the studio where they were supposed to be resting. Everyone just sits there as honestly as they started, except for going to the bathroom. They were born with greater curiosity about the family of the Chen Song Diva, and of course, many of them were fed up with Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu's facial features. Feather asked, Song Diva, what does your husband usually arrange for Yu to do after lunch during summer vacation time? Chen Gaiyang did not hesitate to say, usually after lunch they would arrange for Yu to take a nap for a while, and then they would practice the piano by around 2:30 in the afternoon. Su Binbin's eyes immediately lit up. Is the Song Diva trying to raise you as a musician or a female singer like you? Chen Gaiyang laughed and shook his head. No, my husband and I want Yu to go to Tsinghua in the future, and everything else is being cultivated as hobbies and specialties. So it's like this. In fact, I think your daughter must have inherited the music cells in you. It's a bit of a pity. Su Binbin said regretfully. Fu Qingran said, daughters tend to inherit from their fathers, and sons generally inherit from their mothers. Right. Li Xiaolu immediately agreed. My daughter inherited my husband's strengths. I can tell when she lies because she didn't inherit anything from me in terms of acting at all. Little Feather said, then let's see if Lu Chen will follow the original rules for Yu. I've caught Lu Chen's routine of bringing up children. He's just a set of things in front of people and a set of things behind the scenes. He definitely won't let you go to sleep. This is hard to say, no matter how indulgent Lu Chen is in the morning, but his love for Yu is true. He will definitely let Yu rest. The Ballad Diva said it with such certainty. I believe the Ballad Diva. The footage shows a father and daughter worried and sighing afterward. Yu, You've been playing all morning, don't you need to go take a nap? Lu Xiaoyu's little face immediately collapsed, and she went up and shook Lu Chen's arm. Poop. I'm really not sleepy or tired. Every time I have to take a nap, all that good time is wasted. Well, Lu Chen stroked his chin. It's really a waste, so why don't you practice piano now? Karma? Lu Xiaoyu sat down with a huff. I don't, but you haven't finished the task given by your piano teacher last night. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Pupa, if I finish the piano task and send the video to my teacher after taking it, can you continue to take me to play king in the afternoon? Ha? Again? That's called a tanning session at my place. You can't agree this time, can you? Otherwise it would be too much. It won't agree. Look at Lu Chen frowning. The goddess of song is worried now. She's frowning too. Lu Chen really shook his head. In that case, you don't complete the piano task, and you can't play king, although I want you to be happy. I have to be responsible for your health. You'll use your eyes too much. Oh. Seeing this scene, some more laughter came out from the broadcast room. Chen Gayan couldn't say what she felt at this point. Preventing eye overuse doesn't allow for continued gaming. This is very true. But what do you mean by not completing the assignment given by the piano teacher? Lu Chen, is this how you fool ghosts? Lu Xiaoyu on the screen was also stunned, then flickered her big eyes in thought. It seems like, doesn't work. Mom said that although our family is well off, it's hard to hire my piano teacher, and a lesson costs more than $800. Lu Chen was instantly filled with relief and rubbed Lu Xiaoyu's little head. Awesome. Knows you can't waste money. Chen Goro watched the scene and couldn't help but reveal a soothing smile. The daughter still knew what she was doing, or at least didn't agree to Lu Chen's crappy idea. Lu Xiaoyu stood up and looked at Lu Chen with a serious face. I'll tell you what. I'm going to go practice piano now and turn in my homework first. Then you call the teacher and get a refund for the remaining classes so you can buy me a new cell phone. It's just like you told me it would be. A sweet father-daughter double row for us. I thought the little cotton-padded girl really knew what she was doing. If Lu Chen can say yes to this, I'll take my 40-meter machete and go help the ballad diva hack him to death. In the image of Chen Goro gritting his teeth and wanting to kill and stare, Lu Chen surprisingly nodded his head. Then I don't want to play assist. I want to play shooter. Chapter 7. What else are you hiding from me? Lu Xiaoyu sat in front of the piano in the living room, set off by the piano in a small way. The soothing piano played. The afternoon sunlight poured in, and Lu Xiaoyu's face was flooded with a layer of gentle floating light, looking warm and pretty, like a small adult. I'm going? You tricked me into having a daughter again? The program is so bad. I've punched my son 3 times since morning now, and now my hands are itching again. Yu is playing so well at such a young age. This scene is what we want to see. Don't make a mess. Everyone in the studio wore a kind of benevolent smile. A gentle smile also appeared on Chen Goro's face, and she couldn't help but nod her head as she looked at Lu Xiaoyu's seriousness. That's a good daughter for a mom. The beautiful piano music spread out soothingly, and the audience in the studio and the netizens watching the live stream nodded their heads in succession. That's a good one. Chen Gayan was also very satisfied that Lu Xiaoyu seemed to have improved a lot. Every time I listen to you play the piano at home I am very pleased. Yu is talented and learns quickly. Chen Gayan laughed. Su Binbin also nodded repeatedly. I also took piano lessons from a young age, but I definitely wasn't as good as Yu when she was her age. But right at this moment, Lu Chen, who was filming with his cell phone in the picture, frowned slightly. Stop. The piano sound came to an abrupt end, and Lu Xiaoyu raised her head to look at Lu Chen. Poopy, what's wrong? Lu Chen touched Lu Xiaoyu's little head. Yu played very well, but Daddy found 2 small problems. Ha? Lu Xiaoyu's pretty little face was filled with doubt. Poop, do you play the piano? How come I didn't know before? Chen Gayan, who was looking at the screen, was also a bit confused. Su Binbin asked curiously, Song Diva, does your husband play the piano? Chen Goro shook his head, as if he had remembered something funny, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. How can I say this? If the one yang finger counts, then he does. Po ha 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 ha. The song Diva is so humorous. One sun finger, laughed me to death. If one finger counts, then so do I. If a stick counts, then so will I. Let's all understand the old father who wants to show himself in front of his daughter. Ha ha ha. Chen Goro also became curious, and her beautiful eyes stared at Lu Chen who had a serious face on the screen. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. In his last life, when Lu Chen learned that depression could be cured through music, Lu Chen went crazy and practiced for many years. Perhaps because of his own talent, Lu Chen played all kinds of music with unparalleled proficiency. In fact, Lu Chen would have done it before they got married, but he was just used to lying flat in front of the diva. Lu Chen began to correct Lu Xiaoyu. You just had a problem with tone breaks or what is called tone skips. You play those 2 lines from earlier again. laughing my ass off. A one-yang finger and instructing a piano genius girl. You? I have a feeling Lu Chen might be flipping out, so I'm looking forward to it. Chen Gozhuang looked to Su Binbin, and Su Binbin looked to Chen Gozhuang. There was surprise in both men's eyes. As pop singers, both play the piano, but it's surprising that neither one heard it just now. As Lu Xiaolu played it again, Chen Guiyang and Su Binbin actually really heard it. Sure enough, there's a little sound break, Su Binbin exclaimed. Looking at the countless puzzled faces, Chen Guiyang explained. In music the connection between sounds should be continuous, not isolated and disconnected. There was indeed a slight sound break in Yu's playing just now, but it was so tiny that I surprisingly didn't hear it either. Chen Guiyang was instantly even more surprised. But my husband doesn't even know how to play the piano. How did he hear it? Everyone was instantly more puzzled and continued to look at the screen with a look of surprise. Lu Chen nodded with a serious expression on the screen. Yes, there are indeed some tone breaks. It's like when a person walks by skipping. It comes across as dissonant. Lu Chen sat down next to Yu, placed his hands on the keys, and extremely skillfully played the section he had just played, teaching as he did so. Watch my wrists and arms. Tone breaks occur because your wrist and arm are too stiff and not relaxed enough, and the sound comes out stiff and discontinuous. Be like this. Ding 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 ding. Dang dang ding 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 ding. Smooth and graceful notes bounced out under Lu Chen's hands. Getting your voice to flow and relax requires you to relieve blockages and tightness in your muscles. I'll go? I'm sure it's a lot smoother. Will he really do it? Can you believe his wife doesn't even know he plays the piano? This man is horrible too. It's so beautiful. Keep playing. I want to hear it. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes immediately lit up after a brief moment of dismay, and she clapped her hands and shouted out happily. It's so good. Puppy is so good. Lu Chen smiled and continued. The second problem arises in this paragraph. Lu Chen imitated the way Lu Xiaoyu had just played. Listen carefully. Here you are playing with some sticking. Before the previous note is finished, the following one comes out, and the two notes overlap each other like there are two shadows intertwined. The cause of this problem is that your fingers are too slow to leave the keys. What you need to do is to overcome the inertia of your fingertips and let the power coalesce at your fingertips. They say that dads are their daughters' idols, and in this moment it was perfectly reflected. Lu Xiaoyu's little face was filled with admiration. Poop, you're wonderful. My piano teacher talked about this, but not as clearly as you did. And what I just played would have passed muster with my teacher. But you still heard me. Puppy, you're wonderful. You're a better pianist than mommy. Don't be ridiculous. Your mom is a master. Lu Chen laughed. Try again. As I just said. Aha! When Lu Xiaoyu played it again, there was indeed an improvement that was visible to the naked eye. How much does Lu Chen pay for a lesson? I'm willing to underwrite Lu Chen for one lesson. It's too professional, isn't it? Who knows Lu Chen's contact information? I'd like to ask him to teach my daughter piano. What if he cheats on you like he cheats on his wife? I advise you to mind your own business. Chen Gozhuang stared blankly at the screen, unable to believe her eyes. When exactly did he learn to play the piano? Just for that piece of playing and instruction just now. The standard is definitely not low. A trace of anger suddenly grew in Chen Guiyang's heart. What else are you hiding from me? Oh, the other half of the family who live together every day are still defending each other? Could it be that they are afraid to contribute to teaching their daughter? Fu Qingran said in his words. Li Xiaolu also laughed. My husband is honest with me, so I can't understand why Lu Chen would hide it. Is playing the piano a bad thing? Chen Guoruji's face darkened once again. Su Binbin tried to speak this time, but she didn't know what to say. Feather laughed. Good. The fun part is back. Now let's have our song Diva call her husband. This one part the ballad Diva is going to get deliberately angry and say to Lu Chen, I know all about it. You'd better explain it clearly. Chapter 8. I changed the 7th fret and lied about the price of the necklace. Chen Guoro did not hesitate to pull out her cell phone this time. She had long been impatient to question Lu Chen. The good show is on. We must let Lu Chen have a good look at who is the head of the family. When the Queen of Heaven is angry, Lu Chen's father and daughter will have nowhere to hide. I bet Lu Chen wouldn't dare to keep lying. After all, the ballad Diva is going to be furious. I want you to be honest, but I'd rather see you snub the ballad Diva. Do. The studio was ringing with the tone of the phone call that Chen Gozhuang had dialed out, and the audience all swabbed up, and a needle could be heard throughout the studio. In the picture, Lu Xiaoyu was playing the piano, and because they were doing the right thing, the two of them, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu, were very frank. Mom's on the phone. Keep playing so she can hear that we're all right at home. Aha! In the soothing sound of the piano, Lu Chen picked up the phone, and Lu Xiaoyu played while her ears perked up. Crooked? Wife? Chen Guiyang took a deep breath, and her face turned cold. Lu Chen, I know all about it. You'd better give me a clear explanation as to what else you're hiding from me and not telling me. Lu Chen immediately shivered, and Lu Xiaolu played the piano even harder, as if she was afraid that the anger would burn into her. I'm not hiding anything from you. Lu Chen on the screen is completely a perfunctory while hurrying to find a funny look. The studio audience are trying to hold back their laughter, for fear that Lu Chen heard something on the phone. Chen Gezhuan's anger did not look like an interpretation at all. Lu Chen, what time is it? Are you still hiding? I'm giving you a chance now. Hurry up and give an explanation. I account for. Lu Chen looked helpless, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. Chen Gayang sneered in her heart. Finally going to give an account? Give me a full account of what you did with the kids. Anything less and I'll rip your head off. See? Men just don't stand up to intimidation. But any strong woman who asks her man that will definitely get something unexpected. This is right. The last time I asked my husband so much about his personal money, he gave out 2 mistresses. The last time I asked my husband so much about stealing money from his mom, he explained that he bought a suite for his parents. I asked the same question last time, and my husband explained that he's unisex. Misty grass. Don't scare me. I'm getting married tomorrow. Only Lu Chen took a deep breath, and the studio resounded with Lu Chen's clean and guilty voice. Last time you were at home working on a new song for your company singer. I snuck in a few note changes. Chen Goro was instantly a bit confused. She suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, which song? Which line? It's that song Fly to the Moon, which has the line escape from the busiest city. Fly to the loneliest starry sky. That line. Lu Chen's voice seemed a bit timid. Chen Goro's eyelashes suddenly fluttered, and her eyes couldn't help but widen a bit. You. Little Feather began to give Chin Rouge a wink before Chin Rouge reacted. Not this thing. Think quickly. What else are you hiding from me? Lu Chen let out an ah and was filled with pain, feeling that he had been hasty. The last necklace I gave you wasn't actually 140,000. It was 1,040,000. What? Chen Gayan was dumbfounded again. Mom, a windfall? Give me 7 husbands like that and I'll change one a day. Aren't you a housewife? Why are you so rich? No. 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 How did it turn into dog food? Where did you get so much money? Chen Gayan questioned. Lu Chen mumbled. My private money. Private money are not used on his own. Chen Gozhuan not only did not angry, heart also sweet honey. Not this thing. There's more. There's something else you're not telling me. Lu Chen blinked at the image and seemed to slowly seek it out. There is fraud. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, Lu Chen had seen a lot of such segments, so all of a sudden his mind was clear. He puffed out his chest, regaining his confidence, and his tone was much firmer. That's really gone. It's all gone. No way. So just tell me what I'm hiding from you, and I'll admit it when you do. Lu Chen came up with a rogue little fling between husband and wife, and it wasn't like Chen Goro could directly say anything about the program. There. I've found it all. Don't you hide it. No. Really. You. Feather began to make eyes. Chen Gozhuang said to the phone with a black face. Alright then. Hang up. Lu Chen blinked a few times in bewilderment and muttered under his breath. Shouldn't be according to your mom's usual character, so faithfully questioned. Must be in a bad mood, wanna clean up my how to end it hastily. Lu Xiaolu was also in thought. Is it time for another period? Po ha 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 ha, can't live without laughing. The family of the song Diva is too lively and funny. See? Although Lu Chen has some minor problems, he's definitely a good man. The song Diva is truly a role model for my generation. Beautiful and rich, with such an enviable family. Su Binbin suddenly remembered something. Song Diva? Is that the song Fly to the Moon? I remember it's the one sung by your company. Fong Xiaolu, right? Chen Gayan nodded. Feather laughed. Song Diva? Then you can explain it to me. Chen Gayang said with a little thought. I wrote that song Fly Me to the Moon, and then I realized that the chorus was a little different than when I wrote it, and it became smoother and better, and I thought it was a mistake when I wrote it. Little Feather asked curiously, does Lu Chen know how to create? Chen Gayang shook her head slightly. Never showed this talent. So the necklace thing is? Su Binbin asked. Chen Guzhuang reached out and pulled out the necklace around her neck. He gave it to me for my birthday. When he said 140,000, I didn't care. I thought it looked good and kept it on. Su Binbin let out a gasp of surprise. Mom, it's from Washley's, the Snow White series that just came out this year. Over $1 million indeed. Wow. There were gasps and pop-ups exploded. Are there any more men like this? How can you watch a live broadcast and still see red eye? Although Lu Chen did hide some things from the ballad diva, who can't understand that? The problem of bringing up children became a non-issue all of a sudden. The three female stars of the Observer Corps and Xiaolu all showed envious expressions, especially Fu Qingran, who couldn't help but think of her own husband. Don't fall off the wagon when it's time to live stream our house. Chen Gaiyang couldn't help but look at the big screen again. Lu Chen had already taken a picture of Lu Xiaoyu's piano homework and sent it to the piano teacher. Lu Xiaoyu's excited shout came out on the screen. Ow ow ow. It's finally done. Let's have a sweet father-daughter double row. I'm going to be king today. Chapter 9. How long has it been since you sang to your children? The next afternoon was all happy playtime in the picture. During the time Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu were playing the game, a lot of hilarious conversations filled the live broadcast room with a layer of happy atmosphere. Why don't my milady's robots chew on him? He's wide open. Pissed off. Damn those Xiaoho lips. That's Xiaoho done. That word reads ton. Remember that. Chen Gozhuan looked at the hilarity on the pop-up screen, looked at the happy and joyful father and son on the screen, and fell into deep thought. She made sure of it, and it seemed that in the years since Yui had started kindergarten and was now 8 years old, there really hadn't been many moments that seemed happier than today's present. This caused Chen Gaiyang to not be able to help but have a trace of doubt. Had she and Lu Chen educated Yu correctly in the past? It's definitely right to let your child study hard, but Yu doesn't seem to be that happy. Thinking of this, Chen Gaiyang shook his head slightly. No, everything is for Yu. Fu Qingran suddenly said. Once again, I've confirmed that Lu Chen is an irresponsible father. He's leading Yu towards the path of playfulness, and it'll be hard to pull back. Li Xiaolu also said. Indeed, if my husband took my son to play games like this, I would never allow it. Su Binbin immediately said. But Yu is very happy now. The relationship between father and daughter is very harmonious and joyful, and Yu has already completed today's task. What's wrong with having some fun? Have you forgotten that Yu's homework was written for her by Lu Chen's help? Fu Qingran asked in retort. Su Binbin said, Yu will only be in second grade after the summer vacation. She does know everything in first grade, and it doesn't matter at all if it's like this once. No. This has nothing to do with grades. It's a matter of attitude, Li Xiaolu added. Chen Gaiyang could only come forward and say, it's definitely wrong to help Yu with her homework, so don't learn from Lu Chen. But that wasn't the case on the pop-ups, especially since there were more young people watching the livestream who either didn't have kids or simply didn't care. Whatever. It's just fun for me to watch anyway. It's just so joyful. It's worth it to exchange one homework session for a day of happiness for your child. I just think Lu Chen is very handsome and gentle, and I think Yu is very pretty and cute. And that's enough. Whose husband and children are perfect? If my husband is as patient as Lu Chen, and can take the kids for a day, I can burn high incense. The whole afternoon passed in the midst of father and daughter's joy. Lu Chen made a sumptuous dinner for Lu Xiaoyu, and Lu Xiaoyu, who had been tired all day, ate very happily, causing countless people in the live broadcast room to drool. Many people can't help but compare themselves to their husbands again. These days, if a man doesn't whore or gamble and can cook, what else do you need a bicycle for? It's all Lu Chen's fault. My son is forcing me to cook now. I really don't know how to. The singing diva is looking for a man who is so great at running the house. I'm willing to quit. The trick to trick me into having a daughter really worked. Finally came the evening. After all, Lu Xiaoyu is young, and soon couldn't hold out under the lack of a nap at noon. She sat on the couch and watched cartoons, only managing to get to 8 o'clock before her eyelids started fighting. That adorable look was too much for people to bear, and Chen Goro looked at the picture with a small smile. Lu Chun, on the other hand, puckered his butt and started cleaning up the sanitation that had been destroyed throughout the day. Such images in turn caused many people to scold their husbands. Lu Chen turned around and saw that Lu Xiaoyu was already lying on the sofa. He gently woke her up. You haven't washed up yet. Lu Xiaoyu rubbed her bleary eyes and beamed in displeasure. Poopy, it's okay to go a day without washing up. I want a sleepy sleep. Let her sleep. Let her sleep. Oops, this little girl is like a porcelain doll. So inviting. Lu Chen dotes on you so much. He'll definitely say yes, right? I'm sure I'll say yes. I can help with my homework. I can play the game for so long. How can I not say yes to this request? But Lu Chen shook his head. I can't you. I can take you for a ride, but there are certain habits that can't be put off. Girls need to be hygienic and have good habits. If you eat during the day and don't brush your teeth, you'll harbor bacteria, and you'll have little bugs in your mouth. Do you want little bugs to make a home in your mouth? Yu beamed and put on her slippers. Then Puppy is going to sing Yogi to sleep. Yes, there were a number of surprised voices in the studio. I can't believe I actually agreed to this. Lu Chen is really something. I think he's right. You can't compromise on habits, so that the child can develop good habits. If the parents are starting to fool around, the kids must not care about these things. Xiaolu smiled and asked, Song Diva, does Lu Chen sing to you every night? Chen Gayan was slightly stunned and shook his head. I don't know, because Yu is very sticky to Lu Chen, and every night is Lu Chen coaxing Yu to sleep. I'm very busy, and even at home, Yu is letting Lu Chen coax her. Su Binbin let out a sigh of admiration. The Song Diva is really happy. Chen Gayang smiled. At this point Lu Chen did really well and never had to worry about Chen Gozhuang. The scene shifted to Yu's room. The pink shade looks very cozy and cute. Chen Gayan laughed. This room was decorated by Lu Chen with Yu, and I still remember that Yu was especially happy at that time. Even Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu revealed envious smiles. The image showed Lu Xiaolu obediently lying on the bed, blinking her big bright eyes and looking at Lu Chen expectantly. Poopy, sing me that song that mommy sings, to imitate her voice. She hasn't sung to me in a long time. Chen Gaiyang, who was looking at this image, suddenly felt a tremor in her heart. Yeah, how long has it been since I sang to Yu? Was it Yu who wanted Lu Chen to put her to sleep every time? Chen Guro suddenly thought of some images. Every time Yu offered to let Chen Guro put Chen Guro to sleep, Chen Guro always refused Yu every time because she still had work to do. Sometimes he even scolded Yu because he was in a bad mood. Over time, Yu never made such a request again after she started elementary school. Chen Gaiyang's heart couldn't help but zigzag. Every time Lu Chen is especially patient. Sure enough, the screen showed Lu Chen smiling and gently patting Lu Xiaoyu's little head. Will Puppy sing you a song about our family of 3? Yes. Lu Xiaoyu closed her eyes, and Lu Chen also sang with his eyes slightly closed. Daddy, the sun came out and where did the moon go? There was a loud, shocked huff of air throughout the studio. Chen Guro stood up in a flash, staring at the huge screen with a face full of incredulity. The pop-up exploded. Misty grass. This is Yu's voice. Can you believe a 5 feet 8 inches big man singing in a child's voice? It's too much like that too. I've got goosebumps. What kind of voice control ability is this? It's horrible. What's this song? It's unheard of. Chapter 10. This song is definitely original. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Lu Chen, who was stunned. No. Excitement bubbled up in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes. Poop. Your voice just now sounded like a little girl's voice. Lu Chen touched Lu Xiaoyu's little head and doted on it. It's your voice. So stop talking and close your eyes and listen to fall asleep. Aha! Lu Chen once again gently patted Lu Xiaoyu and hummed. Daddy, has the sun come out and the moon gone home? No. Hiss. The first sentence is Yu asking. The second sentence is Lu Chen answering. I'm numb from listening. I'm about Lu Chen's age. I want him to put me to sleep now. I want to call him daddy. I could be Lu Chen's mom at my age. And I still want him to put me to sleep? Where did the stars come out and the sun go? In the sky. How can I look for it and not find it? Going home. Su Bianbin opened her big beautiful eyes and didn't sit down from the moment Lu Chen opened his mouth. She asked in horror, holding out her green fingers. What kind of voice control is this? Not many of the countless singers in the music industry can do it. Ballad Diva. You don't even know it? Chen Gozhuang also looked surprised. I never knew about it. Lu Chen on the screen began to sing the second verse of the song, and the beginning was still Yu's voice. Mom, when do the leaves bloom when they're green? But just then, a nice, gentle female voice suddenly presented itself. Wait for the leaves to fall. Wow! The scene was filled with gasps of surprise, but the picture continued to sing as the girl asked her mom to answer. Can you go and pick the flowers when the fruit is red? Wait for the flowers. Will the fruit germinate when planted in the soil? Wait until spring. Su Binbin suddenly let out a cry of surprise. This is the voice of a song diva? Wow! Misty grass. Really? The voices of Yu, Lu Chen and the Ballad Diva, a song by a family of 3. The lyrics are also too good and the melody is too melodious. Is this original? I couldn't find this song even after searching. Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran glanced at each other, both seeing a concern in the other's eyes. Although Lu Chen helped Lu Xiaoyu with her homework and took Lu Xiaoyu to play games, Lu Chen also showed valuable qualities that ordinary fathers did not have. Now Lu Chen's ability to sing was on display again, and it might even be his original. When it's Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran's family's turn in the second and third installments, what if they are compared? Original. Absolutely original. Su Binbin shouted. I couldn't find this one song on the copyright site either. Li Xiaolu questioned asked, but Ballad Diva do not know Lu Chen can sing much less know that he will create. Perhaps Lu Chen in the Ballad Diva's entertainment company creative department unintentionally. No way. Ballad Chen said. He's never been in my company, and I've never brought this one song home. Su Binbin said with certainty, then it must be original. After all, Lu Chen modified one of the ballad Diva songs. What's wrong? This song is original and it didn't touch your cake, did it? Is it so hard to admit that someone else's husband is good? Mom, love love love. Lu Chen is so handsome. The song is also fantastic. Yu is asleep. The live broadcast is ending off. So sad to see it go. Can you switch the camera to the bathroom to broadcast Lu Chen's bath in a moment? Lu Xiaolu was very quiet and fell asleep. A porcelain doll in general to be pitied. Lu Xiaolu gently touched Lu Xiaolu's fleshy little face, and a kind of fatherly love emerged on his face, and he got up and took a long breath to reorganize his hygiene. The live broadcast also came to an end with the audience praising Lu Chen. Su Binbin is still shaken and shouts for Chen Gaiyang to go home and make sure he gets the original version of the song. Throughout the live broadcast, Chen Gaiyang was first confident, then depressed and angry, and then shocked. All the emotions were intertwined to this point, and her mind was filled with doubt. Lu Chen, what else do you know that I don't? Well, our first installment of Mommy's Not Home has come to a perfect conclusion, and I'm sure you all must have felt the harmony of the family during Lu Chen and Yu's live broadcast. In the second installment, we're going into the home of Lee's Smiling Deer's movie queen to find out how her husband brings up her children at home. We'll see you next issue. Backstage in the studio, General Director Hong Bo and Assistant Director Zhang Jifeng were in a state of surprise as they looked at the data sent by the data department. The two had some understanding during the live broadcast, but now when presented with the data, the two still couldn't hold back their excitement. The average number of people online is 1.45 million and the peak number of people online is 3.89 million. This figure is simply too explosive, and fully meets the guaranteed requirements of an S-ranked variety show, and even far exceeds it. The official account for the Mommy's Not Home variety show gained more than 1.9 million followers in one day. Countless people left private messages under the account. Strongly urge Mommy's Not Home to go live 24 hours a day. Give me back Lu Chen and Yu. I strongly urge the second installment to still broadcast the Diva's Family Live. Is there a short video account for Lu Chen? I want to follow. The next best thing to a variety show. The battle of variety shows. The good reviews are in waves. The first phase of the program has just ended. More than 300,000 people commented and scored, and the variety rating came directly to 9.6. Keep in mind that a variety show even over 8.5 after the first installment is attributed to phenomenon. Hong Bo and Zhang Jifeng laughed and hugged. The popularity of the song Diva is one thing, but the live broadcast looks at the live object. Yu is cute and absorbing. Indeed, Lu Chen's image is no match. His cooking skills are top-notch. He can also play the piano, sing and compose. He was simply born for our program. You hurry up and give the ballad Diva a word of advice. Don't go home and spill the beans. It's important to keep the snooping element alive. I'll instruct Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran side again, and I hope that both of their families can maintain Lu Chen and Yu's standard as well. Chen Gozhuang sat in the business car, looking out the window at the neon signs of the city, and fell into the middle of deep thought. There was dissatisfaction with Lu Chen's excessive coddling of Lu Xiaolu shown during the live broadcast, displeasure that Lu Xiaolu had learned to lie, and concern that the screen was still on when he got home. The showrunners said that they needed to collect some of the footage of Chen Gezhang after he came home in order to show it to the audience as a blooper reel at the opening of the next installment, while keeping the family's privacy. Assistant Yui Zhao twisted her head around on the passenger side. Sister Ballad, brother-in-law and you are just so cute. I watched the whole broadcast. Aha. Chen Gaiyang smiled slightly. There are surprises as well as. Actually I don't think there's anything yet. My mom told me that men are teenagers until they die. They will act like a child a lot of the time. Kids. Childish? Chen Gaiyang's eyes were flowing. Is that right? Chapter 11. He's so charming when he's. It was almost 10 p.m. by the time Chen Gezhuang got home, and it was a good thing that Mommy's Not Home was staged in the same city. Assistant Zhao Yi and Chen Gorhythm are like sisters and know what Chen Gorhythm has in mind. Before leaving, Zhao Yi also advised Chen Gorhythm a few times. Ballad sister, you can be satisfied. Brother-in-law, this is nothing at all. Do you know how many people in the whole network now envy you? You must also be careful not to expose it when you get home. And you've got to do a good job of managing your emotions. Where the crew collects clipboard footage. Push open the door of your home and it's spotless. Lu Chen was sitting on the sofa watching TV with a cup of clear tea in front of him. Chen Gaiyang couldn't help but feel a warmth in her heart. As long as she was sure that Chen Gaiyang would go home at night, Lu Chen would wait for her no matter how late it was. When I come home, the house is always spotless. If it's confirmed that you're coming home for dinner, there's always a delicious meal freshly prepared. The remaining trace of displeasure in Chen Goro's heart completely disappeared after Lu Chen handed over a cup of tea. Tired? Ha? I'll give you a massage? Lu Chen asked with a smile. Chen Goro shook his head and didn't resist skimming the location of the hidden camera in the house. Gee, it's been a busy day. Why don't we have a chat? Chen Guiyang sat down and smiled, patting the sofa beside him. Lu Chen froze, then revealed a hint of a smile. I understand. You want to talk to me. Shut up. Chen Guoro immediately became anxious. Watch what you say. Lu Chen shamelessly came next to Chen Guorim, wrapped his arm around Chen Guorim's shoulders, and rested his chin on Chen Guorim's shoulders. The old couples. Geez, you're decent. Chen Guoro broke Lu Chen's head apart. Her heart was sweet, but she still had to pretend to be upset. She suddenly thought of the words that Yi Zhao had given her. A man is a teenager until he dies. Like a child, Lu Chen had always been mature and stable, wise and intelligent, and would only reveal his childish and naive side when he was alone with Chen Guoro. Isn't that just another expression of love? That. Chen Guoro began to think about how he should ask out those questions, and Lu Chen looked at Chen Guoro with a curious face, waiting for Chen Guoro to speak. Well, let me ask, did you study music before? Lu Chen nodded. Sure enough, Chen Guiyang was all ears. I was the lead singer of the Three Rivers Elementary School Choir when I was little. Standing in the C position, Lu Chen proudly said. Just this? Chen Guiyang was a bit dumbfounded. Then I was a music rep in middle school, and I took harmonica and guitar lessons in high school, and I took piano lessons and stuff for a while in college to get to know you. Ever studied? Chen Guiyang asked uncertainly. Lu Chen nodded. I've learned. Only then you became a singer and my little skill didn't dare to show off. Then have you learned to write songs? Song Chen asked. Lu Chen shook his head and asked suspiciously. What are you doing coming back from a busy day and suddenly asking that? Chen Guozhuang instantly panicked a bit. Indeed, some of the pointers were more obvious. How's you doing today? Lu Chen looked displeased. Where have you ever worried about me at home before? You've been tweeting and calling again today, and came back to ask specifically. Are you so afraid that I'll bring your daughter down? No. Chen Guozhuang's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Yu mom. I didn't see the piano homework that you sent today until now. I'll tell you anon. I just couldn't resist calling you so late. Chen Guoro immediately looked at Lu Chen and turned the speakerphone on. Yu's piano work today was fantastic. The best completion of so many kids I've taught, both in terms of technique and emotion. Not at all inferior to an adult who has been playing for a good number of years. I'm wondering if you gave her specialized instruction. After hanging up the phone, the doubts in Chen Guiyang's heart increased. You gave Yu piano instruction? Chen Guorhythm's heart was so angry. How to ask cannot be asked. But they know the truth. Why don't you and I go to the audiovisual room and have some fun? Chen Guozhuang asked. I suddenly want to hear you sing today. Lu Chen stared blankly at Chen Guiyang and reached out his hand to touch Chen Guiyang's forehead. Why are you so weird today? You're never like this. You're a diva yourself and you want to hear me, a vegetarian, sing? Is it irritating? Chen Guoro knocked Lu Chen's hand away. No. It's that I saw a boy singing deeply to a girl in our company today. Although the singing is average, but it's very touching. Lu Chen had long been impatient with desire. Why don't we get cleaned up? Lu Chen. Chen Guoro gritted her teeth. Lu Chen leaned over and spat in Chen Guiyang's ear. I'm clean. Chen Guoro's body immediately softened, and his anger dissipated all of a sudden. Then I'm going to take a shower. Lu Chen jumped up excitedly. I'll crank up the horses and gallop. Whoosh. Lu Chen had already gotten into the bedroom. Chen Guoro instantly blushed, stole a glance in the direction of the hidden camera, and stomped her foot in anger. How can you not hold back? Damn it. What I wanted to ask didn't come out. The next day was sunny. Chen Guoro went out without even eating breakfast. She needed to get to the studio earlier. Lu Xiaolu woke up and didn't see Chen Guozhuang, and kept beaming. During the meal, Lu Chen smiled and gave Lu Xiaolu a card with some words from Chen Guozhuang to Lu Xiaolu. You. Mommy came home too late yesterday and left too early in the morning. I'm sorry, but Mommy snuck in a few kisses while you were sleeping. Mommy loves you. Lu Xiaolu was instantly happy, her big eyes smiling and curving into a beautiful crescent moon. Mama seems to have changed, become more than before Yu. If you can receive a card from your mom every day, you will be in an especially good mood. Lu Chen stroked Lu Xiaolu's little head in favor. Then daddy for mommy. Yes, mom's not home studio. Feather perks up to open the show. Good morning, dear viewers. Today we welcome our second group of families live from the movie Queen, Li Xiaolu. Before we go live, we've gathered footage from last night after the diva of Songs of Chen went home, so please watch the big screen. Chen Guozhuang instantly tensed up. Would the show be unscrupulous? As the picture unfolded, the home was immaculate and many people marveled at it. I understand. Your great aunt just left is trying to talk to me. Shut up, old married couple. Besides we are half a month. Geez, you're decent. The Chen Guoro in the picture was shy and bashful, exactly the same as the scene at this point. Her head was buried inside the gully in front of her chest. The Lu Chen in the picture has a face. but reveals his infatuation with Chen Guzhuang in every way, without any of the other family's kind of tiredness that couples have after a long time. Po ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Nonsense. If my wife was a diva, I'd quit work and stay home every day to make babies. Lu Chen's look is so charming, like a little child, loved and loved. Let go of that diva and replace her with me. After all, I'm not serious. Chapter 12, if I'm not mistaken he's swiping on a beauty video. The opening clip is like a vignette that brings endless joy. The director's team had a smile on their faces as they looked at the more than 2 million viewers of the opening scene. A number of people were yelling to continue live streaming Lu Chen and Lu Xiaolu, but there were also more people waiting to see Li Xiaolu's family. As a movie queen, Li Xiaolu is also full of popularity. After the laughter, Feather opens with a surplus once again. Now let's have Li Xiaolu make a brief introduction to her husband and children, and then begin our live broadcast. Li Xiaolu, confident, today also deliberately spent a lot of money to find a well-known makeup artist. Early in the morning before dawn began to make up, she stood up and smiled slightly at the camera. My husband's name is Li Lang. He is the general manager of a company, and he usually pays the most attention to his children's education, especially in exercising all kinds of abilities. No matter what it is, he can set an example for his children. My son's name is Li Zixuan. He's 9 years old. He'll be in 3rd grade after summer vacation. He's a great learner and has a maturity and wisdom that transcends kids his age. The husband of the Laughing Deer movie queen looks a lot taller. It seems to be a very educated family. So looking forward to it. I hope the Laughing Deer movie queen's family will be as fun as the Song Diva's family. As soon as the image unfolded, everyone was dumbfounded. Only to see Li Zixuan hanging 2 lines of teardrops was kneeling on the ground. Li Lang sat on the sofa grimly smoking. When Li Xiaolu put his face, which was smiling and greeting the audience, on the big screen, it went straight to black at a speed visible to the naked eye. She went numb and her face became embarrassed. That, everyone is laughing. There is a possibility that the big morning Zixuan made a very serious mistake. What very serious mistake can a 9-year-old make? I'm going? In this day and age, they still make their own sons kneel? Are you sure this is the real father? According to Li Xiaolu, Li Lang is a very strict and majestic person. Not surprisingly. Didn't you just say you'd set an example for the kids? You're sitting in the living room smoking like a lord? Put. An extremely dissonant laugh rang out, and all eyes in the studio went to the observation gallery. Fu Qingran was holding back. Su Bibin seemed to have turned on the vibrations, and the laughter came from Chen Guzhuang. Chen Guiyang immediately looked embarrassed. I'm really sorry. The main thing is that this image and the Laughing Deer Shadow Queen said a little bit. Contrast a little bit. Li Xiaolu tried to hold back her hateful gaze at Chen Guzhuang. Song Diva? Children need to be taught sternly, and I believe my husband has a reason for what happened. At least he doesn't help his children with their homework, and I hope everyone will watch it with serious patience. Feather hurriedly stepped forward to round off the conversation. Everyone, please continue to observe and discover the valuable glimmers in the way Lang Li brings up his children. Li Lang crossed his legs and exhaled a mouthful of smoke, his icy gaze looking at Li Zixuan. No, what's wrong? Li Zixuan trembled in fear. Got it. What should we go do now? Right. Homework. Then what are you waiting for? Li Lang's eyes glazed over again. Li Zixuan hurriedly stood up and went to the desk to write furiously. The screen was drawn closer. Li Zixuan's homework was called a scribble, and there were quite a few mistakes. It looked like he was completely trying to be fast, wanting to hurry up and finish writing, not paying the slightest attention to quality. Hey not. How is it completely different from what Laughing Deer said? Compared to you use homework. This writing is more than 1 star worse. Look at Li Xiaolu's face darkening. Is this a serious mistake? Isn't it normal for kids not to want to do their homework? Why are you punishing them like they're digging up their own ancestors' graves? Dad, I finished writing. Li Zixuan on the screen said happily. Li Lang, who was reclining on the sofa with a cigarette in his mouth, let out a right and put it away. Dad, can I play with my cell phone for a while? Li Zixuan asked. Just play and leave me alone. Li Zixuan rolled happily and went to get his cell phone. The atmosphere in the studio scene was completely different from the last one. Everyone seemed to be afraid of touching Li Xiaolu's anger and became quiet. Li Xiaolu hurriedly said, my husband is very busy. He will definitely check Zi Xian's homework. He must be dealing with company matters right now. The screen was brought directly closer, and the image was presented on Li Lang's cell phone. Everyone's eyes were suddenly strange. Chen Guzhuang lightly asked, if I'm not mistaken, he is brushing the video of a beautiful woman dancing, right? The answer is self-evident and very clear. Chen Guro's heart was in a state of euphoria as she twisted her head to look at Fu Qingran. Mr. Fu, as an education expert, what do you think? Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu were extremely close, and the two had reached a united front even before the show Mama's Not Home began. being asked by Chen Goro. Fu Qingran was also a bit hard to ride. What Li Lang did is not desirable. Just putting a child on their knees for not volunteering to do their homework would not be a good psychological impact on the child. Smoking in the living room is bad for your child's health. Busy swiping his phone without checking his kid's homework. That's why his kid followed his example and went on his phone too. Li Xiaolu tried to hold back her anger as she glanced at Fu Qingran. What are you doing? Aren't we a united front? Fu Qingran also glanced at Li Xiaolu. After all this, what can you expect me to say? I can't say your husband did the right thing, can I? Am I still in the game? Throughout the morning, Li Lang was swiping beautiful videos and Li Zixuan was playing games. The studio scene was boring as hell. Watching the number of viewers plummet from more than 2 million at the opening to less than 500,000 at noon. The general director and assistant director's faces darkened. Feather, control the field. Feather had been struggling all morning in the studio as well, and she rushed on. Now comes our fun part. Laughing, dear movie queen, now you need to make a phone call to your husband. Li Xiaolu hurriedly nodded and took out his cell phone and dialed. On the screen, Li Lang couldn't help but frown after seeing Li Xiaolu's incoming call. What kind of phone calls do you keep making all day long? It's annoying as if you're checking in. Li Xiaolu was dumbfounded. Is this what you actually do when I'm not around? Li Xiaolu has always boasted that she and her husband are in love. How come it looks like it's not that way at all? People don't say that about Chen Gozhuang, but Lu Chen's love is very obvious. The difference between the two families is too big, isn't it? And this live broadcast is so pointless. Li Lang's sweet voice echoed in the studio after she picked up the phone. My sweet wife, it's only been a couple hours since I've seen you and I miss you so much. Li Xiaolu, as a movie queen, suddenly realized at this moment that all her acting skills had disappeared. Chapter 13, Husband and Son Knife Strike. Li Xiaolu was on pins and needles. Li Xiaolu took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound calm. Honey, how did Zixuan do on his homework this morning? Did you check it? Li Lang's eyes were still staring at the video of a beautiful woman dancing on the cell phone screen with an impatient face, but his tone was gentle. Baby, Zixuan was a good boy this morning. He wrote his homework fast and well. I checked it and it's alright. No problem at all. Don't worry. I'll keep a tight grip on our son's studies. The pop-ups instantly rolled up like crazy. If I didn't know the facts, I would have been absolutely fooled by Li Lang's heart and mouth. Li Lang definitely has a deep heart. This lying without blinking, too able to pretend. Lu Chen, that's the real heart, but Li Lang only fools around. Can't accept the contrast. We suggest we continue to broadcast live from Lu Chen's house. Li Xiaolu in front of the live camera is not good to attack. Can only continue to ask, lunch? How are you going to solve it? Zixuan is growing his body. Nutrition can't be left behind. Don't worry, wife. Li Lang responded carelessly. I've already arranged it. Got a professional nutritionist to match the nutritional package, and hired a chef to come to the house to do it. Guaranteed meat and vegetable combinations and balanced nutrition will definitely meet Zixuan's growing needs. Li Xiaolu knew that Li Lang was not good at cooking, and thought that this was good. At least it would not give people the impression that he did not care about the child's diet. So he urged again. Hubby, you spend more on Zixuan. Don't just focus on busy work. The child can't grow without us. I know. Just stop nagging. I know in my heart. Li Lang's tone of voice had an obvious impatience. Hanging up the phone, Li Lang's face full of dislike could no longer be hidden. Annoying, asking questions all day long. Is menopause coming early? The pop-ups were once again ignited. How dare you talk about your wife like that? It's too much. All of a sudden. I don't like this man. Lu Chen is caring for Chen Guro. Li Lang is simply worthless in such a comparison. Compared to Lu Chen, it's a heaven and a hell. Lu Chen is the model husband. What kind of good children can a father like that raise? Li Xiaolu looked at the lopsided accusations on the pop-up screen and instantly panicked, hurriedly explaining to the camera. No, people are misunderstanding. We're usually used to joking around and talking like this all the time. He didn't mean anything else. The audience didn't buy it, and the pop-ups continued to be filled with skepticism. The doorbell suddenly rings and the so-called professional chef comes to the door with the ingredients. The chef was dressed in a professional uniform, followed by 2 assistants, pushing a food cart full of ingredients. In the manner of a wealthy family, Li Lang stood up and directed them to get busy in the kitchen. Pay attention. All the pots and pans in my house are imported. Why are you being gross? I'm telling you, my son is a growing man. Don't fool around with lunch or I'll make you suffer. Soon, lunch was ready and an exquisite dish was brought to the table, but Li Zixuan just glanced at it and frowned, muttering, I don't want to eat these. I want to eat fried chicken and fries. Li Lang's originally irritable mood was instantly ignited, glaring at Li Zixuan and cursing. ********. Love to eat? Don't eat and starve. The studio was in an uproar as the pop-ups went wild. The quality is too low. Swearing in front of children. This is completely different from the image of a husband that Li Xiaolu said before. Didn't he say that he focuses on education? Educating children all relies on pressure. There is no patience at all. Compared to Lu Chen's patience in coaxing you to eat, it's a far cry. Li Xiaolu looked at her unfamiliar husband in the picture. Her face was green and white for a while, and she was so embarrassed that she could not wait to find a crack in the ground. What made her even more speechless continued. In the big screen, Li Lang finished his meal and didn't even wipe his mouth, directly walked into the bedroom, laid down on the bed, and began to brush up the beauty video again. It didn't take long for the purring to start. The scene cuts to Li Zixuan's room, and while Li Lang is asleep, Li Zixuan steals another cell phone to play King. Zhong Kuwei, don't you keep hooking me. Dodgy, I hate you. Where are the teammates? Are they all dead? Foggy grassy mudflaps. What's wrong with this kid? What's wrong with this kid? He's full of foul language. Doesn't Li Liang care? It's a bad habit to learn to curse at such a young age. If my son does that, I'll backhand a slap. I can stuff him back into my wife. The audience looked dumbfounded, and the pop-up screen was full of questions about the quality of this father and son, as well as mockery of Li Xiaolu's previous bragging. Li Xiaolu face full of embarrassment, completely do not know how to defend, only feel disgraced. As Fu Qinran watched the scene, he couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart. It's my family's turn tomorrow, and I mustn't roll over like Li Xiaolu. Chen Gaiyang's torso leaned toward the comfortable backrest. Hiss, comfortable. In contrast to the cozy interaction between her own Lu Chen and Yu Yu, Chen Guorou's heart couldn't be happier. That's it? How dare you talk about my Lu Chen? Even if Lu Chen had minor flaws, he was still too much better than this father and son. Teacher Fu, are you not feeling well today? There are very few words. Chen Guorou deliberately mentioned it. Fu Qingran's face was extremely pale as he looked at Chen Gozhuan unhappily. What are you looking at me for? At this time, as an expert in child psychology, shouldn't you stand out and comment? Chen Gaiyang teasingly asked. Seeing the popularity of the whereabouts, the host, Little Feather, also hastened to say, Mr. Fu, do you want to give some advice? Fu Qingran had to pick up the microphone. I don't agree with this educational style of Li Lang. Children are picky eaters and love to play games. These are bad habits that parents should give timely correction instead of ignoring and criticizing. And then there's the swearing, which affects the child psychologically to some extent, and parents should be concerned and intervene in a timely manner. After saying that, Fu Qingran hurriedly sat back down. The live broadcast became boring. The number of people online fell all the way down to only 200,000 or so. Hong Bo in the director's room blackened his face. What's wrong with this Li Xiaolu? Why is her husband like this? Assistant director Zhang Jifeng said with a speechless face. Who knows? At that time Li Xiaolu was praising his family to the skies. Who would have thought it was like this? The live broadcast was still going on, but Li Zixuan had already played the game for more than 3 hours, and Li Lang was still huffing and puffing. The live broadcast suddenly became boring. Viewers complained, and the number of online viewers plummeted. Li Xiaolu was like sitting on pins and needles. All the reasons and excuses have been exhausted. Helpless as the husband and son is really not strong. All rely on Li Xiaolu's mouth. Said the flowers cannot pull back the wind review. Pop-ups all over the internet were calling for Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu to go live again. The corners of Chen Gaiyang's mouth involuntarily rose. Still a cow? I don't even need to fall on my sword for you, Li Xiaolu. What's it called? There's no comparison without the damage done to you. Your husbands and sons' knife-edge blitzes are so relentless. Chapter 14, please give me a Lu Chen from heaven. Now, please ask movie queen Li Xiaolu to call your husband again to see how they are doing now. Xiaoyu hurriedly controlled the scene according to the flow and said. Li Xiaolu's heart straightened out, picked up the cell phone and dialed. Li Lang on the screen opened his eyes in a daze, saw that it was Li Xiaolu's incoming call, impatiently hung up directly, rolled over and continued to sleep. Li Xiaolu's face instantly darkened, and the studio was silent. General Director Hong Bo just couldn't watch. This won't work. All the popularity that was built up in the first game has been lost. Let's stop now. A big stone finally fell to the ground in Xiaoyu's heart when she heard the instructions. This work is really not a person to do. See the first scene so easy. Counting on this S-class variety show fire it. This second scene. I'm too hard. Dear viewers, the home broadcast of Li's smiling dear movie queen has come to an end. Li Xiaolu breathed a long sigh of relief and had a feeling of having survived a robbery. On the way home, Li Xiaolu sat in the back row of the Maybach with a very bad face. The driver was so scared that he couldn't breathe. Arriving at the house, Li laughing dear calmed herself. Can't be mad. We have a live broadcast tomorrow. Quiet, quiet. It was only after a long time that Xiaolu opened the door of his house. Just as I entered, I saw unwashed plates on the dining room table and dirt on the table. Li Lang just woke up from his sleep, and just as he went out, he saw Xiaolu with an unpleasant face. Old wife, Li Lang was shocked. Why are you back so early? Xiaolu glanced at the dining room table. Li Lang rushed forward to give a haphazard collection to be stuffed into the kitchen. How was Zixuan at home today? How was your homework? Did you check it? You didn't play with your cell phone, did you? A few questions in a row confused Li Lang. Why is the wife so concerned about the kids today? But he didn't panic and replied skillfully. Wrote, checked, didn't play. Zixuan was good today. Zhongkui Misty Grass Nima. Shouted Li Zixuan's in the room. Li Lang's face darkened. Wife, let me explain. Li Xiaolu was just about to have a seizure, but once he thought that the live broadcast would be released tomorrow, he forcefully suppressed it. Go put his cell phone away and bring me his homework. Li Lang was even more surprised. You're not mad? Is this still his wife? Fine, I'm on my way. Li Lang rushed into Li Zixian's room, and immediately afterward, he heard Li Zixian crying and wailing after a few heartbreaking shouts. Li Lang took the homework out. Not waiting to hand Li Xiaolu open a look inside the scribbled handwriting directly left him dumbfounded. Did a man write this? Backstage in the studio of Mommy's Not Home, the host, Feather, covered her chest with inner apprehension. As an S-list live variety host, this is a wonderful resume for her. But the guests were just too much of a shock. Xiaolu was praying, even if Fu Qingran's family is not as good as Chen Gezhuang's family, it should not be the same as Li Xiaolu's family. After calming down, Feather walked onto the stage with her own golden host smile. Good morning, dear viewers. Today we have our third live home broadcast from my predecessor, the famous host Fu Qingran. Not interested? Still want to see Lu Chen? This woman has a dead fish face, and she's an expert in child psychology. Scaring my son to death. Don't say it. My son made a scene all day yesterday and asked me to play king with him. I'm beating up my son for not being allowed to play Zhongkui. Hello everyone. I am Liang Jichao grandmother. Liang Jichao said I dodgy play like. Let me come to find children to learn. Feather looked at the pop-up awkwardly. It's a good thing that her superb education allowed her to force the viewer's perspective back. Dear viewers, as usual, we have intercepted a part of the video of Li Xiaolu and Chen Gayang at home. Please watch the big screen. Li Xiaolu tensed up. The show can't just put everything out there for ratings, can it? Chen Gayang lazily reclined toward the sofa, her posture elegant to the extreme. Goddess is beautiful. I don't say I love it. My wife loves it too. Hello, everyone. I'm Lu Chen. I'm still Lu Chen. It's really worthy of being a diva. Obviously, she has given birth to my child, and she is still so well maintained, as if she were 18 years old. Upstairs you can draw your sword. The live feed unfolds. First, the scene at the home of Li Laughing Deer. How was Zixuan at home today? How was your homework? Did you check it? You didn't play with your cell phone, did you? Wrote, checked, didn't play. Zixuan was good today. Countless people started skimming at this moment. Zhongkui Misty Grass Nima. Li Zixuan's cry of profanity caused the entire audience to burst into laughter as they could no longer hold back. It's good that the picture ends here. The editors in the editing room were also in tears. In the back, Li Xiaolu saw his son was beaten. Directly with Li Lang staged a mixed fight between men and women. Li Lang clothes were torn. Really miserable. We can't release those images, can we? Su Binbin forced a laugh, and her body couldn't stop twitching. The director's team looked at the steadily rising popularity and were relieved. But by this time the pop-up screen had changed its wind direction, and it was clear that a lot of people were running towards Lu Chen. Feather received a prompt from the director's team just in time. Next, let's take a look at a clip from the home of the diva, Gloria Chen. Little Feather had a hopeful look on her face. The only ones who could save the day now were probably the Chen Go Rhythm family. The picture unfolds. Chen Gozhuang had just walked to the door when the door to the house opened all of a sudden. Mama, welcome home. Lu Xiaolu jumped out of the doorway and joyfully opened her arms to Chen Gozhuang. Chen Goro was moved beyond words. With her busy work schedule, she had almost forgotten when the last time she hugged Lu Xiaolu was. Lu Chen stood beside the door with a smile on his face. Why didn't you sleep at all today? She had to wait for you to come home. Chen Gayang happily hugged Lu Xiaolu. Lu Xiaolu said cheerfully, actually, I couldn't help but fall asleep in the middle. It was Dad who squatted on the balcony waiting for you to come back all the time. Looking at the hint of weariness under Lu Chen's eyes, a gush of blissfully sweet flavor welled up inside Chen Goro. The heavens above. Can you give me a man like Lu Chen? Already torturing my husband. Already torturing my old man. I admit, Lu Chen is a little more handsome than I am just after a shower. There is no harm without comparison. Compared with Lu Chen, Li Lang is nothing. Li Xiaolu simply wanted to find a crack in the ground. How could this all involve her? Su Binbin looked at Chen Gaiyang with a starry-eyed face. Sister Ballad, how did you find such a good husband? Teach me? As early as the end of the first day's live broadcast, Su Binbin added contact information with Chen Gaiyang. Being both singing divas and beautiful women with outstanding temperament and strong careers, the two simply have countless things in common. And naturally, they became good friends. Su Binbin even changed her title from Song Diva to Song Sister. Yeah, sis will advise you. Chapter 15, I did nothing but trust him. The live feed continues. When Chen Gozhuang came home, there was still a spotless floor, clothes being dried on the balcony, and a pot of porridge on the dining table. Baba said that Mama is working very hard outside, so he specially made kanji for Mama, and Yu also participated in it. Lu Xiaoyu slightly lifted her chest with a proud face. Lu Chen dotingly rubbed Lu Xiaoyu's little head. Yu has been a great help. Really? Then Mommy is going to have to try it. Chen Goro walked to the table, and Lu Chen had already served a bowl. What a time to be back. This is just the right temperature. Don't worry, millet porridge is not high in calories. It won't put my diva body out of shape. Lu Xiaoyu, however, pulled the corner of Chen Gozhuang's coat at this time. Poop lies, it's obviously been heated back and forth several times. Chen Go rhythm is bursting with happiness, and it was in that moment that she questioned herself. Having been in the workplace for many years, she knows how important a degree is to a person. Therefore, after becoming pregnant with Lu Xiaoyu, Chen Gozhuang almost turned into a careerist. Her strictness with her career gradually made her equally strict with Lu Xiaoyu's studies, but it misses the fact that for a small child, being happy is the most important thing about childhood. Thinking of this, she unconsciously looked in the direction of Lu Xiaoyu's room again. Lu Chen was patiently putting Lu Xiaoyu to sleep. Chen Goro instantly lost the displeasure that Lu Chen had felt yesterday when he lied to her. This man, who supports her career, takes good care of her daughter, and doesn't let her worry a bit at home, even covering up his own talent for her. In the eyes of others, Lu Chen was eating her soft food, but Chen Goro herself knew clearly what a right decision it was to marry Lu Chen. Many people in the studio were touched by the warmth and harmony of Chen Gaiyang's family. The last minute of the scene is the morning when Chen Gaiyang goes out. As she did yesterday, Chen Gaiyang wrote the small paper card in front of Lu Xiaoyu's pink desk. Yu, thank you for making the porridge for Mommy. Mommy loves you. After writing the small paper card, Chen Gaiyang kissed the sleeping Lu Xiaoyu a few more times. After Chen Gaiyang left, Lu Chen returned to Lu Xiaoyu's room and found that Lu Xiaoyu had simply woken up from her nap a long time ago, and was hugging a paper card with joy. Well, so you woke up a long time ago. I'm afraid if I wake up early, Mama won't write little paper cards or kiss you. Smarty pants, take another nap, and when you're ready Poopy will call you. Yeah, thanks Poopy. The scene was originally thought to be over at this point. As a result, the program team actually recorded the scene of Lu Xiaoyu helping Lu Chen cook kanji. The picture is warm and lovely. Gosh, Yu knows what she's doing. What to do? Diva, Lu Chen, Yu, I want them all. Ask Yu what color sack she likes. In comparison, what is Li Lang in the end? Li Xiaolu in her OS, not finished? Is it unfinished? The host, Xiaolu, also commented with a smiling face. Yu really knows what she's doing. May I ask the Song Diva, can you share your experience with everyone? Xiaoyu directly skipped over Fu Qingran and directly passed the topic to Chen Goro. Fu Qingran's face immediately fell. After all, she was the one who was an expert in child psychology. Chen Gaiyang picked up the microphone, and his voice gave people a feeling like a spring breeze. I'm ashamed to say that being busy with my career made me neglect my education for Yu. And Lu Chen is basically the one who worries about the family. I didn't really do anything. I just chose to trust Lu Chen when it came to educating my children. Good. That's great. I have to beat my husband 10 times for watching Diva once. The Diva's family is the cozy family. Li Xiaolu's family is simply unbearable to look at. I hope Fu Qingran's family can give some surprises. Fu Qingran's husband owes hundreds of millions of dollars in debt, so I guess he doesn't have much status in the family. Both the live broadcast room and the studio were joyful because of Lu Xiaoyu's appearance. The popularity that had fallen wildly because of Li Xiaolu was pulled back and even showed signs of a breakthrough, and the main director Hong Bo was happy to be there. Many people were clinging to the footage of Chen Gozhuang's house, but others were waiting for the live broadcast of Fu Qingran's house. After all, Ma Yu is also a star, with a lot of representative works, and naturally has a lot of fan support. Many fans even started to bring up the tempo, comparing Ma Yu to Lu Chen. Little Feather walked over to Fu Qingran with a smile on her face. Now let's have Fu Qingran make a brief introduction to her husband and child, after which we'll begin the live broadcast. Fu Qingran lifted the microphone, and the unique aura belonging to the host opened up. In order to make sure that there were no accidents today, Yesterday she had lined up all the things that she had to do today for Mayu and Ma Xiaobao, even down to the hour. There will be absolutely no accidents. Fu Qingran flashed his signature smile at the camera. Hello everyone, my husband is called Mayu. Many people should know him, he is a singer from the beginning. Due to their own love of acting therefore also became an actor. Usually he has high requirements for themselves, is a very self-disciplined person, do things very well planned. My son's name is Ma Xiaobao. He is 9 years old this year. He studies very well, inherited his father's musical talent. Since childhood, he has been fond of music, but also loves all kinds of musical instruments. As soon as he picks up a musical instrument, he will not be able to let go of his hands. I've heard Mayu's songs and they're okay. Acting was average, I guess, didn't think it was that good. Artists are very strict with themselves, and Fu Qingran is an expert in child psychology, so I'm sure there's no problem. Xiaoyu's piano playing is just great, so I'm looking forward to Ma Xiaobao's performance. The picture unfolds. Everyone had only one comment. What a bookish family. There are paintings and musical instruments all over the house. Fu Qingran glanced condescendingly at Chen Gozhuang. This was specially decorated by her for the program. Several famous paintings on it were worth a lot of money. One violin in particular is an out-of-print Stradivarius, the manufacturing process of which has been lost, with only about 200 surviving, each of which is worth a great deal of money. Looking forward. One look at this family setup and the parents bother. Yes, the environment plays a big role in building a child's worldview from an early age, and it's clear that parents are paying attention. So many world-famous paintings. These things must be worth a lot of money. Xiaoyu took a long breath and said, Look everyone, Mr. Fu's home is decorated in a very special way. Now please introduce Mr. Fu, please. Fu Qingran proudly raised her head and glanced at Chen Gezhuang before picking up the microphone. Thank you to the presenters. As we all know, when children are young, artistic development is just as important as learning. We take it very seriously in our family. We have a lot of piano and chess, and my beloved won't take Xiaobao to play games. This speech was well targeted, and the crowd's eyes turned to Chen Guiyang. Su Binbin timely complimented. Teacher Fu has put his heart and soul into it. Many masterpieces at home. I can see that it is very dedicated. Fu Qingran was proud to hear it. It's all for the children. Let's say that this violin in the parlor, made by Antonio, the genius of the Stradivarius family in Italy, is the finest violin in the world, so rare and so good sounding that it can't be duplicated. Chapter 16, The Poisonous Woman Calls Again. At this point, a query was raised by a member of the studio audience, which was immediately captured by the cameras. Isn't this the master of the music industry, Constance Chen? How old is master? And he actually watches this kind of program? This is a titanic figure in the music industry. He says it's not quite right. What's not quite right? In the director's room, Hong Bo couldn't sit still for a moment. This is a musical titan. How much popularity is this going to bring to his live stream? As soon as Hong Bo pulled the microphone, little feather, make sure you let the master speak. Xiaoyu received the message in the ear return and immediately signaled the staff to send a microphone to Chen Kongming. Mr. Chen, I really didn't expect you to be on the set of our show. You just said something was wrong. What was wrong? Chen Kongming was a little embarrassed, but he couldn't help but take the microphone when it was handed over. Ha ha, shame. My grandson is 7 years old. I heard about such a program. I came to learn from the master. Chen Kongming's bright laughter instantly heated up the atmosphere in the arena. Chen Kongming continued. It's like this. I am usually quite fond of the violin among the Western instruments, especially Antonio's violin, which is said to have the most perfect sound quality of the violin. But there's something not quite right about this violin on the wall. If I'm not mistaken, the model number is the Wakima violin, which set a new record a few years ago at the New York City auction of $15.9 million knife lu. Of course, it's possible I'm looking the other way. After Chen Kongming sat down, the camera frequently cut shots to the violin and Fu Qingran. The pop-ups rolled up. I looked it up and it's true. Can Fu Qingran afford such an expensive instrument? Definitely a fake. I guess I've been tricked. Hey, guess what? Not only is the violin fake, but so are a lot of the paintings on the wall. I'm a seller of fake paintings and calligraphy. I know what I'm talking about. I told you so. Having money to buy such expensive things and not having money to pay off your debts? Seeing that the pop-ups were out of control, Fu Qingran became anxious. The director's office was also in a hurry. Not expecting this, Feather rushed to the rescue. Mr. Fu is just an expert and presenter on child psychology and is not an expert on treasure identification himself, so purchasing non-genuine items is not a big deal. And, Ms. Pei's initial goal is to create an artistic environment for children. And that's something for all of us to learn from. Let's turn our attention to the broadcast itself and see what Mr. Pei's loved ones are doing with their children's education. The live feed continues, but there is no one in the living room. Strange, it's already after 9 o'clock. Haven't you gotten up yet? Didn't the poor teacher say his family was strict? Can't afford to pay back at this point? Sleeping and staying in bed are not good habits. Little Feather looked to Fu Qingran. Fu Qingran also wondered. Ma Yu didn't tell her what else she had to go out for today. The crew cut to Ma Xiaobao's room first. Ma Xiaobao did wake up, but he hasn't gotten up yet and is playing with his cell phone in bed. Strange. How come the Zhongkue is so accurate today? Dodgy is so annoying. Can you get lost? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dead again. Numb nuts. Ma Xiaobao slammed his cell phone on the bed and then exchanged blows with his pillow. The corners of Fu Qingran's mouth twitched violently, his chest rising and falling in anger. Really drunk. I don't remember a thing about last night's explanation. The scene cuts to Ma Yu's room again. Ma Yu also woke up, like Ma Xiaobao also playing with the phone. And even the phone also came from a burst of charming sound. Ha! Aren't I watching an educational program? Where did this come from? Misty grass. My earphones just ran out of battery. How am I going to explain this to my mom? Ooh-hoo. You all play terrier. I really got a slap from my mom. Scared me. I thought I left my Venice backstage open. Su Binbin lowered her head. Her ears red. Internal OS. I'm a singer. I really didn't learn expression management. Just as Fu Qingran was itching to rush home and whip Ma Yu, a voice came out of the screen. Ma Yu, I'm hungry. Make me food. The image shows Ma Yu rolling over and getting out of bed in a hurry when he hears Ma Xiaobao's voice. Bao, are you hungry? I'll have a burger, chips and fries. But when Mom left, she instructed to have nutritious porridge in the morning. Ma Xiaobao was instantly reluctant and directly picked up the pillow and threw it at Ma Yu. You wimp, you do whatever I tell you to do. She's not home. The haze under Ma Yu's eyes flickered before he laughed. Fine, I'll order. Ma Xiaobao was then pleased and picked up his cell phone to play the game again. After closing the door, Ma Yu's face fell. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you the father or am I the father? Ma Yu roared viciously and low. Ma Yu, what are you yelling about? Another rebuke from Ma Xiaobao came from the room. Ma Yu changed his angry face and clamped down his voice and yelled. It's nothing. I'm calling Ken Kid. Turning back around, Ma Yu simply turned off his cell phone. Eat. Just know how to eat. Aren't you hungry? It's better to starve you to death. This pair of father and son is perfect. The first time I've seen a father filial to his son. What the mother is like to the father, the child will learn what to be like. It can be seen that Fu Qingran usually at home. Laughing is not living. What kind of family is this? Strongly suggest to change it to a live Diva's family. We want to see little Yo-Yo. Fu Qingran's face was incredibly gloomy. No one else was expecting such an image either. As a child psychologist, Fu Qingran's home environment is the most talked about of the three families, but the reality is too big a drop. The live stream once again became dull and boring, and its popularity plummeted. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Little Feather hurriedly shouted, let's move on to the next part. How about letting Mr. Fu call home? Fu Qingran had long been unable to wait, and as soon as the host, Xiaolu, said so, she directly pressed the dialing number. Picture. A cell phone rang, but it wasn't the cell phone in Ma Yu's hand. Ma Yu got an identical cell phone out of his bedroom and answered the call. The camera pulled closer and two words appeared on the caller alert. Poisonous women. Why is this poisonous woman calling again? How annoying. Ma Yu answered the phone with a disgusted face. The studio was filled with pretentious voices. Hello? Honey, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Are there any instructions? Ma Yu. Fu Qingran's roar directly gave Su Bibin and Chen Gaiyang, who were next to him, a shiver of fear. At this moment, Fu Qingran's alveoli were about to explode. Good for you, Ma Yu, watching porn at home and having two cell phones behind my back. The image shows Ma Yu on his knees in fear. Honey, what's wrong? Who pissed you off? Fu Qingran tried to calm himself. Ma Yu, what time did you guys get up today? Did Xiaobao write his homework? Did you check it? How did you prepare for lunch? Ma Yu's disgust flickered. According to your schedule. Of course, I got up at 7 in the morning. And Bao has finished all his homework. And he's doing great. I checked and it's all written correctly. I'm going to cook the lunch meal myself. So don't worry about it. Chapter 17, this is how you raise your children when I'm not home. Misty grass. This lie is told without a blush. I've decided to award the Oscar of Li Lang to Ma Yu. It's so true that you're an actor. Is this it? That's all? Artists have high expectations of themselves. Okay. I'll go back today and I'll check Little Treasure's homework. And also, you must take Little Treasure to practice the piano after dinner and take a video and send it to me. Don't worry, wife. I'll carry it out. Absolutely no compromise. Fu Qingran hung up the phone and realized that the atmosphere in the studio didn't seem too good. Everyone is laughing. It's not usually like this. Maybe Mayu isn't in a very good mood lately. Fu Qingran hurriedly explained. Chen Guizhuang said with a smile if nothing else on her face. Parents are their children's role models. Is Mr. Fu usually too harsh on Mr. Ma at home? So much so that Xiaobao has some disrespect for Mr. Ma. I'll take it at face value. And I hope Mr. Pei will take note of that. Fu Qingran clenched his teeth in his heart. His face as usual. Thanks to Tian Ho Chen for her advice. But Xiaobao is usually very well behaved. I think it must be that Mayu has irritated Xiaobao. And this is a child psychologist? I don't know about anything else. But if I call my dad by his name, he'll really slap me with the sole of his shoe. False accusation. Pure false accusation. When did I slap you? The picture of Mayu sighed in relief and slammed his cell phone to the ground, bursting into a rage. Poisonous woman. Old demon woman. Damn, if I hadn't pointed at you to guarantee the betting agreement, I wouldn't be such a wimp. Without waiting for Mayu to finish cursing, Ma Xiaobao kicked the door open. Mayu, where are my fries? Where's my burger? Mayu turned back and smiled humbly. On my way. On my way. Ma Xiaobao snapped the door shut again with an irritated bam. Soon after, Mayu's claim to cook for himself turned into ordering takeout. Li Xiaolu seems to have a bottom of the general. Sit a few points more straight. At least Li Lang knows to hire a chef to cook. And this Mayu steals the number and orders takeout directly for the kid? After eating, Ma Xiaobao prepared to go back to his room to continue playing the game. Mayu had a curt tone. Bao. Mom instructed to practice the piano. Why don't we go practice for a while? Ma Xiaobao blared at Mayu. It's not like she's home. Mayu had no choice but to move out Fu Qingran, but Mom said she was going to make a video of her. A flash of fear flashed before Ma Xiaobao's eyes and he compromised. Forget it, I'll go practice. Coming to the piano, Mayu set up the sheet music. Ma Xiaobao sat down in front of the piano and played it haphazardly. Oh, my god, what have I done wrong? Why are you torturing me like this? I miss Yo-Yo playing the piano. That's what people listen to, okay? What is one finger zen? This is the one finger zen. Mayu's face was also very bad. If this video was sent to Fu Qingran, it was not certain how he would be scolded. Bao, let's be serious, shall we? In that case, Mommy will be unhappy. Ma Xiaobao was instantly displeased. Do you know how to picture? Deactivate the video I just made and dub it. It's not like Mom's going to listen closely. Ma Xiaobao got up and walked straight towards his room. Don't bother me. Mayu cried out in a panic. There's still homework, and Mom's going to check it too. Ma Xiaobao opened the door and threw out a bunch of books. Why don't you just finish writing it for me and leave me alone? I want to practice Zhongkue. The atmosphere in the studio was dead silent. Feather was even more furious. Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran, are we done yet? A movie queen and a child psychologist teaching kids like this? There's no comparison to Chen Guiyan and Lu Chen. The child and Lu Xiaoyu were also simply one heaven and one earth. With all the oddities. Teacher Fu, I can see that Xiaobao is very skillful at playing with his cell phone, but this kind of thing, picture counterfeiting, still cannot be done. Su Binbin directly stated her thoughts. Lu Chen helped Lu Xiaoyu write her homework. That is based on the premise that Lu Xiaoyu is tired of writing and wants to relax. Ma Xiaobao, this attitude, in the end, is a problem with parental education. The one who spoke was Li Xiaolu, and Fu Qingran didn't expect Li Xiaolu, who was united with himself, to turn against him. Li Xiaolu deliberately avoided Fu Qingran's eyes. You didn't even speak up for me before, so why should I speak up for you? Chen Guizhuang shook his head slightly. It was really a small boat of friendship that capsized when it was said to. Seeing the performance of these two people at home, she felt that Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu were simply too perfect. Is it because she's too much of a perfectionist? Always wanting the best and being too hard on Lu Xiaoyu. So Lu Xiaoyu lied to her? Thinking of this, Chen Guizhuang made up her mind that she couldn't just give to Lu Chen. She also had to make a change and take out more time on her children. The live broadcast went into the afternoon. Not much different from Li Xiaolu's house. Ma Xiaobao was playing games in his room, and Mayu did make a few phone calls in the middle of the day to talk about his part, but they were all rejected by the director. Seeing that the heat of the live broadcast was dropping so much, it was even about to be lower than the heat of Li Xiaolu's house. Feather rushed into the next one. Why don't Mr. Fu give Mayu a call and ask about Xiaobao's situation and see how Mayu answers? Fu Qingran inwardly is reluctant. On this performance of Mayu, if he calls, I do not know what kind of embarrassment. After the phone call was dialed, the screen showed Mayu cursing directly before connecting. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fight fight fight. What's with the old phone calls? Old poisonous. After answering, Mayu gently asked, Honey, what are the instructions again? Fu Qingran's face was gloomy. Shouldn't Xiaobao be practicing the piano at this hour? Why don't I hear the sound of practicing? Is he slacking off? Ma Yu was instantly flustered, and quickly said, Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao is tired and just rested. I will let him play a section for you. The scene shows Ma Yu covering his cell phone microphone and walking to the door of Ma Xiaobao's room. Bo, Mommy called. Do you want to come out and play the piano? Ma Xiaobao opened the door and glared at Ma Yu unhappily before walking over to the piano with great reluctance. Ma Yu was finally relieved. Honey, Pei is ready to practice. After Ma Xiaobao lazily adjusted his sitting position, he directly played haphazardly in front of the piano. The sound of that piano is simply unbearable. Can't stand it. I tonic listened to him urging this is playing the piano. And Beethoven's coffin board is going to be pressed. Wasn't it Picasso who played the piano? What Picasso? It's James. Fu Qingran rebuked without giving face. Ma Yu, is this how you teach your children when I'm not home? Once he spoke of teaching, Fu Qingran's eyes rolled slightly. Ma Yu is a music student. Playing the piano is certainly not a problem. Certainly better than Lu Chen. That's right. She wanted Ma Yu to play a section live and compare Lu Chen. Ma Yu, you play a verse right now immediately. Chapter 18, this voice almost gave me away. Ma Yu was all confused. Although he studied music, the piano has long been rusty since he embarked on his acting career. Honey, how long has it been since I've played? I told you to play it and you played it. Where's all this nonsense? Ma Yu was so annoyed that he couldn't stop his hand holding the cell phone from trembling. Okay, wife, I'll play it. Fu Qingran immediately revealed a victor's smile and said intentionally, my lover graduated from the Shangjing Conservatory of Music, so of course the piano is no big deal, and she usually teaches Xiao Bao to play the piano quite often. Looking at Ma Yu's grudging expression, the crowd clearly didn't believe it. How did this old woman come up with the words my love? This is to take on Lu Chen. It's simply not too obvious. Lu Chen is just a vegetarian, and Ma Yu is from the science class, so I really can't tell. What's wrong with a vegetarian? Lu Chen can accurately detect even such a subtle skipping sound, and his vocals aren't bad either. If he debuts, he'll definitely be a big hit. The pop-ups rolled, and Chen Gaiyang pondered inwardly. The piano and vocal talent that Lu Chen had shown was indeed better than quite a few fresh meat in her company that came out of the science class. But how come she had never heard Lu Chen talk about it? Never even noticed. Is it really true that you are so busy with work that you neglect your family? Just as she was thinking about it, the picture showed that Ma Yu had already started playing. An audience member quickly heard that Ma Yu was playing A Night Outside Moscow. The host, Xiaolu, immediately signaled the staff to pass the microphone to Chen Kongming. Knowing the identity of Chen Kongming, the program team approached Chen Kongming to negotiate and prepared an exclusive seat for Chen Kongming. After all, he is a titan of the music industry, and such a figure will undoubtedly add considerable heat to the program. Chen Kongming picked up the microphone. The piece is called An Evening Outside Moscow and has a simple melody, a steady beat, and an accompaniment that can be accomplished with only a single note, making it a customary practice piece for beginner pianists. Just as Chen Kongming finished his first sentence, an obvious mistake by Ma Yu was caught by the camera in the live feed. Not quite right. There seems to be something wrong with the fingering of that syllable just now, Chen Kongming explained. Ma Yu on the screen noticed this as well. The playing of one syllable wrong directly made him so nervous that his fingers trembled a little, and a few syllables in a row were incorrect, and the wrong tone was heard even by those who did not know music. How can this be wrong? This tune is just an entry-level This is outrageous, isn't it? Is this the level of the Shangjing Conservatory of Music? Give me a piano. I'll do it. Honestly, I can bang on a xylophone better than this. Fu Qingran was ignorant of music, but she clearly sensed something was wrong with the reactions of the people around her. Immediately, the anger could no longer be suppressed. Ma Yu, what the hell are you up to? The image shows Ma Yu panicking all of a sudden at being yelled at like that. Why wife? I play the piano. Then how come it's so wrong? I've been out of practice for too long, haven't I? It's rusty. Ma Yu hurriedly made up for himself. And I'm a vocal student. This piano wasn't very skillful in the first place. Fu Qingran then reacted. Yeah, Ma Yu is a vocalist. It's normal that he doesn't know how to play the piano. Tell you what, then, you'll sing me a verse. Ma Yu was double confused again. What's with the old today? Checking on the son or checking on him? Okay honey, what do you want to hear? Fu Qingran's eyes rolled, and he instantly chose a song called 1,000 Miles, which Chen Gaiyao had covered and made a big hit. Just sing 1,000 miles. Ma Yu was incredibly expressive. The song 1,000 Miles requires a high level of singing ability and musicianship, both breadth and depth, and is extremely difficult to sing well. But thinking that it was just for Fu Qingran to sing, it didn't matter to Ma Yu. Okay wife, I'll sing. Ma Yu cleared his throat, then sang loudly. You leave for 1,000 miles and my world becomes black and white. I can't take it anymore. Sing it again and I'll make your life hard to guess. This voice almost gave me away. Sing out the scene of inviting the whole village to a banquet. Name a price, and I'll leave all the mats in my village to you from now on. For the first time, I felt that the status of the Great Bowl of Lenin was being challenged. Chen Kongming's face was dark and he directly shoved the microphone behind his back. Su Binbin frantically took care of her image and covered her mouth as hard as she could. Chen Goro held his forehead with a helpless face, and even couldn't help but laugh out loud. Teacher Fu, you can tell that your lover has really made an effort. Chen Gozhuan couldn't help but say. Li Xiaolu directly stopped pretending and let out a loud laugh. Fu Qingran secretly poked and glared at Li Xiaolu, and in her heart, she cursed Chen Gozhuan. What do you know besides falling on your sword? In the studio, Mayu finally finished singing, her voice whiny to the core. Wife, how is it? Did I sing well? Dodo. Fu Qingran hung up the phone directly. The image she worked so hard on in front of the screen was kind of lost to Mayu. The popularity of the live broadcast room was also sent away by tens of thousands by this voice of Mayu, and the two directors were furious. What kind of cowards are these one and all? Except for the Chungu family? Seeing that the popularity of the popularity to fall again will affect the rating, the director team immediately communicated with the host. Little Feather closed the live broadcast. Viewers, we're coming to the end of today's broadcast and the first installment of Mom's Not Home. Starting tomorrow, we're going to have a second installment of the show. Finally, I can see my wife and daughter tomorrow, so looking forward to Lu Chen singing. Am I the only one who cares about Lu Chen's Zhongkue? Father-daughter sweet double row, then the diva of song is mine. Host Feather clapped her hands and a table appeared on the live screen. Parent-child interaction is an important part of parent-child bonding and pediatric enlightenment, and the program has added parent-child interaction for the families of the three guests. Now, it's up to the netizens to choose the first program for Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu from the Chensong Divas family. The internet is abuzz. There were quite a few choices on the big live screen, most of which were performances of talent. Singing? Sister Ballad, Lu Chen and you both sing very well. I'm looking forward to it. Su colorful starry eyes. Chen Gayang did have some expectations as well. After all, after so many years of marriage, the last time she heard Lu Chen sing was the last time she was live. Let's see how the netizens vote. I'm looking forward to it too. Colorful Goddess and Ballad Diva both want to sing, so everyone give me a top. It's pitching. It's pitching. Dead cell phone. I signed up for a brand new account and I can vote twice. For the sake of my wife's daughter, I'll fight. Chen Go rhythm and Su Binbin's rhythm. The whole audience boiled up. The number of votes for the song rose exponentially, quickly surpassing half the number of people online to stand out. Yeah. Su Binbin happily raised her hand to the camera and gestured a big heart above her head. Thanks for the votes from all of you on the air. Thanks. Chapter 19, Poop sings well. Chen Goro revealed a smile of intellectual beauty and slightly raised her hand to greet everyone. Thank you all for supporting you and Lu Chen. Later on, after determining that this song is originally sung by Lu Chen, I will represent Star Entertainment and put this song online, so I hope you will support it more. Su colorful squeezes into the camera and raises an arm. Chen Goro immediately understood and raised his other arm. The two stunningly beautiful divas smiled and said, compare hearts. My goddess gave me a heart. I told you my goddess loved me. It's the most beautiful picture of the year, right? Screenshot taken. I'm going to do my computer screen. Your kids' hands are so fast. I took a screenshot too. I'm going to change it for my trifold. Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran looked at each other with dark faces. It's a real bummer that all the shots are being taken by these two. The live broadcast was about to end, but by Chen Gayang and Su Binbin, the popularity of the show warmed up. From 200,000 quickly back to 500,000, and is still rising. The main director, Hong Bo, was overjoyed. Great, today's live ratings finally didn't fall off. Zhang Jifeng concurred. In the end, she's a diva. Even though she's married and has children, her popularity still hasn't dropped. Feather smiled brightly, and throughout the day, if she hadn't been professional enough, she really wouldn't have been able to stand. Song Diva, the audience and friends are looking forward to it. Chen Gayang's smile was still warm. I will work hard and make sure to live up to the audience's expectations. In that case, then the live broadcast will start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, so I won't see you all there. Bye-bye. Home. Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu had just finished the battle in the King's Canyon. Lu Xiaoyu touched her stomach. POA. I'm hungry. Lu Chen dotingly rubbed Lu Xiaoyu's little head and glanced at his watch. Well, Mom sent word that she'd be back earlier today, so what does you want to eat? Lu Xiaoyu's eyes twinkled, and her big watery eyes looked at Lu Chen. Poopy, we had skewers yesterday, so we want to eat hot pot today, okay? Lu Chen was a bit embarrassed. As a diva, Chen Gayang is very particular about her diet. In the beginning, he himself had conquered Chen Guiyang's taste buds with a hand of out-of-this-world cooking, but even so, Chen Guiyang's adherence to the principle of a light dinner had never changed. Is poop difficult? Lu Xiaolu grabbed Lu Chen's small hand, her small pink mouth pouting. Not difficult. Not difficult at all. Yeah. Lu Xiaolu had a victorious look on her face. Lu Chen's face was piled with smiles, and inside, a whole lot of bitterness. It's a tough job making your daughter happy. In the evening, Chen Guiyang arrived home, just opened the door. Lu Chen had already been waiting at the door, and directly gave Chen Guozhuang an embrace. Wife, you're finally home. Lu Chen's sudden move made Chen Guoro somewhat unsure of what Lu Chen wanted to do. Lu Chen didn't give Chen Guoro a chance to react and directly carried Chen Guoro into the bedroom. Lu Chen, what do you want? Chen Guoro sized up the perverse Lu Chen. Did you do something bad behind my back? Huh? Then of course not. I need to talk to you. Talk about what? Chen Guoran got curious. Tonight, let's have hot pot. Okay? Lu Chen wrapped his arm around Chen Guoro, with a begging expression. Okay. Chen Guoro was given goosebumps by Lu Chen's needy gesture. I thought I said I was going to eat lighter tonight. Why do I need hot pot? This is just suddenly wanting to eat. Lu Chen scratched the back of his head. Chen Guoro looked at Lu Chen critically and quickly reacted. Fondue wasn't something she rejected. It was just bad timing, and Lucien definitely knew that. It had to be Lu Xiaolu who could make Lu Chen beg her to eat hot pot in the evening. Good. Chen Guiyang agreed. What? Lu Chen thought he had heard wrong. You promise? You promise to have fondue tonight? Chen Guoro nodded. Hot pots are also divided into clear soup and spicy. It wouldn't be better if I had the clear soup one. Lu Chen couldn't help but give Chen Guoro a kiss on her forehead. Wife, I love you too much. Don't worry. I have old son send all the ingredients, to ensure green and healthy without pollution. Saying that, Lu Chen also shouted at the door. You, get ready. We're having hot pot tonight. Lu Xiaolu had actually been waiting at the door for a long time. Lu Xiaolu, who heard her mother's approval, jumped up and down with joy. Mama, I love you. Chen Guoro's eyes lit up and she waved her hand at Lu Xiaolu. You, come here. Lu Chen, go get ready. I have something to say to you. Lu Chen was a little worried that Chen Guoro was trying to give you some kind of study assignment for tomorrow, and he definitely couldn't let his daughter be unhappy before eating the hot pot. Honey, what is it that you have to avoid me for? Why don't you just say it? Fine, then I won't eat the hot pot today. Chen Guoro threatened. Lu Chen lost the battle and glanced at Lu Xiaolu as he walked out of the room. Daughter, Pops really tried his best. Lu Xiaolu walked over to Chen Guozhuang's side, instinctively a little nervous. Chen Guozhuang has always arranged various hobbies and assignments for her to study, so much so that when she was alone with Chen Guiyang, Lu Xiaolu was a bit intimidated. Mama, don't worry, you will absolutely finish her homework carefully, study hard, practice piano well, and her grades will definitely not fall. Chen Guoro was stunned, looking at the somewhat nervous Lu Xiaolu somewhat dumbfounded. What's wrong with you? Of course mommy believes in you, but that's not what mommy has to say. Last night when I was tucking in Yu's little quilt, I heard Yu singing. It was quite nice. What was that song? Lu Xiaolu didn't think that she could hum a little song while she was asleep. It's a song my dad taught me called The Lucky Three. Chen Guiyang's eyes lit up. Really? Then can you sing something for mommy? Of course. Lu Xiaolu squinted happily. Poop. Is the sun out and the moon home? No. Where did the stars come out and the sun go? In the sky. How can I look for it and not find it? Going home. After the song, Chen Guozhuang realized that apart from the childish parts, the other parts were also sung very well. In just less than 3 days, it was evident that Lu Xiaolu had really put her heart and soul into learning this song. Mama, my dad taught me this song. A family of 3 sings it. Oh. Yeah? How was daddy singing? Lu Xiaolu nodded heavily. Puppy sings so well. Chen Guoro was delighted in his heart. The task arranged by the program team had come to pass, hadn't it? In that case, then mommy will give you an assignment. Tomorrow you will sing this song with daddy and make a video for mommy. Okay? Really? Does mama like it too? Daddy and Yu sang it, and mommy loved it. That's good. Chapter 20, I miss you when you're not home. The dining room table. Lu Chen gave Chen Guoro a piece of meat and said sideways. What are you two whispering behind my back? Lu Chen, you can sing? I heard you say that she sings pretty well. Lu Chen made a move. You say this will be a little? With you is certainly no way to compare. After all, you are a singing diva. Is Auspicious 3 Treasure your original? Chen Guiyang pursued. This, sort of does. Lu Chen hurriedly ate a mouthful of meat to cover up. Going by the clock, it's probably going to be a couple years before the song comes out, and the big hit is even further down the road. Yes it is. No it isn't. What do you mean it's sort of? Is it or isn't it? Lu Chen nodded, his voice a little weak. Yes. Chen Goro did not expect that this song was really Lu Chen's original. It's not a mainstream hit right now, but it's a great song for married families with children. Both the songwriting and the substance are top-notch. The fact that Lu Chen was able to create such a song shows the importance he places on his family and his extraordinary talent. I've just given you an assignment that you teach you this song at home tomorrow. That's what you guys were talking about in your room. Ha! Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. So he had overthought it. Chen Guiyang added emphatically. Or what? This is something you need to take seriously. Learning vocal music. It's important for you too. But the most important thing is to get your studies right. And you can have other hobbies only on the premise of getting your studies right. As soon as he talked about studying, Lu Chen hurriedly gave Chen Goro another piece of meat. Eat meat, eat meat. Today's mutton is exceptionally fresh. Old Sun heard that Tin Hao was eating it and cut it himself. Chen Guru pinned the meat to you. I have to get a grip. Did you hear what I just told you? Lu Chen nodded his head repeatedly. I heard you. Don't worry. This song Yu also likes it very much. Of course I'm willing to teach it. Yu wanted to say I like it very much, but there was too much meat in her mouth, so she could only nod her head vigorously, looking adorable. Mission accomplished. The expression on Chen Goro's face was a lot more exciting. Had dinner. After Lu Chen cleaned up the dishes and put Yu to bed, he washed up and went back to his room. Wife, honey is here. Lu Chen directly jumped onto the bed and pressed Chen Goro underneath him. Chen Guiyang hit Lu Chen's arm in alarm. Yu is asleep? Don't worry. Just about snore. Asterisk. You. My daughter doesn't snore like you. Hey, but the company is surprisingly not busy today. So early home. Chen Goro turned over and looked at Lu Chen with a solemn expression. Lu Chen, while Yu is asleep, there's something I want to talk to you about. Chen Guiyang's rare seriousness made Lu Chen wonder what Chen Guiyang wanted to do. Yeah, go ahead. Lu Chen stood the pillow up for Chen Guiyang and listened carefully. That song Auspicious Three Treasures is top-notch in terms of both the lyrics and the way it's sung, and I'm sure it'll be a hit if it's released. Lu Chen nodded. Something Lu Chen had seen for himself. The wife has a real eye for a good cause. Well, you mean you want to release it? But most of your company is young, so this kind of song isn't quite right, is it? But our house is perfect for it. You mean, our family sings this song? Yeah, this song is about family. We fit right in. Lu Chen nodded his head slightly and immediately responded. Fine, but you're usually so busy, okay? Chen Guiyang raised her head arrogantly. Have you forgotten? Your wife. I'm a singing diva. It's just one song. Easy to take. If Chen Goro was fine with it, Lu Chen naturally had no problem with it. Lu Chen, that's actually not what I want to talk to you about most tonight. Chen Guiyang lowered her head and reached out to pull Lu Chen's hand over. Are you hiding something from me? I still want you to tell me yourself? You know all about it? Lu Chen said nervously. Aha. When did you find out? 3 days ago. Okay, I admit it. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, I didn't mean to keep it from you, but it was a limited edition in the first place, and I was afraid that if I didn't buy it, I wouldn't have it. I was thinking of giving it to you for your wedding anniversary, but since you found it, let it meet its owner early. Chen Goro was confused, and Lu Chen directly pulled her up and jerked the pillow out. Lu Chen pulled out a ring from inside. What about 2 months ago? A well-known jewelry brand in Italy went online with 9 diamonds, and this one is called The Miracle of the Sea, which I feel is perfect for you. They've only got the diamonds online. I beat this ring holder for you myself. Put it on and try it on. Lu Chen took Chen Guiyang's hand and put it on. My wife's hands, they're perfect. Chen Guiyang caressed this blue diamond, her heart blossoming. Diamonds are something that really don't hold their value, but women really like them. Lu Chen had a difficult look on his face. Looks like I'll have to get a new headache for the wedding anniversary gift. Chen Goro was anxious. She was clearly not talking about this matter. That's not what I'm talking about. Then I'm really not hiding anything from you. He's really out of it. Except for taking Lu Xiaolu to play king and eat skewers. Lu Chen had a weak heart. Is it hard to believe that? Has been discovered? That's impossible. He did it seamlessly? Can't it be that Lu Xiaolu confessed herself? What a pitiful child. Chen Goro and Lu Chen said at the same time. You know music, don't you? I admit it. Chen Guozhan? Lu Chen? You admit what? Lu Chen rolled both eyes upward. Well, I admit that I know music. Then why didn't you tell me? I always thought you didn't know anything about it. You're so good at music. Wouldn't you be burying your talent at home with the baby? Lu Chen saw Chen Goro reddened her eyes, and hurriedly said, Harm. It's enough to have a big star like you in our family. I'll be a wise assistant to you. Besides, I like to bring up the children. Don't you know that you're not at home? I'm not at home. how are you? Chen Luyao's eyes were fixed on Lu Chen. Lu Chen instantly realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly looked for a remedy. I've missed you. Again. Fearing that Chen Gozhuang would continue to get to the bottom of the matter, Lu Chen rolled over and pressed down on Chen Gozhuang. Gag her so she can't ask questions? I'm so smart. Oh, you're crushing my hair. Early the next morning. Mama, get up. Lu Xiaolu came early in the morning to yell at Chen Gozhuang to get up. Lu Chen made breakfast, and when he saw that Chen Goro hadn't gotten up yet, he hurried to the bedroom. What's the matter, wife? Why are you out of bed? Got a cold? This is a big deal. Chen Gozhuang has always been a very self-disciplined person, waking up at 7 in the morning without fail. Today, however, it's 8 o'clock and I'm still sleeping. It's okay, no cold. Chapter 21, Did clean eating hot pot mess you up? Lu Chen withdrew his hand from Chen Guyang's forehead. Wife, not feeling well? Chen Guyang was incredibly spirited. She hadn't realized she'd slept so well, either. These recent days, she has been mentally nervous, are not enough to sleep. Last night before going to bed Noisy must let Lu Chen to sing to her. I did not expect to sleep so peacefully. Sing it every day from now on. Then get up and wash up. Your husband I cooked silver ear and yam porridge today. It's delicious. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up immediately. Yeah, I had a dream last night that Puppy was making ginkgo yam porridge today. Chen Gozhuang saw that it was getting late, simply ate a few mouthfuls of rice and left the house in a hurry. Lu Chen shook his head slightly as he watched Chen Guyang's car leave the neighborhood. Ugh. You have to be so punctual when you're obviously the boss. Lu Xiaoyu walked over to Lu Chen. Puppy, I plan to get my homework done in the morning today. Then I'll practice piano for a while. And for lunch I want to eat braised pork ribs. And why don't you teach me to sing this afternoon? Lu Chen was heartbroken. There's no need to work so hard. You can rest if you want to. Lu Xiaoyu shook her head back and forth. No, I promised Mama yesterday that I would learn the auspicious 3 treasures today. I'll learn it earlier so Mama can sing with us. What a daughter who knows what she's doing. Lu Chen responded with a bite. No problem. Mom's not home studio. The host, Feather, made a rousing appearance. Today's live broadcast of Chen Gozhuang's house. With the experience of the last time, she is confident beyond words. Bittersweet. On the guest table, Chen Gozhuang arrived late. Yo, isn't the ballad Diva very disciplined? How come she's still late? Li Xiaolu seized on Chen Gozhuang's mistake and went straight for the jugular. Parents are their children's examples and role models. Bad habits like being late can't be taught to children. Fu Qingran concurred. Although the two had some unpleasantness in the first 2 live broadcasts, but still consistent. After all, of the 3 live broadcasts, only the Chen Gozhuang family did very well. I don't think there's a need to be so catty, right? Not to mention that it's only 8:50, and there's still 10 minutes until the live broadcast starts at 9. Su Binbin explained for Chen Guyang. Chen Goro pressed the 2 and sat down next to Su Binbin. Xiaoyu was inwardly displeased. This live broadcast hadn't even officially begun yet, and these 2 women started looking for trouble? The voice of the director's team came from the ear returns. Little Feather, get ready, the live broadcast will begin. Feather quickly adjusted her emotions and picked up the microphone. For those of you in the studio and on the air, welcome to the second installment of Mommy's Not Home. After the last installment, I believe you have a brief understanding of the families of the 3 guests. Starting today, our program enters the second installment. The order is the same as the previous installment, and we begin with a live broadcast of the home of the singing diva, Chen Guyang. Misty grass, it's finally my daughter's turn. It's been a long time coming. I've silently opened the king's dissolver. 3 days have passed. Do you guys think you will have hit the king level already? 3 days on the king? My wife's daughter is a cow. Am I the only one looking forward to Lu Chen and Yu's chorus? Just started broadcasting. The number of people online directly exceeded 500. 000, the third on the regional list. The backstage director's team was overjoyed to see the numbers. Host Little Feather also had joy on her face. As you can see, our viewers are very fond of you. In order, let's first look at a segment recorded by the home camera. The live feed shows a family of 3 eating hot pot. The scene was warm and amicable and the title of the song performed was mentioned, The 3 Jewels of Good Fortune. I think that Lu Chen's approach is inappropriate. Fu Qingran's sentence instantly attracted everyone's eyes. Anyone can see that this is a scene of family coziness and harmony. And where did Lu Chen do anything wrong? It's clearly an example of a good man. Okay? Little Feather was completely unprepared for Fu Qingran to come forward and speak at this time. Oh, then I wonder where Lu Chen did something inappropriate. I wonder if Ms. Fu has any examples in her life that she can share? Chen Goro did not spare Fu Qingran in the slightest and directly asked back. Fu Qingran's face directly collapsed. Children's intestinal tract are very fragile. Hot pot so spicy food, or eat less. And cannot children want to give what they want? Time will have an impact on the psychology of children. Su Binbin opened his mouth. Teacher Fu, aren't you too sensitive? It's just one hot pot meal. I've grown up so much. Sometimes when I want to eat hot pot, my parents will accompany me. Besides, Yu is obviously more capable of eating spicy food than kids her age. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that as long as the ingredients are clean and nutritionally complete, that's all that matters. The old junkies on the warpath? How can you pick on someone over a hot pot? Support! Yu is not 3 years old. Hot pot is still inedible. Our youngest child in Sichuan can eat spicy food at the age of 3. Your ma, you can just order takeout. What's wrong with having a clean hot pot at home? There was a lot of cursing on the pop-ups. Fu Qingran's face suddenly became embarrassed. Chen Gaiyang faintly said, I don't agree with Mr. Fu's statement that fostering values in small children is not about not acceding to any of their requests, and that parents should support them within their means as long as they are reasonable. Teaching frustration will only make the child more self-absorbed. The whole room roared with approval at Chen Ji's statement. Feather was busy coming out to round up the conversation. Okay, we also see that our guests have exchanged opinions as well. Now, let's watch the following clip. After dinner, Lu Chen packed up everything and returned to his room. Under the interrogation of Chen Gaiyang, Lu Chen took out the miracle of the sea. Not yet married Su Binbin, eyes full of envy. Already married Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran is the heart of jealousy crazy. The live feed continues. Well, I admit I know music. Then why didn't you tell me? I always thought you didn't know anything about it. You're so musically gifted. Wouldn't you be burying your talent by staying home with the kids? Harm. It's enough for us to have a big star like you in our family. I'll be a good wife for you. Besides, I love to bring up the kids. Don't you know that when you're not at home? How are you doing? I've missed you. My God. What a wonderful man. Was torturing my husband and he ended up saying he forgot his anniversary. I know this diamond. It's worth $3.5 million. Handsome. Can cook. Can take care of children. And even sweet. So envious of the diva to have such a good man. Li Xiaolu's face was expressionless, but inside he was jealous to the core. Fu Qingran also darkened his face, trying to search his memory for such tender moments of Mayu, but found it full of blanks. Chen Gaiyang leaned into the sofa with an incomparably bland expression. There was no need to praise Lu Chen. There was no harm without comparison. With the likes of you, you're already defeated without saying anything. Unchallenging. Chapter 22, Don't listen if you don't like it? Then I don't listen. The live highlights were coming to an end, but Little Feather suddenly received a message from the director's team and then reacted immediately. Viewers, we've just received a cue from the director's office that there's another great piece of intercepted footage to show you this morning. And the bloopers? All eyes were on the big screen. The Diva's family deserves to be called the Diva's family, and it's still a whole job in the middle of the morning? Let me guess. It must have something to do with the Diva's husband. Is it hard to believe that the Diva's husband was caught secretly playing king? The picture unfolds. Lu Chen was washing dishes in the kitchen, and the scene was normal for a time. Suddenly, Lu Chen raised his head and began to sing in an extremely strange accent. I get up early in the morning to pick up dung, and when I come home we don't see my woman. Find the east yard, find the west yard, find the south yard, find the north yard. I've searched all 7 neighbors and 8 houses, and I'm not sure I can find a woman. Lu Chen sang and wiggled his butt along with it. All of a sudden, I came to the lobby and asked the governor to bring me exclusion for no reason. Tell me what this is about. Lu Xiaolu, who was in the middle of washing, couldn't bear it and ran out with her toothbrush still in her mouth. Poopy, you sing so hard. It was too much to resist, and the whole studio erupted in laughter. Su Binbin covered her mouth with one hand and clutched Chen Gozhuang tightly with the other. Her face flushed red. The corners of Chen Goro's mouth twitched in embarrassment, and he cursed the program team in his heart. Simply too unscrupulous, as well as, usually they are not at home. Lu Chen turned out to be like this? YU, what's this song? Too talented. How did Lu Chen come up with this word? You guys don't say. The more you listen to this song, the more addictive it gets. It's absolutely genius. I like this kind of self-indulgent, lively and handsome man. Chen Gaiyang shook his head helplessly. What a head scratcher. Have countless mornings of delicious, flavorful breakfasts been made for me in the midst of picking up manure? Fu Qingran sneered as if he had seized the opportunity. Song Diva, as an expert in child psychology, I think I need to remind you, children tend to learn a lot of things from adults at this time. It is a bad influence on the development of a child's mind to have such unpleasant and even more unpleasant lyrics and dances displayed in front of a child. Li Xiaolu also hastened to agree. That's right. Our family will never be careful about what we say. We are afraid that our children will learn some dirty words from elementary school. which will affect their minds. Just think about it. How many children nowadays are full of dirty words from elementary school onwards? What a big impact on a child. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu looked at each other, gloating like they had won a battle. I don't think so. And where is that a slur? Su Binbin stood out and retorted. A lot of kids who grew up in rural areas, including current entrepreneurs, mostly came from humble beginnings and probably picked up dung quilts as kids. When I was a kid, my dad said he poured slop for people when he was a kid. And it's all about encouraging people to be positive and not to forget the hard work of working people. So how is that a slur? Supporting Goddess Su, saying that picking up dung is vulgar. Why would an old woman pretend to be noble? Many mountain villages have this kind of song. What's wrong with it? You can't sing this. You can't eat that. Are children breaking the rules of heaven? Compared to Ma Xiaobao's swearing while playing the game, Lu Chen's singing is simply heavenly. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu were furious. How come everyone was helping Lu Chen and Chen Guo? In that case, if your lover watches bad videos, it won't affect the child's spiritual growth? Chen Guiyang directly disliked. As the common saying goes, to be righteous is to be righteous first. Is this reasoning hard to understand? Fu Qingran was so angry that his teeth crunched. I'm just speaking on the matter, and if the ballad diva thinks I'm wrong about something, she can stop listening. Chen Guozhuang sat back with both hands. Then I won't listen. You! Fu Qingran sat down angrily. Host Feather couldn't help but shake her head straight. Is the blooper reel over? We're going to watch the live broadcast from the diva's house. We don't want to listen to these two women. The showrunners don't mess with things. There's no traffic that way. We came to see you and Lu Chen, not these two old women. In the director's room, Hong Bo is furious as he takes a look at the popularity starting to drop. This blooper reel was just edited in the morning, originally intended to use Lu Chen's hilarious scene to pull in a wave of popularity, but now it's all ruined by Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu. Hong Bo pulled over the microphone. Little feather, the popularity is starting to drop. Hurry up and enter the live broadcast. Immediately, Feather changed her expression to a wonderful one and walked to the center of the stage. It seems that the viewers and friends in the live broadcast and on-site can't wait to see the performance of Yu and the Diva Lover today. So without further ado, let's start the live broadcast. Live streaming unfolds. Poopy, I finished my homework. Lu Xiaoyu held up the book in her hand and handed it to Lu Chen, who checked it and praised. Yu is fantastic. Today's math problems are actually all correct. Glanced at the time on his wristwatch. Yu, there's still more than half an hour before piano practice. Do you want to have a hearty king dissolve? Lu Chen said excitedly. To Lu Chen's surprise, Lu Xiaoyu had refused. No, Poopy, I'll finish practicing the piano early, and you'll teach me that Lucky Three Treasures song early, okay? How could Lu Chen not be willing when his daughter had made the request? Okay, today Yu is the boss. All listen to Yu. Lin Xiaoyu bounced and trotted over to the piano and began to play. Today Lu Xiaoyu played, as it happens, An Evening in Moscow. This song, as a beginner's practice tune, is still very challenging compared to a child like Lu Xiaoyu. After all, children are not fully developed. Their hands are small, and they are not as flexible as adults. A song with a melodious and mesmerizing tone. It's great, there's no mistake at all. This one is perfect. Did someone's child play it? Wabi 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 wabi. My wife's daughter couldn't be better. My wife's genes are just perfect. Yu has such a cheerful personality. Lu Chen's encouraging education is also important. Originally planning to finish piano practice at 11 o'clock, Lu Xiaoyu finished at 10:30 o'clock. The audience couldn't get enough of it. Yu, you're tired. Come eat some fruit. Lu Chen handed over the strawberries. Each cleaned very clean. Strawberry tails all removed. No good. Poopy, Yu isn't tired. Will you teach me the Lucky Three treasure? Lu Chen's expression was rarely serious for a few moments. No, Yu, you have to take care of your work and rest. I know you promised your mom that you would practice the song, but you also have to take care of your rest. Lu Xiaoyu nodded her head obediently. Alright then. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. How about this? Yu, how about you listen to your father sing to you and learn by ear? Lu Xiaoyu was instantly happy. Yeah, Yogi loves to hear Poopy sing. Chapter 23, She Knows a Hammer About Wellington Steaks. Daddy, is the sun out and the moon home? No. Where did the stars come out and the sun go? In the sky. How can I look for it and not find it? Going home. The more Lu Chen sings, the more he gets into it. His voice is flawless, and he seems to be able to play the role of a triangle with ease. After a song, if Lu Chen wasn't the only one singing in the live broadcast, anyone would have thought that it was a chorus of a family of three. My God, Lu Chen sings too well. Has Lu Chen's voice been kissed by an angel? How come it's so perfect? I can't imagine how many fans Lu Chen would have if he debuted. If Lu Chen makes a debut, he will definitely be at the level of the heavenly king of the singing world. The heavenly king with the heavenly queen. What kind of divine combination is this? The song is over. Lu Xiaolu still couldn't get enough. Poop. Let's start now. I'm rested. Really? Aha. I'll work on that song a little earlier now. No problem. Mom's away. Dad's taking care of her part? Aha. In the studio, Su Bibin grabbed Shin Goro's hand and said excitedly, Sister Goro, you and Lu Chen are going to sing in chorus. Chen Gaiyang swallowed his saliva, his palms sweating. It felt like Lu Chen was more nervous singing with Lu Xiaolu than any big stage she herself had ever been on. Poopy, has the sun come out and the moon gone home? When Lu Xiaolu opened her mouth, the sense of childlike innocence was directly drawn out, even cleaner than when Lu Chen sang. My goodness, Lu Xiaolu's vocal talent is actually this good. Little you couldn't even help but praise it. Chen Gozhuang didn't expect it either. It was only then that she reacted to the fact that Lu Xiaolu was so old, and it seemed that she, as a diva in the singing world, had not accompanied her own daughter to sing a song. Poopy, where did the stars come out and the sun go? In the sky. How can I look for it and not find it? Going home. Lu Chen applauded excitedly. True to form. His daughter is a quick learner. That's great. You're just the perfect daughter. Lu Xiaolu was also overjoyed. Let's make a video of mommy right now. Okay? Lu Xiaolu shook her head. No, okay. I'll sing for a while longer. I want to give mama the best. Lu Chen rubbed Lu Xiaolu's head. That's good. Show reward. What do you want to eat? I've had the skewers and the hot pot, so I want to eat Poop's cooking today. Lu Chen immediately responded. No problem. Watch and learn. The scene shows Lu Chen bundled up in a white apron and wearing a hairnet, just like a chef. Lu Chen is going to cook? Look at this outfit. Is it going to be Western food? I've prepared steamed buns, so I'll eat a few in a while with the dishes Lu Chen made. I've already started whipping the husband who put sugar in the hoisin soup. The image showed Lu Chen bringing out various ingredients. Steak, portobello mushrooms, garlic, butter, parma ham, puff pastry. Place nearly 2 dozen materials neatly. Poopy, what are you preparing so much for? Lu Xiaolu eyed the table of things that Lu Chen had prepared with incomparable curiosity. Wellington steak. Dad makes Wellington steak, and it's a masterpiece. Lu Chen confidently puffed out his chest. In the beginning, he had enrolled in all kinds of master classes on cooking Western food in order to conquer Chen Gaiyang's picky taste buds. I had thought that Chen Gaiyang, as a diva, should eat more Western food on weekdays. Who admitted that Chen Gozhuang did not like Western food? Think steak tasteless. Salad is even less human food. That's how he developed his Chinese food skills. It's been too long since I've done it. I don't know if I'm rusty. Lu Chen picked up the steak and skillfully sprinkled black pepper on it to start marinating it. The scene was captured in a close-up shot on the live feed. Fu Qingran couldn't help but skim his lips. Within China, there are many people who make Wellington steaks, but very few who can do it well. Of these few, none are top Michelin veteran chefs who have been dealing with Wellington steak for half a lifetime. Wellington steak isn't for everyone. It can't be to show off on purpose, right? Fu Qingran mocked. Chen Gaiyang was not at all spoiled and responded directly and forcefully. Even if it's a deliberate show-off, it's at least much better than ordering takeout. Showing off proves that people know how to do it. It's better than ordering takeout, right? I think Lu Chen is very professional. His movements look very skillful. Upstairs is right. I am the one who cooks Western food. Lu Chen's techniques and steps are very standard, and all these ingredients are top-notch at a glance. I want to know what else Lu Chen won't do. This is too perfect, isn't it? The steak needed to marinate for a quarter of an hour, and while that was happening, Lu Chen could just use it to marinate the mushroom sauce. Trap mushrooms, onions and garlic broken up and sautéed in butter, salt and black pepper. In between, there are very strict requirements for the order of preparation. Frying techniques in time. Professional. I'm studying pastry and I feel more professional than my teacher. Meanwhile, the back kitchen of a 5-star hotel. Chief chef. Chief chef. A young man in chef's attire rushed over to a middle-aged man with a Western face with a cell phone. Lee, I've told you many times. No cell phones in my back room. The young man called Lee looked guilty. He had wanted to sneak a peek at Su Binbin and Chen Gaiyang, but ended up getting a little excited when he saw Lu Chen making Wellington steak. Just when he thought he was going to be criticized by the head chef, he was picked up by the head chef on his cell phone. Oh, God, is this your Chinese cooking competition program? This young man must be the champion. Lee was confused. How did dads with babies turn into a cook-off? Very good. There are fewer and fewer chefs willing to make their own mushroom sauce these days. They always preferred to use ready-made, but that takes away from the beauty of the Wellington steak. He's doing great. The scene shows Lu Chen finishing the mushroom sauce and then preparing to fry the steak. A large fire rises to the sky over the skillet. I told you it wouldn't work. Still too young. How can you fry a steak well when it's going to be mushy with this much heat? Fu Qingran seized the opportunity and hurriedly taunted. The paste? You can't give it to children. It's carcinogenic. The others couldn't help but get nervous, wondering if Lu Chen had made a mistake. Why was there such a big fire? In the back kitchen of the hotel, the head chef busted out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this woman a judge? What does she know? Your biggest failing is that some shows will hire people who are irrelevant or extremely incompetent. She knows a hammer about Wellington steaks. Chapter 24, Kneeling for the full version of Auspicious 3. After the steak was decorated and molded, it was served on the table by Lu Chen. Lu Xiaolu was already a bit impatient. One bite and the flavor bursts out of your mouth. It's so yummy poop. Getting his daughter's approval, Lu Chen felt that the meal was worth it. It must be delicious. Yu eats it all so sweetly. Isn't this a live baby show? How come it's changed to a food broadcast? Lu Chen is practically Doraemon's pocket. What other surprises are there that we don't know about? I heard that Lu Chen's Chinese food is also good, so I'd like to see it. I think that Western food should still be eaten sparingly. We have so many traditional cuisines. Eating Western food all the time, the child will grow up to revere the foreign world. Fu Qingran suggested. That's right. Now on the internet, how many children are influenced by foreign cultures, and how serious the consequences are? Li Xiaolu hastily agreed. Oh, yeah? Chen Gaiyang smiled disdainfully. I've heard that 7 Happiness Entertainment has recently signed several endorsements from big foreign brands, and domestic endorsements seem to be less than 30%, right? 7 Happiness Entertainment is the entertainment company that Li Xiaolu works for. Chen Gaiyang continued. We Star Entertainment endorsement. National brand endorsement accounted for 80% of the total endorsement, and have invested in museums across the country. And Star Entertainment also conducted a nationwide traditional culture propaganda tour last year. What has 7 Happiness Entertainment done for traditional culture propaganda? What has it done? Chen Gaiyang's own fighting strength was strong, and it was stronger now. Lu Chen had given her too many surprises. How did she not usually notice these skills? Did Lu Chen hide it on purpose? Or was she so busy with her work that she didn't notice the discovery? Li Xiaolu's agent was frantically giving Li Xiaolu a wink from the stage. What do you think you're doing messing with her? You're a movie queen, but the company has several other popular actresses in the making. Li Xiaolu also knew that he had said the wrong thing and immediately closed his mouth. The host, Little Feather, stepped forward at this time. Viewers, it's already 12 o'clock noon, so please guests and viewers on the spot can take an intermission for a while. The live broadcast is still continuing, and at 3 p.m. we'll officially start. Everyone was indeed tired after sitting all morning. Sister Ballad, let's go eat together. Su Bianbin took Chen Gaiyang's arm. Yeah, it just so happens that I'm a little hungry too. Su Bianbin playfully asked. Did you miss Lu Chen's steak? Go home and let brother-in-law make it for you alone. Chen Gaiyang's eyes rolled and she shook her head. Forget it, I have to restrain myself for the night. That being said, Chen Gaiyang still secretly sent a message to Lu Chen. Chen Guizhuan, I got off work early and wanted to have a good meal when I got home in the evening. Ballad of Chen, love you JPG. Lu Chen, who was at home, received a message from Chen Gaiyang and hurriedly clicked on it. Being just under the camera, the cell phone screen was captured in full view. Lu Chen, no problem. What do you want to eat? Boiled cabbage? Kung Pao chicken? Yellow fish and soup? Lu Chen, forget it. You can't let a woman make the choice. I'll do it all for you. Lu Chen, flying kisses JPG. Chen Gaiyang immediately turned red and couldn't help but blame the program team. What a show. Why do they put everything out there? Fogweed. None of these 3 dishes are easy. More than uncomplicated. It's not even a cuisine. Ooh, do you know how hard this hits a 300-month-old baby who only knows how to make noodles? Instantly feeling like the McDonald's in my hand doesn't smell good anymore. The screen shows Lu Chen calling old son to order ingredients. Poopy, who are you talking to on the phone? Lu Chen raised his cell phone. Uncle Son who sent you skewers last time. I'll ask him to send over some ingredients. But don't we have plenty of ingredients at home? Mom sent word that she'd be home early today, and Dad's going to make a few hard-cooked meals. Lu Xiaolu touched her small teeth. Her face tangled. Poopy, Yu's teeth can't bite into dishes that are too hard. Lu Chen covered his eyes and laughed. Hard dish means that it should be delicious and also look good. A dish that you can like at a glance. Lu Xiaolu then realized. I see. So when are you going to teach me to sing? Poopy? Lu Chen glanced at the time. Anytime when Yu is ready. Now then. Lu Xiaolu grinned. I just moved my butt to get ready to eat. You're not alone upstairs, and I've dutifully sat back down. Even though I'm hungry, Yu is too inviting to leave. For Yu's sake, I'd rather not eat. Misty grass. Look, it's a horsehead violin. Do you believe the diva has a horsehead violin at home? Poopy, what kind of piano is this? Lu Chen raised the zither in his hand. This is called the horsehead zither. To give us the accompaniment for this song. Oh, then let's get started. Lu Chen sat on the sofa and played the horsehead chine. The sound of the piano is lush, delicate and deep but not lacking in softness and mellowness, and is extremely infectious. As the sound of the zither slowed down a little, Lu Chen signaled Lu Xiaolu. Poop, is the sun out and the moon home? No. Where did the stars come out and the sun go? In the sky. How can I look for it and not find it? Going home. The song ended, but the people on the air were still reminiscing and clinging to it. Sounds good. When will it be online? This horsehead fiddle is an ethnic minority instrument, isn't it? The gold content of Lu Chen's all-around talent is still rising, but it's such a shame. It would have been nice if the diva had sung alone. Kneeling for the full version. Sister Ballad, I'm also looking forward to it. When will the full version of Lucky 3 come out? Chen Gozhuan was still reminiscing about the song. Lu Xiaolu had worked so hard to complete the song, and besides being something she wanted to hear, a very important reason was that the song was prepared by Lu Chen for a family of 3. Good. Record it tonight and release it tomorrow morning. Chen Gozhuan's voice was not small, and the entire studio heard it. Really? Su Binbin shouted up in defiance of her image. Long live Sister Ballad. Li Xiaolu gritted her teeth. Tomorrow is their family's live broadcast. Chen Gozhuan must have deliberately rubbed their family the wrong way. On the screen, Lu Chen glanced at the time after sending the video to Chen Gozhuan. It's still early. You, do you want to play a game of king? Lu Xiaolu asked tentatively. Is it okay? Don't you need to go study? You have unfinished homework? All done for the day. Then why bother studying? You can go work on tomorrow's homework. Lu Chen's lips quirked as he moved. Today's business is today's business, which you have accomplished very well. So the time now is your reward for today's business. Tomorrow's homework should be left to tomorrow. Okay? Lu Xiaolu felt that Lu Chen had changed too much. In the past, when she had completed her tasks for the day, Lu Chen and Chen Gezhang would arrange other tasks for him. But now, Lu Chen not only took her to play games, but even took her to eat skewers and hot pot. Lu Chen sensed Lu Xiaolu's emotions and reached out to rub Lu Xiaolu's little head. Mommy and Daddy are both first-time Mommy and Daddy. There are things that you did not do well in the past. You also have to forgive Mommy and Daddy. Oh. Lu Xiaolu nodded her head vigorously. Lu Chen took out a brand new cell phone. Come on, let's father and daughter King's Canyon kill through them. Good lord. Then I'm going to learn Zhong Kuei today. No problem. Chapter 25, Lu Chen's operation shocked the 4. Diva's speech moves the heart. A few days down the line, Su Yang had taken Lu Xiaolu from Gold 1 to Diamond segment. It is well known that Platinum 1 to Diamond 5 is a watershed. Lu Chen used Sable Cicada this time, and opened the game by taking a blood to warm up. Lu Xiaolu's skills had likewise skyrocketed now, and Zhong Kuei's hooks were that accurate. The promotion went through very smoothly. In just half an hour's time, the segment level broke through Diamond 5 to Diamond 4. With the newly opened season, most people's segments remain at Starburst. When you come to Diamond, you will be able to match with Starburst players. Poop, why do you keep dying? Is this segment too hard? But I've killed so many people. Lu Xiaolu happily clutched her cell phone and gloated. Lu Chen didn't feel right. Very much 12% off. He hadn't been serious. He was supposed to be playing with Lu Xiaolu, and the most important thing was of course to make his daughter happy. But this game 3 consecutive squatting grass were caught. He did not show vision at all. Not quite open. Why does it feel like screen peeping? Ha 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 ha. Lu Chen finally sort of guessed it. That's right. We're just peeking at the screen. Humph. Let you steal our wives. I'd like to see how good you are. Screen peeping dogs are disgusting, but I'm all for it when the subject is Lu Chen. I was going to scold you guys, but it turns out that you guys are giving head to you. So I'll forgive you for now. The more Lu Chen fought, the more his brows tightened. Are today's enemies all turned on? Or did he not read the calendar today? Poopy, your record is so bad. 061. They seem to be cursing you. Lu Xiaolu opened all the mics. This Sable Cicada is my poop. You guys don't scold my poop. Lu Chen was instantly on fire. Make me lose face in front of my daughters. Then I'll teach you how to behave. Lu Chen coiled his legs together and got serious. Poopy, what are you doing? Daughter, Poopy is getting serious. Lu Chen began to operate and killed the blue buff first. What are you doing robbing my mage's blue? You fielder? With blue, Lu Chen instantly had a bottom line. Lu Chen found a blade of grass and directly drilled into it. As expected, 2 men soon followed. In the nick of time, Lu Chen instantly appeared and flashed to the center to open up. With flexible positioning, the 2 heroes had a set of skills that were all empty. Now they were super soldiers in Lu Chen's eyes. After a set of combos, the two men were at the bottom of their blood count. Instant reaping. Double kill takedown. Yay! Puppy is awesome. The viewers watching the live stream people were dumbfounded. What's going on? How did Lu Chen suddenly become so strong? This realization is so outrageous. The operation is so silky smooth. Accident. Absolute accident. When we come back to life, we'll make you suffer. After taking the double kill, the opponent's middle single and auxiliary positions were all empty. Lu Chen quickly cut his equipment. His high-speed mobility took advantage of the opponent's resurrection before cutting down the shooter on the development road, and ate the fruits of the middle road and development road. By the time the opposite field reacted with the confrontation, his side had already been reduced by 3. On their way here, Lu Chen had been waiting for a long time. A triple kill follows a double kill and the other team is destroyed. Teammate 1, Sable 666 Teammate 2, that's a good realization. Teammate 3, got it, playing Sable next hand. Lu Chen smiled confidently. Along with several bike tree sounds, Lu Chen took 3 consecutive sets. This hero is so over the top. Can this be played? I have to say, this Sable Cicada walk is a real breeze. Can't even get the peep screen to work? How can this be fun? Last inning, Lu Xiaolu chose Zhong Kuei as usual. Lu Chen, on the other hand, switched to Tai Yizhen. As we all know, Zhong Kuei and Tai Yizhen are both assistants. Therefore, after Lu Chen switched to Tai Yizhen, he was instantly taunted by countless netizens in the livestream. Are you kidding me? Starting to screw over your teammates? Lu Chen is drifting away. See how he plays. Just open the game. The team lacked upper unit placement. Lu Chen crooked his mouth and smiled. Just what he wanted. 3.5 minutes later, Lu Chen synthesized his first item. Boots of extreme speed. Teammate 1, Tai Yi real how not out of meat out of material defense shoes Physical defense shoes? Lu Chen laughed. Putting out a meat suit was simply an insult to Tai Yizhen. At 4 minutes, Lu Chen finally started to make a move. First collecting the opposite half-blooded Sunbin, and then rushing towards the middle of the road. The one person who was peering at the screen had already deciphered Lu Chen's intentions and was preparing a halfway ambush. However, Lu Chen made a preemptive strike and jumped into the grass of the screen peeping player. In a panic, the player peering at the screen emptied his skills and the scene was instantly passive. Taking advantage of the opponent's lack of reaction, Lu Chen perfectly harvested the heads. A personal live broadcast with a baby directly let Lu Chen hit the game live. Hongbo had wanted to send a message to Xiaolu to have Chen go roll call to stop Lu Chen. However, the number of people in the live broadcast room had risen instead of falling, and had already surpassed the million mark. The King's Dissolver has evolved over the years, with players spanning the ages of children to middle-aged, and many of them enjoy it immensely. Originally, people watching the live broadcast with children are some who have children at home or are preparing to have children. Being so game by Lu Chen even attracted a lot of game enthusiasts. As he watched, the audience was infected by Lu Chen's outstanding skills, and the pop-ups were flooded with favorable comments. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu finally couldn't sit still. Host, I think Lu Chen's way of bringing up his children is already considered indulging in the internet. Fu Qingran stood up with a scowl on his face. Li Xiaolu chimed in. That's right. Small children already have poor self-control, and now that parents are taking the lead, it's highly likely that they will become addicted to the internet. The studio was full of older parents who don't play games and are emotionally resistant to them. Therefore, I deeply agree with the statements made by Qingran and Li Xiaolu. It hasn't even been an hour yet, and all the tasks that should have been completed have been done. Su Colorful retorted. I think internet addiction develops because of addiction, not exposure. Now that technology is prevalent, the internet is advanced, and even head tech giants have started working on meta-universes. Exposing kids to online games at a young age doesn't seem like a bad thing to me. Su Binbin's words were more agreeable to the parents in the room as well. They're not pedantic, or they wouldn't have come to the live taping of the show. Chen Guiyang stood out at this time. For those of you on the air and in the field, I am the president of Star Entertainment, but equally, a mother. As a president, of course I want people to be online, but as a mom, a guardian, I think the difference between internet addiction and internet access is a matter of degree. Kids don't control finding a degree well, so that degree has to be controlled by us parents. And I think that parents playing games with their children can not only enhance parent-child bonding, but also better control this degree, as well as let their children develop good internet habits. If you don't let your child go online, will he stop? Obviously not. The better ones will sneak off to play games, even all night long. The worse ones may even clash with their parents, thus affecting the parent-child relationship. It's because children don't have much self-control that they become addicted, even cursing and swearing. So I think accompanying your child to play games not only enhances parent-child bonding, but also prevents your child from becoming addicted to the game. And most importantly, it establishes a good, green habit of surfing the internet for your child. The above is my personal opinion. If there is something wrong, welcome to criticize. Thank you. Chen Guiyang is worthy of being the president diva, and her words directly saved the day. The parents on the spot were all applauding and the whole place was abuzz with excitement. The live feed was even more empathetic. Finally, someone understands me. Without further ado, I'm taking my son Canyon for a drive. May I ask the diva? My son says I'm too novice and won't play with me. Is there anything I can do? I want to play games with my wife and daughter. Give it up upstairs. You're not as skilled as Lu Chen. Chapter 26, A Good Wife in a Million. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. With a bike tree, Lu Chen led Lu Xiaolu to win another round. The skill of the great god of Lu has not been too slippery, has it? The national service is probably not even of this caliber. If Lu Dishin goes to play KPL, that's definitely a champion level player. Awareness and operation are at the professional level, even super professional. Yu is also progressing fast. Maybe she'll be a professional level esports star in the future as well. Ultra Play Mutual Entertainment. General Manager's Office. Genius. Lu Chen was born to eat this. Su Baran marveled. It's a pity that Lu Chen's age doesn't compare favorably with the current professional rising stars. Secretary Gu Kong shook his head. Su Baran thought otherwise. I see that Lu Chen can't do many of his maneuvers even the pros can't do. His hand speed and awareness are all top-notch. Gu Kong, however, added, even if that's the case, it's impossible for Lu Chen to come and play esports. He's the husband of a diva. Su Baran rubbed his chin in thought. Pulling no one to play esports. Hiring endorsements or offline non-professionals for open tournaments as guests is fine. Su Baran's eyes lit up. Contact Star Entertainment immediately. I'll personally discuss this matter with the Song Diva. The live broadcast audience was still looking forward to Lu Chen's godly maneuvers in the next game. But Lu Chen turned off his phone. You've been playing for an hour and a half already. You can't go any further. Lu Xiaolu rubbed her eyes. She was indeed a bit tired. Go take a nap. Mommy will be home when you wake up. Lu Xiaolu nodded heavily and returned to her small room. Lu Chen tidied up his room and the doorbell rang. Old son, it's hard work to run in person. Lu Chen took the ingredients. Mr. Lu, guests at home today? No, the ballad came home early today, so I'm not treating myself. Mr. Lu is such a good husband. Lu Chen got smug. That's true, but our family ballad. We can't pick a good wife out of a million. Chen Guoro in the studio was so flattered by Lu Chen that she immediately blushed. You can't find a good wife in a million years. Su Binbin led the way, and the studio was filled with laughter. What woman doesn't envy the long-lasting love that lasts forever? Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu's teeth rattled with jealousy, thinking of the one in their own family. How long had it been since they'd given themselves words of love? At noon, the video of Lu Chen demonstrating his Western cooking skills was carried and posted on the internet by many netizens. Handsome looks. Western food cooking is good. A time to carry the account circle countless fans. In the kitchen in the afternoon, Lu Chen was feverishly preparing to cook, and what he did was even national banquet-level Chinese food, which made countless fans talk. Western food will be. Chinese food is even more out of the box as a national banquet. Lu Dishin simply do not too perfect. It's not done yet. How do you know it's state banquet grade? Don't be sour upstairs. Just by looking at this sword skill you know it's not ordinary. These dishes are well known, but there are very few that know how to make them now. And if Lu Chen can replicate half of them, it would all be enough to wow 90% of the Chinese food chefs in the country. How wasteful it must be to use so many ingredients to make one meal. Fu Qingran immediately expressed his skepticism. Why does Lu Chen know everything? It's just a matter of being good at everything. What makes such a person Chen Guiyang's husband? Of course she was jealous. There are still a lot of people for whom even a full meal is a problem. So as a public figure, shouldn't they be even more thrifty and frugal? Being so wasteful, I think it will have a serious impact on children's values. When Li Xiaolu heard this, he quickly agreed. Yes, I think it's only right that some dishes are lost. How many precious ingredients must be wasted in a single dish of boiled cabbage? Look at Western food. There's never any such thing as waste. Besides, haven't you heard of it? Westerners have long introduced a coefficient that the more food expenditure accounts for total household expenditure, the poorer the household. Su Binbin was instantly displeased. My Chinese cuisine has a long history. It is our cultural heritage. It is the embodiment of the skills of our previous chefs, which has long been beyond the measure of a single dish. Senior Li, as a movie queen and a public figure, how can you say such things? It is well said that people who worship foreigners are the most disgusting. This knee-jerk gesture is sickening. How can you be a movie queen with this? The entertainment industry really does favor all kinds of people. Westerners blindly hold what coefficient? Eat to understand? Has he ever eaten konjac cooler him? The discussion in the studio was heated. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu verbally attacked Su Binbin. Chen Gozhuang couldn't sit still. Mr. Fu's family should not have spent much on paintings and violins, right? If I remember correctly, Mr. Li's also recently bought a villa in Shangtan Mingyuan, right? As soon as Chen Guro spoke, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu were instantly mute. I work so hard to give my children a more privileged upbringing in better living conditions, and as for wastefulness, it's nonsense. iStar Entertainment. Every year we'll take out 10% of the profits for public welfare and charity. This amount since 3 years ago on no less than $100 million. Of course, I'm not flaunting anything. I earn more so I should take on more social responsibility. I think that's the right value to put up for children, compared to the luxury goods in the West that rely on fame and fortune. I think the luxury goods in China are the ones that really have connotation and substance. The studio applauded again. Su Binbin joyfully held Chen Gozhuang's hand. Sister Gozhuang, what you said is really great. Chen Guro smiled faintly, but her gaze was on Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen. Ah, Lu Chen. How much more do you know that I don't? In the director's office, Zhang Jifeng came to Hong Bo's side with a phone. Director, the chairman is on the phone. Chairman? Hong Bo frowned slightly. The company behind the show Mama's Not Home is Gangnam Shang Entertainment Group. Although Hong Bo serves as the program's general director and general in charge, he is far from being able to have interaction with the group's directors in the company. The chairman called personally. It must be something important. Hong Bo answered the phone in a hurry. Chairman, this is Hong Bo. Yen Yunji's voice came out from the phone. This is Yen Yunji. I'm watching the live broadcast. The reason for calling you should be clear to you, right? Hong Bo reacted instantly. It's because of Lu Chen? Yen Yunji's tone was certain. I believe you should understand Lu Chen's commercial value. The company wants to maximize the value of the show. What the chairman means is to change the program performance format? Hong Bo asked tentatively. Yen Yunji was a bit displeased. You're in charge of the program in general. Do you still need me to figure this thing out for you? Hong Bo was startled and quickly said. No, I know what to do. Yen Yunji hung up the phone, and Hong Bo was all of a sudden disheveled. How am I supposed to know how to do that? Chapter 27, the song is on the hot seat, and Li Lang's performance is too obtrusive. The Chan Ballad family. After dinner, Lu Chun, who was about to wash up and go to bed, was stopped by Chen Guro. Honey, in such a hurry? I'll take a quick shower. Lu Chen's expression was uncontrollably excited. Chen Guro blanked Lu Chen and scolded him with a smile. Don't be immodest. I have something serious to talk to you about. Lu Chen was curious. Why was Chen Guro so much business in the past 2 days? Alright, wifey, that lucky 3 today. I'd like to record it and release it, under the name of our family of 3. What do you think? Of course it's good. Then again you haven't had a new song in a while. Chen Gayang immediately said. Tonight then. It's still early. Let's go to the company's recording studio. So urgent? Lu Chen was surprised. Of course it's urgent. Hurry up. Company. Recording studio. Lu Xiaolu couldn't help but feel a little nervous when she came here for the first time. Mama, do you mean that our songs are going to be released on cell phones? Yeah, doesn't you want to? Lu Xiaolu shook her head and said seriously. Of course I want to. I am just a little nervous. Lu Chen picked up Lu Xiaolu in a hug. You don't be nervous. You sing very well. Better than even Dad. Believe in yourself. Lu Xiaolu was instantly starry-eyed. Really? Really? Yeah. Lu Xiaolu was overjoyed. It was already the latter part of the night after the recording ended, and Lu Xiaolu was early huffing and puffing on the couch in the recording studio. Lu Chen thought it was over, but then Chen Gayang asked, do you still remember the song you sang to me yesterday? Remember? Why? I'd like to record this song as well and release it under your name. Lu Chen looked at Chen Guro in disbelief. Why? I don't want you to bury your talent. And even more so, I don't want it to be for me. Chen Gayang said. Lu Chen smiled. Good. Early morning. Studio. Chen Guro had just sat down when Su Binbin held up her cell phone and came over. Song sister, your song is a hit. It's all over the Bib hotspot. It's #1 on the charts. Chen Gayang was equally surprised. How long has it been released and the heat is rising so fast? Not only auspicious 3 treasures, there's also this song Wanting, signed by Tatsu Ballad. Ballad's sister. This can't be Lu Chen, right? Chen Gayang smiled and didn't answer. No sound is better than sound here. On Weibo, the discussion about Lu Chen was even hotter. Tatsu's song Ballad, it's the great god Lu, right? I can't believe I'm posting a song. It's too good to be true, isn't it? God Lu is so talented. Ludishan signed his name Tatsu Song Ballad. This favor show me a face. Don't you guys realize? The lyrics and music are all composed by Mr. Lu. This is too powerful, isn't it? The two songs were so hot that the show's backstage team received countless private messages urging the start of the show even before it was time to start. Hong Bo hastily signaled the host, Xiaolu. Little feather, we're starting 10 minutes early today, so let's play Lucky 3 and Wanted first. Xiaolu received the director's signal and immediately signaled the site staff to prepare for the start of the broadcast. Isn't it still 10 minutes away? How come it's on now? Su Binbin was a bit surprised. Feather walks to the center of the stage. Hello to all of you in the field and on the air. With a smile on her face, Little Feather explained, today, the live broadcast of this program started 10 minutes early. The main reason is to congratulate the diva, Chen Gaiyang, for releasing another new song after 2 years, as well as the diva's lover, Lu Chun, for releasing his first song. There was a round of applause. I can see how passionate everyone is about the diva and the diva's lover. So here, let's enjoy some great songs from the diva's family. The studio sound was on full blast, and auspicious three jewels surrounded the room. Lu Xiaoyu's tender childish voice, Lu Chen's bright male voice and Chen Gaiyao's soft female voice are intertwined together through the infectious performance of the Ma Tuqin. The audience was so immersed that it was as if they were acoustically immersed. The song ended, and everyone was reluctant to leave, but the accompaniment sounded again. The intro came together and once again pulled everyone in. Childhood dreams, grown-up sorrows, time will carry me, I want the moon in the sky, and frost on the ground, wanted light through den, and teenage madness, I want the green of youth, and the yellow of the leaves, spread out to where I'm going. Tears, God Lu is invincible, a perfect illustration of youthful exuberance and dreams. It's a shame that the great god of Lu isn't a professional singer. Watching this program, I literally have to punch my husband 10 times a day. The genes of the diva's family are just perfect. At the end of the song, the entire crowd of guests actually shouted, again, again. The effect of the program lifted the house. Little Feather asked what many netizens were wondering. Song Diva? When did Lu Chen compose this song want? Chen Goro suddenly became a little embarrassed. It's actually this song he sang to me after Lucky 3 Treasure when I asked Lu Chen to put me to bed before bedtime. Wow! Su Binbin's eyes lit up. Li Xiaolu and Fu Yanran were envious as if they had eaten lemons. The viewers in the live room and the studio had their fill of dog food. Just 10 minutes into the broadcast, the number of people online in the live room directly exceeded 1 million. With this popularity underpinning her, Feather was full of confidence. The live streaming highlights ended with a popularity of 1.2 million. Friends of the live broadcast and live audience, the highlights of the diva's house have ended. What's next? We welcome the highlights of the movie Queen Li Xiaolu's house. We haven't seen enough. We want to see the great god Lu. Yo-yo. We want to see Yo-yo. What's there to see in Li Xiaolu's house? Don't look. Don't look. I want to see my wife and daughter. The pop-up screen burst into a boil, and before the live broadcast officially started, the number of people in the live broadcast room had already descended 100,000 people. Li Xiaolu gritted his teeth and was upset, but could only try not to look at the pop-ups and the number of people online. The picture unfolds. Li Zixuan squatted by the coffee table, writing his homework with a reluctant face. Li Lang was even more upset. I don't know which one of Li Xiaolu's tendons is wrong. There is still an important meeting in the company today, but he must tutor Li Zixuan in the living room to write homework. What are you looking at me for? Right! Li Lang yelled at Li Zixuan in displeasure. Li Zixuan had an innocent look on his face as he pointed to the questions on the book. Dad, I won't. That's a question a pig would know. Li Lang was so angry that he slapped the table. What's the point of paying you to go to an expensive school when you can't even do such a simple question? It won't be empty. Write the next one. Li Zixuan wiped a tear from his eye and wrote the next question. Li Lang was impatient and directly lay down on the sofa and played with his cell phone. Li Xiaolu's hanging heart finally died. Before she left the house today, she asked Li Lang to tutor Li Zixian in his homework. And this is how Li Lang ended up tutoring him? Convinced this dad. Last time he made his son kneel. This time he made his son squat to do his homework. Didn't Li Xiaolu say that Li Lang is the boss? Why do you stay at home every day? I've seen enough to be meaningless. Going away, going away. The number of people in the booth dwindled down. Less than 5 minutes into the show, it was already back down to 800,000 and continuing to fall. Chapter 28, Food Poisoning. Lu Chen has a heart. Live until noon. The number of people online in the broadcast room dropped to 500,000. Li Zixuan squatted on the coffee table and wrote his homework for the morning. And Li Lang just laid on the sofa and played with his cell phone for the morning. Immediately approaching the noon meal, host Feather rushed to find a topic. Viewers, it's almost lunchtime, so let's have movie Queen Li make a call home. Shall we? No. We want to see the great god Lu. I am here for my wife and daughter and Lu Chen. We should really let Li Lang and Ma Yu learn more from Lu Chen. Upstairs, Confucius is going to speak to 3001 disciples, no disciples. What to do? What can I do? Li Xiaolu could only pick up his cell phone as if he didn't see it. On the screen, Li Lang sat up abruptly. Kissing wife, why are you calling all of a sudden? I'm telling you me. I watched Zixuan do his homework all morning today, and Zixuan was so serious about it. Isn't it Zixuan? Li Lang angrily glared at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan opened his mouth slightly in fear. Yes, Mom. Li Lang smiled with his eyebrows. You heard me, wife, didn't you? Li Xiaolu was so angry that her chest rose and fell and her breathing became rapid. A family of actors, too able to act. Li Lang this acting skill, high and low to get a Jackie Chan award. Ha, who is Jackie Chan? My village cutie. Li Xiaolu gathered her tone. What did you do for lunch? Call the chef to come to the house to make it. Li Lang said with full concern. Can't you make it for Zixuan? Li Xiaolu was simply speechless. We bought eggs at home. You don't know how to cook and scramble an egg, right? Don't play with your cell phone all the time and tutor Li Zixuan in his homework seriously. I'm telling you, I'll check Li Zixuan's homework when I get back tonight. And don't forget that I asked you to teach Zixuan to sing in the morning. After a series of sermons, Li Lang was so annoyed that he directly hung up the phone. Li Xiaolu glanced at her cell phone and couldn't believe that Li Lang was now daring to hang up on her. Bugger me. I'm your husband, not your son. What an early shift. It's time for an errand. This family really can't stay in this house for a second. Li Lang glanced at Li Zixuan. Okay, don't write. Your mom asked you to sing. There's a song on the internet called Lucky 3 Treasure, that's okay. Learn it and send it to your mom. Your mom? Isn't that your son? There's no comparison to the great god Lu. Don't ruin RUU's song. Does he understand the song? I'm dizzy. Half an hour later, the scene shows Li Lang carrying a fried egg and handing it to Li Zixuan. Hurry up and eat. Li Zixuan looked at the fried egg with disgust. Dad, it's all mushy. Paste what paste? Your mom ordered it. If you're not satisfied, talk to your mom. Li Zixuan reluctantly picked up the fried egg and ate it. After the meal, Li Lang picked up his cell phone and prepared to shoot. Okay, sing the song you just learned. Dad, I haven't learned yet. Are you a pig? Still haven't learned after all this time. Li Lang was very upset. How did he give birth to such a stupid child? Sing all of them if you can. And as many as you can. Li Zixuan had to put down his cell phone, close his eyes, raise his head and sing. Daddy, is the moon out and the sun home? How did it stop? Li Lang questioned. Dad, it's your turn here. You sing or I sing? But, Li Zixuan's face was aggravated, tears welling up in his eyes. But what but? How could I give birth to a son like you when you can't even sing a song right? Li Lang stood up impatiently. Forget it, I've got things to do. Finish your homework and play with your phone by yourself. Li Lang got dressed and slammed the door. If this were my father, I'd go up and slap him. The father is kind and the son is filial. I don't ask Li Lang to cook compared to Lu Dishan, but at least he should be more attentive. All afternoon, Li Lang didn't go home. The number of people in the live room kept dropping and soon fell to 200,000 people. The main director, Hong Bo, was so angry that he just took off his headphones. Zhang Jifeng, however, suddenly shouted at this time. Something's not right. What's wrong with Li Zixuan? The people in the studio noticed something was wrong too. Did Li Zixuan get food poisoning? Why is his face so red? Su Binbin anxiously looked at Li Zixuan on the screen. Sister laughing dear, did Li Zixuan eat in the morning? Li Xiaolu was directly flustered by Su Binbin's question. I don't know. Chen Gozhuang was also anxious. I didn't eat in the morning and squatted all morning. And at noon I still ate battered eggs. It's easy to get sick. Seeing that Li Zixuan was lying on the sofa in a more and more depressed state of mind, he even dry-heaved. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and call the child's father. Chen Gozhuang became anxious. Li Xiaolu then reacted, but several calls to Li Lang were not answered. What to do? No one is picking up? Li Xiaolu looked around eagerly. Chen Gayang immediately stood out. You hurry home to watch the child. I'll contact the hospital. Li Xiaolu nodded repeatedly, not caring that the live broadcast was still continuing, and hurriedly left. The sudden accident also indirectly caused the live broadcast to have to be interrupted. Hospital. The doctor said seriously to Li Xiaolu. You're already the mother of a child. You can't be so negligent even if you're busy. Don't you realize how important breakfast is? Luckily you guys came early. Come a little later and the condition worsens. I'll see where you go to regret it. Li Xiaolu couldn't help but cry. She fought for half of her life. And now it's all about Li Zixuan. If anything happens to Li Zixuan, she really can't live. Li Xiaolu cried so hard that Su Binbin couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Sister laughing dear, don't blame yourself. It's not all your fault. Chen Gaiyang walked into the hospital room. These are the medicines prescribed by the hospital. How to take them has been written. Li Xiaolu glanced at Chen Gaiyang and reluctantly said, "Who asked you to help me?" Chen Gaiyang laughed in exasperation. "Ha, you think I want to help you? I'm heartbroken for Zixian. I don't care about you." Li Xiaolu tilted her head to the side and puffed out her mouth proudly. Outside the hospital room, another man walked in. Honey, I'm coming." Lu Chen jogged in with an insulated lunchbox on fire. He was relieved to see that Chen Gaiyang was fine. "I thought I slept too late last night and that Chen Gaiyang was sick from exhaustion. But luckily I'm fine. But since it's not Chen Gaiyang, who is it?" Lu Chen's head tilted just in time to see Su Bibin and Li Xiaolu sitting on the sofa. Lu Chen was surprised. In the last life, Li Xiaolu and his wife were quite incompatible. How come they still mix together in this life? Li Xiaolu didn't have the heart to look at Lu Chen, but Su Binbin had a face of adoration. Chen Guoro took the insulated lunchbox from Lu Chen and opened it to show the doctor. "Doctor, can Li Zixuan eat this now?" The doctor took a look and said in surprise, "Millet yam and red date porridge. Of course, it's best to eat something light to replenish qi and blood right now. And red dates are sweet in flavor, so kids will love it. Have a heart, lad." Chapter 29, My Wife is a Cow. Lu Chen. "Thanks." Li Xiaolu bowed slightly to Lu Chen. Lu Chen hurriedly waved his hand to block it. Don't. What virtue can lead a movie queen thank me? This is also a coincidence. I thought my wife was sick." Lu Chen scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Chen Guoro happily blinked. "Lu Chen, you're here. Where's you?" Chen Guoro asked. "I'm at home. This hospital place is full of viruses. You is studying at home? Really studying?" Chen Gaiyang narrowed her eyes. "Didn't secretly play with your cell phone, did you?" Lu Chen stood up straight all of a sudden. No, how can that be? You is so good. But, how did you get together?" Lu Chen curiously pointed his finger at Li Xiaolu and Su Binbin. Singing diva, movie diva and popular diva. These three heavyweight women gathered together. Even if it is the annual meeting of the entertainment industry cannot get together, right? Now it was Chen Gaiyang's turn to get nervous. Just as Chen Gaiyang was brainstorming about how to reply, another person barged in outside the hospital room. "What's going on? Why is Zixuan hospitalized?" Li Lang walked in hot and bothered and came face to face with the charismatic Chen Guoro. At the same age as Li Xiaolu, Chen Gozhuang still looks youthful and beautiful. "Song." Before Li Lang could greet him, Li Xiaolu directly rushed to Li Lang. "Where the hell have you been? You don't answer your phone and you don't come home." As soon as Li Lang took a look at the shrew-like Li Xiaolu, a hint of boredom rose in the bottom of his heart. "I'm at the office. Didn't I tell you to stay home? What are you doing at the office? I'm at least the owner of the company, so I can't just stay at home all the time, can I?" Li Lang was speechless. All right, talking about your son, why are you suddenly here in the hospital?" Li Xiaolu became even more angry and pushed Li Lang with force, cursing, "It's not because of you. Zixian didn't eat in the morning and ate your fried and battered eggs at noon and got food poisoning. If anything happens to my son, I'm not done with you." Li Lang was startled and rushed forward to assist and comfort Li Xiaolu. "Old wife, you don't angry well. I can't cook and I really company have urgent business in the afternoon. Very important meeting." Li Xiaolu shook off Li Lang. "What's so important about your company that it's more urgent than your son? I don't think you're even on top of it." Li Lang was also a bit displeased. "How could I not be on top of it? I watched him all morning and he was fine, and as soon as I left he got food poisoning. How could I have expected that? And he's a boy, and his constitution is too poor to say that food poisoning is food poisoning. And I didn't eat a lot of paste when I was a kid, so how come I never got poisoned? I think it's because you're too pampered with Li Zixuan. It's all because you've spoiled him." Li Xiaolu pointed at herself, blushing and furious. "I'm used to it? You still blame me? Li Lang, you have no conscience." Li Lang was about to retort, but the doctor couldn't look away and spoke out to stop him. "Come on, this is a hospital. It needs to be quiet. What's the point of making a lot of noise?" Li Xiaolu stopped talking and quieted down and then touched Li Zixuan's face with a heartbroken face. Li Lang was not pleased. "I say, who are you? I pay money to get you cured. You cure your disease, just do it less meddling." The doctor was on fire at once, but Chen Guoro preempted. "Li Lang, what's your attitude? This is a hospital. If you don't listen to the doctor, get out." Li Lang was just a small boss, but Chen Gaiyang was the president of the Real Head Entertainment Company. The aura directly suppressed Li Lang. Li Lang's arrogant flames were extinguished all of a sudden, and he walked out of the hospital room with a gray head. Lu Chen had a smug look on his face and raised his chest. "My wife. It's just bull." Chen Gozhuang scanned the circle and said, "All right, let's not stay. Let's go too." Lu Chen drove the car with a cheering expression. Wife, that voice of yours just now was so handsome. That Li Lang didn't even dare to fart, and ran away in disgrace. Chen Guoro sat in the passenger side, both hands clasped in front of his chest. Humph. I despise Li Lang's kind of man who only gets angry when things go wrong. Chen Guoro glanced at Lu Chen with a crooked head and said quietly, you wouldn't be like this too, would you? Of course. Chen Guojuan's eyes whitened all of a sudden. Lu Chen laughed out loud. I mean, with me around, of course nothing can go wrong. Poor mouth. Chen Guoro tilted her head, but her face was blissful. Then again, you still haven't answered me. How did the three of you get together? Lu Chen asked. Chen Guoro tensed up all of a sudden, his mind quickly retrieving an answer. There's a conference for big brands and the three of us are special guests. What's wrong? Chen Guoro tilted her head to check Lu Chen's expression. Nothing, it's just that the three big beauties appeared together at the same time. I realized how beautiful my wife is. What kind of movie queen little diva? Compared to my wife, pale in comparison. Chen Guojuan was overjoyed. Smooth talker, let's go. Go home. I want to see if you is studying at home or not. Along the way, Lu Chen drove extremely slowly. He didn't instruct Lu Xiaolu what to do before he left. Thinking about the happy education with Lu Xiaolu in the past few days, Lu Chen couldn't help but worry that Lu Xiaolu wouldn't be able to control herself to play the game. When he returned home, Lu Chen realized that he had been overly concerned. Lu Xiaolu has not only finished her homework, but is even studying English. Good afternoon, Mom and Dad. With a surprised look on her face, Chen Guoro picked up Lu Xiaolu. You speak English. Lu Xiaolu scratched her head in embarrassment. He. Only some very simple ones. Ma, did I just say the right thing? Chen Guoyang nodded repeatedly. Right. Very right. You're fantastic. Lu Chen sighed in relief and couldn't help but give Lu Xiaolu a thumbs up. You is so good. She can study in peace even when Mom and Dad are not at home. Tell me, what kind of reward do you want? Lu Chen blurted out, immediately realizing that Chen Guoro was still there, and hurriedly looked for a replacement. Honey, look at how great you is. I think a little reward is in order. It's not too spoiled child, right? Sure. Chen Guoliang laughed. Of course it doesn't count. You, tell me, what reward do you want? Lu Xiaolu thought for a moment and uttered a reward that shocked Lu Chen. I want to play king with mommy and daddy. Lu Chen was petrified on the spot. It's over. What's going to happen when this gets into Chen Guoyang's ears? Wouldn't you say again? I don't want to go to Tsinghua. I don't want to study hard. I want to be an internet addict. That's more like it. Lu Chen could even imagine out how Chen Guoro would look like a species extinction next. First, he criticized Lu Xiaolu, and then grabbed him inside the bedroom and rebuked him. Lu Chen, this is how you bring you when I'm not home. I'm so disappointed in you. No way. I must not let this happen. Lu Chen had just come back to his senses, and as soon as he lowered his head, he unconsciously took the cell phone that Chen Guojuan handed over. You can only fight for an hour, and you can't lose. Chapter 30, Sun Smash. Grandpa teaches you the lightning 5 consecutive whips. Live from the studio of Mommy's Not Home. Due to Li Xiaolu's absence, so today Fu Qingran could only sit alone across from Chen Guojuan and Su Bibin. Although Chen Guoyang and Su Binbin did not pay attention to her, Fu Qingran was still nervous, only because yesterday's netizens voted, surprisingly, for martial arts. Where would Mayu be? Before the live broadcast began, a live feed was staged as usual, but with the absence of Li Xiaolu's family, this flick became a solo broadcast for Chen Guojuan's family. The live feed unfolds. Ma, you're awesome. You took the first blood. Hey. Lu Xiaolu raised her hand happily on the screen. A family of 3 playing the game, which can look confused live viewers. It's over. My wife has been brought down by Lu Chen. This thing called the king, once you've caught it, you can't quit. Diva plays shooter. Lu Dishan plays auxiliary. Yu is a lone mage center. Laughs me to death. Sure enough the child is an accident. Lu Dishan this Xiaoxi edge is absolute. Sun Shangxiang cleared a wave of line. Poor 200 economy. Sun Shangxiang, an iron sword costs 50. Why don't you go rob it? Solving the first game in 7 minutes. Lu Chen complacently raised his cell phone. How about it, wife? Am I good? Lu Xiaolu excitedly shouted. Daddy is so awesome. You're my idol. Lu Chen pinched his waist, living like a rooster. You're a singing diva with millions of fans. And I'm a full-time baby daddy with thousands of fans. You and me, we're a good match. An hour down the line, Chen Guojuan couldn't get enough of it. She'd never played a game before, and she didn't realize it was so much fun. One more game. I'll play assist this time. Chen Guo rhythm was old and calm. Lu Chen immediately agreed and was about to start, but Lu Xiaolu snatched over her cell phone. Lu Xiaolu pinched her waist with both hands, her mouth bulging. Poop. Mama, we agreed that we could only play for an hour. Oh, adults and children are not allowed to talk out of their asses. It was only then that Chen Gubalad reacted to the fact that he had gotten addicted to playing, but she really wanted to play. Lu Chen came to Chen Guro's ear and whispered, "Alright, I'll take you in a double row at night." Chen Guyang nodded her head vigorously. "You simply knows too much. Ha 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 ha." The Diva and Lu Dishan had a little housekeeper. Suspected Civil Affairs Bureau dark hero. Tricked me into giving birth to a daughter. It's beating, it's already beating the sun. After a flurry of highlights, the live streaming room heated up, once again exceeding 1 million online. Fu Qingran, however, spoke at this time. "I think this is not a good move. Parents accompanying small children to play games. Said also good some is personal interaction. Said ugly some is easy to let the child get internet addiction. Habits are cultivated as a child. And it is almost night. This time to play games. In case the child does not sleep well, how to do. Then do you know why Lu Chen and I accompanied you to play the game?" Chen Guyang asked directly in return. For the second period of the live broadcast, she never took the initiative to target Fu Qingran, but Fu Qingran, on the contrary, was at fault with her at every turn, because after the incident where both Lu Chen and I were not at home, Yu finished all her homework on her own and completed her tasks for the day, and was even learning English. As a reward, the parents satisfy their children to play the game, which I don't think is bringing the child down, but is an acknowledgement of the child's efforts. As for the fact that I'll be accompanying, it's because I'm only qualified to comment on Yu's playing of the game if I understand it, and that, in a nutshell, is why I agreed. Chen Guro's domineering dislike was justified, and Fu Qingran was so hard to bear in his heart that he sat in his seat and sulked. Host Feather makes an emergency save and pulls the view. Okay, we see that the two parents have exchanged views on this issue. So here, we have the last group of families of Mr. Fu Qingran Fu. Live. The picture unfolds. Fu Qingran clenched his hand. Only the doorbell rings in the picture and two old men walk in. Fu Qingran looked dumbfounded. Isn't this Ma Yu's father, Ma Xingwo, and his mother, Wang Suihua? What are they doing here? Fu Qingran secretly gritted her teeth. If Ma Xingwo and Wang Suihua disrupted the live broadcast, see how she would go back and teach Ma Yu a lesson. On the screen, Ma Yu had a look of elation on his face. Last night, Fu Qingran went home and surprisingly gave him a task to teach Ma Xiaobao martial arts. Where would he be? He is skinny and weak. Ma Xiaobao eats fat and strong. At the age of 9, he has 100 pounds. If this gives him a punch, it shall not be raised for half a year? So he got his dad. Host Little Feather asked. Mr. Fu, who are these two? Fu Qingran smiled without losing her politeness. These are my in-laws. Isn't this my Zhuangguo? That's Ma with the lightning whip. Misty grass. It's still true. Ma Yu's father is actually Ma Zhanghua. This is the contemporary master of Ma Xingyi Quan. I heard that he can beat foreigners with his lightning whip. It's a sight to behold. A sight to behold. The popularity of the live broadcast room is rising instead of falling. Fu Qingran was still nervous, but I didn't expect there to be an unexpected joy. Xiaolu seized the flow and immediately asked, Teacher Fu, your father-in-law is actually Ma Zhanghua? Fu Qingran quickly organized the words in his mind. It's like this. My father-in-law has always been committed to traditional martial arts, which is considered to be a contribution to the country's intangible cultural heritage. The room applauded. In the scene, Ma Zhanghua surveys the room with envy in his eyes. Son, married for so long, the first time to come to your house. Line ah you kid, live in such a big house? Ma Yu smiled awkwardly and reminded in a low voice. Mom and Dad, you must not let Qingran know that you're here, or else she should be unhappy. Ma Zhigua's face slumped for a moment. What do you mean? I'm her oldest husband and she doesn't want me to come? No. Ma Yu hurriedly looked for a remedy. I didn't tell Qingran that you guys came today. She would definitely not be happy if she knew. Ma Zhanggua's face eased slightly. Okay, quickly take me to the bathroom. Suffocated all the way. It's all because of your kid. Airplane tickets cannot get. Buy high-speed rail tickets can also be the train you also buy hard seat. Buy a hard seat on the train? What a filial son. I'm convinced that the kids are so old, and as a result, the in-laws haven't even come to the house. So it's really an eye-opener. I can't even find the restroom. This Ma Yu is also really humble. The pop-ups were brushed up layer by layer, and Fu Qingran's face was brushed down layer by layer. The ungrateful hat is kind of a dead giveaway to her. After lunch, Ma Yu stepped into the thick of things. Dad, I've called you here today. I've already made it clear. How about teaching Xiaobao martial arts? Ma Xiaobao stood up with a rub, the horizontal meat on his face trembling. Grandpa, I want to learn the lightning 5 consecutive whips. Ma Zhegua laughed loudly. Good. My dear grandson, Grandpa will teach you the lightning 5 whips later on. Chapter 31, Mr. Ma's 1,000-mile delivery of heads. Ma Jigua demonstrated the lightning 5 consecutive whips in front of Ma Yu and Ma Xiaobao, a set of moves that looked dumbfounded to the audience on the air and in the field. Is this electrified? That's it? Xingyi Quan? The 5 lightning whips? Welcome to the Dogs Can Do It program. Don't scoff. Maybe he has real skills? Mr. Ma is quite popular abroad. Ma Yu looked embarrassed. Dad, I think we should just forget it? Ma Hin-kook was reluctant all of a sudden. What? Afraid that little treasure won't learn? Don't worry. I'm not sure if other people will teach me, but your father. I'm a master of my generation, so I guarantee that little treasure will learn. Ma Xiaobao raised his hand. Yeah, I want to learn from Grandpa. Ma Yu covered his face in despair. What a shot this is. After an hour of teaching, after being brought down by himself 10 times, Ma Xiaobao felt out of his depth. Grandpa, I want to compete with you, Ma Xiaobao shouted. Ma Jingguo was overjoyed. Xiaobao, you have a good talent. In just 1 hour you have already reached the realm of the ascendant, but your grandfather I am a generation of masters. The gap in between is like a rift valley. Ma Xiaobao clasped his hands together. Grandpa, I've thought it over. I'm still going to compete with you. Ma Jigua immediately responded. Good. Suehua, you take the video. Wang Suehua nodded repeatedly and raised her cell phone to record. Horse Herald Country has his hands behind his back. Little treasure. Come on. Grandpa will let you have 3 moves. Ma Xiaobao pulled back and shouted. Grandpa, I'm coming. A punch. Bang. Grandpa. Dad. Mate. Misty grass. I can't. This grandson is too filial. A punch to a generation of masters sent away. I can't. My stomach hurts. Young people, what a lack of martial virtues. The old comrades have not yet shouted to begin. The image shows Ma Zhangguo standing up. His right eye already red and slightly purple. Dad, are you okay? Ma Yu had a worried look on his face. Ma Jigua stood up and pushed Ma Yu away. Don't worry. I was careless and didn't flash. Ma Jigua haha laughed. Really out of the blue is better than the blue. Good grandson. Your martial arts has reached the peak of excellence, but there is still a little bit of fire left. Come again. Ma Xiaobao nodded his head with a hopeful expression. Don't worry Grandpa. I'll do my best. Majestic tensed and clenched his fists. But don't use all your strength. Start. Good grandson. Grandpa. I'm coming. Bang. Ah. Grandpa. Dad. Old companion. Tick tock tock tock. Misty grass. Simply. The brothers really didn't come here for nothing today. Ma Yu and his family are too alive. Ma Xiaobao, Grandpa. I'm coming. It wasn't easy for old Mr. Ma to send his head for thousands of miles, or to come on a hard seat. The broadcast was cut short when Ma Bunguk was pulled away by an ambulance. The director's team is going to be furious. There was the interruption of the live broadcast of Li Zixuan's food poisoning, and then Ma Zhangguo was beaten into the ambulance by his grandson. What's wrong with these two? They don't want the show to be good, do they? Hong Bo was getting angry when his cell phone rang. Hello? Hong Bo. This is Yen Yunji. What's going on with the live broadcast? Can you do it or not? Hong Bo had a bitter look on his face. Chairman, listen to me. I'm not here to listen to your explanation. I'll give you an idea. The third installment of the live broadcast has been changed to 3 live broadcasts together, and the fourth installment of the live broadcast has been changed to an offline variety show, and the planning department is already in contact with the resort. Hong Bo panicked for a moment. Chairman, but the original intention of the program is to live broadcast Mom is not at home. Dad, how to bring children the most realistic scene. This if changed to offline variety show. Without waiting for Hong Bo to finish, Yen Yunji directly interrupted. It's something you should think about. And if you can't do it, then someone else will. Hong Bo had no choice but to agree. Yes, Chairman, I'll do my best. Humboldt brings the microphone to his mouth and informs Feather of how the third installment will be broadcast. Feather was relieved that all 3 were live together. Not a bad solution. Even if there are 2 families pulling the plug, at least there is still Lu Chen and Lu Xiaolu to support the bottom viewers of the live broadcast and the scene. Due to force majeure factors, our second installment of the live broadcast may be coming to an end. But then again, our third installment for the content of the program to a certain degree of change. For the third installment, the show will take 3 families live together, with the crew working together to set up challenges for all 3 families, based on comparisons that show the steps that dads take when dealing with emergencies at home with their children. Live together. This is fine, so we can see Big God Lu and Yu. I really can't stand Li Xiaolu's family and Fu Qingran's family. One pits the baby and the other pits the master. Horse Newspaper Country, a generation of masters who will never forget this heavy day. I wonder what kind of challenges the program will give. no matter what kind of challenge. We firmly believe in great God Lu. After the live broadcast, Chen Guozhuang, Su Binbin and Fu Qingran were invited backstage at the show. Director Hong Bo is waiting here early. Director, calling us over. Is there something special? Su Binbin asked. For the fourth installment, there are some changes. The first 3 installments have been live with the kids at home and the father with the kids. And in the fourth installment we're going to go live outdoors. The program has been laid out at a resort in the city to allow parents to bring their children for some personal interaction in the form of a summer camp. So I'm here to get your input. Fu Qingran saw that Hong Bo was in a difficult position and immediately responded. Getting kids out and seeing the world more often is really good for their development. I agree. Chen Guiyang thought for a moment and asked, Director, how long does the summer camp last? For 3 days and 2 nights. It's not going to be a safety hazard, is it? Hong Bo hurriedly explained. Mr. Chen, don't worry. We have done all-around protection in terms of safety. We are mainly here to test the father and the child's getting along in an unfamiliar environment. Since that's the case, then I don't have any problems. Chen Guo immediately agreed, but the timing is best 2 days late. Li Zixian is still on medication. I'm afraid that changing the environment at this time will aggravate his condition. Of course, we'll definitely consider it. Sister Ballad, how dare you would ask about Chen Zixuan today? Su Bibin came over to Chen Guiyang's side. Chen Guo faintly smiled. It's true that I look at Li Xiaolu with displeasure, but this has nothing to do with the child. Su Colorado's car is here. Sister Ballad, I'll go first. Chen Guo nodded and stood in place waiting, and shortly after, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan stopped at the side of the road. Yo, if it isn't the Diva. Lu Chen opened the passenger side. Diva, please. Chen Guozhuang had just stepped into the passenger side when the scene in front of him was suddenly blocked by a soft object. Mama, guess who I am? Chapter 32, You are my diva at this moment. Back in front of the house, Lu Xiaolu was still blocking Chen Guozhuang's eyes. Mama, don't look yet. Chen Guoran was a bit strange. You, what are you doing with daddy? Lu Xiaolu kept his mouth shut. Puppy said it was a surprise and wouldn't let you tell mama. Lu Chen gave Lu Xiaolu a nod. After a rustling sound, Lu Xiaolu slowly loosened her hand. The home was laid with various colors of ambient lights by Lu Chen, and Chen Guiyang was surrounded by balloons of various colors, just like a fairy. Lu Chen was holding a guitar in his hand. Ballad, today, it's the 10th anniversary of the two of us knowing each other. Oh, I have a song for you. Lu Xiaolu was incredibly excited. Lucky. Chen Guiyang was somewhat flattered. Lucky? What lucky? Lu Xiaolu gave Chen Guozhuang a yay. Papa wrote a song for mommy, and it's called Lucky. Lu Chen would smile, his fingers plucking on the strings. In his last life, because he had spent all of his time with Lu Xiaolu's studies prevailing, so much so that he had never played this song for Chen Guiyang, and now, he was going to make up for it. How fortunate to be at the most beautiful age. Meeting you was the right decision for me. Holding you tight, with all my strength. Don't let happiness escape. Yay. When the song ended, Chen Guiyang was already in tears. Lu Chen put his guitar aside, magically took out a handful of roses from his back, and handed them to Chen Guiyang. At this moment, you are my diva. The next day, live on air, the live feed highlights are perfectly staged for this job highlight. Lu Chen's song Lucky directly ignited the live broadcast. Oh, my god, that's an original song too, right? Didn't search for it. It must be an original by the great God Lu. Writing a song for the diva and even making the diva cry. God Lu is simply perfect for people to aspire to. The finishing touch should be you are. 10 years ago Lu Dixin and Tin Hao met, and 10 years later, Lu Dixin and Tin Hao already have a love child. Ooh, I'm a 30-something-year-old man, and I'm crying from all the singing. Su Binbin was like a little fangirl who had bumped into a super sweet candy, hugging Chen Guiyang's arm tightly. Ballad sister, you have to teach me how to make such a great boyfriend. It's just perfect. Chen Guiyang was similarly filled with emotion. Teach? How do you teach? Chen Guozhuang all felt that it was her good fortune. The host, Xiaolu, accurately caught this hotspot and quickly pulled the topic to Chen Guozhuang. Song Diva? The viewers on the air and at the venue are obviously feeling very envious of your relationship with your lover. Is there anything you would like to share? This song is obviously your lover's devotion. Did you really not realize that at all? Chen Guiyang picked up the microphone, and as a diva, she rarely acted like an untouched teenager in front of the camera. I really think I'm lucky to be married to Lu Chen. And with this song, I really didn't find it. Feather followed up with, and are you planning to release the song? Chen Yao affirmed. Of course there are ideas in this regard, but the prerequisite is that Lu Chen is willing. As long as Lu Chen is willing, I will release this song in Star Entertainment as soon as possible, and I guarantee that during the 10-year copyright period, This song will be completely free to all members of the public. Long live the diva of songs. It's free. I can't even imagine how much money this song would make if it was released normally. Diva says, there's really no shortage. Hey, 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 you guys, look at the headlines. Ludishan's family's auspicious 3 treasure has been praised by CCTV by name. Chen Gozhuang hurriedly picked up his cell phone. No. One on the headline list, Auspicious 3 Treasures. A song with tender children's voices, a bright boy and a gentle girl, perfectly portraying a picture of family harmony and happiness. And the accompanying text, Auspicious 3 Treasures of Joy. The baby in the family shines brightly. Healthy growth and happiness. Wisdom like a star shining in all directions. Host Feather led the applause. Let's applaud and congratulate the ballad diva. The applause was thunderous and the crowd rejoiced. Fu Qingran was upset in his heart and his eyes kept flicking to Li Xiaolu beside him. Li Xiaolu also do not know which tendon is wrong. Early in the morning with no one to ignore. After the show's highlights, the main event begins. Xiaolu walked to the middle of the stage and said to all the guests, friends of the live broadcast and the audience on the spot, today's live broadcast takes place with 3 joint broadcasts. So the program team has conducted 3 challenges for the 3 families. The 3 parents with children were instantly nervous. Little Feather took out a card and read, for the first challenge, I would like to invite the ballad diva, movie queen Li, and teacher Fu, to call your loved ones on their cell phones and detach your loved ones from their homes for half an hour. Fu Qingran frowned. Host, can I ask the purpose of this segment? Isn't this program about dads staying home with their kids? Why do you want to sideline the dad? Fu Qingran's worry was real. If Ma Yu wasn't home, there was no telling what kind of scandal Ma Xiaoba would make. Li Xiaolu was likewise very worried. When Li Zixuan was sick, she had asked Li Lang to take a special leave of absence to take care of him at home. Chen Gezhuang's performance was much looser. After all, it's not like Lu Xiaoyu hasn't been at home by herself and will take the initiative to learn English. However, the host's next words caused all 3 parents' faces to change. After dad leaves the house, a member of the program staff will come to the house and take the kids out, which is mostly a test of how the kids react to strangers. Now, please ask the 3 guests to call the child's father. And please note that the child's father should not be reminded of this, either directly or indirectly, during the phone call. In order, it will be Gloria Chun who calls first. On the screen, Lu Chen was cleaning and Lu Xiaoyu was doing her homework. Wife on the phone. The wife is calling. Lu Chen connects. Hey, wife, what's up? Chen Gayan's brain was racing. Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a little worried. What's wrong? What happened? There's a file on my desk at work. Why don't you take it home for me? I expect to be back late at night. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thought something big had happened to Chen Gozhuang. Don't worry. I'm on my way. Lu Chen hung up the phone and walked into Lu Xiaoyu's room. Daddy has to go out and will be back soon. Finish your homework and wait for Daddy to come back to play with you. Lu Xiaoyu stopped her pen. Papa, where are you going? Lu Chen rubbed Lu Xiaoyu's head and said in a harmonious voice, Mom forgot a document at the company. I'll go get it back. Then Puppy go and come back soon. Lu Chen gave an okay sign, put on his clothes and left. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. The great god Lu seems to be not only a daughter slave, but also a wife slave. Listening to your wife will make you rich. I'm so nervous. Do you think you will open the door to strangers? Tonic. My you. Chapter 33, my kids usually open the door first. Lu Chen had just left, and the people from the program immediately arrived at Lu Chen's door. Knock knock. Knock knock. Who? Lu Xiaoyu walked to the door and a young lady appeared in the visualization screen next to the door. I'm a friend of your dad's, and your dad asked me to take you to Mom's company. Can't go. The program group is so thoughtful. They specifically found a beautiful young lady. You won't fall for it, will she? This is a bad guy. You can't open the door. Fu Qingran took a look and the corners of his mouth rose up in triumph. Whether it's a little girl or a little boy, there's no resistance to a pretty young lady. Chen Gaiyang also nervously clasped her fingers, her palms unable to hold back the sweat. Su Binbin also acted very nervous, gripping the armrests of the sofa and scanning around with her eyes begging for help. On the screen, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly raised her head. And do you know what my poop's name is? Lu Chen. Your father's name is Lu Chen. The young sister paused for a split second and quickly replied. I'm not a bad person. Oh, do you see my sister as a bad person? Like, Lu Xiaoyu nodded heavily. I didn't expect that answer. Ha. Can't live to laugh. How could I not expect Lu Chen to say like that? The point is, why is it like that? Puppy said that if a pretty young lady I don't know says she knows Puppy, she's a bad person. Tell you what, you call my poop, and if my poop says he knows you, I'll open the door for you. The sudden sugar was sweetened directly into the hearts of everyone in the studio. Chen Guo lowered her head, her cheeks unconsciously flushed with a hint of redness. Su Binbin sighed in relief and playfully rubbed against Chen Guiyang. Ballad sis, you're blushing. Chen Guo hurriedly covered her face and pouted. No, it's the air conditioning temperature of the studio that's too hot. Su Binbin covered her mouth. Really can't even lie. The crew of the program on the screen hasn't given up yet. You, I am really your father's friend, but my cell phone is out of battery. I am not a bad person. If you wait a little longer, your father will be angry, but he will be mean to you. Lu Xiaolu pointed at the door of the house and shouted. See, Daddy wouldn't be mean to you. You're the bad guy. Humph, didn't you say your cell phone was dead? Yu has a cell phone. Yu call Puppy. Lu Xiaolu moved the cushions of the sofa and pulled out a cell phone that Lu Chen had secretly bought for her in the crevice. A few clicks on the cell phone and the call was successfully dialed. The staff saw the situation and laughed. Hey, Yu, why are you calling Dad? Puppy, there's a strange young lady who says she's your friend and wants to take Yu to you. Lu Chen's tone was visibly nervous. Yu, you mustn't open the door for her. Daddy will be home now. Don't worry, Puppy. Yu didn't open the door for her. She's already gone. Lu Chen's tone was relieved, but he was still a little nervous. Okay, you wait at home. Daddy will be right back. You can hear Lu Dishan getting nervous on the phone. Yu is so smart. It's like a dream love child. That's a good boy. I'd have to take home a dog, not to mention a stranger at my door. My kids usually open the door first. The number of people in the live broadcast room skyrocketed, quickly surpassing 2 million. The effect of such a program made Faye feel incredibly comfortable and immediately complimented it. Friends of the audience in the live broadcast room and at the scene, are you all satisfied with little Yu's performance? The entire crowd rose to their feet and chanted. Satisfaction. Very good. Little Yu has made a good start for everyone. So next, let's take a look at Li Xiaolu, the home of MS. Li Shadow Queen. Now please MS. Li Shadow Queen, call the child's father. A zoomed-in view of the Li Lang family. Hurry up and take your medicine. Li Lang left the water and medicine on the table and left. Li Zixuan picked up the cup and let go of his hand at once. Daddy, it's too hot. If it's hot, you can eat it later. Li Zixuan held the cool patch on his head and picked up his cell phone to continue playing the game. Li Lang's cell phone, which was swiping the video, vibrated. Why are you calling again? It's never ending day after day. Li Lang cursed, but still picked up the phone, his voice kneading. Hello, honey, why are you calling me? Don't worry, Zi Xian has already taken the medicine. Li Xiaolu boarded his face, harboring a fire in his heart and said, my delivery is at the stagecoach, so go get it for me and take it home. Li Lang's face grew impatient all of a sudden. Honey, why do you still ask me to go for such a small thing? Why don't you just ask the security guard to get it? Li Xiaolu was instantly displeased. If I tell you to go, you go. I have so many valuable things. What if I lose them? But I still have to watch Li Zixuan. Don't use Zixuan as an excuse. Now. Fine. I'm on my way. Li Lang hung up the phone and cursed. One day at a time. Must be menopause coming on. So controlling. Humph. Let me go at once. I prefer to wait a while. Li Lang lay on the couch and swiped through several videos in a row. Until Li Xiaolu couldn't help but send a few messages in a row. This is reluctant to go out. The people from the program soon arrived outside Li Lang's house. Knock. Who? Li Zixuan opened the door and saw the unfamiliar person at the door. Little brother. I'm from upstairs. I got a new toy gun. Want to go out and shoot some targets? Open the door straight away? I'll bet 3 red tails. He definitely ran off with someone. I'll bet a box. Don't the family usually educate you properly? Yes. Li Zixuan immediately agreed. The live feed goes to a miniature camera on the staff. The scene shows Li Zixuan wandering around the neighborhood with a toy gun. A corgi dog suddenly appeared in Li Zixuan's field of vision. Hey, moving target. Li Zixuan raised his gun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The rubber bullet struck Corgi's body, and Corgi wailed in pain and ran away as his owner rushed over not far away. What's wrong with you kids? What gives you the right to hit my dog? Li Zixuan was so scared that he threw away his gun and turned to run, just in time to meet Li Lang, who was returning. Li Zixuan? Why are you here? Seeing the show's staff, Li Lang was instantly on fire. Fine, don't you dare come out and play with just anyone. See if I don't beat you up. Before Li Lang could lash out, the dog owner grabbed Li Lang's arm first. You're his parent, aren't you? I should tell you, your kid hit my dog with a gun. If you don't pay up today, you're not leaving. Li Lang shook off the dog's owner as soon as he could. What's wrong with you? You walk your dog without a leash. You deserve to be killed. Li Zixuan, Come home with me and see if I don't beat you to death. Living father, living son. You're so vicious at such a young age. There's really no tutelage. What do you mean? You deserved to be killed, and you're still justified in making a mistake? He only knows how to be mean to his own son. But Lu Chen is never mean to you. Same father. What's the difference? Chapter 34, Reassuring a Child to Go. What Li Lang did was completely beyond everyone's expectations. The pop-ups were filled with an avalanche of invective. Fortunately, the program team reacted quickly and quickly switched the live screen. And the scene where Lu Chen was taking Lu Xiaolu to concentrate on practicing the piano came into the viewer's eyes. Seeing this, the netizens' offensive pop-ups only subsided. Standing in front of the camera with a professional smile on her face, Little Feather said, "Friends in the live broadcast room, as well as the audience on the scene, you must have long been impatient to see how the third family's live broadcast went. Next, we have a live feed from Teacher Fu Qingran Fu's house. Teacher Fu, please get ready on your side." Little Feather could only forcefully divert everyone's attention in such a way. When Fu Qingran heard that his name was suddenly called, his heart thumped, and his entire body instantly tensed up. But the strong psychological qualities developed over the years came into play, and he soon adjusted and regained his apparent calmness. The live feed cuts to Fu Qingran's home. Only Ma Xiaobao could be heard exasperatedly shouting, "Humph, Grandpa is a big liar, dish like a dog, and always bragging about being some kind of generation master." Unable to get angry, he grabbed the cushion next to him and slammed it hard towards Ma Yu, complaining loudly, "It's all your fault. If you didn't call Grandpa here, I wouldn't have been scolded by my mom, and this matter has to be counted on your head." Ma Yu was full of compensating smiles, hurriedly bending down to pick up the cushion on the ground, coaxing softly, "Xiaobao, it's Dad who's wrong. Don't be angry." Ma Xiaobao's remaining anger was not yet gone. Her hands clasped tightly on her chest, and she ruined her room with a puff of anger. Toodaloo, toodaloo. Ma Yu picked up his cell phone and glanced at the caller ID. A trace of malice flashed across his face as he whispered softly, "Hey, honey, what's up?" Fu Qingran tried to make his tone sound calm and natural as he asked, "Let me ask you, what did you do all day today?" Ma Yu's heart thumped, tensed up, stumbling to answer, I didn't do anything today. Don't worry, my son has finished his homework, and my father's side has a caregiver to take care of it. I'm cleaning up at the moment." Fu Qingran continued, "I've sent you a document, so go out and print it for me." When Ma Yu heard that he was going to let himself go out to work, he was not happy and his face became even more ugly. "I'm your husband or your maid?" But when he thought of the debt he was still carrying, he had to hold his tongue and could only reluctantly agree. "Okay, wife, I'm on my way." After hanging up the phone, the anger in Ma Yu's heart could no longer be suppressed. He flung the cell phone away with a jerk and punched and kicked at the cushions on the couch, cursing under his breath. Asterisk, just know to instruct my old man to work. Don't even look at how big the sun is outside, how strong the ultraviolet rays are. I'm going to be a movie star and shoot TV dramas in the future. What will I do if I get a tan? Netizens saw the scene and trolled the pop-ups. Movie star, making a TV series, with his looks, he's just a toad trying to eat swan meat. A toad can at least see a swan. But with Ma Yu, does he know what a drama is like? Still graduated from the science class. I think it's totally inferior to Lu Dishan. By the way, when will Lu Dishan make his debut? In my opinion, Ma Yu and Fu Qingran are quite good at acting out the farce of life. After Ma Yu vented his anger, his eyes dripped and quietly came to the door of Ma Xiaobao's room and said softly, "Xiaobao, Dad wants to ask you for a favor." Ma Xiaobao turned his head slightly sideways and asked with a wary face, "What for?" Ma Yu took out $10 from his pocket, waved it in front of Ma Xiaobao and said, "Dad has $10 here. Go and help Dad print this document. Just go to the place where we usually get couriers." Ma Xiaobao didn't even think about it and directly refused. "I'm not going. $10 is too little." Ma Yu gritted his teeth and asked tentatively, "20? Ma Xiaobao still shook his head. "No." Ma Yu raised the price with a hard heart. "50. This time, Ma Xiaobao's eyes lit up and he immediately agreed. "Deal." Ma Xiaobao opened his little hand and Ma Yu helplessly handed him $50. "You're letting your kid go alone? This dad is really something. What kind of family did the show run into? Even if the neighborhood security is excellent, it's good to be instructed twice." Seeing this scene, Little Feather's eyes also widened in shock, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Fu Qingran's face instantly became very ugly in the studio. Su Bianbin nonchalantly accused, "Even if the security of the neighborhood is better, you can't let a small child go out alone so easily. How dangerous it is." Fu Qingran hurriedly defended himself. "It's not like that. Our family has always paid a lot of attention to cultivating little treasure's independent personality, so we let him try many things on his own. But before she could finish her sentence, Su Bibin interrupted her point blank. Is cultivating an independent personality something that can be induced by using money? Fu Qingran was instantly stumped by the question and opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. Seeing that the scene was a bit awkward, Xiaolu hurriedly came out to round off the situation. Teacher Fu, in that case, why don't you give the child's father another call to see what's going on? Fu Qingran gave Xiaolu a grateful look, then took out his cell phone and dialed Mayu's number. In the picture, Mayu glanced at the cell phone screen, gave a disdainful blank stare, and muttered, "Annoying, all you know how to do is talk on the phone." After saying that, he directly turned his cell phone to silent and casually threw it to the side, with his mouth still saying, "Out of sight, out of mind." When Fu Qingran saw the scene, the anger on her face could no longer be concealed. If it wasn't for the fact that the program was still being recorded, she probably would have rushed back home and settled the score with Mayu. It's a good thing that the staff of the program has been following Ma Xiaobao, and there were no accidents all the way to the live broadcast. The live feed suddenly shifted, and it was back to Chen Gezhuang's house. Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu had just finished their learning tasks for the day, and Lu Chen had even made a special effort to take a video of Lu Xiaoyu practicing the piano and sent it to the teacher. Just as Lu Xiaoyu was full of joy and ready to play the game with Lu Chen, she realized that Lu Chen's expression was serious and not quite the same as usual. Lu Xiaoyu was filled with doubt and asked, "Papa, what's wrong with you? Did something happen?" Lu Chen said patiently, You, today you didn't open the door for strangers and called Daddy in time. That's a great job. Daddy wants to praise you. In the future, if Mom and Dad aren't home and a stranger knocks on the door, you can't open it. You must contact Dad first. Got it? Chapter 35. No man can stand up to this. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes darted upward and asked with a face full of curiosity, "If I can't reach Puppy, what should I do?" Lu Chen replied with a serious face, Then no matter what the other party says outside the door, you must never open the door. Be sure to protect yourself. Understand? Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu nodded her head vigorously and said crisply, "POA. I remember." A pleased smile finally appeared on Lu Chen's face. "Now, Daddy is going to give you a reward. Today Daddy will take you on a killing spree in the canyon and charge up to Star Shine." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's little face turned red with excitement and raised her cell phone high in the air, cheering, "Hooray for Poop." In the studio, the audience gave a thumbs up to Lu Chen's educational style. There was an exchange of words and recognition in their eyes. Afternoon Live. Feather walked to center stage in high spirits, facing the camera, her voice crisp. "Viewers of the live broadcast, in the afternoon, we will be conducting a test for fathers. The test, the father's reaction to a stranger coming to the door of the father's house while he is at home with his children." A doorbell rang from the live feed, and as usual, it started with Lu Chen's house. Everyone's eyes looked meaningfully at Chen Gaiyang. As it turns out, the program went so far as to get a young, beautiful woman to come to the door. The program team is so scheming. This is to seduce God Lu. How did the program, which is clearly a test of fathers with children, come to target its fathers? Lu Dexin is on a hot streak right now, and the program is rubbing it in. Since ancient times, heroes can't resist beauty. God Lu, hold on. Experience has taught me that a man can't stand such a test. Don't ask why. If you do, you're out of the house. Lu Chen opened the door, and the program's camera quickly captured Lu Chen's facial expression, only to find that Lu Chen didn't have the surprise of seeing a beautiful woman, but instead, a hint of vigilance rose. "Hello, can I help you?" After what had just happened to Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Chen now held a distrustful attitude towards any strangers. "Hello sir, I just moved in. I cleaned before I had a chance to buy a mop. Can I use one of yours?" The staff is smiling and looking youthful. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu were secretly delighted that Lu Chen, a family cook who doesn't go out all year round, would definitely not be able to escape when he saw such a youthful woman. However, Lu Chen's performance made everyone in the broadcast room not expect it. "I know everyone upstairs. I haven't heard of anyone moving?" Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. "And, instead of borrowing your neighbors, you ran downstairs and borrowed my mop. Say, who the hell are you?" The crew of the program was all of a sudden rushed. Chen Guro laughed. "What reason do you think you can't find? Not to mention our building, half of the people in our entire neighborhood are acquaintances with Lu Chen." The program team was stumped. Originally, he had wanted to create a bit of a conversation, but who knew that Lu Chen was actually not attracted by beauty? Su Bianbin also couldn't help but laugh. "That is to say, Lu Chen looks at our ballad sister every day. His aesthetic tastes are all spoiled. Where is the one who can hook up with anyone casually?" Screen Road Lu Chen saw that the other party could not make up a reason, and his vigilance rose directly to the highest point. "If you don't tell me, then I will call the police. Just now someone can come to our house to trick the children to open the door. Say, Is it your accomplice? Or is it you? Upon hearing that the police were going to be called, the program staff fled in a panic, and Lu Chen pulled out his cell phone to contact the community security without any hurry. The show was a mess. As long as you're caught and still good? The broadcast screen urgently switched to the house of Li Lang. Beauty. Let me tell you, it's not easy to find a job nowadays, so make sure you keep your eyes peeled. Li Lang leaned back in the sofa, crossing his legs and lighting a cigar in his hand. Li Xiaolu's face instantly darkened. Not only did Li Lang open the door, but he also invited someone to his home? You haven't said yet. What kind of work do you do? If you're not sure yet, we're neighbors. It's all fate. I just happen to be short of a secretary. Tens of thousands of dollars a month. That's chump change. Li Lang reached out, deliberately tabling his hand. The staff member was embarrassed for a moment, and his brain spun quickly without coming up with a response. What? Think the pay is low? Li Lang got up and sat beside the staff member, whispering softly, don't worry, as long as you work well, promotion and salary increase. That's not a problem, Li Lang said, instinctively going to hold out his hand. This startled the staff member, who stood up in a hurry. Sir, I've got some things to do at home, so I'll go first. The staff member didn't finish his sentence and fled in a hurry. Li Lang smiled faintly with a leisurely expression. Kind of, and shy. It's a shame. Didn't take. Vomit. Why is this Li Lang so greasy? Several tens of thousands of dollars a month for a secretary. That must be a tough job, right? It's hard-earned money. Tens of thousands of dollars a month isn't expensive. What kind of example can a man like this set for a child? He's a scum. Li Xiaolu was so angry that his teeth itched. Although Li Lang is a company owner, but there is no business mind at all. Usually extravagant and wasteful. That is all subsidized by her money. As a result, Li Lang still dared to spend money outside. The crew was also speechless. And I can't say the response to the broadcast was bad, but only extremely poor. The live feed switched to Fu Qingran's house again. Fu Qingran had a confident look on his face. On weekdays, Ma Yu at home to her that is very respectful. To her as a queen served. Not to mention Ma Yu's body has a few $100 million debt. Certainly do not dare to womanize. But after the picture unfolded, it could be considered to give Fu Qingran a silly look. The staff is shown with a look of adoration. Mr. Ma, how come it's you? I've heard the songs you've sung and the dramas you've acted in. The acting is very good. I adore you. Ma Yu was instantly happy. Really? So which one is your favorite? Staffers are stupid. How did they just forget about Coppola? But Ma Yu didn't notice in the slightest and dragged the staff straight back home. Mr. Ma, it wouldn't be inconvenient for me to come in, would it? Ma Yu glanced at Ma Xiaobao, who was playing a game in his room, and pulled the staff towards the bedroom. Bao is learning. Come on, I'll teach you acting. The staff member's eyes widened. Teaching acting? Or to the bedroom? It's live. Don't you ruin it for me. Besides, I'm not an actor. No, Mr. Ma, I have things to do. I'll ask for advice next time I have the chance. The staff spread their hands and fled in panic. Ma Yu, while chasing, also shouted, add a contact. I still have a lot of experience to teach you. How dare the staff stop? Going to work is already annoying. And then you meet a hooligan? Seeing that the person ran out of sight, Ma Yu had a lost face. Chapter 36, lock up these two and never let them go to market. Eyes inadvertently glanced to the wedding photo with Fu Qingran hanging in the living room. The more Ma Yu looked at it, the more upset he became. Directly copied the broom and smashed it. It's all because of you, woman. You're the one who hindered my acting career. If I hadn't gotten married, I would have been on fire by now. This man is so disgusting. This kind of person can still enter the entertainment industry? It's a disgrace to the entertainment industry. A few $100 million to feed out a white-eyed wolf. All I can say is, please lock these two up and don't let them get into the market. This operation of the program directly caused the heat of the program to soar, reaching 5 million in the blink of an eye, a new high. The live stream of all three together was superb. The host, Feather, felt so relaxed for the first time, and seeing that the broadcast was coming to an end, he came to the center of the stage and began to make an announcement. For those of you in the booth and on the floor, the third installment of the broadcast is now coming to an end. Thank you for watching. Regarding the fourth installment of the live broadcast, there will be a slight adjustment. We will move the live broadcast venue to the resort and expect to start on time in 3 days. Now, let's rate the performance of the three guests in these 3 episodes of the program, and come together to rate their wonderful presentation. I have to vote for you. She's so cute. God of Lu, take my vote. His way of bringing up children is awesome. I'm so looking forward to what the great God Lu will do in the 4th installment of the show. The program team asked us to rate. Is it related to the schedule of the 4th episode? Upstairs is right. Brothers, vote for the great God Lu. In the evening, Lu Chen tied his apron and walked out of the kitchen with the last plate of colorful and fragrant dishes, and said to Chen Guiyang with a smile, "Wife, you come back quite early these days." Chen Guiyang nodded gently, looking somewhat unnatural, and said in a low voice, "Recently, the company is not too busy." After Chen Guoro had taken her seat, Lu Chen realized that she had not moved her chopsticks for half a day at the table full of food. Lu Chen asked with concern, "What's wrong, wife? Is there something on your mind? Tell me?" Chen Guiyang hesitated and said slowly, "I'm traveling in 3 days." Lu Chen took a long breath. He thought something big had happened. After all, as the president of Star Entertainment, it was not uncommon for Chen Guorhythm to travel on business, with all sorts of parties and business events coming up. It was only after Lu Xiaolu was born in her last life that Chen Guizhong had put off a lot of work in order to take care of her family. This has caused Star Entertainment to miss out on a number of development opportunities, and has also laid the groundwork for the company's downfall in the future. "No problem. You will be in my hands. You can rest assured," Lu Chen said with a smile, his eyes full of favor. Chen Guoro raised her eyes and looked at Lu Chen and Lu Xiaolu. "I'll be traveling for about 3 days. I thought that it's time for you to relax and unwind. So I signed you and you up for a parent-child summer camp." Lu Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Was this still the same Chen Guiyang he remembered as the one who was strict with his daughter's studies? In her last life, not to mention summer camps, even on weekends, Lu Xiaolu was arranged for all sorts of cramming classes. During that time, Lu Xiaolu was surrounded by nutritionists, professional chefs, and several tutors. Lu Chun, his own father, had to book a time in advance when he wanted to see his daughter, so much so that Lu Xiaolu was not even close to him afterwards. Lu Chen secretly thought, can it be that Chen Guoro has also been reborn? How is it that all of a sudden, there is such a drastic shift in the way you raise your daughter? Mama, is it really okay? Lu Xiaolu stopped the chopsticks in her hands, her eyes glazed over, and she asked with a look of surprise. Chen Guoro tenderly rubbed Lu Xiaolu's little head and said with a smile, "Of course, you can play to her heart's content in these few days, and relax and unwind. Thank you, Mama. Mama is the best. Mama should also pay attention to her health when she travels on business," Lu Xiaolu said happily. Lu Chen also put his heart down. Whether she crossed over or not, as long as he could make his daughter grow up happy, he put his hands up in favor of it. 3 days later in the early morning, the sun was shining brightly, and Lu Chen drove Lu Xiaolu to the summer camp early. While checking in with the camp staff, Lu Chen learned that the families attending this session of the camp with them were all very distinguished. The husband and son of movie queen Li Xiaolu, and the husband and son of famous host Fu Qingran, will participate in the event. Lu Xiaolu was so excited to hear that there were children to play with that she cheered and jumped in place. Lu Chun, on the other hand, froze in place, screaming in his heart. Neither of these two are good hosts. Movie queen Li Xiaolu and her husband Li Lang, although the outside world has been rumored to be in a solid relationship, Lu Chen remembers that it was around this time that news of the two having a falling out broke out. It was a big deal and well known at the time. It wasn't long before Li Xiaolu and Li Lang actually chose to divorce. This incident has stirred up the entire entertainment industry and sparked numerous media and fan discussions. In contrast, the situation at the home of famous host Fu Qingran is even worse. Not only is her husband in huge debt and losing business, but he's even been caught in a cheating scandal. The two sides engaged in a heated battle of name-calling on the internet, with both sides going back and forth. I heard that later, because of the topic of high heat, you even took the opportunity to black Red out of the circle. Got a few TV series acting opportunities. However, Lu Chen had never paid much attention to the news of the entertainment industry, and usually seldom surfed the internet, so he didn't know much about the more detailed details. The staff member walked over to Lu Chen and said politely, "Hello, Mr. Lu, since you're here, let's choose your room first." Both Mr. Li and Mr. Ma haven't arrived yet. Lu Chen raised his eyes and saw the remaining rooms available, and couldn't help but spit in his heart that the arrangement of this summer camp was really heartfelt. We haven't even gotten inside yet, and the competition is on. Right now there are only 3 houses left. One is a small, exquisitely decorated duplex, one is a 2-bedroom flat, and one is an apartment that is just a few dozen square meters in size and seems a bit cramped. Lu Chen's heart crossed. Since it was a competition between families, he certainly couldn't lose. Just choose directly? Lu Chen confirmed. The staff smiled and affirmed. You are the first to arrive, so of course you have first choice. Lu Chen did not hesitate and decisively chose the finely decorated duplex. The great god of Lu is tough. Why should the first one to arrive give out the good room? You should have chosen the best. There's nothing wrong with that. Since you're late, you have to suffer the consequences. Lu Dixin did the right thing. If you want a better room, then you should have come earlier. and you're justified in being late. Chapter 37, Goddess Su's Internet Mouth Replacement. In the studio, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu were both dissatisfied when they saw Lu Chen's choice. After all, who doesn't want their children to live more comfortably? Fu Qingran was the first to speak, with a hint of yin and yang in his tone. One can tell that Lu Chen favors his daughter. If I were Ma Yu, I would definitely give this room to Lu Xiaoyu. After all, our family has always emphasized on educating our children on the virtue of humility. When Chen Guiyang heard this, she was not happy. Wasn't this a disguised accusation that Lu Chen didn't know how to be humble? Chen Guoro's willow brows knitted lightly as she responded righteously. I work hard to earn money so that my family can have better living conditions and provide a better quality environment and education for my children. So I don't think there's any need for humility as long as it's something that you got legally and reasonably through your own efforts. As soon as these words came out, many viewers nodded their heads, agreeing with Chen Guiyang's viewpoint. Su Binbin is even more relentless, directly and sharply counterattacking. It's not easy for the noble school where Ma Xiaobao is from to get a place, is it? Why don't I see you guys giving up this spot? Ha! Fu Qingran was dumbfounded by the question. His face flushed a shade of red and white. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Li Xiaolu was secretly glad that he hadn't spoken rashly just now. This attack is so sharp. Who can resist it? Goddess Su. If you can say it more. It's such a relief. That is, there's no need to reason with her. Just dislike her. This kind of person deserves to be rebutted. There is no absolute fairness in this world. And what we can create for our children, we certainly cannot give away. Support Lu Dixin and the ballad Diva. There was a roar of an automobile from outside the camp. Finally, the second parent to arrive showed up. The one who came was Li Lang, only to see the black Maybach slowly stop. The secretary quickly got out of the car and respectfully opened the door. Meanwhile, the driver had already prepared an umbrella to shield Li Lang from the sun. Li Lang stepped out of the car, his brows furrowed in disgust. This is the summer camp, isn't it? I really don't know how your mom chose such a shabby place. The staff rushed over to Li Lang and politely handed over the remaining 2 keys. Hello, Mr. Li. According to the rules of the summer camp, only 2 people can attend. You and your son. And you can only bring some daily items. Please choose your room. Mr. Lu has already chosen one set away. Here are the remaining 2. Mr. Lu? Which Mr. Lu? Li Lang asked in confusion. Li Zixuan, who was on the side. However, his eyes lit up and said excitedly, Is it Lu Chen, Uncle Lu? The staff member smiled and responded to Li Zixuan. That's right, it's Mr. Lu Chen Lu. Li Zixuan cheered, and a trace of displeasure instantly flashed across Li Lang's face. Recalling that in the hospital room, Lu Chen stood beside Chen Guoro, taller than himself and more handsome in appearance, which made Li Lang feel bad in her heart. Obviously of similar age, Lu Chen felt at least 8 years younger than him, especially if you marry a woman with the kind of charisma that Chen Guiyang has as a wife. I'll see to the room, Li Lang said in a cold tone, seemingly with a hint of impatience. The staff rushed to show the pictures of the remaining 2 sets of rooms to Li Lang. Li Lang only glanced at it, and his face instantly became gloomy. Have you guys got it wrong? Is this a place where people live? Li Lang questioned loudly, his face filled with disgust. I can't believe you guys are letting me live here. My dog lives better than this. The ugly face of the capitalists is on full display. It's so disgusting. It's so graphic. This is a residence we've worked hard all our lives to be able to have. And in his eyes it's worthless. This man has no qualities to speak of. Can he educate a child with this kind of behavior? I deeply doubt it. Although the staff member was extremely disgusted with Li Lang's attitude in his heart, he still held back his dissatisfaction and explained in a gentle tone out of professional ethics. Sir, there are 3 families participating in this event. We have fully communicated with your loved ones beforehand and these 3 rooms are unanimously approved by your loved ones. When Li Lang heard this, he only felt his head buzzing, and he was immediately on fire and cursed. Is Li Xiaolu a pig? She can actually agree to such an unreasonable arrangement. When these words reached the studio, Li Xiaolu was so angry that her face turned red and her chest rose and fell violently. Su Binbin grabbed Chen Guozhuang's arm tightly and laughed like she had installed a vibrating motor. Chen Guoro also tilted her head and tried to stifle her laughter, but she couldn't stop her shoulders from trembling slightly. In the end, Li Xiaolu forced down his anger, awkwardly picked up the microphone, and stammered, Big, don't misunderstand. We usually, often flirt like this. Su Binbin couldn't hold it in any longer and mocked while giggling. This way of addressing Queen Li's family is really unique. Saying menopause one moment and then calling her a pig the next. I unilaterally declare that Goddess Su is my mouthpiece on the internet, speaking my mind. Or why don't you just give my goddess 2 microphones? One is simply not enough for her to play. Goddess Su said it so boldly, she won't be snowed in by the company, right? A little worried. Although Li Xiaolu was once a movie queen, that's all in the past. Goddess Su is now a popular singing superstar. How could the company afford to hide her? Li Xiaolu completely stopped laughing. His face became very ugly, sitting in place and trying to hide his displeasure. Well, at that moment, a BMW was shown slowly pulling into the campground. Mayu stepped down from the driver's seat and hurriedly jogged to the other side, opening the car door for Ma Xiaobao. Ma Xiaobao was playing with his cell phone with his head down at full attention, looking impatient with Mayu's actions. This is definitely hanging. It's way over the top. Ma Xiaobao cursed his teammates in the game while complaining towards Mayu. It's all your fault. Not giving me a proper umbrella, causing me to get killed in the game. The staff member frowned slightly, maintaining his humility as he walked towards Mayu. Hello, Mr. Ma. According to the rules of the camp, this event is only allowed for 2 people, you and your son, and you can only bring some daily necessities. Now please choose your room. Mr. Lu has already chosen 1 set. Here are the remaining 2. Li Lang was instantly displeased and yelled, "What's wrong with you? I haven't even chosen yet. Why are you showing him the room information? And you? No choosing." Mayu wasn't one to be bullied, and when he heard this unreasonable attitude from Li Lang, he was instantly enraged. What do you mean? We all came to the event together, so we should play fair. Why should you get to be special? Chapter 38. Lu Dixin used to be a warrior, but before the words were finished, Mayu's eyes caught a glimpse of Li Lang's luxurious Maybach, and his aura immediately weakened, and the tone of his voice was unconsciously lowered by a few points. Li Lang contemptuously swept a glance at Mayu, his heart filled with disdain. Look at this Mayu, thin body, and are so old, actually went out with heavy makeup. A little man should have the temperament or not. Look, is it good to bully the soft persimmon? Kid, I can come earlier than you. What's wrong with me choosing first? Li Lang's tone was arrogant and his eyes were provocative. Mayu opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed back hard and could only hold his face red. What a wimp. No backbone at all. If it were me, I would never be able to stand it and go up and punch him. Honestly, his son is more manly than he is, and this father is too much of a loser. Look at him. If you guys didn't say it was Mayu, I would have thought it was some beauty-loving aunt. Despite being filled with disgust, Li Lang reluctantly took the keys to the small bungalow. Mayu stood aside, helplessness and suffocation written all over his face, living like a deflated leather ball. But Ma Xiaobao was not happy and stormed out, yelling at Mayu. Mayu, how could you let him take that house away? Hurry up and go grab it back for me. Mayu hurriedly pacified Ma Xiaobao and said in a gentle voice, Xiaobao, it's quite good that we chose this apartment. When Ma Xiaobao heard this, he became even more angry and kept cursing with his mouth. Mayu, you loser, you can't even fight for a room. I'm really counting on you for nothing. Studio. Fu Qingran's face was hard to see. Su Binbin looked in her eyes and deliberately added oil to the fire, saying in a conspiratorial manner, Gu, this is the spirit of humility that Teacher Fu has been talking about? I've seen it today. It's really beneficial. Chen Goro gently touched Su Binbin and muttered in a low voice, aren't we being a bit too ostentatious? Don't go too far. Su Binbin, however, was full of concern and responded with a haughty face, who made her target you all the time in the first 3 periods? This is what I call learning from the barbarians to control the barbarians, treating the barbarians in the same way as their own. She deserves it. Chen Gaiyang nodded in relief, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, although it is not quite clear what Goddess Su and the Diva are muttering. But look at Goddess Su's expression. Thievish, inexplicably poking the point of laughter. So I want to laugh. Look at Fu Qingran's face. It's as black as the bottom of a pot. Just now he was talking about modesty. Now he's hit his face. Although Li Lang is a person I look quite unpleasant, but he taught Mayu that scene. I don't know why. I watched quite relieved. I can hardly tell who is the son and who is the father between Mayu and Ma Xiaobao. The camera pans back to summer camp. After the 3 families moved in without incident, the scene was very different. As soon as Lu Chen entered the room, he immediately took action and rolled up his sleeves to start cleaning. Lu Xiaoyu is also not willing to show weakness, like a small adult, helping to pass tools, wiping the table, father and daughter with a tacit understanding. On the contrary, the 2 families, Li Lang and Mayu, complained. Li Lang is even more directly on the fire on the staff, angry to find the door. What's wrong with you guys? Even if the rooms are in poor condition, do you not even know how to do the most basic cleaning? How does this make us live? Li Lang accused in a churlish manner. The staff rushed to explain patiently. Mr. Li, we are a parent-child summer camp here, and cleaning together by parents and children is also one of the important parts of the activity. aiming to improve the interaction and cooperation between parents and children. The staff member added, "Also, Mr. Lee, you need to use the camp's exclusive vouchers for any purchases within our summer camp resort. We give out vouchers as rewards to each family based on their performance in various activities. For example, the first family to complete the sanitation cleaning will receive a $200 voucher, the next to complete it will get $100, and the last to complete it will get $50. Li Lang disdainfully glanced at Lu Chen's duplex and was secretly pleased with himself. "Humph. I let you choose the biggest one. Now you'll have a good time. With such a large area, cleaning it will still tire you out. Being smart is a mistake, isn't it?" When Ma Yu learned the news, he couldn't sit still either, and hurried back to his room, packing up on his hands and knees. Mentally, "I'm glad I picked the smallest apartment." In the studio, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu looked at the live broadcast screen with smug expressions on their faces. Su Binbin held Qin Gezhuang's hand with a worried face and said anxiously, "Sister Ballad, what can we do about this? Lu Chen and you are responsible for cleaning the biggest room. It's a daunting task." Chen Guiyang, however, was calm and relaxed. "Don't worry, Lu Chen can clean up a house of more than 300 square meters in our house, and it's clean and tidy all year round. A small duplex in the district is a piece of cake for him. It's hard to beat him." Inside the duplex apartment, Lu Chen was utilizing his creativity. A small hat was carefully folded with newspaper and gently placed on Lu Xiaoyu's head, and a mask was also thoughtfully placed on her. "Yu, our first battle of the attack starts now. Are you ready to fight?" Lu Xiaoyu's eyes were firm, her small hands clenched into fists, and she responded loudly, "Poop, go for it. I'm ready. Yu, go for it. Let's work together as father and daughter. We'll definitely win big." Lu Chen also shouted with a high fighting spirit. Lu Chen was so confident because cleaning was a skill for him. Of course, this was not only because he was familiar with running the household, but there was another crucial reason. Lu Chen was once a naval soldier. The rigorous housekeeping requirements of the military had honed his excellent organizing skills, and for him, cleaning a small apartment was a breeze to hold. Lu Xiaoyu also performed very well during the cleaning process, not only working hard, but also cheering up Lu Chen from time to time, providing full emotional value. Serious and lovely appearance instantly attracted countless fans in the live broadcast. Yu is also too good. She works fast and clean, and she's so understanding. She's such a little angel. Brothers, come and see. Guess what shocking secret I've discovered? The great god Lu was once in the Navy. What? No wonder. I've always felt that Lu Dishan has a unique temperament. So it's because he's been in the Navy and is all righteousness. Now I understand. Yu is so good. So it's because of her family's cultivation. Her roots are the right kind of people. Half an hour later, exciting news came over the summer camp radio. Congratulations to the first group of families, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu, who were the first to complete the household cleaning and successfully won the 200 yuan vouchers. Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu jumped up excitedly when they heard the happy news, and the two of them happily high-fived in celebration. Yu, you're so great. Without you, Puppa wouldn't have been able to complete the mission so quickly. Lu Chen was full of smiles and did not mince words in praising his daughter. Poop is super awesome too. I want to be as capable as POA in the future. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with admiration for Lu Chen. On the other hand, Li Lang and Ma Yu sighed. They were both stunned and dumbfounded to hear this news. Li Zishuan, can you hurry up? How many times have I urged you? Why are you so dilly-dallying? It's simply killing me. Li Lang couldn't help but roar loudly at Li Zishuan. Ma Shaba's voice on his side was equally loud and piercing. Ma Yu, you punk! How big is this room? You actually have to clean it for so long. I'm really convinced. Eventually, the hygiene cleaning competition came to an end. Ma Yu's family was the first to finish with a $100 voucher, thanks to their smaller room size, while Li Lang's family only got a $50 voucher because they procrastinated. In the studio, Little Feather walked to the center of the stage in high spirits, facing the audience and explaining in detail. The camp is carefully set up with a series of tests. The first test was designed to see how parents would go about getting the right living environment for their children. So we prepared 3 different sizes of houses: excellent, good and average. The second test, on the other hand, focuses on the ability to collaborate between parents and their children by working together to complete housekeeping, develop good habits in organizing the child's house, and promote the development of the parent-child relationship. As for the third test that follows, it will focus on fathers to see how they can utilize their limited resources to craft a great lunch and dinner for their children. Below, please stay locked to the airwaves to enjoy what the 3 families will bring to the table in the next challenge. Chapter 39, Children should not be allowed to spend money frivolously. Half an hour later, exciting news came over the summer camp radio. Congratulations to the first group of families, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu, Who were the first to complete the household cleaning and successfully won the 200 yuan vouchers? Lu Chen and Lu Xiaolu jumped up excitedly when they heard the happy news, and the two of them happily high-fived in celebration. You, you're so great. Without you, Dad wouldn't have been able to complete the mission so quickly. Lu Chen was full of smiles and did not mince words in praising his daughter. Poop is super awesome too. I want to be as capable as POA in the future. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with admiration for Lu Chen. On the other hand, Li Lang and Ma Yu's sighed. They were both stunned and dumbfounded to hear this news. Li Zixuan, can you hurry up? How many times have I urged you? Why are you so dilly-dallying? It's simply killing me. Li Lang couldn't help but roar loudly at Li Zixuan. Ma Xiaoba's voice on his side was equally loud and piercing. Ma Yu, you punk! How big is this room? You actually have to clean it for so long. I'm really convinced. Eventually, the hygiene cleaning competition came to an end. Ma Yu's family was the first to finish with a $100 voucher, thanks to their smaller room size, while Li Lang's family only got a $50 voucher because they procrastinated. In the studio, Little Feather walked to the center of the stage in high spirits, facing the audience and explaining in detail. The camp is carefully set up with a series of tests. The first test was designed to see how parents would go about getting the right living environment for their children. So we prepared 3 different sizes of houses: excellent, good and average. The second test, on the other hand, focuses on the ability to collaborate between parents and their children by working together to complete housekeeping, develop good habits in organizing the child's house, and promote the development of the parent-child relationship. As for the third test that follows, it will focus on fathers to see how they can use their limited resources to craft a great lunch and dinner for their children. Below, please stay locked to the airwaves to enjoy what the 3 families will bring to the table in the next challenge. Resort Bazaar. Although it is a village market, it is full of a wide range of goods. Signs of well-known chain brands such as KFC, McDonald's and Wallace's stand out prominently on the roadside, and there are even more stalls. Just after stepping into the bazaar, Lu Chen felt that his eyes were a bit overwhelmed. Clutching the 200 yuan voucher in his hand, Lu Chen pondered in his heart that he could buy a lot of things. After thinking about it, he handed over the choice of consumption to Lu Xiaoyu. You, we have $200 now. It's up to you to decide how to spend it next. But Daddy needs to make it clear to you that we need to get our money's worth out of what we have before we're sure when we're going to get the next installment. Lu Chen patiently said. Of course, don't worry about earning money. Dad will take care of it. If you especially want to eat KFC, it's no problem at all. Lu Xiaoyu nodded with a serious face, her eyes darting in front of KFC and other stores. Poopy, is this $200 all we have? Can't we spend our own money? Lu Xiaoyu raised her head and asked innocently. Lu Chen nodded with the same seriousness. Lu Xiaoyu pondered for a while before saying in a milky voice, then we'd better go grocery shopping. Lu Chen was really a bit surprised. He had thought that Lu Xiaoyu would choose KFC without hesitation. Yu is so understanding. She wants to go grocery shopping even though she wants to eat KFC. Lu Dixin is really a good father. Spending money on such things, he would even leave it to Yu to make the decision. In support of Lu Dixin, it's not that children can't take money. On the contrary, they should be allowed to establish a good money sense as early as possible. Lu Dixin also made a point of urging that earning money is an adult's business, and that it's okay to eat KFC if you want to, which simply kills 99% of parents. Lu Chen rubbed Lu Xiaoyu's head and asked with concern, Yu, don't you want to eat KFC? If you want to eat it, no problem. We have 200 that we can eat. Baba, KFC is too expensive. Let's eat when we get home. Lu Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes, and you also said, Papa, that we're not sure when we'll earn the next amount of money. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart how his own daughter knew so much. Subsequently, in the bazaar, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu strolled around for a long time, reaping a lot of rewards and buying quite a few things. Lu Xiaoyu's sweet and adorable appearance, coupled with her soft and childish voice, was simply a little sweetheart, mesmerizing the stall owners one by one and taking extra care of her. After some shopping, there is still $50 left in the voucher. Papa, we've bought so many things. What kind of delicious food are you going to make for Yu? Lu Xiaoyu tilted her little face and asked expectantly. Lu Chen stroked his chin and already had an idea in his mind. Yu, since Daddy has left the decision all up to you, it's still up to you to decide what to eat. Really? Lu Xiaoyu cheered with excitement. I've been thinking about this for a long time. I want to eat barbecue. Lu Chen froze at once, knowing that Chen Goro had enrolled them in a summer camp. Eating barbecue at this camp must be hard to hide from Chen Goro, who had a delicate mind. As he was hesitating, Lu Chen caught a glimpse of Lu Xiaoyu's face full of anticipation, and his eyes seemed to be saying, Poop, please. Lu Chen couldn't hold back after all. Okay, just barbecue. Lu Chen's heart was crossed. His daughter wanted to eat, so he had to arrange it. The big deal is that when your wife gets angry, you'll just have to put more effort into coaxing her. Long live Pupa. Lu Xiaolu danced around happily. Lu Chen packed up the ingredients he bought, took the remaining $50 vouchers, and walked towards the staff. Hello, I have $50 left here, and I was wondering if I could exchange it for a barbecue grill, plus charcoal and some barbecue ingredients. I didn't see any in the marketplace. When the staff heard this, they also froze for a moment. Who would have expected Lu Chen to actually plan to barbecue here? There was no preparation for any of this before the show started. The staff member was about to refuse when Hongbo's voice suddenly came over the headset. Promise him that if you don't have it, go get it now. Receiving an affirmative answer, the staff member immediately smiled with an open brow. Okay, Mr. Lu, but are you sure you want to exchange it? You can only have this 50 yuan voucher left now. Lu Chen nodded firmly. Okay. At this point, the studio. Fu Qingran gave his opinion. It's true. Letting small children decide how to spend their money will surely end up with not a single penny left. Parents should teach their children how to use money wisely instead of letting them spend it blindly. Li Xiaolu nodded in agreement. That's right. It's only the first day of the program and the money is all used up. What about tomorrow's program? Lu Chen is not forward-looking at all. No way. How can you even criticize this? It's great that you can hold back on eating KFC and thinking about grocery shopping, isn't it? Really nitpick Bones. Lu Dishin and you bought so many dishes. Eat for 2 or 3 days no problem at all. Humph. Now spraying Lu Dishin. One of you 100 and one of you 50. Let's see how you can hold out for 3 days. Eating instant noodles every day? Chapter 40, The Little Professional Dishwasher. Li Lang led Li Zixuan to step into a KFC store. The store was brightly lit and the staff smiled and asked, "What can I get for you, Dad?" "I want to eat a family bucket. And I want a double portion." Li Zixuan tilted his head and tugged on Li Lang's coat. Li Lang was full of impatience and yelled at the staff at the top of his voice. 2 KFC family buckets. A staff member in a neat uniform with a smile on his face walked up quickly and politely. "Yes sir. Voucher please." Li Lang casually swept the counter and asked, "Where's your internet banking collection code?" "Sir, I'm really sorry, but we need to pay with a voucher during the resort event." The staff still maintains a standard smile and patiently explains things. Li Lang instantly became unhappy. His face sank, and he said in a bad tone, "I say, are you guys out of your minds? I'll give cash, or transfer money, but I don't need any vouchers." "I'm really very sorry sir. It's our rule that you can only pay with vouchers." The staff member responded with a good attitude and without being condescending. But Li Lang didn't buy it at all and yelled, "You don't even earn money. I really don't understand what you guys are thinking." When had Li Lang ever been so angry? It had been bad since morning. Now even more so. He felt that he had been deliberately made difficult, and the anger within him miso bubbled up, so angry that his face was red. Li Zixuan carefully raised his head and begged in a small voice, "Dad, Li Lang was angry. A slap directly swung down, heavily slapped on Li Zixuan's head. Roared, "You what you? It's all your mom's fault. If it wasn't for her, could we have ended up in this situation?" Li Zixuan cried out with a wow sound, his heart full of grievances. But Li Lang didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, and slapped down several more slaps in a row. "Why are you crying? You're no good. Let's go." "I don't believe it. I still can't spend my money." Saying that, he dragged up Li Zixuan and left KFC in a huff. They didn't get far before they came to a convenience store. Li Lang looked at the goods in the convenience store and finally sighed in relief. Finally something I can afford. Li Lang bought a whole bunch of chili fries and various snacks in one go. Li Zixuan carried the snacks and finally had some smiles on his face, but still looked a little cautious as he hurriedly followed behind Li Lang. Meanwhile, at the McDonald's not far away, Ma Xiaobao was feasting on a family bucket. Ma Xiaobao clutched the chicken leg tightly in one hand, his cheeks bulging like a small leather ball, the other hand holding a Coke, now and then slamming a mouthful of greasy food. Ma Yu sat aside, looking at the only remaining 32 yuan vouchers in his hand, frowning tightly, a face of bitterness. This one family bucket cost $68, a large portion of which was gone at once, but he had not yet taken a bite himself. Right at this moment, Ma Xiaobao glanced out of the corner of his eye at Li Zixuan who was passing by outside McDonald's. His eyes instantly glared round, excitedly pointing at the snacks in Li Zixuan's hand and shouting, "Ma Yu, I want it too. Go buy it for me." Ma Yu helplessly glanced at the balance and patiently persuaded, "Xiaobao, we now have only $32 of vouchers in our hands. This money." Before the words were even finished, Ma Xiaobao flared up and yelled, "Ma Yu, what do you mean? My mom gave you so much money, and you can't even spare $32 for me? Go ahead. Ma Yu, you piece of, are you trying to starve me on purpose?" I'll tell my mom when I get back. This father and son. One is more capable than the other. Don't tell your mom. She's probably seen everything. The son doesn't even look up to the old man. He's still a real loser. Humph. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu were laughing at Lu Chen's inability to plan before. And look at their own family. They spend a lot of money and don't have any left. In the studio, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu lowered their heads and stubbed their toes on the ground in embarrassment. Su Bai Binbian nonchalantly taunted. Just now, you were mocking people's Lu Chen's lack of planning. I don't think your family is any better. Fu Qingran was furious and secretly gritted his teeth. Li Xiaolu was even more furious with a red face, itching to find a place to drill in. Chen Guo, on the other hand, was relaxed and cozy. Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu's outstanding performance was her backbone. Since the yards of the three families were next to each other, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu dove headfirst into preparing the barbecue after they finished their noon meal. Lu Chen moved skillfully, washing, cutting, and skewering vegetables in one fell swoop, then methodically washing, cutting, and skewering meat. With the cooperation of both parents, a table was filled with a variety of barbecue skewer prototypes in less than an hour. The sun was dipping in the west and the sky was colored a brilliant orange-red. Lu Chen looked at the sky and prepared to light the stove. You, stand a little farther away. Don't burn yourself. Lu Xiaoyu was so excited that she couldn't bear to leave. Poopy, I'm not tired yet. Leave any more work to me. Lu Chen glanced at Lu Xiaoyu, and not wanting to disturb Lu Xiaoyu's positivity, he said, then you go get 2 plates and brush them. We'll put the grilled skewers later. Lu Xiaoyu nodded her head vigorously and like a happy little bunny, she hopped and ran to brush the dishes. The studio's camera deliberately gave her a close-up, only to see Lu Xiaoyu movements neatly and methodically. First rinsed the plate, then squeezed the detergent, carefully wiped, and finally rinsed with water, placed neatly, just like a professional dishwashing player's look. Su Bibin curiously came over to Chen Guro's side and asked, Sister Guro, does you usually wash dishes a lot at home as well? Chen Dayan was equally amazed by her daughter's performance. I'm not sure. Lu Chen never told me. Su Binbin was full of envy. She was about to recite the phrase if only I could have a husband like Lu Chen. On the screen, Lu Chen's exquisite barbecuing skills attracted many people to come and watch. In addition to the program's staff, people from Li Lang and Ma Yu's families were also attracted by the scent. Lu Chen, brush in hand, evenly sprinkled cumin and chili powder on the kebabs, then turned his head and asked Lu Xiaoyu, You, do you want to eat spicy or non-spicy? Spicy, Lu Xiaoyu replied without hesitation. Lu Chen cheerfully haha laughed and said, Okay, Dad will definitely satisfy you. With that, he sprinkled more chili powder and cumin powder, then brushed on canola oil, and instantly, a rich, mouth-watering aroma hit his nose. Li Zixuan stood on the sidelines, looking at the nourishing and bubbling kebabs, gluttonously gulping. He had only eaten some snacks since noon, so how could he bear the temptation of the scent? Li Lang looked at Lu Chen showing off his skills in front of the crowd, his heart filled with envy and jealousy. Chapter 41, Take 10 meat skewers and I'll take you for a ride. Humph, a barbecue happy like this? A soft eater is a soft eater after all. Li Lang grabbed Li Zixuan and turned around to go back to his room. Out of sight, out of mind. Ma Yu was even more jealous and crazy. Since he came here, everything had gone wrong for him. In his eyes, Li Lang is just a small boss. What is there to be proud of? But still rely on his wife. As for Lu Chen, he was even more disdainful in his heart of hearts. A home cook who didn't even have a serious job. Why should he be in the limelight here? Especially Lu Chen's handsome face. Every time he saw it, it made him feel piercing, and he felt like all the limelight had been taken away from him. These two, with jealousy written all over their faces, are also too obvious. It's just that, if you're not capable, you can't see others as good. They deserve to starve. But don't come and ask our great god Lu for skewers. Lu Chen naturally noticed the difference between Li Lang and Ma Yu, and also saw the expressions of jealousy on their faces, but he didn't put these two people in his mind at all. In his eyes, these two people couldn't be considered rivals at all. When he returned to his room, Ma Xiaobao wasn't having it. He crossed his arms and said to Ma Yu in a commanding manner, Ma Yu, I order you to go to Lu Chen's place right now immediately and ask for 10 skewers of meat back for me. Ma Yu finally couldn't bear it, and his long pent-up anger instantly exploded. If you want to go, you go yourself. I'm not going. When Ma Xiaobao heard this, he stormed out. Ma Yu, you've turned against me, haven't you? How dare you talk to me with such an attitude? I'm your old man. That's my attitude. So what? Ma Yu grabbed Ma Xiaobao and kicked him a few times without mercy. After venting, a hideous smile flashed across his face as he said, I'm telling you, from today onwards, if you dare to tell me what to do, I'll beat you up. After a fat beating, Ma Yu was finally out of breath, directly lying on the bed, snoring like thunder. In a short while, Ma Xiaobao was curled up in the corner, crying loudly, and his stomach was hungry and gurgling. In the evening, Ma Xiaobao happened to run into Li Zixuan when he was wandering around outside. "You, come here for me," Ma Xiaobao shouted viciously. Li Zixuan was filled with disgust and didn't want to pay any attention to him at all, twisting his head to leave. Seeing this, Ma Xiaobao was once again furious and stormy. "How dare you disobey me even as a skinny monkey?" Ma Xiaobao directly rushed up and grabbed Li Zixuan with a punch and kick. "I'm telling you, from today on, I'm your boss, and if you don't listen to me, I'll beat you up." In the studio, when Li Xiaolu saw this scene, she was instantly enraged and shouted, "How can this be? This is clearly bullying." She glared angrily at Fu Qingran and questioned, "Is this how you usually educate your son?" Fu Qingran understood in her heart that it was her son's fault, but at this time, how could she admit it? If she admitted it, her reputation as an expert would be ruined. Fu Qingran said forcefully, "Obviously it was Li Zixuan who was rude first. Both sides have responsibilities in this matter. Why are these two suddenly arguing? This relationship has become too fast. The boat of friendship is overturned just like that. Humph. How can this Fu Qingran be called an expert? A child learns to bully at such a young age. There's no telling what bad things he'll do in the future. You joined the program with them? Shouldn't there be any danger, right? If they dare to touch you, try it. They mustn't be allowed near you. Things don't work out the way they're supposed to." After Lu Xiaoyu finished washing the dishes, she ran off to play alone. Unfortunately, she happened to bump into Ma Xiaobao, who had just cleaned up Li Zixuan. Ma Xiaobao was bossing Li Zixuan around. "Let's hear it for the boss." Li Zixuan was full of reluctance. His head hung low and he muttered in a low voice, "Boss." Ma Xiaobao was full of complacency and continued to give orders. "Since you've become my little brother, you have to listen to me. I order you to follow me to ask Lu Xiaoyu for meat skewers." When Li Zixuan heard this, he was obviously a bit hesitant. Seeing this, Ma Xiaobao, without saying a word, reached out and grabbed Li Zixuan's collar and said viciously, "What? You don't even listen to the boss? Don't you want to eat? Lu Xiaoyu has meat skewers but doesn't give them to us. She's just too selfish and doesn't know how to share. If we go and ask her for it, that's giving her face. Do you understand? She's a girl. Let's scare her and she'll definitely bring the kebabs over. Understand?" Li Zixuan was very torn inside. Ever since he had drunk the porridge cooked by Lu Chen, he didn't really have any ill will towards Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu, but the gusts of hunger coming from his stomach gradually shook him. Coupled with Ma Xiaobao's brainwashing with this crooked reasoning, Li Zixuan actually felt as if Ma Xiaobao's words made some sense. How can this be? Two boys trying to bully a girl. I'm so mad at you. Where is this camp? I really want to go over there and teach these two ignorant kids a lesson right away. Sure enough, like father, like son. What kind of parents? What kind of children? Great God, Lu, hurry up and show up. You mustn't let you be bullied. Chen Goro watched from the sidelines and couldn't help but get anxious. Realizing that things were spiraling out of control, she hastened to address the host. "Moderator, I think the program has to step in on this one. This kind of behavior is really bad. The children are so young. If they are not handled well, it will easily leave a psychological shadow on them." The host, Little Feather, had an embarrassed look on his face and didn't know how to respond. Fu Qingran also got anxious, hating Ma Yu's inaction. Why didn't he come out to take Ma Xiaobao away at this time? If this really gave Lu Xiaoyu a bully, she didn't dare to imagine what Chen Guzhuan would do. The backstage of the program is Jiang Nansheng Entertainment, and Star Entertainment cannot lose Jiang Nansheng Entertainment at all. If Chen Goro moved to real anger, it was possible for the program to stop broadcasting immediately. The atmosphere in the studio fell away for a moment. Li Zixuan in the live broadcast screen suddenly opened his mouth. "No, I still think that it's not quite right to go and scare Lu Xiaoyu about this." When Ma Xiaobao heard this, he became upset again and threatened. "Are you not wanting to go with me? Do you want to get beaten up?" Li Zixuan shook his head in fear and hurriedly explained. "What I mean is that we can discuss it with her properly. What if Lu Xiaoyu herself agrees to give us meat skewers? And Uncle Lu is also next to us. If he finds out that we are bullying Lu Xiaoyu." Ma Xiaobao couldn't help but be scared in his heart when he heard that. Lu Chen was tall and big, and that loser Ma Yu was definitely no match. Also, it's okay, but if she dares not give it, we'll just scare her, and as long as we don't really beat her up, Lu Chen shouldn't be able to do anything to us. The two came together to Lu Xiaoyu's side. Lu Xiaoyu didn't hear their previous conversation, so she asked curiously, "Two brothers? What are you talking about?" Ma Xiaobao took a step forward and said to Lu Xiaoyu with a smile on his face, "Lu Xiaoyu, we have a particularly fun game. Do you want to play with us?" Lu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Really? Yeah. When Ma Xiaobao saw Lu Xiaoyu take the bait, he immediately revealed his true colors. But you can't play for nothing. Oh, isn't your father grilling kebabs? Go get us 10 skewers of meat and we'll take you along. Lu Xiaoyu didn't even think about it and immediately agreed. Okay, oh, you guys wait, I'll get it right away. Chapter 42, Chenguang is the capital itself. You're back? The kebabs are just ready. Lu Chen had a smile on his face as he handed Lu Xiaoyu a skewer of meat that was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Lu Xiaoyu took the meat skewer, her eyes smiling into a curved crescent moon. Poopy, I want 9 more skewers. Lu Chen dotingly reached out and rubbed Lu Xiaoyu's head. Don't worry, when you finish this bunch, Daddy will give it to you. Take too much at once. Your little hands can't hold it. Lu Xiaoyu, however, shook her head and explained earnestly. No da, POA, I'm going to share. Share? A trace of doubt flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly added. It's brother Xiaobao and brother Zixuan. They said they have a particularly fun game, but they want me to take 10 skewers over to them before they'll play with me. When Lu Chen heard this, his brows unconsciously furrowed, and a trace of displeasure welled up in his heart. It's normal for kids to play with each other and share treats, but if it's on the condition that I'll only play with you if I bring you something good to eat, that changes the nature of the game. However, looking at Lu Xiaoyu's expectant appearance, Lu Chen really didn't want to spoil her fun. Thus, Lu Chen carefully selected 10 skewers of meat and handed them to Lu Xiaoyu. Go ahead. But come back early or the rest of the skewers will get cold. Lu Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, carefully carrying the skewer, and left with a bounce. Yu is too simple. Don't be fooled by those 2 kids. When I think of those 2 assholes bullying Yu, I'm so furious that my heart is itching with anger. Yu is so kind and cute. How can she be cheated by them like this? I can't take it anymore. Give me the director's address. I want to send razor blades. God, Lu favors Yu so much. If he knew the truth, he'd be so angry. Look, Mr. Lu is following us. Lu Chen followed Lu Xiaoyu from afar, always maintaining a just right distance. When Chen Guoro saw this scene, a warm current welled up in her heart, and this careful care that Lu Chen was giving to his daughter made her deeply gratified. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu, however, were nervous. If his own child really took Lu Xiaoyu to play happily, then naturally everyone would be happy. But if it was really a lie to Lu Xiaoyu, as the crowd feared, then it would be a disgrace. On the screen, Lu Xiaoyu ran all the way and quickly arrived in front of Ma Xiaobao and Li Zixuan. Lu Xiaoyu panted. Brother Xiaobao, brother Zixuan, I brought the skewers. Ma Xiaobao and Li Zixuan's gazes were instantly attracted to the meat skewers, and they couldn't wait to rush up and grab them. In the process of scrambling, Ma Xiaobao was careless and squeezed Lu Xiaoyu with force. Lu Xiaoyu's feet slipped, and she sat heavily on her butt, causing her little face to wrinkle in pain. It's okay, brother Xiaobao, it doesn't hurt. Lu Xiaoyu forced herself to stand up with the pain, but Ma Xiaobao didn't have the slightest intention of apologizing, and only focused on eating the meat skewers with a big mouthful. Li Zixuan on the side did the same, and the 2 of them devoured the food. Brother Xiaobao, brother Zixuan, what are we playing? Lu Xiaoyu asked with a face full of anticipation. Ma Xiaobao and Li Zixuan acted as if they hadn't heard, still eating on their own, turning a deaf ear to Lu Xiaoyu's words. It smells too good. No, I don't have enough to eat. Li Zixuan, give me yours, Ma Xiaobao said, directly reaching out to grab the meat skewer in Li Zixuan's hand. Li Zixuan naturally wasn't happy and tried to protect his meat skewer, but Ma Xiaobao was tall and grabbed it with one hand. Against you, I'm your boss. Don't you dare disobey me. Although Li Zixuan was unconvinced in his heart, he could only dare to be angry and endure in silence. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu walked over to Li Zixuan's side and once again asked softly, Brother Zixuan, what exactly are we playing? The meat skewers are gone. What's the point of playing? Li Zixuan was full of pent-up frustration, and when he saw that Lu Xiaoyu was still pursuing, he couldn't help but lash out at her. You little cutie, wasn't going to play with you in the first place. This brat, he's gone too far. If it wasn't for the screen, I'd have to teach him a good lesson. How dare you attack you? I can't stand it anymore. I really want to rush into the screen and teach these 2 bears a good lesson. Not apologizing for bumping into someone, eating someone's meat skewer and being mean. What can this kind of kid be when he grows up? He's a scourge to society. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes instantly reddened. Tears swirled straight in her eyes. She pursed her lips tightly and tried not to let them fall. Lu Chen couldn't watch any longer and quickly rushed out, holding Lu Xiaoyu in his arms as he said heartily, You, let's go. Lu Chen's face was horribly grim, frightening Ma Xiaobao so much that his hands loosened and the meat skewers scattered all over the place. Back to the room. Lu Chen had wanted to wipe Lu Xiaoyu's tears, But he was surprised to find that Lu Xiaoyu had held back her aggression and had not let her tears fall. I'm sorry, it's Dad's fault for letting you suffer, Lu Chen said full of guilt. Lu Xiaoyu, however, shook her head knowingly and asked, Papa, why don't Brother Zixuan and Brother Xiaobao play with me anymore? Is it because they don't like Yu? When Lu Chen heard this, his heart seized with pain, and he hurriedly explained, of course not. You have to realize that there are all kinds of kids in this world, from the kind and friendly ones to the ones who don't know any better. You're just unlucky to have stumbled upon less understanding children. You're very nice. You're willing to take the initiative to share the kebabs with them, which shows that you're kind and generous. So it's all their fault, not your problem. After Lu Xiaoyu heard this, she nodded heavily and said, Poop, I know. Lu Chen clenched his fists tightly, trying to suppress the anger within him and try to act as calm as possible. POA. Let's go eat. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Lu Chen and said softly. Lu Chen nodded and led Lu Xiaoyu out of the room. Yu is so understanding. It hurts me so much to see her. I'm really going to be pissed off. Wang Sledgehammer, give me the address of the program. I'm going to theorize about it. Lu Dayan is really a good and competent father, and handled it so admirably. That's right. Lu Dishin didn't get mad at those two kids directly in front of Yu, but pacified Yu first. That's so right. Worthy of being a good father. Shen Guro watched all of this, her chest rising and falling violently, her eyes looking straight at Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran. Li Xiaolu was so flustered by the look that she didn't dare to say a word. In terms of honor, although he was a movie queen, Chen Guiyang was a singing diva. In terms of social status, he was just an ordinary entertainer, while Chen Guiyang was the capital itself. Fu Qingran knew in his heart that he was in the wrong, but he still hardened his heart and picked up the microphone, trying to defend himself. I don't think, said that he wouldn't take Yu to play with him. Is Yu too? How's too? Su Binbin really couldn't help herself and interrupted her with her first outburst. Ms. Fu, if you are acting as a mother, you have already seriously failed in your duties. If you still want to continue to claim to be an expert in child psychology, then I can only say that you are simply not qualified to do so. That's so true. Fu Qingran, you'd better shut up. Don't want to hear any more of your nonsense. Thank you, Chen Gozhuang, and thank you, Lu Deshun, for letting us see how some people are so ugly on the outside, but so ugly on the inside. The biggest failures of this program are Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu. The host looked at the chaotic scene and let out a long, helpless sigh. This is a tough class of guests to bring in. Chapter 43, The Book is a Cow of a Song. On the live screen, Lu Chen had already adjusted his emotions. While he skillfully grilled the skewers, he and Lu Xiaoyu cheerfully sang Auspicious Three Treasures. A little boy came bumbling along at a jaunty pace. He looked brightly at the skewers on Lu Chen's grill, and said somewhat shyly, Big uncle, your skewers look too flavorful. I want to trade my little car for your skewers, okay? Lu Chen recognized at once that this was the child of the villagers of the resort. This resort is not just staffed, there are actually quite a few local villagers living there. It's just that the villagers rarely enter the interior of the resort during the week because the summer camp is going on. The little boy then said, Uncle Big, I carved this little car myself. Oh, I think my little sister will like it. I have never eaten a skewer before. When Lu Xiaoyu heard this, she looked up at the little car and was instantly captivated, pulling on Lu Chen's coat and saying, Baba, I want it. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Come on, don't change, sit down and eat together. Instead, the little boy shook his head earnestly, a pristine look in his eyes. Uncle, I'll just change a few skewers. I want to bring a few skewers back for Grandma and my sister to try as well. Lu Chen couldn't help but be touched in his heart. What a great kid to know how to care for his family at such a young age. Thinking about Ma Xiaobao's and Li Zixuan's behavior, it was true that there was no harm without comparison. Lu Chen waved his big hand. You can eat without worry if Uncle lets you. And Uncle loves your little car. When you go back, Uncle will bring you some more skewers, so that you won't make a trip for nothing. The little boy laughed all of a sudden, then sat down next to Lu Xiaoyu with some urgency. Lu Xiaoyu generously handed over the meat skewer and said crisply, Little brother, here you go. Lu Chen looked at this cozy scene, and suddenly, as if he remembered something, he quickly walked into the room and came out with a guitar in a short while. How can you have a barbecue without music? Yu, would you like to hear Daddy sing a ballad? Lu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up and she clapped her hands and cheered. Yes, I love listening to Papa sing. Lu Chen sat steadily on the stool, cradled the guitar in his arms, tilted his head back and poured down a mouthful of coke, then gently plucked the strings and sang with deep emotion. I swam to the bottom of the Nile with baggage heavier than my body, passed a few flashes of lightning, and saw a bunch of circles of light. Not sure it's here. I saw a couple of guys standing around, They were picking off my bags with scissors and wiping my head. No chance of returning to. Until I heard a voice. I was sure it was you, but did you ever remember me? Lu Chen's voice is lazy, but full of deep feelings, seemingly not mentioning the mother in every sentence. But every sentence is the mother. In the studio, the unique expression of emotion in Lu Chen's songs brought tears to the corners of many people's eyes without them realizing it, and they deeply empathized. This song is so awesome. The songs of God Lu are never repeated, and every one of them is a classic. Lu Dishan is planning to take the music scene by storm as a vegetarian. No matter who they are, no matter what their status is, they can find emotional resonance and soulfulness in this song. Nursery rhymes, ballads, lyrics, what else doesn't Lu Dishan know how to do? I'm really curious. Chen Goro quietly listened to Lu Chen's song, and tears finally couldn't help but come out of her eyes. She couldn't help but wonder if she hadn't participated in this program. If she would have always thought that Lu Chen was just an ordinary family cook and overlooked all these amazing talents in him. Early the next morning, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaolu got up early and carefully made their beds. Let's come out to play. We can actually sleep in without doing homework. Lu Xiaolu, however, shook her head in a serious manner and said, "Poa. No. Oh, Mama said that if you sleep once, it will be hard to get up early in the future." Lu Chen was deeply impressed. His daughter really knew what she was doing. Go with him. After the father and daughter had breakfast, they were notified by the staff. After going out, they waited for a while before seeing Li Lang and Li Zixian walk out sleepily, looking like they hadn't woken up. Ma Yu, on the other hand, followed Ma Xiaobao with a stifled face. A phone call from Fu Qingran last night had brought him down, and he was still harboring a fire in his heart at the moment. Lu Xiaolu pouted and walked to Lu Chen's other side. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she excitedly shouted, "Poop, brother Tao." Lu Chen followed Lu Xiaolu's line of sight and saw Tao Mingyuan standing not far away, waving enthusiastically towards them. The staff didn't stop them, so Tao Mingyuan jogged all the way to Lu Xiaolu's side. He carefully took out a few berries from his pocket, handed them to Lu Xiaolu, and said, These are the berries from our mountains. They are so sweet, you can't buy them in the bazaar." After saying that, Tao Mingyuan raised his head, just in time to meet Lu Chen's gaze. All of a sudden became anxious, stammered, Uncle Lu, do you want to also eat too?" Lu Chen grinned and took the berries. "Thank you then. This kid really knows what he's doing." Land God OS, how do I feel like my own little cabbage is being targeted by a pig? Tao Mingyuan OS, at that moment just now, it felt like I was killed by Uncle Lu's eyes. Laughing does not live. Uncle Lu wants you to eat too. What is this cute speech? Li Zixuan and Ma Xiaobao's hearts were filled with jealousy when they saw this scene. "I didn't eat much of the kebab yesterday and I'm still hungry." Ma Xiaobao strides over, holding out his hand and gesturing. "Kid, give me a handful of berries too." Tao Mingyuan hurriedly covered his pockets with a serious face. "You're not good kids for bullying Yu. I won't give it." When Ma Xiaobao heard this, he was on fire and rolled up his sleeves, ready to make a move. "You bumpkin, let you give it. Don't be insensitive." Seeing Ma Xiaobao's hand reaching over, Tao Mingyuan reacted quickly and dodged smoothly, grabbing Ma Xiaobao's hand at the same time. Ma Xiaobao was half a head taller than Tao Mingyuan, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't draw his hand back. "Dirtbag, how dare you fight back?" Ma Xiaobao was furious and raised his foot, ready to kick Tao Mingyuan. Tao Mingyuan was quick on his feet and let go of Ma Xiaobao's hand while stepping forward. Ma Xiaobao had an unsteady center of gravity and fell straight to the ground like a meatball. "Egu, dirtbag, you poor slob, how dare you touch me? Ma Yu, you're blind." You beat him up. Ma Xiaobao sat on the ground, screaming while shouting towards Ma Yu. When Ma Yu heard this, a surge of anger surged in his heart. Although he usually didn't like Ma Xiaobao's capriciousness too much, but that was his own son after all. He walked forward and shouted at Tao Mingyuan, "Kid, you dared to hit my son. You must apologize to me." Lu Chen was just about to step forward to stop it when he saw a man with dark brown skin and strong muscles all over his body quickly straddle the middle between Tao Mingyuan and Ma Yu. "Whose son did Nim ask to apologize?" The man's voice was loud and carried an undeniable air. When Ma Yu took a look at the other party's stocky body, he panicked in his heart, and his anger was gone in a flash. Ma Xiaobao was also so scared that he hurriedly got up from the ground and ran away in ashes. The man turned around and gave Lu Chen a simple smile. "Mud good. I'm Father Mingyuan, the village chief of this village drop. My name is Tao Fengnian." Chapter 44, Adjusting Your Breath and Keeping the Pace. Ma Yu heart that is not a pain in the neck. The more you think the more angry. Directly to find the staff to blame. "What's gotten into you guys? What kind of a mess can you let into the camp?" Tao Fengnian thrust his hands towards his waist, his chest was thrust out, and his voice was eloquent. "I'm here to deliver the food. So what? You have a problem with that? Tao Fengnian waved his hand and a robust yellow ox pulled a crate full of fresh vegetables slowly. The staff rushed forward and thanked him with a smile on his face. Village chief, look at this. I'm really thankful that I'm still bothering you to make a trip in person. Tao Fengnian grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth and a rustic smile on his face. It's just that I wanted to come and see what city people are like. But, he paused, glanced at Mayu, and added, it's really not very good. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tao Fengnian realized something and quickly turned his head to Lu Chen and smiled. I didn't say anything about you, haha. Lu Chen smiled humbly and didn't take this to heart. Lu Xiaolu let go of Lu Chen's hand and jumped up and ran to the big yellow cow. As if sensing Lu Xiaolu's friendliness, the big yellow cow slowly lowered its head and stood there meekly, making itself look not the least bit threatening. This old yellow cow is also too humane. Today I can count on opening my eyes. The mountain people are just real, but they all have scales in their hearts and can tell who's good and who's bad. Ha ha. As soon as I heard the village chief's accent, I knew he was from our Dongshan province. Upstairs, we in South River province are not convinced. As the vegetables were delivered, the program officially kicked off. The staff member stood in front of the crowd, cleared his throat and announced loudly, today, the activity we are going to do is a parent-child 100-meter vegetable relay race. The relay time is 5 minutes. The father and the child stand at the starting position. The child runs 100 meters to the opposite side to get the vegetables and then returns. Then the father runs another 100 meters to get the vegetables. And the vegetables that you finally get are your meals today. When the two families, Li Lang and Mayu, heard this rule, a smug smile appeared on their faces coincidentally. Lu Chen was just a home cook. How could he compare with them when he usually had no chance to exercise his physical strength? Moreover, Lu Xiaolu was just a little girl and definitely couldn't run away from Li Zixuan and Ma Xiaobao. This is a game that they are winning. Lu Xiaolu somewhat nervously grabbed the corner of Lu Chen's coat. Lu Chen slightly bent down, a gentle smile on his face as he reached out and gently rubbed Lu Xiaolu's little head. You, it doesn't matter if you win or lose the game. What matters is that you have fun. As long as you do your best, even if we end up with the least amount of dishes, Daddy will be just as proud of you. Besides, are you still not confident in Daddy's cooking skills? No matter what the ingredients are, Dad can make a delicious meal. Lu Xiaolu listened and nodded heavily, her eyes shining brightly. Aha, Pupa, you will cheer. You should cheer too. Saying that, she even raised her little fist and touched it with Lu Chen. In the studio, Chen Guiyang and Su Binbin couldn't help but feel a little worried when they saw this scene. After all, Lu Xiaolu was a girl, so she might not be physically dominant, and Lu Chen had hardly done any heavy physical labor over the years. On the contrary, Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran were just as full of confidence as Li Lang and Mayu. They felt sure that their children would win easily in this race. The audience at the scene had also sweated for Lu Chen and Lu Xiaolu. This event is so unfair. Yu is just a little girl. How can she be compared to two boys? The showrunners really do anything to create a gimmick. Humph. I believe in Great God Lu. Let's not forget that Great God Lu is a veteran. He must have a way. The crew is shown picking up whistles and raising their hands high in the air. 3, 2, 1. Doodle-doo-doo-doo. The shrill whistle cut through the air as the three kids rushed out. Li Zixuan ran the fastest and took the lead, quickly pulling away. Ma Xiaobao was right behind him, but since he was just too fat, it was a bit of a struggle for him to run. So compared to Lu Xiaolu, the advantage wasn't much bigger. Lu Xiaolu ran while repeating Lu Chen's words in her mind. Adjust your breathing and keep the rhythm. Despite seeing the distance between her and the two people in front of her getting farther and farther away, Lu Xiaolu didn't panic and didn't choose to sprint. Seeing this scene, Su Binbin was so nervous that she was fidgeting. Sister Son, why aren't you worried? You're so far behind, and it looks like she's not running as hard as she can. Chen Guiyang, however, smiled faintly with confidence. You did a great job. Su Binbin had a puzzled look on her face. Completely puzzled, Chen Guiyang explained patiently. The relay race may look like it's only 100 meters, but the race time is 5 minutes, which means the little kids have to run for at least 2.5 minutes, if not more, and they also have to pick up the dishes, and with the increased weight after picking up the dishes, they definitely won't be able to hold on to them if they keep sprinting. Yu is wise to keep a steady pace right now. Su Binbin came to a sudden realization and couldn't help but clap her hands in excitement and praise. You is so smart. Li Xiaolu was full of complacency. She was confident in Li Zixuan's physical strength and felt that this match was a sure win. Fu Qingran was equally happy. In her opinion, as long as Ma Xiaobao was faster than Lu Xiaolu, it seems that Lu Xiaolu is a bit distracted, although this is just a small activity. But nowadays, in this society, the involution is getting more and more serious. Of course, children should be started from a young age. I think that Lu Chen is still lacking in educating Lu Xiaolu on positivity. Fu Qingran started to give her high opinion again. When Su Binbin heard this, her heart was speechless for a while. This Fu Qingran really wanted to show herself every chance she got. Chen Guo rarely disliked Chen Guo, which made Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu even more complacent. In the scene, Li Zixuan was the first to run to the vegetable cart, reached out and grabbed several cucumbers and ran back. But he was in such a hurry that he dropped 2 cucumbers in his fumbling. Hurry to bend down to pick up, but the more you pick up, the more you drop. This time, he slowed down and was overtaken by Ma Xiaobao, who was holding the pumpkin. Lu Xiaolu wasn't shy either, holding a few pieces of chili peppers and following closely behind. Li Lang was originally quite happy to see Li Zixuan running in front, but when he saw that he had made a series of mistakes, he was instantly annoyed. But when he saw that Lu Xiaolu was holding the chili peppers, he became smug again. Kids are kids, they don't know any better. They're the ones who have to cook with the vegetables they brought back. And it's not like something like chili can be a staple. It's not hunger resistant. It's not much use. Just as he was secretly pleased with himself, Ma Yu had already rushed out. Li Lang's brows furrowed as he yelled at the top of his lungs. Li Zixuan, run the away. Chapter 45, unless it's a swollen face, only a residual shadow was seen flashing past him. Lu Chen was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he overtook Ma Yu and rushed to the vegetable cart. Lu Chen was quick on his feet and grabbed a piece of pork and quickly ran back. By the time Ma Yu hadn't even gotten to the finish line, Li Lang had even just started. After Lu Chen returned to the finish line, he didn't rush Lu Xiaolu to run, but instead bent down and murmured something softly in Lu Xiaolu's ear. The scene had netizens worried. How come the great god Lu isn't in a hurry at all? And he's still talking to you. It's over. It's over. Ma Yu has run back already. Azuma Li got something too. Is the hard-won advantage going to be lost like this? Ma Yu completes the relay and Ma Xiaobo sprints like a cannonball. Lu Xiaolu nodded and said crisply, "Poop, I know." After that, she ran out as well, but not particularly fast. After Li Lang finished the relay, he yelled at Li Zixuan, "Run!" Li Zixuan was scared by this voice, and he didn't stand still at the start and sprinted in a panic. Li Lang and Ma Yu stood panting, their eyes glancing at Lu Chen, but they saw Lu Chen's face was calm and collected. As Ma Xiaobao ran, his stamina gradually ran out and his speed slowed down, gradually running side by side with Lu Xiaolu. Arriving at the crate, Ma Xiaobao grabbed a radish and ran back, while Lu Xiaolu's eyes quickly searched the vegetable cart, finally landing her gaze on the eggs. She took an egg in one hand and put another in her shirt pocket and another in her pants pocket. By this time, Li Zixuan had already gotten his stuff and started running back. A flash of anxiety flashed across Lu Xiaolu's face, but she quickly calmed down and admonished herself in her mind. Adjust your breathing and keep the rhythm. Lu Xiaolu ran back, and Ma Yu and Li Lang had already rushed out. Baba, you brought it back. Lu Xiaolu handed Lu Chen the egg. Lu Chen smiled and praised. Good job. Leave the following to Dad. Lu Chen instantly rushed out. Although he had planned this, he was still a little upset when he watched Li Lang and Ma Yu run ahead of him. Li Lang and Ma Yu only felt a cold chill on their backs, and when they looked back, Lu Chen had unexpectedly rushed in front of them again. Lu Chen had already figured out what he was going to take in the last round, and as soon as he got to the crate, he quickly grabbed his target and ran in a quick fold. Lu Xiaolu has managed to pick up the slack and run out. When this returned, Ma Xiaobao and Li Zixuan had just started running. The first 2 tosses and turns had exhausted their stamina, and before the 2 could reach the crate, Lu Chen had already run out. 5 minutes had zipped by. Lu Xiaolu was a bit out of breath, but her face was only slightly flushed. On the contrary, the 2 families of Li Lang and Ma Yu, who had done their best right from the start, were even too tired to stand up and directly collapsed on the ground. Lu Chen stroked his chin and muttered, "Well, these ingredients go together just right. Stir-fried pork with chili peppers, scrambled eggs with green peppers, and a pork vermicelli stew, all of which are great dishes for dinner. There are still meat skewers at home that we didn't have time to grill earlier. Thanks to the ingredients you chose, we can have a big meal at noon." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaolu was so excited that she jumped in place and cheered loudly. "Yes, Pupa is awesome." Looking at Ma Yu and Li Lang's side, the 2 of them were worried about the pile of ingredients they had grabbed. Pumpkins, bananas, cucumbers, watermelons, full of piles, but together, they cannot even come up with a serious stir-fry. "Damn it, it's all your fault for bringing back these useless things." Li Lang's face was full of anger, and he habitually took out a bellyful of anger on Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan lowered his head, his face full of aggression, but he didn't dare to say anything. The situation on Ma Yu's side wasn't much better. Ma Xiaobao was complaining at him because he hadn't grabbed the right ingredients, talking him down. In the studio, the audience saw the scene and came to a realization. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu, who were confident before, were so embarrassed that their faces were red and their heads were almost buried on the ground. Chen Gozhuang, who had been silent all this time, slowly stood up at this time, her gaze looking at Fu Qingran. Teacher Fu, now, I can answer your previous words. Admittedly, today's society is so inwardly scrolling that it's really not our place to ask our own children, or to advise others not to go inwardly scrolling. But what I want to say is that we are not trying to boycott the internal scrolls, but rather we should not be in a hurry, and steady progress is the right path. After all, you can't get fat in one bite unless you puff up your face. Beautiful comeback, worthy of a ballad diva. That's such a relief. I said, why have you been silent? So you're waiting for a chance to hold back a big move. Look at Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu's faces. They're almost like pig liver. What a coincidence. Li Lang and Ma Yu grabbed a bunch of stuff and couldn't even come up with a meat dish. It's still Lu Dishen and Yu who are great, planning what ingredients to take early. Now the seasonings and dishes are all together, so we can have a nice meal at noon. Time flew by, and before you knew it, it was noon. Lu Chen enthusiastically called out to Tao Fengnian, and the two children ran off to the side to play while Lu Chen and Tao Fengnian got busy together in the kitchen. During the conversation, Lu Chen learned about Tao Fengnian's family situation. It turned out that Tao Fengnian's wife fell ill after giving birth to Tao Mingyuan that year because of premature labor. Although it is not a serious illness at the beginning, but because the family did not have the money to properly recuperate, a small illness dragged into a serious illness, and finally because of the lack of money for medical treatment, regretfully left this world. Today, there are two children at home, as well as Tao Fengnian's mother and his wife's mother to take care of. The burden of the family all fell on the shoulders of Tao Fengnian alone. Life is very difficult. Later, when the village built a resort, life got a little better, but even then, the family only had enough money to send one of the children, Tao Mingyuan and Tao Jihong, to school. The Tao family didn't have a patriarchal mindset, and Tao Jihong excelled in her studies, so the family spent all their money on paying for her schooling. Tao Mingyuan was also very studious, and although he didn't have the opportunity to go to school, Tao Jihong would always teach him how to study when he came home. Now Tao Mingyuan not only learns addition, subtraction, multiplication and division very well, he even speaks English. Sisal Rope specializes in picking the thin places to break. Bad Luck specializes in finding the bitter people. The Tao family's life is too difficult. Although 9-year compulsory education is now in place, for some backward rural families, the various school fees add up to a considerable amount of money. It's not that I don't want my children to go to school, it's just that my family's condition doesn't allow it, so I can only afford to pay for one. There are many other cases like the Tao families across the country, but now that I've seen it, it's nice to help out. Can the program publish the address? I'd like to make a donation. Chapter 46, What Kids Need to Get Out There. Chen Gezhuang's eyes reddened with emotion after hearing about the Tao family's situation. She turned her head to the host. Moderator, I have something to say. I've decided to fund and contract all of Tao Mingyuan's tuition from now until the end of his studies, and, in my personal capacity, I am donating $100, 000 to the Tao family and $500, 000 to the village in hopes of helping them. Su Binbin was also deeply touched, followed by, I also want to do my bit. I donate 100, 000 to the Tao family, to the village 300, 000. On the screen, Lu Chen and Chen Gaiyang spoke almost simultaneously. Elder brother Tao, there's something I want to say. Tao Fengnian scratched his head and smiled nervously. Older brother, if there's anything you want to say, just say it, don't be polite to me. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Chen directly said, if old brother doesn't mind, I can bear all of Ming Yuan's tuition fees until he finishes his studies. At the same time, I promise to support your family for 100, 000, and 1, 000, 000 for the Tao family village. $1 million. Tao Fengnian was really startled when he heard this figure and quickly waved his hand to reject it. Don't. Only then did Lu Chen realize that his proposal might be a bit abrupt and slightly awkward. I'm sorry, I was ill-considered and hasty. Tao Fengnian laughed and patted Lu Chen's shoulder. Old brother, don't think too much. It's not that we don't mind the money, and it's not that we don't appreciate your favor. It's just that for our kids in the mountains, it's more about a path to get out there. Noon. The two families of Li Lang and Ma Yu came together with resentment written all over their faces. In my opinion, it must be that Chen Goro secretly stuffed money into the summer camp. Otherwise, why did all the benefits go to Lu Chen? Li Lang's face was full of gloom and his tone was full of jealousy. Ma Yu nodded his head vigorously from the side, agreeing beyond measure with Li Lang's words. Although he disliked Li Lang, His dislike for Lu Chen at the moment had far exceeded this dislike. In his opinion, if it wasn't for Lu Chen's appearance, he would definitely be the most dazzling existence in this summer camp, enjoying the attention and praise of the crowd. Everything was Lu Chen's fault. A protest has to be filed. The content of the afternoon's match has to be decided by us. Ma Yu clenched his fists and said viciously, "That's right, when the time comes, we'll vote, and whoever has the highest number of votes will preside over the competition. So let's see how Lu Chen can still make a name for himself." Li Lang followed suit. A smug sneer appeared on the two men's faces, as if they had already seen the image of Lu Chen being trampled under their feet. In the afternoon, as soon as the crowd had gathered, Lu Chen learned of the news. The crew didn't want to pay attention to these two's unreasonable demands at first, but the director's team gave the order and had no choice but to agree. With an air of victory, Li Lang tilted his head with his nostrils facing the sky as he walked up to Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, for this afternoon's match, we've decided to switch things up. Do you dare to take it?" As soon as Lu Chen guessed in his heart, he knew that these two people didn't have good intentions and were definitely holding back bad ideas, but he wasn't the least bit afraid and said calmly, "Tell me, what do you want to compare?" Ma Yu couldn't wait to take a step forward and said loudly, "Compare vocals, do you dare?" Lu Chen almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. He had heard Ma Yu sing, and the tuning effect was extremely severe. Li Lang also spoke up. "I'll compare you to Mr. Li, how about I make a suggestion?" Lu Chen interrupted Li Lang's words with a smile on his face. Li Lang was just about to retort when Lu Chen followed up. "If I lose, you get the room and all the ingredients. Are you sure?" Li Lang's eyes widened, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. "But, you have to say what you want to compare first." Lu Chen still maintained his smile and turned his head to Tao Fingnian, who was on the side. "Tao Family Village has a bumper crop of watermelons this year, so let's compare who earns more from selling watermelons. How about it? Doing business?" Li Lang laughed disdainfully at that. In his opinion, Lu Chen was just a family cook who was around the kitchen all day. What could he know about doing business? That's not jumping into a hole. Since Lu Chen was seeking death himself, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Once the match was finalized, each side got busy. The crew had various props in each person's room. Ma Yu didn't even look at the instruments and strutted out. On the contrary, Lu Chen was holding a guitar in his arms, which made Ma Yu despise him even more. "Lu Chen, it's not too late to say it now. Might as well tell you, I'm a graduate of the Conservatory of Music." Ma Yu had a proud face and tried to scare Lu Chen. Lu Chen, however, responded with a disdainful face. "How old are they? It's usually only the fresh meat who are starting out in the workplace who hang on to their education all day long. You." Ma Yu stretched out his finger and pointed angrily at Lu Chen. But when he saw the muscles on Lu Chen's thin gang, he angrily put his finger down again. In the studio, the atmosphere froze. Chen Guiyang and Su Bibin's expressions were very different from Li Xiaolu's and Fu Qingran's. "Sister Ballad, Lu Chen is really ruthless," both pointing out that Ma Yu is no longer young, and alluding to the fact that he's not a fresh meat and isn't qualified to show off with his education. Su Binbin couldn't help but praise Lu Chen for his poisonous tongue. Chen Guoro also shook her head slightly, a hint of helplessness on her face. It was also the first time she had seen Lu Chen so sharp. Su Bibin turned her head to look at Fu Qingran and deliberately raised her voice to say, "Mr. Fu, why are you so quiet now? This is not like your style. Won't you come out and comment?" When Fu Qingran heard this, he was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground. If it were before, she would have seized the opportunity to severely disparage Lu Chen and brag about Ma Yu some more. But the musical talent that Lu Chen had shown before was there for all to see, and it could completely kill Ma Yu. She couldn't find the right excuse even if she wanted to talk. On the contrary, it was Li Xiaolu, who was a bit nervous in his heart, but on the surface was quite calm. After all, Lu Chen had never been in business, while Li Lang was a real company owner, managing a huge company. In her opinion, selling a watermelon was a piece of cake for Li Lang, and she could definitely win easily. Daylight savings playing field, with Ma Yu taking the stage first. He cleared his throat and began to sing. "Vacations feel so short to me no matter how many days I take. Turn in the song on the 8th and he says he's not panicking about starting again on the 7th. I always improvise and improvise. This song is tempestuous. Tempestuous. Why all the temp? Temp. Lu Chen's entire body was dumbfounded. Ma Yu lit up senselessly, even paired it with flashy body movements. "The bank called me again. And the bank called me. It's the end of the month again. Still no performance. After changing the car loan and paying off the mortgage, the balance is at the bottom again." Chapter 47, Ma Yu doesn't just insult rap. Someone, seal his mouth quickly. This singing is torture. I can see that he's really improvising. And that's a poor level. I always without paper. Ma Yu doesn't just insult rap, he even insults it. Lu Chen had thought that Ma Yu was terrible. He really didn't expect that Ma Yu's singing could actually be this bad. Lu Xiaolu even directly covered her ears, her little face wrinkling into a ball as she complained. Poopy, it's so noisy. The little expression was full of disgust. Lu Chen heartbreakingly covered Lu Xiaoyu's ears with another layer and softly comforted her. You, hold on a little longer. With his stamina, he won't be able to shout for long. Finally, Ma Xiaobao couldn't take it anymore and directly rushed forward, snatched Ma Yu's microphone and shouted, Ma Yu, what's gotten into you? Ma Yu was still immersed in his music world when the sudden move interrupted him, looking at Ma Xiaobao with an irritated face. Doesn't my singing burn? This little kid, he doesn't know what art is. Lu Chen stood aside. A breeze gently whisked by, the white short tee on his body fluttering with the wind. The whole person looks refreshing and handsome. He closed his eyes slightly as his fingers gently plucked at the strings and the melody flowed out. I'm a silent passerby who leans against the wall and basks in the sun. If I get a little weary, let me wake up here alone. I'm standing on top of the drum tower and all the bustle is none of my business. It's a crowded place and I'm ordinary. His lilting and melodic vocals instantly transported the crowd into a serene and story-filled world. What's going on? Listening to Lu Chen's song, it's as if I'm seeing little old me. I'm not a small-town do-it-yourselfer. I'm just a wanderer from a small county, and this song really sings my heart. The songs of the great god Lu, each one resonates with people, and that's real music. This is what songs should be like, and those that can't even hear the lyrics aren't really songs at all. The great god of Lu is really not improvising. This strength is too admirable. The highs and lows were evident in one song. Ma Yu wanted to defend himself for something else, but there was really no reason to. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the melon selling contest between Lu Chen and Li Lang officially kicked off. Dressed in a straight and gorgeous suit, Li Lang sat by the watermelon stand, and beside him, Li Zixuan held a large bushel fan, fanning him with one stroke of the wind. When you set up a stall to sell melons, you have to yell loudly at the top of your voice. The louder you yell, the more people you can attract. Got it? Li Lang taught like a connoisseur. Li Zixuan nodded with seeming understanding, and under Li Lang's urging, he pulled his voice and let out a loud shout. Watermelons for sale. Big, sweet watermelons. Li Lang listened and clapped his hands in satisfaction. That's right. That's it. Yell harder. The passers-by around them looked sideways, their heads spinning from the noise. Li Lang's expensive suit looked out of place in this smoky bazaar and was very eye-catching. Li Zixuan did sell out, and it didn't take long before he actually attracted a customer. Hello, how do you sell watermelons? The customer asked as he walked up and looked at the watermelon on the stand. Li Lang proudly glanced at Li Zixuan, signaling him to answer. Li Zixuan was a little nervous and stammered. 80 cents for this variety. A piece for this variety. Saying this, he suddenly got stuck, looked back at Li Lang, and looked embarrassed. Dad, I forgot. Li Lang's good mood instantly evaporated. His face sank and he yelled at Li Zixuan. Is your brain a pig brain? Can't even remember so little. The sudden roar startled the customer, who took an involuntary step back. I'll tell you again. 80 cents for this one and $1.40 for this one. Got it? Li Lang forced down his anger and repeated it again. Li Zixuan hurriedly nodded his head and said in a loud voice, Understood. Understood. But when he turned his head again and was ready to introduce it to the customer had already turned away with an impatient face. Li Lang was completely enraged now, kicking Li Zixuan's leg and cursing. How could I have such a stupid son like you? You can't even do this well. Li Zixuan's eyes reddened as he silently wiped away his tears and climbed up from the ground, standing aggrieved. One of the stall owners next to him just couldn't stand it anymore and went up to advise. This brother, the child is still young. You can't scold him like this. Li Lang Zhang had a belly full of fire with no place to spread it, and shouted in a bad mood. None of your business. When the stall owner heard this, he also lost his temper and his face was drawn. How do you talk like that? I was kind enough to warn you. Seeing that the other party still dared to talk back, Li Lang's anger in his heart became even more intense, pointing at the stall owner's nose and cursing. You bumpkin. Dead poor. What qualifications do you have to remind me? The amount of money I earn in a year is enough for you to earn for the rest of your life. I still need you to teach me. This man is simply sick, isn't he? It's too much. Li Lang wouldn't have superhung syndrome, would he? Being so grumpy. I really don't know how Li Xiaolu saw him in the first place. It's true that things come in groups. Li Zixuan's character. It has nothing to do with Li Lang's usual way of education. In the studio, Li Xiaolu was both heartbroken and embarrassed when she saw Li Lang's bad attitude on the screen. Even if those words were in his heart, he couldn't say them so bluntly, and now he's ruined his image. For the past 2 days, her agent had been driven crazy by Li Lang's behavior, constantly complaining about how it would affect her image. Chen Guoro sat on the side and shook his head repeatedly as he watched the scene. She was more concerned about Lu Chen's side at the moment, curious about what method Lu Chen would use to sell the melon. The scene shifted to Lu Chen's booth. Lu Chen was busy with Lu Xiaolu. They first carefully weighed each watermelon, then neatly marked the price, and then divided the watermelons into 3 areas. The first area was filled with watermelons under $10. The second area held watermelons that cost $10 or more. The third area, on the other hand, is the eye-catching bargain zone. Lu Chen found a piece of cardboard, picked up a pen, and wrote down carefully, spend $18 or more, get $2 off, spend $26 or more, get $3 off, spend $36 or more, get $5 off. Spending can be collocated. Lu Xiaolu opened her big, curious eyes and asked, Papa, why do you count like that? Lu Chen patted his chest with confidence. It's Dad's promotional tactic. Look, if someone buys a watermelon for under $10, it's a normal sale, nothing more. But if someone wants to buy a watermelon that costs more than $10, he'll think about buying another one for $9, because then it only costs him another $7. Doesn't that feel like a good deal? And you can put together in order, so you can sell more that way. Lu Xiaolu instantly came to a realization, her eyes shining brightly, and asked again, POA, won't we lose money this way? It won't, but the profit per watermelon will be less, but the amount sold will increase. It's called thin profit and high sales. Lu Chen touched Lu Xiaolu's head and said with a smile, POA is awesome. Lu Xiaolu looked at Lu Chen adoringly. Lu Chen had a smug look on his face. That's for sure. Your dad is the most powerful person besides your mom. Chapter 48, skill is not as good as others. And you still blame Lu Chen. An afternoon passes. Before dinner, Lu Chen returned with Li Lang. Lu Chen's watermelons were sold out, while Li Lang pulled a cart back with a gray head, due to a fight with the vendor. So much so that he spent the whole afternoon theorizing and pressing on without much proper watermelon selling. I'm not convinced. I can't believe Lu Chen sold that many, Li Lang yelled. But Lu Chen didn't pay any attention to him, and the staff didn't bother either. According to the rules of the game, only Lu Chen got the chance to choose the vegetables. Li Lang and Mayu's 2 families are starving, and finally sort of know that coming hard won't work. This is a metamorphosis or to participate in the program These 2 people are also too funny. Deservedly. These 4 are so bad that they deserve to starve. Is Azuma still hungry? Where did you get that face? I stole several watermelons when I was selling them. In the studio, Li Xiaolu looked worried. After all, Li Zixuan hadn't eaten anything serious for a whole day. Fu Qingran was also heartbroken. Ma Xiaobao was already fat, and when he was hungry, it became even more difficult. Host Feather walked to the center of the stage and the crowd said, Now, we're going to step into an off-camera segment, and we have 3 parents, please, to make a phone call to their loved ones. Let's start with the song Diva. Chen Guiyang took out his cell phone and dialed the number. Lu Chen was barbecuing on the screen, and Lu Xiaolu ran out with her cell phone. Poopy, mama's phone. Lu Chen wiped his hands with his apron and took the call. Hey, wife, what are the instructions? Is camp still going well? How did it feel? Don't worry, it went well and you had a great time. Lu Chen's reply caused Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran to be embarrassed for a while. Li Lang and Mayu repeatedly looking for trouble. Obviously Lu Chen did not put it in the heart at all. What's up wife? Missed me after not seeing you for 2 days? The crowd looked at Chen Guiyang. Everyone seemed to be waiting for the diva to retort. But who knew that Chen Guiyang replied, Aha. Lu Chen laughed Don't worry, we won't be back tomorrow. I'll cook you a good meal then, so you can taste my handiwork. Chen Guoro was shy and finally hung up the phone after exchanging a few pleasantries. The host, Xiaolu, wore a smile as her gaze turned to Li Xiaolu and said, Ms. Li, it's your turn to call Mr. Li next. Li Xiaolu sighed somewhat helplessly and took out his cell phone to dial Li Lang's number. On the other end of the phone, Li Lang was sitting on the sidelines without a good mood, and when he saw the caller ID, he couldn't help but curse a few times. It's so annoying. If you didn't have to put me on this stupid show, could I be in such a mess? But when he pressed the answer button, his voice instantly became gentle and he asked softly, Honey, what are you doing? When Li Xiaolu heard her husband's very different attitudes before and after, she had mixed feelings in her heart, but she still said, Husband, how are you doing at summer camp? Li Lang skimmed his mouth and complained, Don't mention it. There's a guy named Lu Chen in this summer camp. He's simply too annoying. He's against me at every turn. In today's match, he played some tricks to make me lose so ugly. You don't even know how much I'm suffocating. Li Xiaolu awkwardly glanced at Chen Guozhuan. Has Zixuan eaten yet? Li Lang touched his stomach and was upset. I can't believe I didn't ask him first. Li Zixuan. He ate it, Li Lang said and glared at Li Zixuan, who had wanted to speak sat back down again. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before ending the call. Little Feather continued, MS. Fu, it's your turn to call Mr. Ma. Fu Qingran nodded and dialed the phone. As soon as Ma Yu saw that it was Fu Qingran calling, he immediately changed his tone to one of intimacy and shouted in a meaty voice, Wife. Fu Qingran was speechless and pretended to be concerned. Hubby, how is Xiaobao? Ma Yu hurriedly replied, Everything is fine with Xiaobao. Don't worry. But as soon as the words were finished, Ma Xiaobao on the side grabbed the cell phone and said loudly, No good. Mom, I'm hungry. I don't have any food. This loser, Ma Yu, won't get me food. I'm starving. Upon hearing this, Fu Qingran forced down her anger and reprimanded Ma Yu on the other end of the phone. Ma Yu, how do you take care of the child? Can't even get a meal right. Ma Yu hurriedly explained, Wife, it's not that guy Lu Chen went too far. We lost the match and didn't have the ingredients to cook. Fu Qingran didn't bother to listen to his explanation, snorted coldly and said, Alright, don't make excuses. Figure it out yourself. After saying that, he hung up the phone with a huff. In the studio, the audience couldn't help but murmur at the sight of the calls. Li Lang and Ma Yu are simply ridiculous, blaming Lu Chen for their own inferior skills. That's right, look at others. Lu Chen, what a good mindset, not taking their provocations seriously at all. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu are also quite helpless. Having a husband like this, helpless? Let's just say they deserve it with a husband like that. And at this moment, on Lu Chen's side, Lu Xiaoyu was happily eating the meat skewers that Lu Chen had grilled. Lu Chen looked at his daughter's contented appearance with a happy smile on his face. Li Lang covered his stomach. Since he came to the summer camp, he hadn't eaten a proper meal, and now he was already very hungry. Li Zixuan muttered in a low voice, with a bit of caution in his voice, Dad, why don't we go ask Uncle Lu Chen for some food? He's so nice, he'll definitely give it. As soon as Li Lang heard this, he immediately glared viciously at Li Zixuan and loudly scolded, Shut up, you spineless thing. You know how to beg others. Li Lang can't afford to lose this person. Li Zixuan was frightened by this sudden roar and hurriedly closed his mouth, aggression written all over his face. Li Lang's eyes dribbled. Then he got up and patted Li Zixuan's shoulder, changing to a seemingly gentle tone. Zixuan, it's not convenient for Dad to go, but it's convenient for you. Go ask Lu Chen for a couple dozen skewers of meat and tell him I'll pay him after the camp is over. Li Azuma was pleased. Lu Chen's kind of good-looking and multi-talented. Chen Guro definitely didn't feel comfortable giving him money. As long as one's money attacked, Lu Chen must have immediately transformed to please him. Li Zixuan's heart is actually not willing to go. He feels that this is not good, but the stomach is very indisputable. Rumble called up. Li Lang heard the voice and smiled smugly. You're hungry too. Go, come back and Dad will share a few skewers with you. I don't blame Li Zixuan for growing up to pit his father. Li Lang has already started to pit his son. Good guy. Opening his mouth is dozens of skewers. This is for Lu Chen as a cook. The great god of Lu mustn't give up. People like Li Lang deserve to starve. Li Zixuan helplessly stood up and walked outside. Just as he went out the door, he met Ma Xiaobao who was wandering around outside in a bored manner. When Ma Xiaobao saw Li Zixuan, he immediately straightened his back and shouted at the top of his voice, Li Zixuan, why don't you greet the boss when you see him? Do you still have me as your boss in your eyes? Li Zixuan's shoulders shrank in fear. His head hung even lower, and his voice was as small as a mosquito hum. Boss. Ma Xiaobao heard this and instantly his vanity was greatly satisfied. He grabbed Li Zixuan's arm with such force that Li Zixuan couldn't help but frown. Go, follow me to find Lu Xiaoyu, Ma Xiaobao said without question. Chapter 49, This is a real hunger rush. Li Zixuan's heart tightened. His body trembled slightly, and he stammered, Boss, you still want to bully Lu Xiaoyu? Ah? When Ma Xiaobao heard this, the smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a face full of displeasure as he loudly retorted. Who said I had to go and bully her? It's obviously because she doesn't know how to share. I'm teaching her how to get along with kids. What? You don't want to come with me? Do you want a beating? Ma Xiaobao raised his fist and shook it in the air, the stance as if he was going to smash on Li Zixuan in the next second. Li Zixuan was so scared that his face turned pale and he shook his head in a hurry. I'm wrong, boss. I'll go with you. I'll go with you, okay. Ma Xiaobao dragged Li Zixuan to Lu Xiaoyu and Tao Mingyuan. Lu Xiaoyu was sharing Lu Chen's newly grilled meat skewers with Tao Mingyuan, and the two of them were talking, laughing, and eating happily. Ma Xiaobao stepped forward, crossed his arms, and said loudly to Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Xiaoyu, I'm going to give you one more chance to bring all those meat skewers over, or else you'll have to suffer. Lu Xiaoyu was startled by the sudden roar and subconsciously ducked behind Tao Mingyuan. Tao Mingyuan, on the other hand, opened his arms to protect her behind him like a little guard, and stared at Ma Xiaobao without fear. "Don't you go too far," Tao Mingyuan said loudly. "You guys were always bullying you before, and you want to do it again today." "No way," Ma Xiaobao sneered. "Just by you? You still want to protect her? That was me being careless during the day. Today I'll let you know what happens when you meddle." Saying that, he once again rolled up his sleeves and rushed towards Tao Mingyuan. Tao Mingyuan did not panic, waiting for Ma Xiaobao to get close, flicked sideways, and at the same time stretched out his foot and lightly tripped. Ma Xiaobao was unable to recover his momentum, and with a plop sound, he fell heavily to the ground again. This fall made his eyes bleed, and he couldn't get up for half a day. "Ouch! That hurts! You! How dare you bring me down again!" Ma Xiaobao lay on the ground, groaning in pain while roaring in anger. Tao Mingyuan looked at him and said with a righteous face, "You were the one who wanted to make a move. I was only acting in self-defense. If you bully again, I will still strike." Ma Xiaobao struggled to get up from the ground. He felt that his face was completely lost. His heart was angry and annoyed. Suddenly, he thought of Li Zixuan, who was still on the sidelines, and took his anger out on him, yelling at Li Zixuan, who had already run away. "You punk, you don't even help when you see me being beaten. What kind of brother are you? Ma Xiaobao, this is too humiliating." Twice being put down by Tao Mingyuan and blaming others for not helping, Li Zixuan slipped away faster than a rabbit. It seems that he is truly afraid of Tao Mingyuan. Tao Mingyuan is so brave at such a young age and knows how to protect girls, so much better than Ma Xiaobao and Li Zixuan. Ma Xiaobao is not good at outsiders, but he is good at beating Li Zixuan. Just then, Lu Chen walked out after cleaning up his room. He saw that Ma Xiaobao was in a sorry state and Tao Mingyuan and Lu Xiaolu were unharmed, and immediately understood what was probably going on. Lu Chen walked up, looked at Ma Xiaobao, and said seriously, "Ma Xiaobao, we are all attending the summer camp together. We should be friendly. Why are you always bullying others?" Ma Xiaobao stretched his neck and said defiantly, "Who told him to mind his own business and knock me down?" Lu Chen shook his head. "You started it. Tao Mingyuan was just protecting Lu Xiaolu. You should learn to respect others. You can't bully people just because you're big." Ma Xiaobao's face turned red as he pointed his finger at Lu Chen and shouted at the top of his voice, "What kind of a thing are you? A hobo and a soft eater. Who are you to talk about me?" Li Zixuan was startled by this sudden outburst from Ma Xiaobao. His body instinctively trembled as he looked at Lu Chen in horror, his eyes full of worry for fear that Lu Chen would be enraged by these words. After all, if this were Li Lang, he would have already given him a fat beating. "You punk, get lost." Ma Xiaobao spat at Li Zixuan. "Boss, that's what you said. I'm outta here." Li Zixuan was like an amnesty and pulled out his legs to run. Ma Xiaobao turned his head to look at Lu Chen, but Lu Chen still had a breezy face and said unhurriedly, "So now the soft eaters have something to eat, and you, the hard eaters, can only starve." Lu Xiaolu also helped out. She picked up a skewer of meat and took a big bite, her cheeks bulging. Her appearance was very cute, but the words she uttered were not forgiving at all. "Poop is right. It's better than you, who have no food and come to ask for food." Ma Xiaobao was furious and yelled, "Who are you calling a beggar?" Seeing this, Tao Mingyuan took a step forward without hesitation and stood firmly in front of Lu Xiaolu, his eyes staring tightly at Ma Xiaobao as he shouted, "Who are you yelling at? What? Wanna fight? If you're capable, let's have a contest to see who's better." Ma Xiaobao was shocked by Tao Mingyuan's aura and took a half step back with palpitations, but the defiant streak in his heart was still at work, and he was about to strike again. Li Zixuan ran back out of breath. Before Lu Chen had a chance to respond, two people came striding over behind Li Zixuan. Li Lang's face was filled with anger as he yelled at Lu Chen, "Lu Chen, you're an adult. How can you bully a child?" When Ma Xiaobao saw Ma Yu, it was as if he had found a backer. He immediately turned around and cursed furiously, "Ma Yu, you punk, your son is being bullied. Why are you just coming? I want you to kick Lu Chen's ass right now. Right now. Right now. Beat up Lu Chen?" Ma Yu just looked up at Lu Chen's robust figure, and a strong fear surged in his heart. Both legs couldn't help but tremble slightly. Where would they dare to have the slightest thought of making a move? Beat up the great god Lu? Make sure you're not giving away your head. Ma Yu os, with my 2 tails of meat? It's not enough for Lu Chen to wear a skewer. What's the use of beating up the little one and bringing in the old one? The great god of Lu takes it in one hand. No wonder these 2 little ones are such bullies. So it's because Pops is a role model. In the studio, the atmosphere was tense. The crowd was on tenterhooks, eyes glued to the screen for fear that the next second they would fight. After all, a live program would be a big deal if there was a real beating. The director's team also realized something was wrong and urgently thought of countermeasures. Hanpo took off his headphones and cursed angrily. For S sake, there's no saving these 2 pairs of fathers and sons. Whoever suggested it in the first place, open it up for me. Assistant Director Zhang Jifeng also looked at the screen nervously. Li Lang, this visitor, how can he be so capable of finding trouble? In the studio, Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran were so nervous that their hands were clenched tightly together, and their palms were covered in sweat. Su Binbin also panicked as she tugged on Chen Gejuan's hand with a hint of trembling in her voice. Sister Ballad, there won't be any accidents, will there? Chen Guiyang, however, was calm as she gently patted Su Binbin's hand and said in relief, don't worry, which one of them do you think dares to make a move against Lu Chen? On the screen, Lu Chen looked at the few people in front of him and smiled disdainfully. He raised his eyebrows slightly, his tone teasing, two of you, with all this hustle and bustle, you wouldn't be looking for a fight? Li Lang was stunned, and his eyes began to flicker. Of course not, I'm here to talk business with you. I know that you're a home cook, and Chen Guoro definitely won't give you that much pocket money. So how about this, if you grill me a skewer of meat, I'll give you $10? When Lu Chen heard this, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Couldn't believe my ears. Is this the guy who sells food at? Looks like a real glutton for punishment. Chapter 50, Bullying arises and parents are responsible. Sorry, not for sale. Lu Chen was speechless. What kind of genius could come up with this kind of approach? It was tit for tat in the morning, then came to rub it in the afternoon. $10 a string. Who are you looking down on? Li Lang somewhat couldn't believe that Lu Chen had actually rejected him. How dare Lu Chen, letting go of such a job that earns a lot of money. Lu Chen, I'm warning you, if you agree now, then I can give you an extra $5 per string. If you still don't agree, I won't buy it. Lu Chen waved his hand. I wasn't trying to sell it in the first place, so go away and don't get in the way of our meal. Li Lang gritted his teeth and his idea hit Lu Xiaolu again. Lu Xiaolu, if you don't persuade your father, we won't let Li Zixuan and Ma Xiaobao play with you when the time comes. You have to think carefully. When there are no children with you, you will have to play by yourself. Oh, I can't believe it. Why is this Li Lang so bad? Yu is so good. How dare he threaten Yu? As an adult, as a father, Li Lang is simply a failure. Damn it, tell me the address quickly. I'm going to pull out Li Lang's head. Lu Chen walked in front of Lu Xiaolu and stared at Li Lang with an unkind face. Li Lang, I'm warning you, don't try to touch my daughter, or else I won't guarantee what I'll do. Li Lang laughed, his face full of disdain. Just buy you? A home cook, a soft eater. What are your qualifications? You're not allowed to talk about my poop like that. Lu Xiaolu rushed to Lu Chen and shouted at Li Lang. Tao Mingyuan came to Lu Xiaolu's side and looked at Li Lang's face, which was still in a bad mood. Li Lang, your company should be relying on your lady to be able to maintain it, right? Lu Chen laughed. If Chen Guoro knew that you had bullied Lu Xiaolu, do you think your madam would be able to withstand it? If your madam caves in, your company. Lu Chen didn't say all the words, but the meaning was already quite obvious. Li Lang snorted coldly and turned to leave. Can't afford to mess with it. Ma Yu stood still, looking at Li Lang's back. Just leave? Ma Yu muttered. Ma Yu, what are you still waiting for? You hurry up and ask Lu Chen for meat skewers. Ma Yu froze in place. Lu Chen's aggressiveness was already very obvious, and if he went to mess with Lu Chen now, would he still be able to mix? Mr. Ma, are you here for my trouble too? Ma Yu gave a start and hurriedly said, where? Of course I didn't. I just came to bring Ma Xiaobao back. Ma Xiaobao still wanted to resist, but was taken away by Ma Yu covering his mouth. Good job. This group of people are just in need of cleaning up. They don't know how to bow down until they've been beaten up. If it were my daughter, I'd bankrupt the Lang family. Yu is also brave, taking the initiative to protect Lu Chen. As the two walked away, Lu Chen hugged Lu Xiaolu and Tao Mingyuan. Come on, let's go back and keep eating. In the studio, Fu Qingran was filled with dissatisfaction. Song Diva, I recognize your success, but what kind of values are you trying to instill in your children by being such a bully? What kind of children can a parent like Lu Chen educate? Su Binbin immediately disliked back. Ma Yu and Li Lang like this, they can educate good children? Li Xiaolu had the same look of displeasure. She was a movie queen and Chen Guiyang was a singing diva. What made her so unbearable in front of Chen Guiyang? Song Diva, I admit that what Li Lang did was very excessive, but I'm definitely not right about this type of education from Lu Chen. With the crowd watching, Chen Guiyang finally picked up the microphone. I unconditionally support Lu Chen's decision. And, if Lu Xiaolu is being bullied and Lu Chen is being humiliated, I will definitely do more than what Lu Chen said he had done. The slow threatening nature of Chen Guoro's words instantly made the audience present somewhat less agreeable. Chen Gejuan's words changed. If I can't even shelter my husband who sacrifices his talents for the sake of his family, if I can't even protect my daughter, I am a negligent wife and an unfit mother. Aren't parents responsible for why bullying occurs? Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran instantly didn't dare to speak. Chen Go rhythm was sharp and asked directly to Li Xiaolu. Li Lang 15 strings for Lu Chen to grill meat. I am bigger than him to put. I am 150 strings. I do not know if the queen of the movie Li is willing to give me a dozens of strings to grill. Li Xiaolu was instantly rushed. It was only after switching places that she felt what Lu Chen was feeling. Just as Fu Qinran was about to dislike him back, the live broadcast screen suddenly cut to Ma Yu in Ma Xiaobao's room. Ma Yu, you punk, are you scared? How did I get a loser dad like you? Ma Yu's face was grim, but he still endured it. Ma Xiaobao huffed and puffed, smashing everything in the room. Humph, don't let me catch a chance, or I'll definitely teach that Lu Xiaoyu a good lesson. Ma Yu was filled with shock and anger. What did you say? What are you yelling about? Ma Xiaobao asked with a glare. Ma Yu was anxious. Ma Xiaobao, I'm telling you, I don't care what you do. Don't you pit our family? Ma Yu was looking at Lu Chen with displeasure, but he was targeting Lu Chen, and Lu Chen, a home cook, couldn't have much of an impact on him. Lu Xiaoyu was a different story. That would have angered Chen Gozhuang. Subconsciously, Ma Yu still thought that Lu Chen had no place with Chen Goro. Putting himself in his place, he had a job and was oppressed by Fu Qingran to this extent. Lu Chen was useless and his family status was definitely inferior to his. Day 2. After today's mission was announced, Li Lang and Ma Yu were instantly upset. Summer camps actually let them grow vegetables. The specifics are that fathers lead their children and appreciate the hard work and dedication of working people. You're just making us come as free labor. I protest. Li Lang disgruntledly shouted at the staff. Ma Yu didn't dare to yell angrily at the staff, and could only express his dissatisfaction with his eyes. It's not just discontent that has to contribute. He's an entertainer. Planting? Not to mention that the sun will tan his delicate skin. The staff looked at Lu Chen with pleading eyes. They were in dire need of a role model right now, and as long as Lu Chen could agree, this event would absolutely be able to take place. Unsurprisingly, Lu Chen agreed. Tao Ming Yuan handed over a straw hat. Lu Chen directly covered Lu Xiaoyu's head. You may be a bit tired after a while. Are you afraid? Lu Xiaoyu crossed her arms and looked up arrogantly. But don't look down on Yu. Yu will definitely be even better than Daddy. Lu Chen laughed. Ha. Good. Daddy trusts Yu. In the farmland, Lu Chen happened to be assigned to Tao Fingyan's house. Bro, they won't let us help Nim with the program. This is the newest thing in my family. Chapter 51, Tigerback and Bewaist Mantis Legs. The midday summer air smells dry and hot and makes you sweat. Inside the studio, the atmosphere was tense. Su Binbin's eyes were filled with worry, and she couldn't help but ask, Sister Ballad, has Lu Chen ever done farm work? It won't go wrong, will it? Chen Gu Ballad gently shook his head. I do not know. I have never seen him do farm work. As for the strength, well, body is quite good. As Chen Goro said this, her cheeks flushed with a blush. Fu Qingran snorted coldly from the side, a mocking smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he said in a conspiratorial manner, being in shape doesn't necessarily mean you're physically fit. There's a lot of dead muscle coming out of the gym too. What's more, Lu Chen stays at home all day long. Where does he find the time to work out? It couldn't be that he secretly went to the gym by himself while Diva was at work, right? When Su Binbin heard this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and said with a speechless face, Sister Son, don't listen to her. This kind of person can't eat grapes and says grapes are sour. Still have the nerve to say Lu Chen. I think the most vain is their family's Ma Yu. Not even a child physical strength. If I look for a boyfriend, I must not find such a young and beautiful. I'll be responsible for it. Fu Qingran looked at Su Binbin angrily, his face turning into a pig's liver color in anger. Ha 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 ha, Goddess Su's poisonous tongue has never let me down. A double entendre. Flirting with Ma Yu's weak body and saying that he's a big man who wears heavy makeup every day. Humph. I'm not strong enough? Have you forgotten the time when two people ran first in a relay race and were both overtaken by me? The great god of Lu? An extremely eye-catching scene suddenly appeared on the live feed. Lu Chen reached out and took off the t-shirt he was wearing as soon as he could, and that robust body was instantly revealed. Ballad sis, you call that body pretty good? When Su Binbin saw this, her eyes widened and her face rolled, so she hastily covered her eyes and her ears instantly turned red. Chen Goro looked at the screen and smiled awkwardly, secretly thinking in his heart, as for making such a fuss, she's the one who sees it basically every day. My god, is this something you can work out at the gym? I've always heard people say tigerback, B-waist, praying mantis legs before, but God Lu has practically materialized it for me. That's a brood level figure. What did you expect? How many lifetimes of virtue do you have to accumulate before you can talk about a boyfriend like Mr. Lu? Poopy, are you thirsty? Here's some water for you. Lu Xiaoyu took small steps and held a bottle of water in her hand. Yu's a good boy. Daddy's not thirsty yet. Lu Chen smiled and touched Lu Xiaoyu's head, his eyes full of favor. Poopy, I want to help you work, so give me a job. Lu Xiaoyu blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Lu Chen with an expectant expression. Lu Chen scratched the back of his head. His eyes swept around the melon field. There was really nothing particularly suitable for Lu Xiaoyu to do in a job like collecting watermelons. Let's put it this way. You, are you afraid of little bugs? Lu Chen squatted down and gently looked at Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu first nodded, but soon shook her head again and tried to gather her courage and said, I'm not afraid. Lu Chen saw Lu Xiaoyu's reluctance and said with a smile, since Yu isn't afraid, can you help Daddy carry the watermelons in the field to the cart? Lu Xiaoyu nodded heavily, her eyes flashing with excitement as she exclaimed, Yu is willing. As soon as she said she would do it, Lu Xiaoyu directly drilled into the melon field, struggling to pick up a large watermelon. Her small body looked even smaller against the watermelon, but she gritted her teeth and took one step towards the cart. Lu Chen looked at his daughter's back and smiled gratefully, then bent down and continued to concentrate on picking watermelons. The movements were skillful and smooth without a hint of sloppiness. When Chen Guzhuang saw the image of the studio, she couldn't help but be a little surprised. If cooking and music was something Lu Chen had nothing to do at home, so be it. How can you even do farm work? Just how much Lu Chen still had was something Chen Goro did not know. By the time Tao Fingnian came to see it again, his entire body was stunned to stand still by the sight before him. It was only a mere noontime, and Lu Chen had directly finished his whole day's work. Brother, how did you get so good at this? How come it's done so quickly? Lu Chen smiled and didn't answer. In his last life, he had gone to the countryside for a period of time after he had problems with Chen Guyang's hurry. During that time I followed some old farmers and learned a lot about the fields. It was only later that he was unable to unravel the depression in his heart and still decided to return to the city to find Chen Guiyang. In this life, Lu Chen would never repeat the mistakes of his last life. Older brother, just in time for you to arrive. Lu Chen picked up a watermelon, then pointed to a small area of melon fields in front of him and said seriously, this area of melon fields, the water supply is obviously insufficient. Many melons have signs of being hollow, which affects the quality of the melons. Tao Fengnian came forward, took a closer look, and saw the crack of the watermelon, and could not help but sigh helplessly. Alas, it can't be helped, it's been too dry this year to pick water. Lu Chen listened and nodded seriously. He knew in his heart that the problems in the Taoist village were much more than that, although there is a resort in the village, but the money earned by the resort does not belong to Taojia village. The villagers can only get some not much dividends every year. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so bad that you can't even get a water system going. A soft voice came from not far away. Poopy, look what I found. The crowd followed the sound and saw Lu Xiaoyu jumping and running over. She stretched out her small hand, holding a thumb-sized, round and smooth stone in her hand. Excitedly, it's a jewel. Oh! Lu Chen looked at the stone in his daughter's hand. A look of surprise appeared on his face, and he said enviously, you're so lucky. Lu Xiaoyu heard this and smiled as she slipped the gem into her pocket. The scene shifts to two other melon fields. The melon fields of Li Lang and Ma Yu were next to each other. Yet they were not working. They hadn't had a good day since they came here. And at the moment the four of them were hugging 4 watermelons and eating them with gusto. Li Lang turned his head sideways and looked in Lu Chen's direction, his face full of displeasure. At the same age, Lu Chen not only looked several years younger than them, but even had a full body of tendon meat, and didn't feel tired after a whole day's work. Do you think this Lu Chen is stupid? He can go home in the afternoon. And he's really doing it. Li Lang mocked without a care in the world. Ma Yu didn't say a word from the side, but his eyes were filled with malice when he looked at Lu Chen. Compared to looking down on a hypocritical rich man like Li Lang, he looked down on the even better Lu Chen. It was simply a thorn in his side. Chapter 52, It's not an entrepreneur, it's a capitalist. Humph, I see he's quite good at being a farmer. Ma Yu snorted coldly. A watermelon, which was eaten by them, with less than half of it left, was directly thrown on the ground by Li Lang. Li Zishuan, bring me another one, Li Lang said in a commanding manner. Li Zishuan obediently walked to the melon field and picked up a watermelon and handed it to Li Lang. Just as Li Lang reached for the watermelon, a flying rock suddenly interrupted his movements. Asterisk. Who is it? Crazy dare to hit old man, Li Lang instantly stormed. Rubbing stood up, angrily staring at the villagers who came over. The villagers pointed to the ground with spoiled watermelon. To Li Lang angrily rebuked, this is my family's melon. This look at what you eat. So many melons all spoiled. Li Lang impatiently smashed the melon handed over by Li Zishuan on the ground and said fiercely, I'll smash it. What can you do? You have to be catty about eating a few of your melons. I have plenty of money. With that, he stretched out a finger and said arrogantly, 1,000. Is that enough? You can't even earn 1,000 for this melon field. Seeing that the villagers were silent, Li Lang became even more complacent and said disdainfully, "Humph, bumpkin, hurry up and go get me a few melons." When the villagers heard this, they were instantly enraged and clenched their fists, directly rushing up to push Li Lang to the ground, yelling loudly, "Rich people are great. Who are you to scold us?" When the villagers shouted, several people from the surrounding melon fields came together. When Li Lang saw this, not only did he not restrain himself, but he broke into a rage. "A bunch of poor people, bumpkins. It's true that poor mountains produce unruly people. You people deserve to be poor for the rest of your lives. Don't you hate the rich? Let me tell you, your entire village doesn't even earn as much as I do. In your lifetime, you can't even afford to buy one of my car wheels. I can't take it anymore. I'll say it again. Give me the address. I'm going to him up. Which of the food and drink he eats and drinks every day is not grown by the hard work of farmers? People like this deserve a beating. Which company? Expose it and make him go bankrupt. Let's see if he still dares to be arrogant." Inside the studio, the director's face suddenly changed when he saw this scene, and he hurriedly switched the picture. But it was already too late. The entire live broadcast room was instantly flooded with curses, and even the audience at the scene had already endured it. "Li Xiaolu, is this the successful entrepreneur husband you're talking about? This is not an entrepreneur. This is a capitalist. You are the capitalist's wife. You're no different from him." Most of the people present were farmers in their parents' generation, and Li Lang's remarks directly pierced the hearts of the crowd. Li Xiaolu looked at the chaotic scene in front of him and couldn't help but feel remorseful. Had I known that, I would have secretly told Li Lang that he was recording the program, so that he could do something good. The most crucial thing was that she had been with Li Lang for so many years, and she had never seen Li Lang in this arrogant and domineering manner. The audience at the scene became more and more agitated. Li Xiaolu had no choice but to leave the scene in the crowd's accusations. Gray and hurried. Fu Qingran instantly tensed up and worriedly looked at the live broadcast screen, fearing that Ma Yu would do something wrong. The scene shows Ma Yu taking advantage of the chaos and preparing to leave with Ma Xiaobao. Ma Xiaobao was holding a large watermelon and couldn't run fast enough, so he was soon spotted by the villagers. "Someone is stealing melons. Catch the melon thief." The crowd looked at Ma Yu and rushed forward. Ma Yu dropped Ma Xiaobao without a word and ran straight away. Ma Xiaobao cursed angrily from behind. "Ma Yu, you piece of you, come back. Just you wait. I'll go back and make my mom teach you a lesson." Ma Yu, seeing that it was too late, Ma Xiaobao threw the melon on the ground and turned his head to run. Lu Chen's side saw the situation over here. Tao Fengnian rushed over. "Don't fight! Don't fight!" The villagers saw Tao Fengnian coming and got out of the way. Tao Fengnian grabbed the one at the front and stopped him. "Old Five. No fighting." This villager, who was called Old Five, was filled with resignation. "Brother Fengnian, Nim, look at them. They've ruined this field of watermelons. I'm not a cheapskate, but they're so angry." Tao Fengnian's face pulled down when he saw a spoiled watermelon. Li Lang shouted at the top of his voice, "Isn't it just a watermelon? Can't I just pay you back?" Old Five got even hotter all of a sudden. "I don't want Nim's dirty money. Nim, get out. Get out of my village." The surrounding villagers responded at the drop of a hat. "Get out. Get out of my village. We are not welcome." Li Lang felt his face burning hot and hurriedly fled with Li Zixuan. Lu Chen ran over at this time, and when he saw such a situation, he hastened to comfort him. "I'm sorry, everyone. We're the ones who gave you trouble. The villagers are not unreasonable. Mr. Lu, this is a good man. We don't blame you. We blame this man for not being a human thing." "Good point. It's not a personal thing. I really don't know where in the world the program group got the whole talent. They really don't care about anything for the sake of heat. I thought that the ballad Diva's family coming here was the icing on the cake, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Lu Dishan is simply too good to be true. It has absolutely nothing to do with him, and he even helped to apologize. The villagers are sensible too." The third day ended in farce. After Lu Chen brought Lu Xiaoyu back to her room, Lu Xiaoyu was a bit sullen. "Pupi, are we leaving?" Lu Chen smiled. "What? Yu doesn't want to go?" Lu Xiaoyu nodded heavily. "Yu likes it here. The uncles and aunts and great-uncles and aunts here are very nice. And brother Mingyuan is very nice. And Uncle Fengnian is very nice," Lu Chen said in relief. "But we can't stay here all the time. We have to go to school and go home. And Mom's still waiting for you at home. She must miss Yu." Lu Xiaoyu flashed a flash of brilliance, but her face quickly calmed down. Chen Guo originally moved inwardly, but soon it too fell silent because of Lu Xiaoyu's calm face. The others also noticed that something was wrong, and Su Binbin came forward and asked, "Ballad's sister." Chen Guozhuang acted as if he hadn't heard it, his eyes still gazing at the live broadcast screen. Lu Chen also noticed Lu Xiaoyu's mood and hurriedly asked, What's wrong you? Not feeling well? Lu Xiaolu lowered her head and said softly, Pupa, you didn't study for the past few days. If Mama knew about it, she would definitely be angry, right? Can you help you tell Mama that you doesn't want to go to tutoring classes and that you will study hard, okay? Lu Chen's heart trembled fiercely. Yeah, how could he have forgotten? It seemed like this was the time in his last life when Chen Gezhang directly enrolled Lu Xiaolu in several tutoring classes, leaving Lu Xiaolu without even a weekend. Chapter 53, all already known. Chen Geyang witnessed the images on the screen and had mixed feelings in her heart. As the president of a well-known company in the entertainment industry, she was more than aware of the hardships and difficulties in this circle. When she was pregnant with Lu Xiaolu, she secretly vowed in her heart that she would work harder to create favorable living conditions for her daughter. During Lu Xiaolu's growing up, Chen Gezhuan's education for her could be described as all-encompassing. She enrolls Lu Xiaolu in all kinds of interest classes to cultivate her artistic cultivation. She focuses on her academic performance. Hoping that she can get into a top university, she teaches her the principles of how to deal with people in the world, just so that Lu Xiaolu can have more choices in life in the future. Whether you're entering the workforce or starting a family, you'll be able to navigate your way through it. Recently, she has noticed that Lu Xiaolu seems to be closer to Lu Chen, and some of her heartfelt words are only willing to talk to Lu Chen, which makes Chen Gaiyao vaguely lose her heart, and feel as if there is a layer of invisible barrier between her and her daughter. As the live broadcast drew to a close, Lu Chen encountered a problem. The original arrangement of the return vehicle temporary situation. This can be how to go home? When Li Lang saw Lu Chen's difficult face, it was as if he had finally found a chance to strike back. Li Lang said in a conspiratorial manner, "Oh, what? Can't go back? How miserable is that?" Lu Chen didn't take Li Lang's words to heart at all, and was about to call and contact other means of transportation when a bus slowly drove over. A staff member came down from the car and respectfully said to Lu Chen, "Mr. Lu, we are here to take you home." Lu Chen's eyes instantly lit up as he took Lu Xiaolu's hand and prepared to get into the car. Seeing this scene, Li Lang was so angry that he stomped his feet, his face skewed to the side. The staff walked over to Li Lang and politely asked, "Mr. Li, do you want to get on the bus?" Li Lang glanced at the bus. A look of contempt appeared on his face, and he hummed disdainfully, "Oh, forget it, I haven't sat in such a trashy bus." The staff member listened with a diaphragm and frowned as he turned back to his car. The bus started slowly and drifted away. Mayu drove off in his BMW, leaving Li Lang standing alone. He stomped his feet and cracked his mouth as he did so. "Damn, what's wrong with this driver old Zhang? How dare you not answer my calls? Go back and I'll fire you." While he was waiting, a message popped up on his cell phone from none other than the driver. "Old Zhang. Mr. Li, I'm sorry, I'm resigning. I don't want this month's salary. I really didn't expect you to be such a person." Li Lang looked at the message and froze for a moment, completely unable to understand what was going on. He hurriedly called his secretary and when he got through, he asked anxiously, "Hello? What's going on? Why did old Zhang resign?" The secretary sounded very helpless. "Mr. Li, do you really not know what happened?" Li Lang was even more puzzled. "Don't you sell me short, what's going on?" The secretary sighed and said, "Look at the hot search yourself." Li Lang hastily opened his cell phone, clicked on the microblogging hot search. This look, suddenly dumbfounded. His face became extremely ugly, and then he dialed Li Xiaolu's phone, and after connecting, he cursed, "Li Xiaolu, you're still harming my old man. You know that?" On the other side, Ma Yu was driving the car, and behind him Ma Xiaobao was already huffing and puffing, and that loud snoring noise disturbed Ma Yu. Just as he was cursing Ma Xiaobao, his cell phone rang. He glanced at the memo, and a delighted expression immediately appeared on his face as he hurriedly answered the call. "Hello? Director Chen. Why are you calling me all of a sudden? I'm telling you, I'm very confident about our movie." Instead, Director Chen's slightly cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "Ma Yu, let's discuss this play again. You don't need to prepare it for now." As soon as Ma Yu heard this, his entire body was dumbfounded. He had put in a lot of effort, time and money for this movie, so how come he suddenly didn't have to prepare for it? He quickly asked, "Chen director, you have to give me a reason. How suddenly not prepared? I'm this. What's more, we do not still." Director Chen's tone was a bit eager. Interrupting him, "What do you mean? Ma Yu, this matter is your own cause, and we've already done our best to be kind by not making you pay for it. You wouldn't still be unaware of what's going on, would you? Humph. Go on the hot search and see for yourself." After venting, Director Chen hung up the phone. Ma Yu had a puzzled look on his face. He was in the mountainous region for a while, the signal was not good, and he seldom paid attention to the dynamics of the entertainment industry. Is it hard to believe that something big has happened? He hurriedly opened Weibo, and after seeing the content of the hot search, his face went green and white. Mayu was so angry that he roared loudly and slammed the steering wheel angrily. Fu Qingran. Mayu looked stern. A sharp brake pulled the car to the side of the road, and directly pulled the still sleeping Ma Xiaobao out of the car, and gave him a fat beating. Lu Chen sat on the bus, looked at the sleeping Lu Xiaolu, and gently made a silent gesture. Lu Xiaolu immediately understood and covered her little mouth. Lu Chen dialed a phone number. Hey, Mr. Lu, why are you free to call me? Boss Su's bright laughter came from the other end of the phone. Lu Chen smiled and said, Boss Su, I remember that you are in the agricultural machinery business, right? I am going to purchase a batch of agricultural machines. Boss Su laughed. Is Mr. Lu preparing to purchase for Tajia village? Lu Chen was a bit surprised. How does Boss Su know? Boss Su said, Mr. Lu, you wouldn't still be unaware of this? You're all over the hot search. Lu Chen frowned, then remembered that he really hadn't looked at the hot search for a long time. He was about to open his microblog when Chen Gezhuang's phone call came in. Lu Chen said to Boss Su, I'll take a call. I'll send you the specifics later. Lu Chen picked up Chen Gezhuang's phone and before he could speak, Chen Gezhuang said eagerly, Lu Chen, I have something to tell you. Actually, lately I've been. Chen Gaiyang told everything in one breath. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. Chen Goro did not wait for Lu Chen's reply and added, So, you're angry? I know that this matter is my fault. Lu Chen said, Not really. Lu Chen said as he gently covered Lu Xiaoyu's clothes and smiled. Just now, Yu fell asleep, so I covered her up. Chen Gezhuang held the cell phone and asked somewhat tangled. Then you are not angry with me, right? Lu Chen laughed. Of course not. Your husband. I've performed so well that I've become a national god. So what's there to be angry about? Didn't embarrass you, did I? Hearing this, Chen Gaiyang breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, patted her chest and said, Hate you. You scared me to death. Then, she tentatively asked, But, Lu Chen, do you really not want to debut? If you do, with your talent you will definitely catch fire. Although your age is not an advantage. Your talent will definitely. Chapter 54, It is they who need to be anxious. Lu Chen didn't wait for her to finish her sentence before he categorically refused. No. He took a deep breath and said seriously, I don't care if I'm famous or not. You and you are the most important thing. I just want to take care of you right now and be there for you as she grows up healthy. Chen Gezhuang heard this and was so moved that she couldn't speak for a moment. Lu Chen smiled and teased as if he suddenly realized. No wonder you've been posting whatever songs I've released on the internet lately. What's the matter? Want a heavenly king husband? Chen Gaiyang smiled daintily. Right. A heavenly king with a heavenly queen. Don't you think so? Lu Chen suddenly became serious. Comrade Ballad. I don't think that my talent is inferior to the heavenly king. By the time Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu arrived home, it was already 6 in the evening. Lu Chen pushed open the door, and a familiar aroma of food hit his face, and he was surprised to see that Chen Gozhuang had made a table full of sumptuous dishes. Lu Chen said excitedly, Yo ho, honey, you still have this hand? He couldn't wait to rush forward and was about to put his arms around Chen Gaiyang, but his movements suddenly gave way, his eyes surveying the surroundings warily as he asked, The cameras are withdrawn? Chen Goro blushed scarlet and gently nodded. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately picked up Chen Goro and kissed her on the face. Seeing this scene, Lu Xiaoyu hurriedly covered her eyes and said in a milky voice, Ah, Pukshai. Early the next morning, the two pieces of news spread across the internet, quickly crowding Lu Chen's song from the hot search and dominating the hot search list. Chen Guyun informed Lu Chen of the news in advance, and Lu Chen live-streamed the entire show. Lu Chen's songs are all written in advance by Chen Gurouge, who was ready to promote Lu Chen. When Chen Gaiyang saw these two messages, he was speechless for a while. As the president of an entertainment company, I'm simply familiar with this bogeyman PR strategy. After sending a message to the PR team, Chen Gurouge was ready to comfort Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen did not show a hint of displeasure. Lu Chen calmly looked at Chen Goro. So, we're going to salvage the windfall now? But we can't fall into the self-incrimination trap, so you don't need to rush. It's them who need to rush. They're the ones who need to save the storm. They'll come to you. As expected, as soon as Lu Chen's words left his mouth, Chen Goro's phone was ringing. Hong Bo was full of pleasing tones. Ballad, excuse me, you're not busy right now, are you? Chen Gorin was surprised at Lu Chen's calmness, and his tone was calm and cold as he resumed Hong Bo. Director Hong, isn't the live program already over? I still have some things on hand right now, so if you have something to say, just say it. Hong Bo's tone became urgent all of a sudden. It's like this, Ballad. You've seen the recent online reviews. Of course I believe in you, but after all, The netizens are not clear. You see whether you want to add one more live broadcast, so that you can also be able to reverse the reviews well. And this matter, if it becomes a big deal, it might have an impact on your family. 2. Chen Guorou's complexion chilled and his tone was instantly icy. Director Hong Bo, are you threatening me? Hong Bo's forehead sweated in fear and he quickly explained. No, 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 where would I dare? Chen Guiyang interrupted with a voice. I'll think about it. When's the next time it's on? Hong Bo immediately said. 3 days later, Chen Guorou hung up the phone and looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Say yes, I have no problem with that. Li Xiaolu's house. Li Lang sat on the couch, sulking, until Li Xiaolu went home. The intolerable Li Lang was just about to have a fit, but saw Li Xiaolu as a mad lioness generally through the door heavily. Li Lang froze for a moment. Even his movements slowed down by half a beat. I haven't even asked you yet. Why are you mad at me? Li Xiaolu glanced at Li Zixuan. Frightened, Li Zixuan hurriedly burrowed back into his room and closed the door. Only then did Li Xiaolu look angrily at this Li Lang. What am I mad at you for? Li Lang, do you realize what you've done to yourself? Li Xiaolu took a step forward, and Li Lang backed up in a hurry, tripping himself onto the couch. What do you usually tell me? You say you're good at this and that, and how you take care of your family at home. And that's why I wanted to put you on a show. And what did you do? Li Lang was speechless for a moment, and actually didn't know what to say. Li Xiaolu's eyes narrowed slightly, full of disdain. I know, you've got a temper now, you dare to be impatient with me, and you even have the nerve to hook up with the little vixen out there. I'm telling you Li Lang, if you dare to dishonor me, this family, and my son, I promise to make you bankrupt and sleep on the street. You. Li Lang instantly panicked, without a bit of temperament, and hurriedly hugged Li Xiaolu's shoulders. I was wrong, wife. I'll change my ways, just give me another chance. Ma Yu's house. Ma Yu knelt on the ground, his face full of humiliation. Fu Qingran touched his son's injured face with a heartbroken expression and gave Ma Yu a kick without saying a word. He's your son too, how could you do that? In the face of Fu Qingran's roar, Ma Yu did not dare to squeak. After punching Ma Xiaobao, Ma Yu regretted it. After all, now he is almost considered to have lost all the popularity of the road. There is no new drama in hand. In this case, if Fu Qingran does not care about him, a few $100 million of debt will definitely press him into the eternal cannot turn over. Endure as before. Ma Yu got up from the ground. Fu Qingran glared at Ma Yu. Ma Xiaobao's eyes stared at Ma Yu in triumph. Ma Yu, I'm hungry. Go cook for me. Ma Xiaobao gave direct orders. Fu Qingran's brows furrowed, and just as Ma Yu was about to get up, he spoke out to stop him. Don't go yet. Fu Qingran looked at Ma Xiaobao, who had a puzzled look on his face. Xiaobao, Daddy and Mommy are husband and wife. I can usually call him Ma Yu, but you have to call him Daddy. Ma Xiaobao quit all of a sudden. I don't want it. I don't want to call a loser like that Daddy. Fu Qingran frowned. She had long ago discussed with Li Xiaolu to carry out the 5th installment of the live broadcast, to put the image of both Ma Yu and Li Lang good father back in order. When the time comes, hire a water army to yell at each other on the internet for a few days, then pay to take down the hot search, and the matter will be over. Now Ma Xiaobao, who doesn't cooperate, has to cooperate. Xiaobao, if you don't listen, from today onwards, you won't play with your cell phone anymore, and all the game consoles and such will be confiscated as well. When Ma Xiaobao heard this, he instantly panicked, taking away his cell phone and game console. Isn't that killing him? Ma Xiaobao reluctantly looked at Ma Yu. Dad. Hearing this title, Ma Yu was unparalleled in shock. But while shocked, Fu Qingran suddenly spoke. Ma Yu, come here, I have something to tell you. Chapter 55, Hire a Water Army? You act and I'll act. 3 days have passed in a flash, and the 5th installment of the show has officially kicked off amidst much anticipation. As soon as the door to the live broadcast room was opened, it was like a magnet that attracted more than 1 million viewers instantly. During these 3 days, Chen Guozhuan always remained on the defensive and did not release any public relations news, making the voices of support and ridicule on the internet equal, forming a subtle standoff. Just in the early hours of this morning, Chen Guiyang suddenly posted a short but powerful message on Weibo. The cleaner the clearer. Welcome to Judge. The message was sent and instantly retweeted in large numbers, and the heat of the 5th installment of the live broadcast quickly soared before it even opened. The host, Feather, was keenly aware of the unusual atmosphere as she walked up to the studio. Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu looked like they were full of fighting spirit and stared at Chen Guozhuan with their swords drawn. It was obvious that these two people had come here prepared. Su Bianbin, on the other hand, was full of concern, and as soon as she saw Chen Guiyang, she hurriedly pulled her hand and said anxiously, Sister Guiyang, don't mind them. I believe Lu Chen is definitely not acting. A good father. A good man. That can't be faked. Chen Guoro looked at Su Binbin and smiled gratefully, his heart filled with emotion. The moderator's set of processes goes quickly. As the live feed slowly unfolded, 3 families appeared on the air at the same time. This time around, the program team has taken the liberty of using 3 large screens, each showing a separate family. The much-anticipated Lu Chen's family naturally occupied the most prominent position in the center. The live broadcast had just begun, and Lu Chen, as usual, was seriously cleaning his home. However, much to the internet's dismay, 2 other families are making the same move. Ma Yu and Li Lang took the broom and mop and gesticulated with their hands in the living room, which looked more like they were performing a funny dance than cleaning. Ma Yu even exaggerated to the point of not even letting go of the bottom of the vase, desperately wiping it. Li Lang, on the other hand, his movements were stiff and his steps were so messy that those who didn't know thought he was doing some kind of broomstick dance. So outrageous. Who cleans even the bottom of a vase? Li Lang, this one is even better. I can't tell if he's sweeping the floor or jerking around. The traces of this pretense are also too obvious, and it looks like the Lord who usually keeps his fingers out of the water. It's still Lu Dishan who is reliable. He looks like a good hand at housework. His movements are skillful and natural. The pop-ups kept coming like a tidal wave, one after another, and Chen Gayan looked at them with a satisfied smile on his face. On the other hand, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu were secretly gritting their teeth on the side, their hearts filled with resentment and anger. They knew in their hearts that if Li Lang and Mayu could share more household chores, they would not be in such a mess in front of the camera, making a fool of themselves. However, as the pop-ups grew, the winds suddenly took a bizarre turn. Mayu is a star. Li Lang is an entrepreneur. They create tax revenue for the country and make a big contribution. It's normal to be unskilled in household chores, right? Upstairs is right. A home cook like Lu Chen would be really useless if he can't even do housework well. A big man who spends his days around housework and children, and takes his daughter to play games, is a worthless piece of trash. This kind of man who eats soft food, which woman marries who is unlucky? When Su Binbin saw these pop-ups, she was so angry that her face turned red and her chest rose and fell violently, itching to immediately rush up and have a theory with these people. Chen Guoro was quick on his feet and pulled back the impulsive Su Binbin in time. She understood in her heart that these were obviously the water armies hired by Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran to make waves. In this situation, as long as someone supported Lu Chen, they would immediately be targeted by these water armies. Chen Guoro looked at Lu Chen, who was seriously cleaning in the live broadcast screen, and the words he said to himself last night came to mind. As soon as the water army shows its head, you send a message to Overplay Mutual. Without hesitation, Chen Gayan picked up his cell phone and quickly sent out a message. On the screen, Lu Xiaoyu has successfully completed her homework. At this time, she was still blissfully unaware that there was a live broadcast going on at home, and that Lu Chen and Chen Guzhuan had not told her about it for the purpose of protecting her. Papa, I finished my homework. Do you want to check and inspect it for me? Lu Xiaoyu blinked her big watery eyes and said obediently. Lu Chen took the homework, gently put it aside, and gently asked, You, is today's homework difficult? Lu Xiaoyu raised her head, thought seriously, and replied, a few of the application problems were a bit difficult, but I made them all. Lu Chen gratifyingly touched Lu Xiaoyu's head and said with a smile, in that case, let's start playing the game. With that, Lu Chen pulled out his cell phone. However, Lu Xiaoyu was not as excited as usual, but instead asked with some concern, Papa, it feels like you and Mama are not too happy these past 2 days. Did you have a fight? Lu Chen then realized that in the past few days, because of the matter of online public opinion, Chen Gaiyang's mood had indeed been affected, and her time at home had increased. Although the requirements for Lu Xiaoyu were not as strict as before, it still brought her some pressure. Lu Chen did not expect that such a subtle change between himself and Chen Guoro had been seen by the delicate-minded Lu Xiaoyu. Yu is also too sweet, so understanding at such a young age. Yeah, how could these hateful internet waterbenders lay their hands on such a cute Yu family, resolutely boycotting the water armies and never allowing them to defame the reputation of the song Diva and Lu Dishun? The people who bought the water army are simply too much. We all know in our hearts who did it, so we won't point it out. In the studio, Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran heard these pop-ups and were so angry that they clenched their teeth. But on the surface, they had to pretend to be calm and maintain a look as if nothing had happened. But inwardly, they had long been filled with anger. Chen Guoro was also deeply surprised, not expecting Lu Xiaoyu's mind to be so delicate. Su Bianbin was filled with heartache and whispered to Chen Guoro, Sister Guoro, Yu really knows too much. I think that sometimes we can appropriately relax some of the requirements and not put too much pressure on her. Chen Gayan nodded slightly, and in his heart, he couldn't help but have a new thought about his previous education style. On the screen, Lu Chen looked at the worried Lu Xiaolu and patiently explained. No, how could Dad quarrel with Mom? It's just that lately Mom has been too busy working, and Dad wanted to give her more space, so he didn't bother her. Lu Xiaolu stared at Lu Chen for a long time, as if she was confirming whether he was telling the truth. In the end, she nodded heavily and said excitedly, Aha, Papa, then if you and Mama are unhappy with anything in the future, just look for Yuo. Yu will take you guys to play king. Lu Chen was amused by Lu Xiaolu's cuteness and raised his hand to raise his cell phone, saying, Yeah, come on. Chapter 56, Invitation from Superplay Mutual Entertainment. Just as they were about to start the game, the doorbell suddenly rang on the screen. Lu Chen got up and opened the door, only to see a man in a straight suit with an extraordinary demeanor standing outside the door, followed by an attendant with sunglasses and a stout figure. Seeing the visitor, the studio instantly exploded, and the number of people online in the live broadcast room skyrocketed like a rocket. Isn't this Su Baran and Gu Kong from Superplay Mutual Entertainment? Super Game Hootsuite is the leading boss of the domestic esports industry, not only in esports, but also in the development of handheld games and IP incubation, which is also the top of the industry. How did Superplay Hootsuite find Lu Chen? Is it hard to believe that it's here to find Chen Guzhuang? Hello, is this Mr. Lu? Su Baran asked politely. Lu Chen nodded slightly and responded suspiciously. May I ask who you are? Su Baran smiled as he handed over his business card and said, Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm the general manager of Overplay Mutual Entertainment. Su Baran. Lu Chen accepted the business card with a smile. At this time, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 2 million, and everyone was frantically posting news about Su Baran and Super Game Mutual Entertainment. Superplay Mutual Entertainment is a significant player in the esports field, and can be called the leader of modern esports. Its teams have won many championships in various competitions, and its profitability in video games and esports has been directly forced to the industry giant. Goose Factory, are you here to see me? Or are you here to see Ballad? Ballad is not at home right now. In reality, Lu Chen had already known that Su Baran would come. He was a good husband and father, but not a bully. Since the fifth live broadcast is a test of the acting skills of the dads, then why can't he? Lu Chen, act? Real? That's added value. Lu Chen opened the door and reached out his hand to make a pleased gesture. Come in. Lu Xiaolu was holding her cell phone at the moment, and when she heard someone come in she immediately poked her head out to look. Su Baran smiled and beckoned towards Lu Xiaolu. Hello? Lu Xiaolu immediately smiled with a frown on her face. Hello uncle. Uncle, you look so beautiful. Lu Chen, Su Baran, and Gu Kong were all stunned, completely not expecting Lu Xiaolu to say that. After Su Baran sat down, Lu Chen poured a cup of tea. Mr. Su has nothing to do with anything, so let's get right to it. I'm a home cook. What are you looking for me for? Su Baran smiled humbly. There's no need to be presumptuous. Mr. Lu, I've seen clips of you playing the game, and I'm afraid that your skills are not as good as even the members of our strongest battle team. So you want me to play professionally? Lu Chen asked in an exaggerated manner. Su Baran waved his hand in a hurry. Of course not. Mr. Lu, I want to invite you to be our promotional ambassador, and we are going to hold a national non-professional open tournament, and we hope you can be our guest. Compensation, you can rest assured. The publicity ambassadors total of 3 years, 5 million per year. Open competition guests, a one-time payment of 5 million. At the same time, we promise a 1000% profit share on related products for the duration of your tenure as a promotional ambassador. This is a very substantial income. You could even say it's huge. As long as Lu Chen agreed, there was basically no risk, and $10 million would instantly arrive. That earning power is simply prohibitive. Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran were furious when they saw the two talking on the screen. Their original biggest handle was that Lu Chen, as a home cook, was incapable of earning money, but now Lu Chen was able to earn so much money, which was unacceptable to them. Fu Qingran mocked. It seems like the Diva's influence is really big enough. In that case, Superplay Mutual Entertainment and Star Entertainment, isn't there a willingness to cooperate as well? Fu Qingran's words are very precise. That is to say that what Lu Chen has obtained now is only with the help of Chen Guzhuang and Star Entertainment. Chen Guiyang also had no qualms about hitting back. Star Entertainment and Overplay Mutual Entertainment have no intention to cooperate at this time, but as new age companies, it would of course be best if exchanges could be generated between us. Of course, Lu Chen still has no way to compare to Mayu in this regard. After all, Mayu is someone who can even sign a betting agreement of several $100 million. Chen Goro's counterattack made Fu Qingran so angry that he stomped his feet in place. Poor Qingran really doesn't forget to make things difficult for the Heavenly Empress and Lu Chen every now and then. Actually, I don't think Fu Qingran was wrong. If it wasn't for Lu Chen being Chen Goro's husband, why did he get paid so much? Here comes another envious one. Oh, look at the fun. Does it affect my 3,000 a month? The live feed continues. After Lu Chen exchanged contact information with Su Baran, he sent Su Baran away. During the live broadcast, Lu Chen, however, did not directly agree to Su Baran, until Su Baran left. It was only then that Lu Chen walked to Lu Xiaolu with a smile on his face. Okay, you, let's get started. Mayu's house. Since Mayu knew that he was now on the air, of course he had to put his best foot forward. 9 o'clock had just arrived, and Mayu had already drawn her makeup, and get up early to clean the entire room, clean to the point of hating to remove the screws and clean it. After cleaning up, Ma Xiaobao finally sort of got up. Father and son looked at each other, both seeing scorn in the other's eyes. Mayu had packed up almost everything today, except for Ma Xiaobao, and as long as Ma Xiaobao obeyed, nothing was a problem. Ma Xiaobao had a big morning today, even though it was already past 9 o'clock. But surprisingly, not waking up and playing with his cell phone was nothing short of a miracle for Ma Xiaobao. I told you, how come teachers' kids are only naughty? Mr. Fu still has 2 brushes, and Ma Xiaobao has really changed a lot, compared to Lu Xiaoyu's kind. Actually Ma Xiaobao's kind of well-behaved with a hint of mischievous badness is the best. It's true that it's easy for bad guys to clear their names. Did everyone forget about Ma Xiaobao's bullying at the time? They're all kids. Where don't they make mistakes? The polarization of the comments section made Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran genuinely feel that the money of the water army was really not spent sparingly. Shoubu, you're awake? Have you finished your homework? Ma Xiaobao had a jolt, but he was until now on the air, and he couldn't show himself Ken. Otherwise, if Mom saw it, she'd have to beat it up. Ma Xiaobao hurriedly drilled back into his room and opened his book to write his homework. After writing for less than 10 minutes, Ma Xiaobao broke down. Why is it so hard? So excited to play some games for a while. Ma Xiaobao's eyes rolled. Then he glanced around, making sure he didn't find any surveillance cameras before putting his cell phone under the book. A tinny came out of the screen. Ma Xiaobao instantly panicked and hurriedly turned off the sound. But this was still detected by Mayu. Bao, are you playing with your cell phone? Mayu questioned in a hurry. Seeing Mayu come over, Ma Xiaobao only felt a pang of bad luck. Chapter 57, Poop, I don't want a tutor. Ma Xiaobao chewed on the pencil as the tip drew circles on the workbook. Homework? What's the point of writing homework if you can't write? Mayu stepped forward, his eyes scanning over Ma Xiaobao's desk. Before Fu Qingran left, he had given the license to beat up Ma Xiaobao, and now Ma Xiaobao was terrified at the sight of Mayu. No, I'm doing my homework. Mayu glanced at the exercise book. It was unbearable. Even if the handwriting was poor, even the simplest multiple-choice questions were wrong. But this was a live broadcast, and Ma Xiaobao's accomplishments represented his image in the eyes of the public. Mayu gritted his teeth. Bao, good writing. Keep up the good work. Pohahahaha. I just can't help it. Open your eyes. Where's the Navy? Why don't they come out? How can this guy compare to the great god Lu? Is he better than Lu Xiaoyu? We're not asking you to study. And it's a big shock to see that you're so full of mistakes for a show. In the middle of Lu Chen's live broadcast screen, but a piano sound suddenly rang out. Lu Xiaoyu was practicing the piano, and Lu Chen was taking videos. Just when everyone thought that Lu Chen was preparing to instruct Lu Xiaoyu as he had done before, Lu Chen still didn't move. It wasn't until the end of the song that the programmers set their sights on Constance Chen. The host, Xiaoyu, opened her mouth and asked, Mr. Chen, you've just seen Lu Xiaoyu's piano performance. May I ask what your comments are? Chen Kongming picked up the microphone and said matter-of-factly, Lu Xiaoyu's piano standard has already made it to the head of her peers. Both her fingering and rhythm are considered excellent, but it's clear that it's still very rusty in all the key positions, and it would be much better if it were taught by a professional piano teacher. But of course there's no need to be in such a hurry. The room erupted in a chorus of sighs. The sigh was not directed at Chen Kongming, but Lu Chen. I have known for a long time that the last time must have been a play put on by Lu Chen's Chen Goro, and that Lu Chen has no real material at all. If Lu Chen's piano attainment is that high, why didn't he hear it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me, right? Recently I heard that a new batch of farming machinery came to the Tao family village. It must have been sponsored by Lu Chen. Between them, there was collusion a long time ago. Chen Goro gritted his teeth as the comments on the pop-up screen had clearly begun to affect the public eye. Su Binbin also had a nervous face. Of course she believed in Lu Chen, but the public was influenced by topics to judge the pros and cons. Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran looked at each other and smiled. Both saw in each other's eyes and complacency. On the screen, however, Lu Chen suddenly spoke. You, can we switch places? Lu Xiaolu nodded and got down from her position. Pupi, are you going to play the piano too? Lu Chen smiled slightly. You played very well just now. But there are some places that are still lacking. Listen to daddy play a song. Then you do it again. Okay? Lu Xiaolu nodded heavily. Yes. Lu Chen slightly closed his eyes and prepared to begin. The moment both fingers touched the keys, the melodious sound of the piano rang out in the studio. With the end of the song, Chen Kongming stood up violently. Incredible. Unbelievable. The guide quickly cut the camera to Chen Kongming. Chen Kongming's voice was trembling a bit. Instead of making a comment, he pulled out a piano piece. Ms. Chen, could you please ask Lu Chen to play this piano piece? Chen Gayan was a bit frozen for a moment. Chen Kongming asked again. Ms. Chen, may I ask your husband, is it true that he hasn't taken piano lessons? Chen Gayan was even more confused. I've never seen Lu Chen perform a piano performance before. May I ask what's wrong? Chen Kongming shut his mouth at once. It's nothing. Ms. Chen, I hope you can promise me that it's okay to let Lu Chen play this piano piece once? Chen Gayan nodded. With coming Chan as the festival's titan, the program opened up a fast track. The sheet music was passed down from Chen Kongming to Chen Gazhong. Lu Chen was first stunned when he saw the sheet music. It's a piece of sheet music that's already extinct. Modern compositions, even those that have been handed down to us, have responded to the times by adding some of the popular elements in order to allow the piano piece to unify with the song. But piano music would have been a uniquely Western appreciation of music at a time when popular music did not exist. The one in front of him was the same one he had once encountered when he was a beginner piano player. Looks like there are some high-profile people in the program the wife is on. That's a long way to go for your wife. Lu Chen gathered himself and took his seat in front of the piano. The accompaniment tune was slowly played, and Chen Kongming was moved to stand up. He closed his eyes slightly and slowly raised his hands, his fingers slowly dancing to the rhythm of the zither. When the song ended, Chen Kongming was already in tears. I never thought that I would be able to hear such authentic classical music in my lifetime. Chen Kongming excitedly walked straight towards Chen Gazhuang. Ms. Chen, let me see Mr. Lu no matter what. The whole room was shocked. To be able to make Chen Kongming so awe-inspiring, it was obvious how amazing the effect that Lu Chen had just played was. In fact, even many of the audience at the scene couldn't help but forget themselves as Lu Chen played. To a person of Chen Kongming's caliber, Chen Gayan was certainly willing to make friends. Sure, Chen Kongming was instantly excited. It had come to noon in a flash. Lu Chen was preparing for lunch when another uninvited guest arrived. Opened the door. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged foreigner. Hello, may I ask who you are? Beside the middle-aged man stood a young man with a national face. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Lu? This is Mr. James Long, the president of the International Gourmet Association. As soon as Lu Chen heard this, he immediately had a picture in his mind. James Long. This name Chen Gaiyang had mentioned to him. He just didn't expect to come today. This James Long is not an ordinary person. The president of the Gourmet Association is just a matter of fact. His Western food is famous all over the world, and even a lot of tycoons have thrown away thousands of dollars just to ask Mr. James Long to cook a meal for them. Just in case, Lu Chen still went online to look up this James Lang, to make sure it was the same person before he put it in the house. Mr. Lu, the Wellington steak you made earlier, could you make me one as well? The young man beside him smoothly lifted a thermos. Mr. Lu, we've brought all the relevant ingredients. James Long had a very emotional expression on his face. I know it's presumptuous. Even if it's just through the live feed, I can already feel the purity of Mr. Lu's Sultan steak making. I for one have dedicated my life to cooking, and I've come on this trip to ask for advice. Lu Xiaolu immediately hid behind the sofa as soon as she saw James Long. Poopy, I don't want tutoring. Chapter 58, The World's Top Western Food Chef's Obeisance. Lu Xiaolu slumped in the doorway, eyeballing James Long. James Long was embarrassed for a moment by the look. Mr. Lu, may I ask when you started learning Wellington steak? Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied, can't remember, 7 or 8 years. James Long's mouth dropped open in surprise. Mr. Lu, you're not kidding, right? Then your cooking skills are definitely considered to be at the level of a chief chef. You should be going to bigger places to show your talent, instead of being a home cook here. Lu Xiaoyu's small face instantly pulled down, rushing to James' front and reaching out to protect Lu Chen. Puppy is not going out to cook for anyone else. Puppy says that the happiest thing he's ever done is to cook for you and Mama. Lu Chen smiled faintly and dotingly rubbed Lu Xiaoyu's head. Mr. James, I have no intention of being a Western chef. It's important to me to take care of this family. What a good man. The great god Lu is simply the benchmark of a good family man. Humph. How come those black people aren't talking now? It's not that we Ludish and can't make money at all. It's that we don't need it at all. The great god of Lu is not short of money at all. Shortly afterward, 2 Wellington steaks came out. James Long couldn't wait to take a bite of Lu Chen's Wellington steak. With just one bite, his original happy expression fell. The gap is too big. Mr. Lu, the gap between me and you is too great. I have been producing Western food all my life and thought I had no rivals. You really are a genius. I wonder if I'd be honored to ask you to please teach me some other dishes? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. This is a bit. It doesn't matter since it's a fight against black people. Can I take that as a challenge of sorts? James Long smiled slightly. I hope Mr. Lu will accept my challenge. I'm not very good at the new products dishes. Why don't we start with a Ning Xiang foie gras mousse? In the studio, the crowd saw the scene at Lu Chen's house and gradually ignored Li Lang and Mayu's house. Chen Goro was no longer impressed with Lu Chen. It was completely as if he had never known Lu Chen before. If it wasn't for this program, she wouldn't have known that Lu Chen was surprisingly good at Western food. James Long, that's a world-famous chef. Lu Chen could actually make him bow down to him? At this moment, Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu gradually became somewhat unable to sit still. How can we let Lu Chen steal all the limelight? They planned this 5th installment to redeem their image plus step on Lu Chen. In the next few moments, everyone got to see James Long's shock and awe. Lu Chen's purpose had also been achieved, and he politely declined James Lang's invitation after a good deal of persuasion, sending the man away at last. Host Littlefeather also received a message from the director's team at this time. Spinning to center stage, viewers of the live broadcast and the scene. After a morning of watching, we saw 3 fathers with different ways of bringing up their children. Now, we let the families to give a call to the father to order the father to do a task. The first family, we have the song Diva. The camera quickly focused on Chen Gezhuang's body, as the most important topic of conversation in the 5th installment. Chen Gayang's appearance obviously touched the attention of many people. Chen Gayang stood up and took out his cell phone to dial a number. Lu Chun, who was cooking, heard the incoming call and immediately answered it. Hello? Honey, what's wrong? Chen Gayang asked bluntly. Hubby, did you check Yu's homework? Lu Chen gave a beat. I really didn't check. The audience's gazes gathered on Lu Chen's body, anticipating Lu Chen's reply. What do you think the great god Lu will say? The 5th installment is known to my father, so there's no way I can say I've checked it. Would it look incompetent to just say you didn't check it? But originally this homework wasn't checked. Everyone didn't expect Chen Gayang to ask a question like this. Lu Chen replied cordially. No, but I did it on purpose. Chen Gayang glanced at his eyebrows, his tone interrogative. Why? You want to be lazy? Of course not, Lu Chen said with a straight face. I don't think that something like checking homework should be done when you've just finished it. The fact that Yu feels pretty good after doing the homework this time proves that the difficulty of this homework is not too high for her. Then I think it's perfectly fine to let Yu have a good time with her other tasks. Have a good time, and when it's all over, give Yu a review of her homework so that she can get a deeper impression, but also so that she won't be in a bad mood and do poorly when doing other things because of the wrong questions. Lu Chen advocates or happy education. Even though Chen Gayang sounded reasonable, he instinctively disagreed somewhat. After all, children are very playful and once indulged, they can't be taken back. But now, after all, it was a live broadcast, and Chen Goro still catered to Lu Chen. Then don't forget to tutor Yu in her homework. And also, I'm going to hire an English tutor for Yu recently. As soon as he heard that he wanted to hire a tutor, Lu Chen immediately changed his face, but quickly gathered his tone. Honey, Yu is only in 2nd grade. Isn't homeschooling a little early? Chen Gayang slowly shook his head. Yu's English has to start now. Many people have been learning since kindergarten, and it's too late to wait until 3rd grade. Lu Chen was silent for a few seconds before laughing. Okay wife. After hanging up the phone, Fu Qingran didn't hesitate to directly dislike Chen Gezhuang. Song Diva, I think there's a big problem with your parenting style. Chen Goro had long guessed that Fu Qingran would speak at this time, so he completely ignored it. The growth and development stage of small children. In addition to learning, they should also develop morally, physically, aesthetically, and socially in an all-round way. Lu Xiaolu is still young now, and it's very easy to get bored with school because of too much pressure. After Fu Qingran finished speaking, she saw that Chen Gezhuang didn't care at all, and became so angry that she sat back down. Su Binbin came forward at this time, somewhat torn. Sister Ballad, actually I also feel that it's a bit too early to hire a tutor for Yu this early, isn't it? I agree. There's no need to be so hasty. Chen Goro looked at Su Binbin without understanding. She didn't understand how Su Binbin actually raised the same opinion as Fu Qingran this time. It's almost 3rd grade, and if you don't familiarize yourself with English ahead of time, you could easily lose out on the starting line. After all, the beginning stages of a language are a great test of linguistic talent. Chen Guozhuang didn't dare to bet on Lu Xiaoyu's language talent. She could only choose to start at a young age. Even though many people didn't understand her, Chen Guiyang herself believed that she was right. With this little episode behind us, Li Xiaolu called Li Lang. Li Lang was already a bit bored at home, and when he received a call from Li Xiaolu, his eyes instantly lit up. He cleared his throat. Surprised. Yikes, the wife called me. Li Lang answered the phone with an incredibly intimate voice. Kiss my wife. You finally called me. Miss you, miss you. Chapter 59, Nice Guy. Two families starting a show together. Li Lang's pretentious voice clearly caused everyone in the studio to be upset. It's not that people can't accept this tone of voice that Li Lang uses to talk to people, but this contrast between Li Lang's treatment of his wife and his children will make it seem like this person has a deep heart. Li Xiaolu observed this and his tone became serious, his voice sinking a few points. Don't be playful. What are you doing at home? Did you properly tutor Li Zixuan's homework? As soon as Li Lang heard that Li Xiaolu's tone was not right, he pondered in his heart and came up with an answer. The wife is not happy. Now is the time for him to reflect his gentle husband. Kissing wife, are you unhappy? Is something bothering you? Tell your husband. He'll help you set things right. Li Lang ignored his own question, which made Li Xiaolu a few points more disgruntled. There was a cacophony of discussion from the audience, clearly having a strong opinion of Li Lang. This family of three are all actors. I feel that if Li Lang were to step into acting, he would definitely make more money than he does now. If I hadn't watched the first couple of broadcasts, I would have thought that Li Lang was a good husband. Come on, the fifth installment is public. Who's it playing to? Good acting? I don't think so. Look at Mr. Lu. It's instantly clear who's really good to his wife. Seeing that the pop-up screen was falling towards Lu Chen's side, Li Xiaolu became anxious. Li Lang, I'm asking you how Li Zixuan's homework is going. Don't bull ***** me about what's there. Li Lang instantly became upset, the corners of his mouth twitching. If this wasn't a live broadcast, do you think I'd go back to talking to you so nicely? There was no way. This live broadcast was about his social reputation and his company. Li Lang could only endure it even if he was not happy. Zixian's homework. Of course it's all done. And it's done very well. Li Lang walked to Li Zixuan's room. Li Zixuan, who was playing with his cell phone, hurriedly hid it. The small action was still seen by Li Lang. Li Lang gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Li Zixuan, who panicked, his back sweating. Zixuan, how's the homework coming along? Li Lang embodied the image of a loving father as much as possible, but it made Li Zixuan feel extremely uncomfortable. How did the once stern dad become like this? Li Lang secretly gave Li Zixuan a warning look, reminding Li Zixuan not to say the wrong thing. The contrast between the before and after made Li Zixuan even more uneasy. I'm all done, Dad. I wrote, for math today. Li Zixuan's eyes rolled upwards with an eager expression. There are also combinations of multiplication and division in math. And learning. Is this memorizing lines? That's what I did when I first memorized the language. The actual hammering, memorizing lines and still stumbling. The acting is simply not too bad. You see, Li Lang's face is green. Li Zixuan was once again stuck, which made Li Lang extremely unhappy, the corners of his mouth twitching and his eyes glaring. Can't you memorize that line? Li Xiaolu's talent as a movie queen really hasn't been inherited from Li Zixuan at all. Luckily, Li Zixuan's homework was written by someone he found in advance, with neat handwriting and strict formulas. Li Lang raised Li Zixuan's homework high so that the camera could capture it a bit more clearly. Zixian, your handwriting is too nice too. And the writing is alright too. Very good. Li Zixuan lowered his head in embarrassment. His expression could simply be described as speechless plus constipated. Li Lang smirked into the phone. Kiss my wife. Don't worry. Zixian is doing great on his homework. He got it alright. The camera of the live broadcast was fixed to Li Zixuan's homework. It is really well written. The handwriting is very neat. Very smooth between the strokes. Not at all childish. Very unlike a child to write out. Many of the viewers in the live broadcast room had seen Li Zixuan's direct homework scribbling and coping, and were obviously suspicious of Li Zixuan's current homework. Li Xiaolu, two hands secretly clenched together. The heart cursed the director team is really looking for trouble. Nothing to do to give homework, what close-ups? Isn't that giving people a hard time? And this Li Lang, what's the arrangement? Wouldn't you pay attention to something as simple as handwriting? Chen Guozhuang realized something was wrong. His eyes lit up, and he picked up the microphone and asked directly, Movie Queen Li, may I ask how old is Li Zixuan now? Li Xiaolu frowned and slowly said, 3rd year, 9 years old. Chen Guiyang laughed, which made Li Xiaolu's heart tingle even more. Li Xiaolu stared closely at Chen Guozhuang as if trying to see through what Chen Guozhuang was laughing at. On the side, Su Binbin spoke up. As far as I know, I don't think we've learned how to solve equations in 3rd grade, right? Zi Xian is really outstanding. Starting to do equations in the 3rd grade, and I can see how this solution looks like a calculus solution? Queen Li, how did you raise your child? Why don't you share? Hanky-panky, absolute hanky-panky. Diva and little Diva singing together. Li Xiaolu is directly defeated. Problems with the actors and problems with the props. The quality of the skit wasn't even this bad. Public execution. Li Xiaolu's face has no place to put it. Li Xiaolu smiled awkwardly, sitting in his seat with some anxiety, his eyes looking around in panic. It's actually all taught by Li Lang. I didn't bother much. Li Xiaolu ended the question hastily, her eyes looking helpfully at Fu Qingran, who was sitting on the side. Fu Qingran, however, had a don't look at me expression, as if Li Xiaolu was a plague. Li Xiaolu gritted his teeth directly in his heart. In terms of educating our children, there's still no way for our family to compare with Mr. Fu's family. I see that Mayu is teaching my Xiaobao to learn, right? Host, why don't we see how Mayu teaches? Host Feather has long wanted to put an end to the embarrassing scene at Li Xiaolu's house. Fu Qingran, she picked up her cell phone and was full of confidence. Mayu is not like Li Lang, who is a serious actor. Dialed the phone. Mayu's eyes lit up when he took a look at the memo and deliberately raised it where the camera could see it. Isn't the note poisonous, woman? Why did you change it to favorite wife? Favorite wife, which means there are unloved wives, right? Good man. This look is also ready for the show. Isn't this a live baby show? How did it turn into a program where Fu Qingran's family is acting with Li Xiaolu's family? You guys keep looking at their family. I'd better keep looking at Lu Dishin. The pop-up caused Fu Qingran's face to change slightly. 3 live streams together, but split into 3 streams, so you're able to see how many people are online in each stream. Half an hour after Lu Chan's live broadcast started, the number of people online has always been above 400 in contrast to the 2 of them, which together are not enough for a fraction of Lu Chen. How can this be? They're here to turn the tide. When Mayu received the call, he immediately displayed an expression and tone that was 10 times greasier than Li Lang. Honey, you finally called me. Do you realize that I've been thinking about you all morning? Chapter 60, Rotten Two Families. The audience in the studio was suddenly chilled all over, not daring to look directly at them. Chen Guo and Su Binbin even covered their mouths to death, trying not to let themselves laugh out loud. Fu Qingran's expression was so embarrassed that he stubbed his toe on the ground. Ma Yu, how is Xiaobao's homework coming along? Did you check it properly? Ma Yu glanced triumphantly at Ma Xiaobao, who was doing his homework. In order to make Ma Xiaobao obedient, Fu Qingran purposely gave Ma Yu the right to be able to beat up Ma Xiaobao before he left. Although Ma Xiaobao resisted, Fu Qingran was the absolute authority in this household. It was for this reason that Ma Xiaobao behaved very well throughout the day. Don't worry, wife. You're still not worried about me taking Little Treasure? Little Treasure is doing his homework. Just don't worry. Fu Qingran finally sort of revealed a satisfied expression. When he was about to hang up the phone, Fu Qingran's gaze unconsciously landed on Chen Gezhuan's body, and immediately his eyes lit up, and a touch of smug color surfaced on his face. Hubby, wait for Little Treasure to finish his homework. You accompany Little Treasure to play for a while, but don't give Little Treasure too much pressure. After all, it's most important for little children to grow up happily. Cram schools and whatnot, it's not necessary at all. Mayu froze for a moment as he listened to Fu Qingran's words here and there. His brain reacted quickly, and soon Mayu comprehended Fu Qingran's meaning. That's a backhanded statement. Mayu became righteous all of a sudden, full of solemnity. Honey, how can you say that? There's so much competitive pressure now. How can we let Xiaobao lose at the starting line? After I finish my homework later, I'll take my Xiaobao to write 10 more sets of test papers. Right. School is about to start. Tutorial classes will have to be arranged. I'll go see if there are any suitable tutorial classes later. English is good. English has to be learned. I'll recruit an English tutor for Xiaobao right away. We're not afraid to spend money. The beginning of the school year cannot be relaxed. After school, directly let Xiaobao go to the cram school. I prepared dinner for Xiaobao. Physics and chemistry, biology and geography that have to start learning now. Oh yeah. And cell phones. Cell phones are so poisonous to kids these days. They're off limits. As he spoke, Mayu directly went up and pulled out Ma Xiaobao's cell phone. Ma Xiaobao was instantly anxious. Mayu, what are you doing? You gave me back my cell phone. Mayu shook his head solemnly. No, from today until you get your PhD, you can't play with your phone. Ma Xiaobao's eyes widened. He didn't know how long it would take to get a PhD, but it was definitely a long time. Mayu, you've gone too far. Ma Xiaobao's eyes rolled far away. The horizontal flesh on his face trembled, and his breathing became rapid. Ma Xiaobao, how are you talking to me? You have to be obedient, don't you know? You have to study hard, so you can earn money in the future to be filial to mom and dad. I Xiao and I Ma. Ma Xiaobao directly went up to grab the cell phone. With a collision of his obese figure, Ma Yu directly lost control of his body and fell to the ground. The cell phone came off as a result and flew out, hitting the corner directly. With a crunching sound, the phone screen was dropped and went straight to black. Ma Xiaobao's entire body was dumbfounded, frozen in place, somewhat at a loss for words. Ma Yu climbed up from the ground, his expression furious. He can be a loving father or a strict father. Now, of course, be a strict father. Ma Xiaobao, how could you bump into me? Do you know that I'm your father? This is a sign of unfiliality. Ma Xiaobao lowered his head and didn't say a word. Ma Yu straightened his clothes. After all, it was a live broadcast and he couldn't just punch Ma Xiaobao. Ma Xiaobao, now apologize to me and I won't punish you. Ma Xiaobao still stood in place like a wooden man. Thundering, the corners of Ma Yu's mouth twitched lightly, and his face slightly began to gloom. Ma Xiaobao is obviously giving him too little face. It has to be punished. Ma Xiaobao, I'm your father. Apologize to me. Ma Yu gave an ultimatum in an icy tone. Ma Xiaobao finally moved. I'm your father, Ma Xiaobao shouted, stretching out his fist and smashing it directly onto Ma Yu's face. Father's love and son's filial piety. Not to mention Ma Xiaobao, I want to beat the hell out of him. Is there such a thing as a father? 3rd grade studying physical chemistry. It would be an absolute disgrace to the academic world if one just like that could get a PhD. Director's crew. Hongbo's face was embarrassed beyond belief. These two really suck. For the 5th installment of the live broadcast, he had given Fu Qingran and Li Xiaolu ample preparation time just so that their popularity could double. But these two gave him this kind of answer sheet. Director, right now only Lu Chen's live broadcast is extremely well received. The other two. Zhang Jifeng's face was ugly and his expression was very tangled. What's wrong? Hongbo's face was displeased. A hint of questioning in his voice. What is there to say that you can't say straight out? Zhang Jifeng said after half a day of tangling. Director, Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran's performance in the 5th installment has seriously affected our program's rating. Let's put it this way. If Lu Chen's 5th installment of the live broadcast doesn't manage to break through 500W of popularity, our program will be considered a failure. Hongbo didn't expect things to be this serious at all. It's just a matter of abandoning the car. Hongbo thinks long and hard, pulling the microphone to himself and giving the host, Little Feather, a task. The number of people in Li Xiaolu's and Fu Qingran's live streams are dropping wildly, while on the contrary, Lu Chen's side is growing in an orderly manner. Teacher Fu, I think there's something wrong with Ma Yu's education. Letting a child spend every day in tutoring classes in school is very detrimental to physical and mental development. Su Binbin's face was anxious, and her speech was a bit eager. She was in a real hurry. Apart from Fu Qingran, how many other parents actually enroll their children in many cram schools because they are worried about their children's studies? When there are more such cram schools, children will not have a healthy childhood and will easily have problems when they grow up. However, Fu Qingran did not appreciate Su Binbin's kindness. She snorted coldly, her tone full of disdain and conspiratorial. When Ma Yu does this, it's also a father's expectation for his child. Besides, isn't that how the ballad Diva prepares? Doesn't she also want to hire an English tutor? Right now Fu Qingran didn't care about anything else. Obviously, Lu Chen's victory in the 5th live broadcast was a nail in the coffin. And there was no chance for Ma Yu and Ma Xiaobao's side to overturn the situation. Since she can't get good, no one else should want to get good. By Fu Qingran's words, the topic shifted directly to Chen Guiyang. The host, Little Feather, smoothly said to Chen Guiyang, Song Diva, what is your opinion on this matter? Chen Gu Ballad paused for a split second, his eyes looking at Little Feather suspiciously. As a host, Xiaolu issuing such a query to Chen Guiyang at this time is obviously for the sake of conversation in Hida. If he now refuted what he had said before about wanting to hire an English tutor for Lu Xiaolu, then he would surely fall into the trap of saying that he had been pressured and was not being truthful. If he still maintained his own opinion, he would be falling into Fu Qingran's trap. Chapter 61, doesn't he just say Ella is oil-free? That's a question that can't be answered right either way. Su Binbin also noticed this, and her gaze hit Little Feather's body. Feather's eyes flickered and she looked slightly rushed. Su Binbin and Chen Guiyang understood at once. This was the director betting on Lu Chen. Chen Guoro was a bit unhappy. Taking herself as a topic before joining the program, she was already mentally prepared. But if it was to blacken her, this couldn't be tolerated. Why don't the ballad diva get on the phone with Lu Chen one more time? Little Feather hurriedly chose a way to solve the problem for Chen Guiyang. After all, Chen Gozhuang was the president of a top entertainment company. How could he, a small host, mess with it? Chen Guoro's beautiful eyes stretched. But at this time, Fu Qingran, who had voiced her doubts, was not happy. How could one call again when one's questioning was meant to make Chen Guozhuang say the wrong thing? Host, isn't this a bit unfair? If we have to make a phone call for every question, we've lost the original purpose of this program. Or is it that the song Diva can't even answer my question? You can choose to refuse to answer. Fu Qingran had made up his mind that he must drag Chen Guozhuang down. Just as Chen Guozhuang gathered herself and prepared to fight back, Lu Chen's live broadcast was reversed. Ever since he had spoken to Chen Guozhuang on the phone, Lu Chen had been very resistant to the tutoring thing. The mistakes of the last life should never be repeated. And Lu Chen's solution was simple. It's just English. It's not like he doesn't know it. Lu Chen called out to Lu Xiaolu. Lu Xiaolu, however, looked a little rattled, her eyes struggling as she looked at Lu Chen. Poop. I don't want to hire a tutor. I'll study hard, and I won't play King Dissolve. Okay? To me, a hardcore straight man looking heartbroken. She doesn't want to invite. So don't invite the diva. Why do you need a tutor? Yu is very good. The great God Lu doesn't want to hire a tutor for Yu at first glance. He must have a way. God Lu, you must save Yu. Lu Chen heartily rubbed Lu Xiaoyu's little head. Don't worry Yu. How about Daddy doesn't hire a tutor for you? Daddy becomes your teacher? Lu Xiaoyu's eyes widened in surprise, her face full of incredulity. Poopy, you mean, you know English? Lu Chen knows English? Not only Lu Xiaoyu, but everyone in the studio was dumbfounded. A single gaze was directed at Chen Guozhuang. Chen Guozhuang sat in place, also somewhat at a loss for words. She had never heard Lu Chen speak English before. Nope, she's heard it before. Su Bianbin's face was eager and flustered as she hurriedly asked Chen Guozhuang. Sister Ballad, really? Lu Chen can speak English? Chen Guozhuang's expression was very awkward. It was true that she had heard Lu Chen speak English, but it was authentic Chinese-style English, just put together with harmonies. That's a few more words if, well, harmonics count. The crowd never expected it to be such a meeting English. The audience at the scene immediately issued a burst of good-natured laughter. Ha 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 ha, I finally found the point where I'm like the great God Lu. Diva, you don't understand. Learning English, harmonization is the path to genius. But if that's the case, the diva will never allow great God Lu to teach you. Will she? Maybe Mr. Luck has a big trick up his sleeve? Don't panic. Fu Qingran snorted coldly and said in a conspiratorial manner. Humph. Don't teach blindly if you don't know English. Won't it still be a mistake when the time comes? As a father, you still have to be a bit responsible. It's not good to just know how to teach your wife and children at home. In the face of Fu Qingran's tit-for-tat, Chen Guozhuang was about to retort, but suddenly heard a standard English language coming out of Lu Chen's live broadcast. My name is Lu Xiaoyu, a second-grade elementary school student. Lu Chen explained. What Dad just said was, my name is Lu Xiaoyu and I'm a second-grade elementary school student. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes glowed as she clapped her hands. Poopy, you actually know English, yeah? That's awesome. The crowd in the studio looked at Chen Guozhuang with puzzled faces. Is that harmonic English? It's pure. Okay, I am a college student majoring in English, and I can attest that God Lu's pronunciation is very standard. Oh my God, is Mr. Lu really a home cook? Sure it's not some English teacher? 99,999 is looking for a ludician to tutor my child in English. Chen Guozhuang was also quite shocked, and her entire body seemed to be frozen in place, staring dead on at Lu Chen on the screen, whose face was full of softness. One of the few times she had ever heard Lu Chen speak English was when he said Ella has no oil during their wedding. In normal life, Lu Chen and Chen Guozhuang joked and occasionally popped out a few English with a thick accent. Besides, Lu Chen didn't say he was so good at English. At this moment, Chen Guozhuang was as if she had once again discovered Lu Chen's new abilities, and she had doubts about herself as well. The high and mighty diva and the female president of the entertainment company. Chen Guozhuang has always unconsciously identified herself as the pillar of the family. Is it precisely for this reason, but instead more neglect Lu Chen's many abilities? Or was Lu Chen willing to hide himself in order to make Chen Guozhuang more glamorous? Just as the crowd was wondering, Chen Guozhuang's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, honey, I have something very important to tell you. Chen Guozhuang asked in a feigned puzzlement. Oh, what is it? Lu Chen said. I agree with you 100 times about you hiring a tutor, but I don't think it's necessary to spend that kind of money. Actually my English is pretty good. The corners of Chen Guozhuang's mouth rose, pursing out a smile. Oh, you know English. How come I didn't know? Lu Chen hemmed and hawed, his tone mischievous. I'm a house husband. I don't usually use English, so I didn't say anything. In fact, I'm a grade 10 English speaker, with a 9 in ASL and a 119 in TOEFL. The crowd was once again shocked by Lu Chen's words. What's the concept of 9 points in ASI and 119 points in TOEFL? Those two together only scored 130 points and Lu Chen scored 129. This is definitely not the average person. Wife, why don't you say something? How about letting me tutor you? Don't worry, I'm absolutely reliable. It was only after Chen Ballad reacted from Lu Chen's words and took a long breath before he slowly said, since you're so confident, sure, but I have one condition. As soon as Lu Chen heard that Chen Guo actually agreed, he was immediately overjoyed and said with a wave of his hand, let alone one condition. I'll agree to 100. Chen Guiyang smiled faintly, his smugness overflowing. Compose an English song in English, and if I'm satisfied, I'll allow you to tutor you. Otherwise, Chen Rouge froze directly before he finished his words. With no time to prepare, Lu Chen gently opened his mouth and an extremely pure English song resounded out. I'll smile. I know what it takes to fool this town. Chapter 62, Husband is too good to be true. I'll smile. I know what it takes to fool this town. I'll be smiling and I know what it takes to fool the people. I'll do it till the sun goes down. I'll hold on to myself until the night falls. And all through the night time. Even through the endless darkness. Oh yeah, I'll tell you what you want to hear. Yeah, I'll say all the sweet things you want to hear. A huge bolt of lightning crossed Chen Guozhuang's mind. Chen Guozhuang held the phone and sat there shocked, as if petrified. Lu Chen was still chanting with his charming voice on the screen, and Lu Xiaolu looked like she was looking at her idol, her small hands resting on her own cheeks, her eyes shining as she looked at Lu Chen. Countless people watched this scene, feeling that their brains were already somewhat less than adequate. I thought it was bragging when Lu Chen said that just now, but I really believed it when I heard him sing. Don't talk, let me kneel seriously for a while. I'm a Chinese American, and I can't tell you how pure the English is. I've come to believe that there really are people in this world who can be all-powerful. At this time, Su Binbin and Chen Guiyang's expressions were exactly the same. As a singer, Su Binbin just heard it in the first part of Lu Chen's clear singing. This song was definitely not simple. When he came to the chorus, Lu Chen's voice suddenly rose. The entire inside of the studio echoed with Lu Chen's mesmerizing magnetism and high pitch. I'm unstoppable. I'm unstoppable. I'm a Porsche with no brakes. I'm like a Porsche without brakes. I'm invincible. I'm indestructible. Yeah, I'll win every single game. Yes, I've won every game. Anyone who understands English can hear it. That's right, I've won every game in a big way. Isn't that the tone of Mommy's Not Home from the beginning to now? Initially, people didn't know it was being broadcasted live, but Chen Ji's family has been winning by crushing it until now. In the last installment, Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran arranged the script with great care, and spent money to find a water army in the hope of reversing the public opinion. After making things difficult for Chen Guozhuang on the issue of finding a tutor, Chen Guozhuang simply answered a phone call from Lu Chen, and all doubts were put to rest. At this time, Chen Guo was as if he was recognizing Lu Chen for the first time. Lu Chen just sang a song, and he was directly judged by his highs and lows, sung in standard English throughout. This is such a song that will catch fire no matter who brings it out. And there's only one answer: originality. English may not be difficult, but no one in the world has ever managed to clear such a high-quality English song in such a short period of time. Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran's expressions like black charcoal were the evidence. Chen Guiyang and Su Binbin's shocked looks were the answer. The wild influx of people and worshipful pop-ups on the livestream were the result. The stirring melody and powerful lyrics completely shook the hearts of everyone in the room, including the live audience. Chen Guiyang's mouth was open and her face was flushed. Su Binbin shook Chen Guozhuang's arm excitedly. Ballad sister, is Lu Chen that good? Knowing English and being able to compose English songs are two completely different concepts. 666. Is this the great God? This song makes one's blood boil. Is it just me? Why do I feel that this song goes so well with the game? I feel the same way. I'll send a private message to the King's Dissolve to get the song online. The great God of Lu is worthy of being a god. There is no bottleneck in his creation. The number of people online on the live stream soared, quickly exceeding 500W, and it continues to rise. With the current amount of activity, reaching 600W before the end of the broadcast is not a problem. Director Hongbao blushed and was overflowing with excitement. If this broadcast can reach 600W, it's a total nail in the coffin to start season 2. Meanwhile, Overplay Mutual, which was following the broadcast, took aim. Hurry up and contact Lu Chen. Su Baran ordered Gu Kong in a hurry, looking as if he was afraid that Lu Chen would run away. Gu Kong of course also understands the weight of Lu Chen's song, the value of the operation properly. The commercial value is simply dry over the whole scene. Su Baran's face was full of excitement as he hugged his computer. He stood up violently and copied the car keys on the table. No, hurry up and inform down. Draft me a contract. I'm going to find Lu Chen to negotiate it all down. Su Baran's heart now screams regret. He had been to Lu Chen's house before, and although he appreciated Lu Chen's skill, the skill was only one aspect. A large part of the reason why he was willing to bid $10 million was still because of Chen Guozhuang's existence. Otherwise, There are plenty of people in the world who are good at playing games, and it's not like there aren't any who are better than the pros. In esports games, the player's operation is just the finishing touch, and the derivation of the big IP is the source of constant revenue. People like Su Baran were extremely sensitive to any IP fledgling with real potential. Lu Chen's song, once the online game special song, that absolutely read all over the world. Currently the king's dissolving medicine is limited to the domestic and international markets are not open. What is desperately needed now is a track like Lu Chen's as a knockout in the international market. In the studio, Su Binbin looked at the netizens' pop-ups and said to Chen Gaiyang, "Sister Ballad, I'm afraid your agent's phone is all over the place right now." Chen Goro shook his head helplessly, as if he had been drained of his strength and faintly said, "Husband is too good to be true. Fogweed, shrimp and pig's heart? This powerlessness of the song Diva is so enviable. Versailles is killing me. I'm willing to lose 50 years of my life for a Lu Chen as my husband." Lu Xiaolu clapped her hands on the screen. "Poop is great. English songs can be so good. I'm going to learn English well after Poopa. And I'm going to sing such nice English songs too." The answer was already crying out, and as Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran tried their best to hide their anger but still had to maintain their demeanor in front of the camera, Chen Gaiyang faintly said into the phone, "Honey, you're great. You're in charge of the homeschooling. Aha! Hang on. I miss you." Lu Chen was like a splash of spring breeze, causing the hearts of the entire female audience in the live broadcast room to pump once again. You, done." Lu Chen made a victory gesture at Lu Xiaolu. Lu Xiaolu jumped into Lu Chen's arms. "Poop! Hooray!" On the other hand, in the other two live rooms, Li Lang is still tirelessly directing Li Zixuan to do things, and constantly talking to the airmen. Something about graduating with an undergraduate degree, being the vice president of the student council when he was in school, and planning the school festival rattled off. Fu Qingran's family was even more outrageous, and after Ma Yu fought with Ma Xiaobao, Ma Yu's face swelled up with a big lump. Simply leave Ma Xiaobao directly at home and go out by himself. The only point of interest in the whole scene was all focused on Lu Chen's house. Chapter 63, the song is only a few hours old. After the tasks were all completed, Lu Xiaolu then took her cell phone and asked, "Pupi, can you play a game for a while after she's finished practicing the piano? It must be okay. It's been a long time since I've seen a sweet double team row with God Lu. When will the great God Lu open a personal account? Absolutely become a top-level big netizen? On top of that, a man's 30th flower is a flower. Pink Lu de Shin. That said, looking at you like this, she doesn't seem to know she's on the air. Humph. My Lu Dayan family still need to perform like some people?" Lu Chen was just about to agree when he suddenly remembered that this was a live broadcast. However, he was about to refuse, but then he remembered that in the previous live broadcast, he brought Lu Xiaolu to play the game, and Chen Gozhuang should have known about it. But surprisingly, he did not say it. So is that a yes or a no? Lu Chen stroked his chin and said to Lu Xiaolu, We've been playing king for a long time without mom's knowledge. Should we ask mom?" As soon as she heard that she had to ask about Chen Gaiyang, Lu Xiaoyu's interest dropped a few points. Seeing this scene, Chen Goro did not know why, but she felt that her heart was being seized fiercely. Lu Chen could see Lu Xiaoyu's worry and lowered his head to grab Lu Xiaoyu's hand with a reassuring smile on his face. We've been playing king for so long without telling mom. But in the end, we can't hide it. We can have good lies, but it's more important to be sincere, don't you think? Don't worry, as long as Yu speaks properly to mommy won't criticize Yu. Lu Xiaoyu finally raised her head and looked at Lu Chen hopefully, asking tentatively, "Really? Mama really won't get mad?" Lu Chen smiled and nodded, giving Lu Xiaoyu incomparable confidence. Finally, Lu Xiaoyu gathered enough courage to pick up her cell phone and dial Chen Gozhuang. Chen Gozhuang, who was watching this scene in the studio, was instantly rushed when she heard her cell phone ringing. "Sister Ballad, pick up the phone," Su Binbin anxiously urged. Chen Gozhuang picked up the phone. What came into his ears was Lu Xiaoyu's tender childish voice. "Mama, are you busy? I have something I want to talk to you about." Chen Guro, who had originally been in a hurry, suddenly felt a wave of relaxation in her body when she heard Lu Xiaoyu's voice. Chen Guro immediately replied, "It's Yu. Mama is free. What's the matter with you?" Lu Xiaoyu looked at Lu Chen with some urgency. Lu Chen nodded slightly and whispered to Lu Xiaoyu, "Don't worry. Mom will definitely agree." Lu Xiaoyu nodded heavily into her cell phone. "Mama, I've finished my homework. I've practiced the piano, and I've learned a lot of English from Pupa. Can I play a game for a while?" Immediately afterward, Lu Xiaoyu found a way to add, "It won't play for a long time, just a little while." Chen Goro looked at Lu Xiaoyu's careful appearance and couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. After all, it's the flesh that fell from her body. How could Chen Goro be willing to let Lu Xiaoyu be unhappy? Su Binbin looked at Lu Xiaoyu's cautious appearance, her eyes full of heartache. Sister Song, why don't you let Yu play? Chen Gozhuan looked at Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran with a very bland look and faintly said, yeah, you can play as much as she wants today. Too good. Looking at Lu Xiaoyu's happy appearance on the screen, Chen Gaiyang's heart zinged again. In fact, Yu has always been very obedient. It's just that I overlooked a lot of things before, always thinking that Yu was too young to know how to exercise moderation. Being on this show this time around has also opened my eyes to a lot of things that I don't normally see. My husband is the best husband in the world at raising children. And to outsiders it may seem like my husband doesn't deserve me. But really, Chen Guoro looked up at Lu Chen, who was playing a game with Lu Xiaoyu, with eyes full of love. In fact, he has done much more than what everyone sees. The likeness in the middle of the picture is absolutely impossible to be imitated and interpreted in a few days. It's the precipitation of many years. It's the purest and most original look of a person. There was loud applause. The pop-ups began to swipe. It's so good to say that it's so clear to everyone who's like what this season is live. It takes several years as one day to be like Lu Chen. Definitely not something that can be acted out. Hasn't anyone noticed that no matter what Lu Chen does, no matter if the diva is at home or not, he can make people feel something called love? Can we have just the ballad Diva's family on air next season? Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran both knew very well in their hearts that they had lost. Lost completely. The kind that can't be helped. So the two of them couldn't say a word at this point. And the best thing to do was to remain silent. They're all thinking the same thing at the same time. How about going back and getting divorced? While we're at it, maybe we can even get a due to my husband's irresponsibility to the family and the children. The big deal is that I personally have a bad eye. We're an hour away from the end of the 5th broadcast. The two families, Li Lang and Ma Yu, have basically been eliminated from the audience's view. Humboldt fretted a bit. Now the number of people online in Lu Chan's live broadcast room has been hovering between 5 million and 6 million. And for the rest of the time, it will be hard to break through to 6 million. Due to the rules of the program, the team could not forcefully interfere with Lu Chen's process of bringing up children. Originally, Hong Bo had resigned himself to his fate. But just at this time, a doorbell suddenly came from the live room. Lu Chen opened the door and found 3 people standing outside. There were 2 he recognized. It was Su Baran and Gu Kong who came in the morning. And there was a middle-aged man with a big belly beside the 2. Su Baran immediately introduced himself eagerly. Mr. Zhao, this is Lu Chen. Zhao Hui's brows deflated as he looked at Lu Chen with an expression that clearly had some irritation. It was just a home cook. And Su Baran had introduced Lu Chen first, but not him? It's simply disrespectful to him. Isn't it just having a president's wife? You're a little white boy. What's the big deal? Lu Chen detected the displeasure between Zhao Hui's brows, but didn't take it to heart and instead looked at Su Baran. Mr. Su, what we should have talked about between us has already been talked about. What is this visit? Su Baran quickly said. Mr. Lu, don't misunderstand. This time I came here to introduce Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao is the senior management of Goose Factory Technology. And this time I came here, specifically to talk to you about the song copyright. Song rights? Lu Chen was a bit puzzled. After the live stream was revealed, Lu Chen basically knew that a few of his songs had been a big hit as well. Just what do these songs have to do with Goose Factory? Then please come in first, both of you. After walking into the room, all 3 of Su Bo-ran appeared in the live broadcast, which clearly added another fire to the broadcast. Seeing the live heat all the way up, director Hong Bo was happy. The audience and guests on the studio floor froze as well. The crowd looked at Chen Gaiyang. Chen Gaiyang, however, had to shake his head without knowing why. There's no news that Lu Chen's music has copyrights for sale. In the picture, Su Baran is extremely excited. Mr. Lu, we are here this time for your new English song. English songs? Lu Chen understood at once. Unstoppable? No way. It's only been a few hours since the song itself was sung. It's not even online. This is about copyrights? That's too soon, isn't it? Chapter 64, You're nothing but a wife beater who eats soft food. Lu Chen's surprise was clearly expected by Su Baran. Mr. Lu, although we've only heard the version of this song that you sang cleanly, I think that this song is a perfect match for our King Dissolve, both in terms of the way it's sung and the emotions expressed in its lyrical content. So we want to rush to buy the song before it's released. Su Baran's words did not know how many of the hearts of the presidents who were watching this live broadcast were shattered. With the development of technology, games began to rise one after another and became an indispensable staple of the contemporary era. Su Baran's ability to reach his current achievements at such a young age has nothing to do with his poisonous vision. On the contrary, Zhao Hui had a disdainful look on his face. In his eyes, Su Baran was still too young. A song that hasn't even been officially launched yet, and investing a lot of money in it without seeing the commercial value. is something that a company like Ultraplay Mutual Entertainment, which hasn't even gone public yet, would do. A big listed company like Goose Factory has to consider the interests of its shareholders. When are you going to release this song? Zhao Hui asked bluntly. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, there is currently no desire to release it, but of course, if my wife wants me to release it, I will consider doing so. Zhao Hui's smile became even more disdainful. In his opinion, this was just Lu Chen's words to raise the price. We're not ready to work with you yet. We're just here today to check it out. 3 days to create the song, and we'll give you a good price if it's right. What kind of attitude is that? We, the great god Lu, haven't had to work with you yet. Executives? That's it? No one's looking at me. I'm sorry, but we, the great god Lu, really don't like your 3 melons in 2 dates. Chen Guorou's brows were furrowed and her lips were pursed together, obviously very upset with Zhao Hui's attitude. Looking down on Lu Chen was equivalent to looking down on her. Goose Factory is big. Star Entertainment is not small. What qualifications does an ordinary executive in the district have? Lu Xiaolu came up to Lu Chen's ear in the picture and murmured softly, "Poa. I somewhat dislike this uncle." Lu Chen felt the same way. Not bad for his daughter. I'm sorry, maybe I wasn't clear enough. I have no idea of releasing this song for the time being, and even if I do, I'm still signed to Star Entertainment. If you guys want to talk about leasing the rights of this song, you should go to Star Entertainment's planning department. Not me. Lu Chen stood up and prepared to send off his guests. This is my home. So if there's nothing else, slow down. Lu Chen's posture wasn't condescending, but he put on the airs of a male host. In Lu Chen's eyes, his family couldn't tolerate anyone Lu Xiaolu didn't like. Humph. What are you so mad about? It's just a soft eater. We gave you a chance and you still don't cherish it. You deserve to be raised by a woman. Zhao Hui had originally looked down on Lu Chen. If Lu Chen had groveled and made him feel good, he would have been willing to give Lu Chen such a chance to make money. But who let Lu Chen turn out to be so ungrateful? Zhao Hui's words made Su Baran frown. Even if he wasn't going to cooperate, Zhao Hui's attitude was problematic. And it wasn't the attitude of someone who came to specifically talk about things. Just as he was about to find something to make up, Lu Chen burst out laughing. Mr. Zhao hit the nail on the head. I'm really a wifey. All of my Lu Chen sons will be represented to my wife. Who let me have such a wonderful wife? Zhao Hui was so disliked by Lu Chen that he couldn't speak, his face turning green and white. Su Baran secretly gave Lu Chen a thumbs up. The one who could talk about eating soft rice in such an enviable way was really none other than Lu Chen. In the studio, Chen Guorou's cheeks suddenly turned scarlet. Su Bibin beside her also couldn't help but flirt darkly. Wifey oh. Chen Guiyang pouted and patted Su Binbin by her side. You're the only one who hates it. Chen Guorou was so cool in his heart. Hurriedly, he asked to his supporter. Little Feather. Host, can I give Lu Chen a call? Hong Bo hurriedly signaled Feather. Promise her now. Host Feather nodded and responded. Of course, on the live feed, as Lu Chen and Zhao Hui went toe-to-toe, a call came in from Chen Guorou. Honey, put the phone on speaker. Lu Chen nodded, and Chen Guiyang's voice came out from it. Mr. Zhao, I'm Chen Guzhuang. My husband's words were already very blunt. I might as well be even more blunt. This song, we're not going to cooperate with Goose Factory. Zhao Hui looked down on Lu Chen, but he was very jealous of Chen Guorou that. Mr. Chen, I don't mean this. Zhao Hui was embarrassed for a while. That's okay. I just happened to be here to announce that the song will definitely be online. So stay tuned. As to whether or not to work with Goose Factory, that decision will be exercised by my husband. Zhao Hui regretted it. If the song had been promoted by Star Entertainment, he couldn't even imagine how big the commercial value would be. Right now, he could only pin his hopes on Lu Chen. Lu Chen laughed. Mr. Zhao, the Goose Factory is a big family. I'm just a home cook. I can't afford it. Zhao Hui felt as if he had been slapped, his face burning. Su Baran was now incomparably regretting that he had found such an oddball. It was obviously a good thing, but now it was all spoiled by Zhao Hui. Su Baran had wanted to follow up with an explanation, only to see Lu Chen extend his hand and make a gesture of sending off. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Su, I won't leave you two to finish your meal, please. Su Baran sighed helplessly and had to leave. Humph, let you dog-eyed. Now you know you regret it, don't you? Su Baran's eye for people is still poor. Bullying, or the diva's aura is strong. Am I the only one who cares when this song is released? I want to hear the full version so bad. Although Lu Dishan sang it perfectly, I feel that a female voice would have been better for this song. As the 5th installment was coming to an end, Chen Guiyang suddenly asked in the studio, Colorful, would you like to sing this song? The studio suddenly fell silent. Su Binbin's entire body froze for a moment, filled with disbelief. I'm grateful for all the help you've given me since the program aired. Would you be willing to help me out with this song again? Chen Guiyang asked with a smile. How could Su Binbin not be willing? This was not where she was helping Chen Guoro. It was clearly Chen Guoro helping her. A good song is very important for a singer, let alone a song like Unstoppable. Of course I'm willing. I'll do my best. Su Binbin nodded repeatedly, moved beyond measure. The live stream spiked, breaking 600 W of heat before it was about to end. Hong Bo and Zhang Jifeng hugged each other in excitement. A solid S live rating. After returning home, Chen Guozhuang was in a very good mood. Lu Chen's performance had impressed her. It was like what the netizens had said. Lu Chen was simply all round. Chen Guiyang suddenly thought of something. Lyrics and vocalists are important to a song, but there is one thing that is equally important to both: the arrangement. People who can write lyrics don't necessarily know how to arrange music. Of course, Chen Guoro did not doubt that Lu Chen could also arrange the song, but she wanted to see who was more suitable for the song's arrangement. Lu Chen's arrangement or hers? Chapter 65, Two Families in a Mess. The next day, Chen Guoro was filled with depression. She expected that Lu Chen would most likely be good at arranging music, but she didn't expect Lu Chen's level of arranging music to be so extreme. She had spent hours and hours listening to Unstoppable dozens of times over and over again in order to make up a suitable tune. Originally, he thought that even if he wasn't as good as Lu Chen, he would at least be considered equal. But what about Lu Chen, who had spent only half an hour to make up a tune that compared her arrangement to nothing, leaving her defeated? Lu Chen was probably one of those people that the heavens chased after and fed them with extraordinary talent. Lu Chen could see Chen Guoro's frustration at a glance, and comforted him with a smile. Come on, honey, I'm actually not that good. If it wasn't for the tune you made up that inspired me, I wouldn't have been able to do it so fast. You actually get the most credit for arranging this song. It was fine if Lu Chen didn't comfort him, but after he did, Chen Guoro became even more depressed. Come on now, it's not like I don't know what's going on. Chen Guoro's heart was actually sweet, and Lu Chen was always able to keenly capture her emotions. Mama, don't be sad. I'll give you candy. Lu Xiaolu raised the candy in her hand and handed it to Chen Guozhuang. Chen Guozhuang truly appreciates the live show Mama's Not Home, despite some unpleasant hiccups during the program. Without it, she might never have had the chance to see this talented, radiant side of her husband, or perhaps never be able to appreciate Lu Xiaolu's unhappiness. Returning home from the company, Chen Guiyang's cell phone beeped continuously, and when he opened it, it was many private messages from his agent. After 5 live broadcasts, the performance of the 3 families in the program was edited into short videos by many enthusiastic netizens and posted on major online platforms. Overnight, many accounts called Lu Chen appeared on the internet, and it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Chen Guorim has just finished recording Lu Chen's new song Unstoppable, and now she has to deal with those fake marketing numbers, which is very busy. Chen Guoro looked at Lu Chen slyly and complained. Finally, I know why you don't want to be famous. It's so annoying. Lu Chen hemmed and hawed. This is the price of being famous. Everyone thinks I'm a home cook. That's because they don't know how good a home cook is. Chen Guoro gave a humph and brought the cell phone to Lu Chen. And a family cook. Our great god Lu. Isn't he famous now? There was no denying that Lu Chen, as an originally unknown vegetarian, had composed several songs that had quickly spread in just 2 days, becoming a household name and a big idol. As the saying goes, some people are happy and some people are sad. Chen Guorhythm's family was busy with Lu Chen's popularity, while Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran's 2 families were in a cold and depressing atmosphere. As the short video spread wildly, the netizens' abuse poured out towards Li Lang and Ma Yu. Li Lang's home. Li Zixuan locked himself in his room, his head buried deep in his arms, and a sob came out. In the network of public opinion, Li Lang's company cannot avoid being criticized by the public. Competitors take advantage of the opportunity to fall on their sword. In just 1 day, the stock value of Li and Lang plummeted 30%. This has made many shareholders very unhappy, and some major shareholders are even prepared to withdraw their capital. Under the double pressure of the company and public opinion, Li Lang finally acted out, went home and Li Xiaolu quarrel. With nowhere to vent his rage, he simply trashed the house. The house was a mess, things falling to pieces. Li Lang stood in the midst of this mess. His entire body was like a mad dog. Li Xiaolu shook his head with a bitter smile, full of self-deprecation. Li Lang, I'm really blind. I didn't see that you're actually this kind of person until now. Li Lang also stopped pretending and did not hide his boredom with Li Xiaolu, yelling furiously at the top of his voice. Someone like me? Li Xiaolu, what kind of woman do you think you are? The 2 of us are just the same. It's all my fault that things have gotten like this? If it wasn't for you agreeing to participate in this live broadcast, how could our family be like this? This was the first time that Li Lang had roared in such hysterical rage at Li Xiaolu. Li Xiaolu only felt her face burning, full of aggression and anger. How dare Li Lang yell at her? If it wasn't for her, Li Lang would have gone bankrupt. Li Lang, you're so bold now that you dare to yell at me. So what if I yell at you? You shouldn't have been on this show. And now it's so good that the company is being dragged down to the point of not being able to hold it together. Your company? Li Xiaolu was full of disdain. If it wasn't for me, your company would have lost money. Now you're blaming me for it. Okay, Li Lang, let's get a divorce. I won't give you a penny in the future. Divorce is divorce. Li Lang burst into a rage. Li Lang, you asshole. Fu Qinran returned home to see Mayu sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face. Fuming, Mayu raised his head and stared dead at Fu Qinran. That look sending chills down one's spine. Fu Qinran was stared at and couldn't help but angrily rebuke. What are you looking at? You're a loser. You can't even act in a play. What else can you do? Dressing up in heavy makeup all day long. People who don't know would think you're a woman. Mayu stood up with a miso and pointed his finger at Fu Qinran in a rage. I'm a public figure. Who can I blame for that? It's all because of you. You're neither a movie queen nor a diva. You have no resources and no background. I've been lukewarm for so many years. And it's all because you dragged me down. If I were still single, I'd have been a big hit long ago. It's you who delayed my great future. Fu Qinran, I'm telling you, I've had enough of you, said Mayubama. White A4 paper slammed on the table. I've already thought about it. Divorce. Hearing the word divorce, Fu Qinran only felt a buzz in his head. All along, Mayu had been a humble and cowardly character, and as long as she looked slightly bad, Mayu would grovel to please. She never thought that Mayu would mention the word divorce to her. Mayu, you've thought it through. If you divorce me, then I won't care about all that money you lost on the bet. Mayu raised his head, his face full of disdain. Humph, to tell you the truth, there's a foreign TV series that's going to start filming, and the producer is planning to cast me as the second male lead. You poisonous, get the hell out of here. Ma Xiaobao rushed out of the room, pointing at Mayu and cursing. Mayu, how dare you curse my mom? Mayu's face was filled with malice, and seeing Ma Xiaobao was even more hideous. Humph, and to give you the benefit of the doubt, is that what you call Mayu? I'm your father. Mayu pulled Ma Xiaobao over and punched him. Fu Qingran's eyes widened as he rushed towards Mayu with his teeth and claws open. Mayu, if you dare to touch my son, I'll fight you. Chapter 66, Unstoppable, The Great Fire. Today's top searches. The new star of the music scene is shining. Su Colorful's new song Unstoppable is coming on strong. A microblog posted on Su Bianbin's personal account instantly ignited the entire internet. A few days ago, when Chen Gezhang promised to let Su Binbin sing the song on the show Mama's Not Home, there was already a lot of anticipation. Together with Lu Chen's clean version circulating on the internet, the heat has been building for a long time. The anticipation is getting higher by the day as the heat about the show Mama's Not Home festers on the internet. Su Bianbin also dared not slack off. After 3 days of time, finally Unstoppable officially online. Just half an hour. The amount of retweets will break through 1 million. The momentum is rapid. Amazing. In a tweet, Su Bianbin fondly thanked her fans for their support and made special mention of the background of the song's creation. Baozi's new song released, please support it. Thank you at Star Entertainment Shen Song Ballad for trusting me and giving me the honor to sing this song. The song's lyrics and composition are all created by a Chen Song Ballad. I hope you'll pay more attention to it. Meanwhile, the aftermath of the Mama's Not Home show is still fresh, and the video of Lu Chen's clean singing has gone viral on the internet because of Unstoppable. Under the heat of Unstoppable and the just concluded Mom's Not Home variety show heat, 3 Chinese songs such as Auspicious 3 Treasures created by Lu Chen have also dominated major music platforms one after another. The explosion of the 3 Chinese songs had even caused Star Entertainment's market capitalization to rise a bit, and in just 1 day's time, Chen Guiyang had received a number of large amounts of investment intentions. Viewers were so impressed by Lu Chen's talent that they retweeted and shared it. In just 1 hour, the number of fans of Lu Chen's microblogging account exceeded 3 million, setting an amazing record. As the song's popularity continues to climb, major music platforms have been throwing olive branches to Su Colorful, hoping that Unstoppable will be available exclusively on their own platforms. There were even quite a few people who wrote privately to Ballad of Chen, hoping that they could ask Lu Chen to write a song for them at a high price. For a while, Unstoppable has been getting rave reviews and has been the talk of the town. The song of the great god of Lu must be called. Goddess Su's singing is simply superb. The great god of Lu is so talented that every shot is a king bomb. Who has the clean version of Lu Dishin's song? Ask for it at a high price. In the face of such a hot response, Su Binbin himself was deeply shocked. She'd thought it would be hot, but not that it would actually be this hot. especially after learning that the arrangement of the song was created by Lu Chen in half an hour. The entire person was simply going to faint from shock. Sister Ballad, you're not lying to me. This arrangement was made by Lu Chen in half an hour? To be able to improvise such a godly song was already amazing, and for Lu Chen to be able to complete the arrangement in just half an hour was a talent that was truly unattainable. Su Binbin instantly felt that her proud talent was unbearable in front of Lu Chen. Now, Su Binbin finally understood the meaning of that sentence. Genius, just see my threshold. Chen Gaiyang patted Su Binbin's shoulder and comforted. Don't worry, when I first found out, I was even more shocked than you were. Su Binbin asked with a look of regret. Sister Ballad, are you really not going to let Lu Chen debut? With a talent like Lu Chen's, if he were to debut as an artist, he'd definitely be a hit. Chen Guro shook his head helplessly and explained. I can't help it if Lu Chen himself doesn't want to make a debut. He just likes to watch the kids, so let's leave it to him. Moreover, Lu Chen is still so handsome. How can I be assured of letting him debut? Su Binbin declined all of a sudden. Sister Ballad, I've discovered something very serious. Chen Gaiyang frowned slightly with a concerned expression and asked softly, tell me about it? Su Bianbin let out a long sigh and shook her head. Sister Ballad, Lu Chen has greatly raised my standards for choosing a spouse. I guess I'm going to be unable to get married. Not only did it become a craze in China, but Unstoppable quickly caught on overseas. A foreign entertainment company. After a Chinese-American netizen posted the song on the extranet, it instantly attracted the attention of many foreigners. Annie, as the current top streaming female singer-songwriter in M, was also mesmerized by Unstoppable. What did you say? This song was sung by a Chinese person? She looked at her assistant with a face full of incredulity. The assistant nodded heavily. It's a Chinese female singer. Annie was thrilled. I want to meet this person. Contact her for me. I want to meet the kind of person who can create a song like this. I want to cover this song if I can. While the entire internet was immersed in the frenzied atmosphere brought about by Unstoppable, there was silence in Goose Factory's high-level conference room. The crowd kept their heads down, and Xiaolu even dared not even breathe sharply as he sat in his seat. Su Kaming sat on the main seat, his aura cold around him. His gaze landed straight on Xiaolu, staring so hard that Zhao Hui's scalp tingled, and his heart went up and down like a rabbit in his pocket. Goose Factory, as the country's premier technology giant, its explosive hand tour, King Soluble Medicine, almost impregnable in the domestic game market. Various kinds of wonderful competitive events are one after another, attracting the attention of all the people in the country, and the heat has remained high for 10 years. With the gradual improvement of the tournament system, domestic players are full of expectations, looking forward to the success of the King's dissolving medicine to the international community, breaking the stereotype of domestic games in the international arena, and taking a breath for the domestic games. But internationalization of games is difficult for a game company. In addition to the gameplay designed to match the international trend, the derivation and expansion of the big IP is also vital, and the current explosion of Unstoppable is undoubtedly a great potential of the big IP. But what Su Kaming could not have imagined was that at the perfect time when Unstoppable was most likely to be pocketed, his executives had offended Lu Chen, the genius creator of Unstoppable. At the moment Su Kaming, not at all enlightened up. Before the meeting, the secretary gave him the data, and the official private messages were all cursing them. As one of the leading companies in the country, every move touches the eyes of countless players and nationals. After a long silence, Su Kaming spoke. I don't know as much as you guys about the technical stuff. I'll just say one thing. Unstoppable has to be taken down. Chapter 67. This Su Binbin is really too arrogant. In the conference room, Zhao Hui stood up violently, his eyes dodging, did not dare to look directly at Su Kaming, vividly like a small student who was weak after making a mistake. Chairman, I know I'm wrong. Zhao Hui's voice was filled with remorse. Su Kaming glared at him fiercely and said in a bad mood, you know you're wrong and that's it? This is a company, not a school classroom. Zhao Hui raised his head and rushed to assure him. Don't worry, Chairman. I will do my best to get the rights of Unstoppable back and make up for this mistake. Now you know you're in a hurry? Where's that arrogant look from before? Didn't you quite look down on Lu Chen, saying that he was a soft eater? Su Kaming sarcastically said without mercy. Zhao Hui was so ashamed that his face turned red, and his head couldn't wait to be buried under the ground as he whispered, Chairman, I really know I'm wrong. I promise to get this done. If I can't get it done, I'm willing to accept any punishment. When the words came to this point, Su Kaming's tightly wrinkled brows slowly loosened as he glanced at Zhao Hui and said coldly, a lot of competitive gamers are looking at Unstoppable, and you don't have a lot of time. If it doesn't work out, I'll have to reconsider your abilities. Zhao Hui's heart tightened. He knew too well Su Kaming's style of action, thunderous and unyielding. If he can't get it right this time, I'm afraid that his position at the top of the goose factory will really be untenable. The meeting ended and Xiaolu returned to his office with his head hanging down, so full of depression that he raised his hand and swept everything on his desk to the floor. The secretary was startled by the sudden movement. She had already read the news and naturally understood why Xiaolu was angry. The secretary rushed forward and carefully advised, Mr. Zhao, calm down. It's not worth it to get angry over this. Xiaolu was so annoyed that his tone was icy. Today, Mr. Su gave me an ultimatum. If I can't get the rights to Unstoppable, I won't have any good days in the future. It's all Lu Chen's fault. That soft-eating loser. And Chen Gozhuang. They're just targeting me on purpose. The secretary came closer and whispered an idea, Mr. Zhao. I don't think we have to go through Lu Chen. The song Unstoppable was sung by Su Binbin. It's very likely that the copyright has already been sold to Su Binbin. So let's go directly to her. Won't the problem be solved? Zhao Hui's eyes lit up for a moment. Yeah, why didn't you think of that yourself? But on second thought, Zhao Hui was a bit hesitant. Su Binbin has such a good relationship with Chen Gaiyang. Can you sell me the copyright? The secretary laughed coldly. There is no true feelings in the entertainment industry. It's all superficial. As long as we pay a high enough price, we are still afraid of not being able to buy it? Zhao Hui pondered for a moment and felt that this was indeed the case, and laughed out loud. Just what you said. After saying that, Zhao Hui grabbed the secretary's hand with an impish smile on his face. You're really my lucky star, Mr. Zhao. You bad. That afternoon, Zhao Hui contacted Su Binbin's agent to propose a cooperative meeting. As soon as Su Binbin heard that it was Zhao Hui, she refused without even thinking about it. Zhao Hui did not die, and tried to find a way to get the phone number of Su Binbin. On the day of the live broadcast, she could remember Zhao Hui's arrogant face clearly, and now that he was looking for her, it must be for the rights to Unstoppable. Su Binbin was just about to hang up, but the agent stopped her. Su, the other party is after all someone from Goose Factory. Goose Factory's face, more or less, must be given. Although Su Binbin's heart was reluctant, she listened to the agent's words and picked up the phone. Hey, Ms. Su, this is Zhao Hui. Ms. Su is a really busy person. It's not easy to get in touch with you. Zhao Hui's greasy voice came out from the microphone. Su Binbin was filled with disgust and replied coldly, Mr. Zhao. What's the matter? I have things to do if nothing is wrong. When Zhao Hui heard this, his eyebrows furrowed into a pimple, and he couldn't be more upset. How can I say that I'm also an executive of the top internet company in China? How dare you, a small star, do this to yourself? But now that he had a request, he could only forcefully suppress his anger, and secretly swore in his heart, when he got the copyright, he would definitely let Su Binbin know what would happen if he offended himself. Ms. Su, I'll get straight to the point then. Congratulations to Miss Su's new song Unstoppable is a hit. We at Goose Factory value this song very highly and would like to buy the copyright from Miss Su. Don't worry Miss Su. Money is not a problem. I'm sure I can offer you a good price. Su Binbin shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, he had come for this. He had offended Lu Chen, and now he was hitting on himself. Mr. Zhao, didn't you despise Lu Chen at first? Why do you want to buy the copyright of this song at a high price now? It can't be that the board of directors gave you a military order and you're not good at delivering, right? Zhao Hui was embarrassed by this question and was momentarily speechless, and in his heart, he cursed Su Binbin, secretly blaming her for being nosy. Zhao Hui's silence made Su Binbin certain that she had guessed correctly. Sorry, Mr. Zhao, I can't help you. I only have the right to use and sing this song. The copyright belongs to Mr. Chen Ballad Chen. If Mr. Zhao wants to buy it, he still has to find Mr. Chen, but I advise Mr. Zhao to go and apologize to Lu Chen first. Zhao Hui was so angry that his face turned blue. His own hallowed Goose Factory executives were actually mocked like this by a small artist. A Lu Chen who ate soft food. An entertainer who relied on his face to make a living. By what right did he not even put himself, a proper executive, in his eyes? Ms. Su, I haven't offended you, have I? Zhao Hui's voice instantly sank. The displeasure on his face became more and more obvious, and the hand holding the cell phone unconsciously clenched. Su Binbin's agent stood on the side and hurriedly rushed to give Su Binbin a wink, but Su Binbin acted as if she didn't see it, completely ignoring the agent's anxiety. Mr. Zhao, if I say a few words like this even if it offends you, then you're really quite easy to offend. Su Binbin's tone was not condescending. This word out, Zhao Hui angry body slightly trembling, just to open his mouth to retort. The phone came beep 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 busy sound. Su Binbin directly hung up the phone. Su Binbin's agent was filled with helplessness and looked at her with a bitter smile. My missy, you've really offended Zhao Hui completely. How much energy does Goose Factory have in the circle? They might have to trip us up in the future. Su Binbin shrugged his shoulders full of concern, and his face looked frank. I got into the entertainment industry based on my own real skills, not the sneaking around. If I can't get along just because of these few words, this kind of circle, I don't want to get along. The agent listened, shaking his head helplessly. However, in her heart, Su Binbin does have the strength to say this. Her strength is there. Wherever she goes, she has the capital to be tough. Looking at Su Binbin's eyes, the agent saw the shadow of Chen Guiyang when he first started out. That kind of pure love for music and not bowing to the world's strength. Just like the same. It's true. This entertainment industry has always been a place where the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and the new people replace the old ones. On the other side, Zhao Hui was hung up, his entire body froze in place, only feeling a hot flash on his face. Seeing this, the secretary's face was tangled, and he cautiously came forward to pacify. Mr. Zhao, you mustn't be angry. This Su Binbin really doesn't know what's good for her, and she doesn't weigh herself. Chapter 68, sorry, I won't sell it for any amount of money. Zhao Hui was completely at his wit's end. Since he couldn't make a breakthrough from Su Binbin, he could only try to find Lu Chen. Chen Guorou's aura was powerful, and in comparison, Lu Chen seemed to be more easily persuaded in his eyes. But if he really wanted to let him drop his face, Zhao Hui couldn't really pull his face. Zhao Hui smoked a cigarette in depression, and his secretary came to give him another idea. Mr. Zhao, in fact, we don't need to look at Lu Chen's face, the secretary said with a confident expression. Zhao Hui's eyes instantly lit up and tried to act calm. Oh, tell me what you think. The secretary's face was full of smugness when he saw Zhao Hui come to life. Lu Chen is nothing more than a home cook. So what if he has some talent? Someone like him? Chen Guozhuan definitely won't give him too much freedom. First of all, Lu Chen definitely doesn't have any money, and even if he does, it's probably stashed away in his personal stash. So, if we just give him some small favors, he will definitely be eager to agree to our conditions. When Zhao Hui heard this, he was very agreeable in his heart and felt that the secretary was too right. Baby, you're a real blessing. Zhao Hui was overjoyed and dragged his secretary back to his room. That afternoon, a shiny Rolls-Royce parked under Lu Chen's house. Zhao Hui got out of the car, followed by his secretary, holding a bulging briefcase in his arms. The two were about to go upstairs when the secretary suddenly stopped Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui looked at the secretary suspiciously. What's wrong? The secretary slapped her head and said with chagrin, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. Look at my brain. Last time Lu Chen rejected you, wasn't it because it was at home? A wife-beater like Lu Chen must have had hidden cameras installed in his home by Chen Guozhuan. Otherwise, how did he behave so well on the program? It must be because he's usually used to pretending. Zhao Hui came to a sudden realization, and in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. It's still Chen Guorou who has a deep heart, worthy of being the president of an entertainment company. He had thought everything through before going on the show. Zhao Hui rang the doorbell, and when Lu Chen opened the door, he saw Zhao Hui standing in the doorway with an impish smile on his face. Mr. Zhao, looking for me for something? Lu Chen's tone was not very friendly. There was really no need for him to be polite to someone like Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui smiled awkwardly and stretched his neck to look around the room. That thieving look made Lu Chen feel more and more disgusted in his heart. Mr. Zhao, if you don't say anything, I'll close the door, Lu Chen said coldly. Zhao Hui quickly waved his hand. Don't. I just want to see if Mr. Chen is home. When Lu Chen heard this, his brows furrowed even more. Even if it was official business, he didn't want people like Chen Guozhuan Zhao Hui to have any contact. What's more, looking for Chen Guiyang has found his way to his home. Why is this person so rude? What's the point of coming to the house when you go to the office looking for a ballad? Zhao Hui came forward and lowered his voice. Actually, I'm not looking for Mr. Chen. I'm looking for... Before he finished speaking, Lu Chen closed the door with a bang. Zhao Hui was caught off guard. His nose was hit by the door, and his nosebleed instantly sprayed out. The secretary worriedly rushed forward to wipe Zhao Hui's nosebleed. Zhao Hui was about to get angry when his secretary hurried to stop him again. Mr. Zhao, the copyright matter is important. When we get the copyright, are we still afraid that we can't clean up a Lu Chen? Zhao Hui felt justified and forced down his anger to ring the doorbell again. This time Lu Chen was even more impatient. Zhao Hui took half a step back and made a gesture of invitation. Mr. Lu, let's take a step to talk? Lu Chen shook his head without hesitation. No loan. The smile on Zhao Hui's face froze for a moment. Then he laughed again. Mr. Lu, I've come here with complete sincerity this time, so please lend me a hand. Lu Chen saw Zhao Hui pestering him, so he had to follow him to the car. As soon as he got into the car, the secretary opened his briefcase, which neatly contained 10 bundles of banknotes. Lu Chen immediately understood Zhao Hui's intentions, so he was trying to buy himself off. But $100,000 is too much to look down on. Is this a way to get rid of a beggar? Zhao Hui looked at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with the smugness of thinking that he had succeeded in his scheme. Mr. Lu, this 100,000 is just a deposit. As long as you give me the copyright, I can give you another 300,000. Zhao Hui purposely dragged out the word 300,000 for a long time. Lu Chen sneered and refused without hesitation. Mr. Zhao, I didn't expect that you, such a big boss, would be so stingy. It's only $400,000 in total. How dare you take it out? Or is it that your Goose Factory has no intention of buying it at all? I think 400 million is more like it. Zhao Hui's face shifted, unhappy with Lu Chen's attitude. He thought that he had already given his face very much, but Lu Chen was still acting like he was superior, making him extremely uncomfortable. Seeing that Zhao Hui was a bit upset, the secretary hurriedly looked for a remedy. Mr. Lu, we really came with sincerity. How about this? Name a number. How much do you want? Lu Chen was still as resolute as before. Sorry, I'm not selling for any amount of money. Like I said, the rights to Unstoppable belong to my wife's Star Entertainment. The secretary glanced at Zhao Hui, who in turn came closer to Lu Chen, looking like he knew what he was doing. Brother Lu, we're all men. I get it. How about $500,000? Don't worry, I will definitely not tell Mr. Chen about this. Lu Chen then realized what Zhao Hui had in mind. This is still not looking at him. In the end, there is still no sincerity. Mr. Zhao, if you think so, you've got the wrong person. I'll still say the same thing. If you have anything to talk to my wife. Zhao Hui's face instantly became ugly as he angrily shouted. Lu Chen, I've already given you face. Don't be insensitive. This way, $1 million. How about you? A home cook, who can't make $1 million in your lifetime? Just work with me and all this money will be yours. Lu Chen no longer paid attention to him and directly pushed open the car door and left. Zhao Hui could no longer tolerate it and rushed out of the car in irritation. Lu Chen, don't give your face away. Do you really think that we at Goose Factory care about your songs? It's just to give you face. I'm telling you, there won't be a store after this village. And when Unstoppable smashes in your hands and can't be sold, don't cry to me. Lu Chen turned around, his face full of teasing. Since Goose Factory is the idea, it will be communicated to my wife, who, I'm sure, is not that keen on working with Goose Factory. Zhao Hui's arrogance was instantly extinguished by Lu Chen's words. If this was known by Su Kaming that he had said such things, Su Kaming would dare to give him the boot. Lu Chen, if you have something to say, it's all negotiable, isn't it? Lu Chen also ran out of patience and gave Zhao Hui an ultimatum. I told you, look for Star Entertainment for copyright matters. And also, if you don't leave, I'm going to call security. Chapter 69, this is the villain who came to give away his head. The security guards who were patrolling not far away noticed that there was movement on Lu Chen's side and walked over quickly. As soon as they saw Lu Chen, the security guards immediately greeted him with warm faces. So it's Brother Lu. What's going on here? Lu Chen raised his hand to point at Zhao Hui and said coldly, these idlers are in my way here. Loafers? Zhao Hui's face instantly turned red when he heard this. Lu Chen dared to treat him as an idler. However, the security guards didn't care what Zhao Hui's status was, since Lu Chen said that he was a loafer. Then in their eyes Zhao Hui must be. The fat security guard at the head walked to Zhao Hui in large strides. He was a whole head taller than Zhao Hui, and was currently looking at Zhao Hui with a face full of disdain. You guy, how dare you disturb Big Brother Lu? Don't you know that our entire security section is sworn brothers with Big Brother Lu? Zhao Hui was scared by the fat security guard's aura and took 2 steps back, a little scared in his heart. But he still forced himself to calm down and threatened. Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, one word from me can make you lose this job. The fat security guard was on fire when he heard this. Yo ho, you're still quite cross, said the fat security guard, picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted. Brothers of the North and South doors, listen up. I've bumped into an idle person disturbing Brother Lu here. All hurry over. After shouting, the fat security guard patted his rounded stomach and warned Zhao Hui with a confident look. I'm telling you, I only recognize the manager and the owner when I'm wearing this outfit. If you don't hurry up and leave, you won't be able to leave later. Zhao Hui's soft man does not eat the loss in front of him, rushed into the car. The driver kicked the gas. The car sped away. On the way back, the more Zhao Hui thought about it, the more angry he became. How was he so unlucky recently? It felt like everyone was against him. Thinking this way, Zhao Hui blamed Lu Chen for all the bad luck. When this period of time passed, he would have to clean up Lu Chen. But right now, The biggest headache for him is the copyright issue. It seems that we can only go find Chen Goro now. Zhao Hui was actually reluctant in his heart. Chen Gayan's aura was too powerful as a female president, and Zhao Hui had always disliked dealing with such a woman. The secretary aside rushed to comfort him. Mr. Zhao, don't be angry. I didn't expect Lu Chen to be so ungrateful, but since this is the case, Zhao Hui rubbed his temples and said with a helpless face, right now, there's also no choice but to go and talk to Chen Goro. The secretary's eyes dripped as she opened her mouth. Mr. Zhao, don't you find it strange? Why does Lu Chen keep asking us to talk to Mr. Chen Guzhuang Chen? We bid $1 million and we didn't even manage to impress Lu Chen. Zhao Hui was having a terrible headache at the moment. How could he have the heart to think about this? And said impatiently, if you have something to say, just say it, don't beat around the bush. The secretary came close to Zhao Hui and said mysteriously, Chen Guzhuang must have colluded with Lu Chen a long time ago, planning to use this song to negotiate with our goose factory, taking the opportunity to raise the price. Otherwise, how could Lu Chen, a common household cook, not be moved in the face of $1 million in front of him? When Zhao Hui heard this, he jerked his head up and felt that the secretary's words made sense. That's definitely what's going on. There's no mistaking it. But after thinking about it, Zhao Hui was worried again. If it's really like what you said, then how should we negotiate? The secretary had an accomplished expression on his face as he said, let's offer an exceptionally low price first, and then wait for Chen Gayan to raise the price. When the time comes for a compromise between the two sides, we might be able to save a lot of money. How insightful can a woman's family be? I think that $8 million should be enough to negotiate the copyright down. When the deal is done, save the company a ton of money. Maybe the Su board of directors will praise you properly. As Zhao Hui listened to his secretary's words, he couldn't help but picture Su Kaming praising himself in his mind and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, words to the wise. Words of truth. Star Entertainment downstairs. Zhao Hui's face turned red and he shouted at the receptionist. What's wrong with you, receptionist? How many times have I told you that I want to see your President Chen? Do you understand human language or not? Do you realize that you are, right now, holding up a huge order of tens of millions of dollars? The front desk lady looked helpless, and could only patiently explain again. Sir, I've really told you many times that in order to see General Manager Chen, you must make an appointment in advance. Zhao Hui listened, his brows locked together. Since Goose Factory jumped to become the leading factory in the country, he, as a start-up level executive, hadn't been courted and valued wherever he went. He'd never had to make an appointment to see someone before. Chen Go Rhythm, this was simply a hard slap in his face. It was too humiliating. I'm warning you, I've come here with tens of millions of dollars of large orders this time. If it's because of you that I've been delayed, none of you can bear the responsibility. By the time your Mr. Chen gets angry, you'll be out of a job. Zhao Hui pulled up his volume and tried to use his aura to crush people. The front desk lady looked embarrassed and said after a moment of hesitation, just a moment, let me contact Secretary Lin for you. A few minutes later, Lin Shi arrived at the front desk with elegant steps. What came into view was Zhao Hui, who was furious and blowing his beard. Lin Shi, as Chen Guro's personal secretary and manager, knew all about Zhao Hui's performance on the show Mama's Not Home. Recently, Unstoppable exploded all over the internet as soon as it was launched, and countless big factories were eager to cooperate with Star Entertainment, and even foreign countries threw in olive branches, with constant invitations, so she didn't need to guess the purpose of Zhao Hui's visit. Zhao Hui, who was angry, also noticed Lin Shi. Only Lin Shi was dressed in a competent professional set dress with flesh-colored stockings, perfectly outlining her concave and convex figure, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. Zhao Hui looked dumbfounded all of a sudden, his eyes staring straight at Lin Shi, unable to move away. Zhao Hui's secretary stood on the sidelines, but her eyes were full of jealousy and dissatisfaction when she looked at Lin Shi, living up to the look of a resentful woman. Lin Shi noticed the look in the two's eyes and inwardly became even more displeased with Zhao Hui. Put it in a novel. It's a proper brainless villain, or the kind that gives away heads. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I'm Chen Gayan's secretary, Lin Shi. Lin Shi spoke politely, her voice crisp and pleasant. Hearing the words Chen Guzhuang's secretary, Zhao Hui snapped back to his senses and hurriedly collected the lewd look on his face, replacing it with a smile that he thought was still decent. So it's Secretary Lin, long time no see. I came here specifically to find your Mr. Chen this time. I have a big business to discuss. Zhao Hui's face was full of smiles, and his tone was a bit self-satisfied. Lin Shi's heart is like a mirror. Naturally clear Zhao Hui's mouth so-called big business what exactly is. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. If you haven't made an appointment in advance, it might not be convenient for Ms. Chen to see you. She's just been too busy lately. Lin Shi responded in an unassuming manner. When Zhao Hui heard this, his face instantly became gloomy. Is Chen Guozhuang busy? Isn't he, Zhao Hui, busy? He was getting busy. Secretary Lin, you may not be aware that what I'm here to talk about this time is a large order of tens of millions of dollars. It's not a small amount, Zhao Hui emphasized again, trying to get Lin Shi's attention. Lin Shi heard this and was speechless for a while. It's true that tens of millions of dollars isn't a small amount of money, but it's really nothing for Star Entertainment, which is on a roll these days, and for Unstoppable, which is on fire out of the ring. Unstoppable is worth at least $100 million, according to a conservative valuation by the marketing department. Mr. Zhao, you're here this time to talk about the cooperation of Unstoppable, right? Lin Shi asked single-handedly. Zhao Hui sniffed and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. How do you know? Chapter 70, the song won't get to Goose Factory until the money is paid for a day. The corners of Lin Shi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a polite smile. Facing Zhao Hui, who was full of huffing and puffing at this moment, Lin Shi said nonchalantly, Mr. Zhao, you've come at a bad time. Our Mr. Chen is currently not seeing anyone who wants to negotiate the rights to Unstoppable. When Zhao Hui heard this, his heart thumped. It's clearly aimed at him. Zhao Hui just wanted to open his mouth to retort, but Lin Shi had already motionlessly gestured towards the security guard. Zhao Hui instantly flared up, his face reddening as he loudly questioned, Secretary Lin, what do you mean by this? I'm at least an executive of Goose Factory, and this is how you treat me? I'm representing Goose Factory now. If you let the security guards blow me out, be careful that you Star Entertainment will be on the hot seat tomorrow. Lin Shi's smile remained the same, but her tone didn't have the slightest ripple. Mr. Zhao, you've misunderstood. Mr. Chen has always attached great importance to Goose Factory. Just to you personally, maybe not so much. And how can you say blow out? We are asking you to go out. And as for being in the hot seat, you are welcome to do so. The security guards quickly stepped forward, and even though Zhao Hui was full of resentment, he could only helplessly leave with his secretary in a gray slip. Stepping out of Star Entertainment's door, Zhao Hui completely lost his scruples and cursed furiously. Star Entertainment? You guys wait for me. Don't let me catch you, or you'll be in for it. Just as Zhao Hui was venting to his heart's content, his cell phone suddenly rang. The secretary hurriedly handed the cell phone over, and Zhao Hui looked at it, and the caller ID was Su Kaming's secretary. His heart once again thumped, rushed to connect the phone. Zhao Hui, what the hell are you up to? As soon as Su Kaming's secretary opened his mouth, it was an unflinching rebuke. Are you out of your mind? How dare you go to Star Entertainment and cause trouble? It's just that you look down on Lu Chen. Do you not even care about Chen Guo? Zhao Hui was so scared that he turned pale and apologized. I'm sorry. I was too impulsive. I've figured it out now. The copyright wasn't sold to Su Binbin. It's still in the hands of Chen Guozhuang. Please don't worry, Chairman. I will do my best to get the copyright. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Hui was so furious that he directly slammed his cell phone hard on the ground and broke it. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the president's office of Star Entertainment, Chen Guo looked down at the stormy Zhao Hui below, the corner of her mouth hooking up into a disdainful sneer. Seeing this, Lin Shi, the secretary behind her, asked softly, Mr. Chen, are you really not considering cooperating with Goose Factory? Chen Guiyang snorted coldly, his tone full of confidence. It's true that Unstoppable is hot right now, but there's no need for us to have to collaborate with someone else. After all, we don't rely on this song to make money, but Goose Factory is different. They desperately need this big IP to help them open up the international market. So as long as Zhao Hui doesn't apologize, this song will never fall into Goose Factory's hands. Speaking here, Chen Guiyang suddenly turned to look at Lin Shi and commanded, Didn't Annie, the foreign star, want to perform this song at her concert recently? You go talk about the authorization. It's time to make Goose Factory anxious too. Lin Shi nodded slightly and humbly answered, turning to leave the office. A day later, the already hot Unstoppable is back in full swing. Internationally renowned songstress Annie sang this English song as the finale of her solo concert, and the atmosphere was pushed to a climax, with the whole audience applauding wildly. And the original creator of the song, surprisingly, is from China. This undoubtedly gave China an extremely successful free publicity and made countless famous foreign singers curious about the creator. Lu Chun, whose influence has been gradually declining due to the closing of the first season of the program Mom's Not Home, took this opportunity to burst into flames again, and the number of fans on his official account skyrocketed. All kinds of news reports came overwhelmingly, but Zhao Hui was furious. As the deadline given to him by the Goose Factory drew nearer and nearer, there was still no progress on his side. Night falls and the lights come on. Chen Guozhuang gave herself a rare day off. and Lu Chen personally cooked and carefully fried a hearty meal in order to celebrate. In the past few days, Chen Guiyang was not idle. Lu Chen's astonishing performance on the program time and time again constantly refreshed her perception of Lu Chen. She then realized that she had not only neglected her daughter Lu Xiaolu in the past because she had been too focused on her work, but she had also cared even less about Lu Chen. After the program ended, Lu Chen returned to his old self. The only thing that remained the same was that his cooking was still delicious. "Hubby, how have you been doing at home lately?" Chen Guoro leaned forward slightly and asked with a bit of caution. For so many years, she had asked this question countless times, and it could always be to understand Lu Xiaoyu's situation, but today was the first time she really cared about Lu Chen. Lu Chen, as usual, had a gentle smile on his face as he replied, "Quite happy. After being a teacher for you I realized that I'm quite talented at being a teacher." Lu Xiaoyu, who was on the side, also nodded her head in a hurry, an innocent smile spreading on her little face as she agreed. "Yes, Papa teaches you very well." "Oh, so how's you learning these days?" Chen Guoro looked at her daughter with a smile on her face, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Chen's heart tightened when he heard this question. He knew that small children generally didn't like being asked about their studies very much. He looked at Lu Xiaoyu somewhat nervously, but saw the little guy straighten up, like a little adult, and began to introduce the furniture in the house as if he were counting it. Table, bed, television. Lu Xiaoyu uttered a dozen English words in one breath. Not only did Chen Guiyang's eyes widen in shock, Lu Chen was also filled with shock. In the past few days of teaching Lu Xiaoyu English, Lu Chen did start with the words, adhering to the philosophy of happy education. He simply taught them and never deliberately checked them. But he never expected that Lu Xiaoyu would remember all of it and speak so fluently. Chen Guoro was even more surprised by Lu Xiaoyu's performance. When he participated in the program Mama's Not Home, Lu Chen had always used happy education for Lu Xiaoyu, so Chen Guozhuang didn't have much expectation for the matter of Lu Chen giving Lu Xiaoyu a tutor at first. After participating in the program, her mindset changed a bit, thinking that as long as Lu Xiaoyu could make a little progress, she could accept it. But who would have thought that Lu Xiaoyu's this was not progress? It was simply a sudden leap forward. Lu Xiaoyu's outstanding performance instantly made Lu Chen burst with confidence. "Wife, what did I say? Leave you to me and you can relax 100%. Chen Guoro was like a well-behaved student, nodding her head uncontrollably. At the moment, in her eyes, Lu Chen was simply like a male god, radiating light. After dinner, Chen Guoro was about to take Lu Xiaoyu to wash up when a phone call from an uninvited guest came in. She picked up her cell phone and saw that it was Su Baran calling. With the keen insight from years of crawling around in the mall, Chen Guiyang instantly guessed that the call was most likely related to Unstoppable. After Zhao Hui's search for her hit a wall, it was highly likely that he would start with an acquaintance. And the only acquaintance between her and Zhao Hui was Su Baran of Superplay Mutual Entertainment. Chapter 71, $6 million? Who are you kidding? Chen Guozhuang answered the phone, and Su Baran's voice with a few apologies came from the receiver. "Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry to bother you so late." Chen Guiyang had always had a good impression of Su Baran. This young man became the president of Superplay Hootsuite at a young age, and also led Superplay Hootsuite to become one of the top game clubs and esports companies in the country. His ability should not be underestimated. If there was any shortcoming, it was probably that he had a poor eye for people and would actually value someone like Zhao Hui. Su Baran is also very helpless. Now the Goose Factory business is too involved in a wide range of talent gap. Zhao Hui was able to rely on seniority as the king of the solvent medicine, in charge of IP copyright responsible person. If it wasn't for the fact that Ultraplay Interactive had contracted the agency rights for the King's Dissolving Medicine e-competition, he wouldn't want to deal with Zhao Hui. "Mr. Su, calling me so late at night, you shouldn't be chatting about personal matters, right?" Chen Guozhuang went straight to the point. Even if the two had not met, Su Baran could still feel Chen Guiyang's powerful sense of oppression. The market capitalization of Super Game Hootsuite is on par with Star Entertainment, and usually, because his father is Su Kaming, people in the industry will give him a few points. But Chen Guiyang is different. She has fought her way from vegetarian to become a diva, and now the most successful and youngest female entrepreneur president. The two of them in the aura is not the same level at all. "Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry to bother you. I would like to ask if you have the time to have a cup of coffee together tomorrow at noon. Do you think it's convenient?" Su Baran inquired tentatively. Chen Guiyang snorted coldly and spoke bluntly. "It's about Unstoppable, isn't it? Zhou Fai didn't see me today, so he asked you to be his lobbyist?" Su Baran let out a long sigh. Chen Guiyang had dissected his mind in 2 sentences, and all his disguises had been stripped clean. "Mr. Chen, Zhao Hui has indeed done something wrong, but you have a great deal of respect. Just give me face and let's talk again." Chen Guro looked at Lu Chen with an inquiring look in his eyes, wanting to hear what he thought. Lu Chen smiled softly. Honey, I'll listen to you. Chen Guiyang smiled faintly and said to Su Baran on the other end of the phone. Then let's meet. Su Baran's voice was filled with excitement. Then I'll see you tomorrow at 3 p.m. At the Miles Cafe downstairs from your office. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. Lu Chen somewhat hesitantly followed behind Chen Guiyang. Honey, didn't we agree that you'd take the outside and I take the inside? Is it appropriate for me to follow you to talk about the signing? Chen Guro said seriously with a stern face. What's so inappropriate? You're the song's lyricist and composer. In a sense, the song is yours, and it's only fitting that you participate in the negotiations. Lu Chen saw that he couldn't argue with Chen Guro, but luckily they had Lu Xiaolu with them. Just after arriving at the cafe, Lu Xiaolu excitedly blurted out, Pupa, is that word pronounced cough? Lu Chen was surprised and delighted. Yes, you is so smart. During this period of time, Lu Xiaolu had indeed made remarkable progress in learning English words from Lu Chen. Walking into the cafe and seeing Lu Chen and Chen Guro come in together, Zhao Hui, who was sitting next to Su Baran, was immediately anxious. Lu Chen casually glanced at Zhao Hui and said with a smile, Isn't this that idler? The corners of Zhao Hui's mouth twitched, and he was harboring a fire in his heart, but because he was begging for help, he could only endure it. Chen Guro sat down opposite Zhao Hui and said bluntly, Zhao Hui, right, I actually have nothing to talk to you about. I'm here because of Mr. Su's face. If you want to talk about the unstoppable copyright, you should apologize publicly to Lu Chen first. Zhao Hui stifled a glance at Su Boran, but Su Boran deliberately averted his gaze and pretended not to see. Zhao Hui is full of helplessness. Su Kaming gave him a limited time as coming. If he still cannot sign the contract, he is facing the possibility of not only being squeezed out of the senior circle, and may even be demoted. Zhao Hui is clear in his heart. He can have today all rely on seniority. Upward promotion has little hope. If then demoted, there will be no good days. Accustomed to enjoying the crowd's admiration, he would never want to fall in status. Mr. Chen, apologize for the video. I'll record it. Zhao Hui forced his inner dissatisfaction and gritted his teeth. Chen Guiyan laughed softly and immediately took out her cell phone and prepared to shoot. In that case, let's get started. So suddenly? Zhao Hui was a bit overwhelmed. Mr. Chen, why don't we talk about the signing first? Chen Guro said with a sneer of disdain. Mr. Zhao, I said apologize first before we talk about signing. If you're so unintelligent, then ask Goose Factory to talk to someone else who knows what they're talking about. Zhao Hui's face became even more ugly. Su Baran wisely stepped aside to allow Chen Guiyan's cell phone camera to focus on Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui on the screen is full of embarrassment, but the arrow is on the string. Success or failure depends on the attitude of this time. I would like to offer my sincerest apologies to Mr. Lu Chen, the husband of the Chen Song Diva, for jumping to conclusions about Mr. Lu Chen without knowing the facts. It had to be said that Zhao Hui, as a corporate executive, still had a way of speaking when facing the camera. When Zhao Hui finished his statement of apology, Chen Guro was satisfied and turned off her phone to look at Lu Chen. Lu Chen shrugged with extreme indifference. Just watch. Chen Guiyan nodded. Very well, I'm satisfied with Mr. Zhao's attitude. Now we can talk about the signing. Zhao Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Finally talking about the key link. Chen Guro took out the contract, and Lu Chen obediently sat down next to her, which made Zhao Hui instinctively feel offended. Mr. Chen, what is this, Mr. Lu? Chen Guiyang held Lu Chen's arm and said, Lu Chen is my husband and the creator of Unstoppable. What's so inappropriate about him being involved in the signing with me? Su Baran hurriedly rounded up the scene. Of course there's nothing inappropriate. Mr. Lu is there. It's most appropriate. Chen Guiyang gave a nonchalant hum. Zhao Hui threw out the offer. Mr. Chen, Unstoppable is a good song, but you also know that pop music is updated quickly. So our offer from Goose Factory is 6 million. This is already a very high price. Chen Guiyang was just about to speak when Lu Chen suddenly interjected. $6 million? Mr. Zhao, who are you kidding? Pop music usually doesn't have a long lifespan, but that means regular pop music. The commercial value of Unstoppable, I think you know it very well in your heart. Mr. Zhao, and Goose Factory bought this song for more than just the music itself, so you can't simply measure its value by pop music standards. With the right management, it's not hard for this song to create hundreds of millions of dollars in 3 years, and I'm sure Goose Factory's marketing department understands that better than I do. Zhao Hui froze. He had wanted to use the characteristics of pop music to keep the price down, but he didn't expect Lu Chen to know the market so well, and didn't follow his preconceived ideas at all. Chen Guro also froze. Lu Chen has been at home to run the household. How can he be so familiar with the market situation? The average musician would already be happy to hear that his song could be sold for more than 100,000. And Lu Chen, faced with a huge sum of $6 million, was actually able to be so unassuming. Chapter 72, Why didn't I think of just selling access? Lu Chen looked at Chen Guorou with a face full of arrogance and said no more. The latter was something that Chen Guozhuan was able to solve. At this moment, Zhao Hui looked wretched and said with a few moments of unwillingness, $8 million? It really can't go any higher. Chen Guoyan lightly sipped a mouthful of coffee. Her expression was cold, and her tone was even more unquestionable. It seems that Mr. Zhao is only doing superficial work, and he still doesn't understand the situation in his heart. In that case, let's talk about it when you know better. Chen Guoyang put away the contract and gracefully got up, making a gesture to leave. When Zhao Hui saw this, he panicked in his heart and hurriedly blocked the way. Mr. Chen, 10 million. 10 million is really our bottom line. Su Baran on the side was also nervous. He knew in his heart that if Chen Guoyan left at this moment, this matter would in all likelihood be lost. Chen Guorou turned around, the corners of his mouth rising slightly, his smile incomparably confident. $12 million. If you can't take that step, then there's no point in us talking. Su Bo-ran's heart tightened, secretly admiring Chen Guorou's skillful means. For the song Unstoppable, the highest valuation given by Goose Factory's marketing department was $12 million, but the budget allocated to Zhao Hui was only $10 million at most. After all, Goose Factory has to give itself room for risk. But if it's $12 million, Zhao Hui will have to report to Goose Factory's marketing department if he wants to agree to that price. Even if this contract can be negotiated, Zhao Hui's position in the company is considered to be in jeopardy. Zhao Hui gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anger. At this point, he had already been pushed to the brink by Chen Guoyang, but if he backed out now, the situation would only get worse. Okay, Mr. Chen, I promise. Let's sign. A glimmer of light flashed in Chen Guorou's eyes, and with sharp movements, he took out the contract again and signed his name on it. Su Baran realized that the price of 12 million was set before Chen Guoyang came, and she had full confidence that she could talk about this amount. Worthy of being the youngest female president, this boldness and strategy is really convincing. Chen Guoyang and Lu Chen were really a match made in heaven. Zhao Hui took the contract, although he was arrogant, but not to the point of losing his mind. Signing a contract such a big event, naturally had to be extremely cautious. As expected, he soon realized the problem. Usage rights? Zhao Hui couldn't help but shout out. Mr. Chen, aren't you going too far? Our Goose Factory spent $12 million, and we actually only bought the right to use it. Zhao Hui's out-of-character behavior instantly caused dissatisfaction among the people around him. A disgruntled gaze shot toward him, making him cringe inside. This was a high-class cafe, and it was right underneath Star Entertainment. So for him to yell at the president of Star Entertainment like that was just asking for trouble. Chen Guorou was full of disdain as he hooked up the corner of his mouth and said unflinchingly, Mr. Zhao, I really doubt how you got to this position. Just now, my husband already told you that the commercial value of this song's market is at least hundreds of millions of dollars, and if I sold you the copyright for $12 million, then I wouldn't be a little cutie. I'd be a cutie pie if I sold you the rights for $12 million. Also, I never said I was selling the rights, I'm selling the right to use it. And I would think that just selling the rights to use it would be more profitable for Goose Factory than selling the rights, right? Of course, Mr. Zhao can't understand, but Mr. Su should be able to, right? It was then that Su Baran came to a realization. Unstoppable. If it was put in Goose Factory and used just for the promotion of King's dissolving pill, probably wouldn't even recoup its $12 million cost. But with Star Entertainment continuing to run the song, its influence will continue to rise. And by then it might not only make back its capital, but the King's dissolving pill will also make a fortune. Chen Guoyang gently touched his eyebrows, glanced at his watch, and said nonchalantly, Mr. Zhao, you don't have much time left, so you can call your leader now. I'm sure Dong Su will give me a satisfactory answer. Zhao Hui was so angry that he slammed the table, picked up his cell phone and dialed. In his opinion, what did Lu Chen know about the market? Saying that a song could be worth hundreds of millions? It's a pipe dream. Su Kaming definitely won't agree. What? Chairman, you agree? When Su Kaming's reply came from the other end of the phone, Zhao Hui's eyes widened in shock and his entire body froze in place. He couldn't believe his ears. Is Su Kaming senile? You can agree to that? Su Kaming's voice came from the phone, so calm that it was almost icy. Zhao Hui, finish signing the contract as soon as possible. You've worked hard during this period of time, so I'll give you a long vacation to rest and relax, and I'll arrange for others to hand over the work. Zhao Hui was struck by lightning. His cell phone slipped out of his hand, and his entire body stood frozen in place. The word disoriented would be an appropriate description for him at this point. Su Baran stepped forward and gently reminded, Mr. Zhao, it's time to sign the contract. Lu Chen saw the contract signed and complimented it with a smile on his face. Honey, you're amazing. Why didn't I think of selling the right to use it? Chen Guorou's eyes narrowed slightly and asked with a smile. You really didn't expect it? Lu Chen hurriedly stretched out 3 fingers and swore to heaven with a serious face. Really? I really didn't expect it. But since the contract has been signed, why don't we go out and have some fun? It's been a long time since our family went out together. Chen Guorou just wanted to refuse. After all, there were still a whole lot of matters waiting for her to handle in the company. But when her gaze fell on Lu Xiaoyu's begging eyes, her heart instantly softened. Yes, didn't she work so hard so that Lu Xiaoyu could live a happy and joyful life? If she couldn't even fulfill this little wish of Lu Xiaoyu's, then what was the point of her doing all this? Lu Xiaoyu tightly grasped Chen Guozhuan's hand, a sweet smile spreading on her face as she pampered herself. Mama, just one day today, okay? You wants to go out with mommy. Chen Guorou's heart warmed, and she secretly resolved that today, even if the sky fell, she would accompany Lu Xiaoyu out to play. Good, Mama will accompany you out to play today. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu jumped for joy and cheered. Yes, long live Mama. Seeing this, Lu Chen obediently pulled out 3 tickets to the amusement park from his arms and said smugly, Sure enough, I had the foresight to prepare everyone long ago. Chen Guorou pouted and gently slapped Lu Chen, scolding him with a laugh. Well, so you had it all planned out. Lu Chen hemmed and hawed, scratched his head and said, How can you say it's a reckoning? Go. Let's go ride the roller coaster. Once Zhao Hui's apology video was released, it was like a heavy bomb thrown into the internet and was quickly pushed into the hot search. The reason for this couldn't be simpler. The characters involved are each and every one of them the hot favorite of the moment. Star Entertainment President Chen Guiyang, Goose Factory Executive Zhao Hui, and all-around husband, baby daddy, Lu Chun. As soon as the news broke, the entire internet instantly exploded, setting off a heated discussion. Isn't Lu Chun the legendary soft rice man? He actually managed to get the Goose Factory executives to personally make a video apology. That's too good, isn't it? The latest news is that Goose Factory executive Zhao Hui has been forced to take a leave of absence, and it looks like he won't be able to keep his position in the company. Zhao Hui, this is self-inflicted, usually high-minded, no one in sight. This kind of person to stay in the enterprise is a tumor. Unstoppable is officially online. Goose Factory spent $12 million to buy the right to use it for 1 year. It seems that Goose Factory is determined to enter the international market this time. This is great. This is really a great honor for our country. Chapter 73, I'm not aggrieved at all. The signing between Star Entertainment and Goose Factory was soon publicized by several media outlets, stirring up 1,000 waves across the internet. The discerning can see that Goose Factory is blowing the horn to enter the international game market. Goose Factory's stock soared on the news, and Star Entertainment, the rights holder of Unstoppable, is making just as much money. Lu Chun, also due to this series of events, the number of fans on the network like a rocket, jumped to become the network's hottest vegetarian. As the saying goes, there are many right and wrongs when people are popular. After Lu Chen burst into the limelight, all kinds of abuse and skepticism began to continue to ferment on the internet. A soft eater with a great view, Lu Chen is simply a disgrace to men. Why don't you break out on your own if you have the ability? Throwing all the burden of life on his wife. What kind of man is Lu Chen? A broken English song costs more than $10 million. That's just pandering to foreigners. Lu Chen must come out and apologize, severely investigate the show Mama's Not Home, and seriously suspect Lu Chen of shady practices. Chen Guozhuan couldn't help but frown as she looked at the malicious remarks about Lu Chen on the internet. Having been immersed in the entertainment industry for many years, Chen Guozhuan was well aware of the source of these tirades and questions, and it was absolutely impossible without someone hiring a water army as a pusher. As for who it is, you can figure it out with your toes. This kind of tactic is simply not too normal. Chen Guorim has traditionally been when not seen, but now this matter is involved in Lu Chen. Lu Chen did not know that Chen Guorim signed up to participate in that Mom is Not at Home, and now this kind of result let Chen Guorim's heart gave birth to a lot of guilt. Lu Chen keenly sensed Chen Guorou's bad mood and gently encircled Chen Guorou from behind, asking in a gentle tone, What's wrong? Who made my wife angry? Hit him, Chen Guiyang said with a hint of apology. Internet smears on you. Lu Chen laughed. I'm looking for something to do. I'm not in the entertainment industry, and I don't eat the entertainment industry's rice. I don't look at it and I'm done. A warm current surged in Chen Guiyang's heart. Available. Lu Chen gently tended to the broken hair on Chen Guorou's temples and softly comforted him. Under no real evidence, it'll be fine in a few days. as long as it doesn't talk about you. Chen Goro knew that Lu Chen was right, and was touched by Lu Chen's understanding. Well, before going to bed, Lu Chen passed by the restroom or heard what Chen Guiyang deliberately lowered her voice to say. Get the company's PR department to step in and hammer the most jumpy of the waterboys. Smear my husband? That's a death wish on their part. Also get some people to steer public opinion. Whoever is disgraced on the show has the most incentive to smear. And the public are not cuties. Lu Chen sighed. This wife of his is very gentle at home, but how can you say that she is a diva and a presidentess? Holding a grudge. Unsurprisingly, with Chen Guiyang's character, he would definitely find an opportunity to clean up these people. Lu Chen and Lu Xiaolu had garnered a lot of fans in their own right, and with the aura of Chen Guzhuang's diva family, public opinion was slowly turned around in just one day. Li Xiaolu and Fu Qingran gnashed their teeth in anger, and Zhao Wei smashed his water cup in anger. Chen Guiyang, who went home that night, was obviously in a much better mood. The atmosphere at the table had gotten better and quite a bit better. After the meal, Chen Guiyang made an unusual move, offering to accompany Lu Xiaolu to do her homework. In the past, due to his busy work schedule, Chen Goro seldom had such opportunities to spend time with Lu Xiaolu. Lu Chen was both surprised and worried in his heart. The surprise is that Chen Guzhuang finally has time to accompany her daughter, and the worry is that she is afraid that Lu Xiaolu will not play well because of her nervousness and make a few mistakes, and then Chen Guzhuang will be angry and have to hire a tutor again. After all, he had been adopting a happy education for Lu Xiaolu, sacrificing a lot of time for brushing up on his practice. But in any case, a mother's love has an irreplaceable role to play in a child's development, something he cannot give as a father. Lu Xiaolu is naturally very happy. Writing homework not only did not appear Lu Chen worried about the situation, but instead fast to do all right. In fact, Chen Guiyang was also a bit apprehensive in his heart. After all, Lu Chen's happy way of education might affect Lu Xiaolu's academic performance, but now Lu Xiaolu's grades have not only not regressed, but have improved significantly. It seemed that handing Lu Xiaolu over to Lu Chen was an incomparably correct decision. Lu Chen seized the opportunity to put his face in front of Chen Goro and asked with a smile, "How's that? Still satisfied with Yu's current accomplishments?" Lu Chen carried fruit and smiled as he sat down beside Chen Goro. Chen Goro turned his head, and under a heart full of joy and excitement, he couldn't help but kiss it. Boo! Chen Goro was confused. She originally just wanted to kiss Lu Chen's face. The old couple was instantly caught up in an atmosphere of loving awkwardness. It was Lu Xiaolu who broke the awkwardness. "Poa mama, what are you doing?" Lu Xiaolu covered her eyes and trotted back to her room in a huff. Before going to bed, Chen Guiyang leaned in Lu Chen's arms and suddenly talked about Unstoppable. The market value of Unstoppable did increase after the signing, but I'm still not too happy about it. There was no need to be in such a hurry to sign, or even to not sign. It's just that the company has run into some trouble lately, and I have to expand my influence in a short period of time, and it's best if I can enter into a partnership with a big corporation like Goose Factory, but to do so would be condescending. Saying that, Chen Guzhuang snuggled into Lu Chen's arms like a little fox that had been wronged outside. Lu Chen held Chen Guiyang tightly in his arms, gently dropped a kiss on the top of her head, and said with a smile, "It's okay, now that you've said that, I don't feel aggrieved." Lu Chen actually wanted to laugh in his heart. Aggrieved? What's wrong with that? Don't you want as many songs like that as you can get? Chen Goro blushed slightly, raised her head to look at Lu Chen, and said seriously, "In the past, when I proposed that I take the lead outside and you take the lead inside, it was because I underestimated you, thinking that you had no other skills besides being handsome. But it's different now. Lu Chen, I still want to ask, do you want to make a debut? I'm just in the entertainment business. I know you have fire potential, don't you worry about age." Lu Chen's arm around Chen Goro tightened, and his tone became slightly more serious. "I really don't want to go out. You're already so tired from fighting outside. If I go out too, who's going to take care of you and you?" As if she had gotten an accurate answer, Chen Guiyang softly said, "It just feels like too much of a pity." Lu Chen then laughed. "What's the pity? All my life I just want to stay with you and you, and I really do quite like this soft food life I'm living now. Honey, you don't want me to be a soft touch, do you?" "Put." Chen Goran was happy. "I'm just trying to make it up to you." Lu Chen did a big flip to come on top and press down on Chen Goro. "Make amends? You know how to make up for it." Well, Chapter 74, Absolutely No Can't Let Star Entertainment Up. The public opinion on the internet gradually subsided, and Chen Guzhuang breathed a sigh of relief. As always, Lu Chen took care of his family and brought Lu Xiaolu to study. After paying more attention to Lu Chen, Chen Goro realized how different Lu Chen was from before, but it looks the same as before. Perhaps it was this participation in the festival opening that made Chen Goro change her opinion of Lu Chen. Even divas want their husbands to be multi-talented. Lu Xiaolu is obviously much more lively than before, and her studies have improved greatly, especially the piano. Under Lu Chen's tutelage, Lu Xiaolu's progress had skyrocketed, and Chen Guiyang had already received more than one praise call from her piano teacher. Chen Guoro knew that Lu Chen really had no thoughts of going out, and felt that Lu Chen was even more devoted to taking care of Chen Guoro and Lu Xiaolu inside the home. In fact, this was good. If she and Lu Chen were both busy with their careers, they would instead leave Lu Xiaolu out in the cold. Chen Guoro and Lu Chen had the same idea, both feeling that Lu Xiaolu's growth came first. Things at home made Chen Guozhuang relieved, but on the way to the office, Chen Guozhuang was a bit preoccupied. She hadn't been able to reveal to Lu Chen that Star Entertainment was far from being as smooth as it had been in the recent past. If she wasn't, she wouldn't have gone on the show to give herself a break. Through Lu Chen, Chen Guiyang also received a lot of enlightenment, and now is the time for her to kill back. Just after arriving at the company, the secretary, Lin Shi, walked in holding a document. Mr. Lu's popularity has improved. Congratulations to the president. Chen Guoro smiled and looked at the computer screen with heavy eyes. Lin Shi immediately guessed the reason. It's true that the company has been a bit green lately, and the new crop of artists is nowhere near as good as it was a few years ago. Chen Guozhuang also had a headache. Yes, artist business skills are important. Lindsay sighed slightly. Mr. Chen, I understand that you have requirements for the newcomer's business ability, but there are too few such artists nowadays. Would you like to see if you want to recruit a batch of new generation juniors? Chen Guiyang directly refused. Only relying on the outside won't last long. My conditions won't change. It's Star Entertainment's aim to prefer the lesser to the better. Lin Shi nodded seriously and handed the document in her hand to Chen Guoro. This is an evaluation of the company's performance for the new batch of artists, and the top few are very good at their business. Chen Guoro took a serious look before finally revealing an expression of relief. Schedule a meeting with the company executives. Lindsay led the way. Chen Guiyang glanced at the family photo on his desk. Lu Chen had already solved the matter in the back for her, so let her work hard and give Lu Chen and Lu Xiaolu a rich life. Company conference room. Chen Guiyang sat in the main seat, and the executives present listened carefully. The training period for newcomers has passed. This month is important. The best newcomers in the profession need to be launched immediately. I've asked Secretary Lin to print out the documents, so take a look at them all. Creative Department. This batch of newcomers are already getting ready to go online, and I'd like you to finish compiling solo singles for the newcomers as soon as possible. The head of the creative department hurriedly rose and assured, Don't worry, Mr. Chen. There will definitely be no delay in the progress. Chen Guozhuang set his sights back on the propaganda department. On top of the plan to push newcomers, the plan to create little divas and little heavenly kings also needs to build momentum, and the publicity piece needs to keep up. And the planning department. Li's Smiling Deer Company. Vice President's conference room. Seeing that Li Xiaolu was in a bad mood, Vice President Zhao Vida said in relief, Sister Li, you understand. Although Star Entertainment is a new generation entertainment company, the employees recruited are all industry veterans. The strength of the PR department is not weaker than ours. Not to mention that Goose Factory's side has just finished signing a contract with Star Entertainment regarding Unstoppable, and now that Unstoppable is a big hit, they don't want Lu Chen and Chen Guoro to have any negative news. Not to mention the fact that it's a smear in itself with no evidence, so it's hard for us to maneuver. Sister Li is also an old man in the industry, so there should be no need for me to talk about the details in this regard, right? Although Li Xiaolu was upset in his heart, he knew that the vice president was right. It was simply impossible to bring down Lu Chen and Chen Guoro simply by plastering them. Mr. Zhou is right. I'm the one who's in the mood. Li Xiaolu loosened his mouth, and Zhao Vida's tightly wrinkled brow eased quite a bit. Sister Li, put it away for a while and deal with Star Entertainment. Smearing it once or twice won't work, or we have to find another way. I've heard recently that Star Entertainment's first batch of rookie training has ended and will be launched soon. You also know how strict Star Entertainment's is. This batch of newcomers are very good in terms of business ability and professionalism, and Chen Guiyang has been preparing to create a new Little Diva and Little Heavenly King. Little Diva and Little Diva project? Li Xiaolu was instantly anxious. It is a common phenomenon in the industry that newcomers are not enough to make it, and very few exist now who can pick up the slack. Once the young singers become the Little Heavenly Kings and Little Heavenly Queens, as long as there are no scandals in the back, make an effort to pile up the works and simmering seniority. In the future a little bit in the media. Become the Heavenly Kings and Heavenly Queens is basically a nail in the coffin. The major companies are now riveted behind the scenes, ready to create out new divas. It's no exaggeration to say that whoever's company gives birth to the new Heavenly Kings and new Heavenly Queens first is at the forefront of the entertainment industry. Now that Chen Guoro also had such a plan, how could Li Xiaolu, as the most jealous, Possibly hold back? Mr. Zhao, you can't watch this batch of newcomers from Star Entertainment and the Little Heavenly Kings and Little Heavenly Queens get up. If they do, it'll have a big impact on us. We absolutely can't let Chingarouge get Star Entertainment up and running. In case we let Star Entertainment become one of the 4 major entertainment companies like us. Impossible. Zhao Vida's face went cold. He knew this, of course, and sidestepped it. Newcomers in addition to the image and company packaging. The main thing is to have excellent new songs. I heard that Sister Li knows a lot of famous lyricists and composers. You see, Li Xiaolu immediately understood Zhao Vida's meaning. We're all just introducing each other for the same purpose. Don't worry, Vice President. We're all in the same company and I'm happy to promote newcomers. The Vice President immediately smiled with joy and hurriedly poured tea for Li Xiaolu. Sister Li, don't worry. As powerful as Star Entertainment's newly signed artists are, that's still just newly signed artists after all. Just a few dishes from the Star Entertainment Planning Department and Propaganda Department. Can't get up. After all, the entertainment company is basically shaping up pretty much now. Star Entertainment? Can't get up. Li Xiaolu also smiled gladly. That's for sure. Next, let's see what Star Entertainment has in store for us. Chapter 75, How he held back from changing. Lu Chen noticed that Chen Goro was a bit down. When it was time to eat, Lu Chen had specially made a table of Chen Gaiyang's favorite dishes, but he did not see Chen Gaiyang's face ease. Lu Chen did not ask more questions, but said to Lu Xiaoyu, You, school is about to start. Let's stop the games for a while and Daddy will check your homework with you, okay? Lu Xiaoyu nodded heavily. It's been a long time of fun. Time to do some homework. Lu Chen added a piece of fatty and thin braised meat to Lu Xiaoyu. So good. Bonus red meat. Lu Xiaoyu's mouth grew and she took a bite, muttering, Thank you, Pupa. Right. Lu Chen said. There's still piano class. If I remember correctly, there's one more lesson left, isn't there? Lu Xiaoyu nodded heavily. Aha, tomorrow is the last class. And the teacher gave homework for everyone to play a piece. Usually it's Poop who takes me to practice. Today I want Mama to take me. Lu Xiaoyu turned her head to look at Chen Guzhuang and said in a light voice, Mama, is it good? Chen Goro did not answer, staring stonily at the dishes in front of him, somewhat lost in thought. Lu Chen finally couldn't help himself and waved his chopsticks in front of Chen Goro's face. Chen Garouge came back to his senses at once and quickly asked, How? What happened? What's on your mind? Wife, preoccupied. Lu Xiaoyu also asked, Mama, are you too tired from work? Chen Goro smiled at Lu Xiaoyu. Mom just accidentally wandered off. What did you guys say just now? Today I want Mama to accompany me to contact the piano. Tomorrow the last class. The teacher wants to test. Chen Goro looked at Lu Chen. Or should I let Dad do it? Lu Xiaoyu got upset all of a sudden and beamed with an unhappy face. Don't. Papa has practiced with me many times. And Mama hasn't yet. Lu Chen echoed. Yes. Just stay with you. Chen Gaiyang had no choice but to agree. After dinner, Lu Chen was washing the dishes, and Chen Goro took Lu Xiaoyu to practice the piano in the piano room. A distinctly wrong tone came from Lu Chen, and he couldn't help but frown. I thought that Lu Xiaoyu had made a mistake, but then I heard Lu Xiaoyu's voice from outside. Mama, are you tired? How come you're mispronouncing? Lu Chen poked his head out to take a look, just in time to see Chen Goro with a somewhat busy expression. Mommy's probably a little tired, so how about Puppy comes and teaches you? Lu Xiaoyu reluctantly glanced at Chen Gaiyang and whispered, Okay. Sending Chen Gaiyang back to her room, Lu Chen asked with concern, Wife, did you encounter something? Is something going on with the company? Chen Gaiyang shook her head slightly. No, I'm just a bit tired. You go and keep you company. I'll rest and relax. After the piano practice, Lu Xiaoyu went to the bathroom to wash up, and Lu Chen was just about to open the door when he heard Chen Gaiyang's somewhat helpless voice coming from the room. Zhao Xinjian's stage power is very strong. How could this problem occur? Being given a hard time by the host? How could the host give her a hard time? The host is Fu Qinran? I see. What about Chen Ren? I personally scrutinized his song. How could he not even make it into the top 10? Topped off? Topped off by who? How is that possible? Where did they find a songwriter? Okay, I know. I'll take care of it. Lu Chen took out his cell phone and quickly searched. It turned out that Chen Ren and Zhao Xinjian were the two powerful artists that Star Entertainment was currently promoting. Zhao Xinjian recently participated in a program hosted by Fu Qinran, while Chen Ren's new song just went online but was squeezed out by 3 newcomers from Li Xiaolu's company. Black Gold Entertainment. Lu Chen purposely listened to these 3 songs. The singing ability is obviously not enough, but cannot help the arrangement and lyrics are really good. The songwriters and composers are some of the top lyricists in the business. One coincidence is a coincidence. 2 coincidences is someone setting it up. Lu Chen couldn't help but sneer. Originally, the public opinion storm had stopped, and he thought that this matter had passed, but it seems that these people are still not honest. But this is, after all, normal business competition. Want to turn the tide, can only rely on strength. Lu Chen browsed through the current Star Entertainment's various announcement news. Now is obviously an important period for Star Entertainment. While the newcomers are not very powerful in this period, no wonder Chen Guiyang is under so much pressure right now. Since he was going to win by strength, Lu Chen wasn't afraid. After all, he was the best at this aspect. Midnight. Lu Chen opened his eyes and climbed up from the bed. Chen Goro was awakened by Lu Chen's large movements and opened her eyes slightly, realizing that Lu Chen wasn't getting up for the night, but rather walking over to the table and picking up her lyric book. Chen Go Rhythm watched quietly in the darkness as Lu Chen picked up his pen, and by the frequency with which the tip of the pen pulsed, it was clearly the melody of her tune. Suddenly, Lu Chen's pen tip lurched. Chen Guiyang tensed up all of a sudden. Is Lu Chen going to change her song? But after she had been looking forward to it for a long time, Lu Chen didn't put down his pen, but put the book and pen in their original position, and went to bed to continue sleeping. Chen Guiyang closed her eyes, but her heart was thumping. Why did Lu Chen pause? Was there something wrong with her tune? Why didn't Lu Chen change it? How does someone who was good at songwriting hold back? Chen Guiyang was full of questions and fell into a deep sleep with them. Early the next morning, instead of going to the office, Chen Guiyang slept a natural wake-up. She really wanted to ask Lu Chen why he hadn't changed her tune last night. That pause was clearly a discovery. When she came out of her room after washing up, she found that Lu Chen was accompanying Lu Xiaolu in her room to correct her composition. What if you want to write a good composition? Besides reading more, you also need to read more model essays. But don't be in a hurry. You need to build up your strength. Remember? Lu Xiaolu took her essay and said seriously. Poop. I remembered. Lu Chen rubbed Lu Xiaolu's head. Then Daddy's going to make dinner. Just as he turned around, Lu Chen saw Chen Goro who was guarding the doorway. Honey, you're awake. I'm going to make dinner. Wait a minute, haha. Chen Guiyang nodded slightly. Lu Chen crossed over to Chen Guiyang to go to the kitchen. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Chen Goro walked next to Lu Xiaolu and said intimately, Daddy is teaching you to write essays? Lu Xiaolu nodded heavily. Yes, Papa teaches me so well. I've been making a lot of progress lately. Chen Goro happily touched Lu Xiaolu, his eyes glancing at some stray papers on Lu Xiaolu's desk. Chen Guiyang's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his gaze locked onto a piece of paper. Once upon a time, when I first knew this world, I lingered in all kinds of ways, looking at the sky as if it were in front of me. I'm willing to go through fire to go through it again. Chapter 76, This is already perfect. Is this a lyric written by Lu Chen? The words are too good to be true. Lu Chen's songs are unique in terms of lyrics, perfectly reflecting the charm of modern pop music. But the words on the paper in front of me were very different from the previous ones, obviously adding some elements of retro style. Chen Gozhuan took advantage of Lu Xiaolu's inattention and stuffed the note into her pocket. After having breakfast, Chen Guiyang couldn't wait to drive to the company. Without bothering to go to the office, Chen Guiyang came directly to the creative department. The head of the creative department rose to greet him. Chen Guiyang directly shoved the words into the hands of Qin Shui, the head of the creative department. Here's a lyric. Read it, and then get to work on the music right away. Qin Shui first gazed down on the words given by Chen Guiyang. As the head of the creative department, her ability was not bad, and with just one glance, she could see the extraordinary nature of the words in her hand. Diva, did you write this? The words are wonderful. Qin Shui's eyes lit up and she immediately ordered her men to prepare the composition. A group of people gathered and had a discussion in response to the lyrics. The crowd was all over the place, praising the song's lyrics. Qin Shui even vigorously hammered out her praise. Diva, how did you write such good words? These lyrics are simply fantastic. Chen Guiyang laughed and laughed at himself. I didn't write this. I'm not that good. This was written by someone who was very important to me. As soon as possible you guys compose a song out based on the meaning of the lyrics and hand it over to me when you're done. Qin Shui hurriedly assured. Please don't worry, Mr. Chen. I will personally lead the team and will do my best to do a good job. Chen Guiyang nodded slightly and left the creative department. For a day, Chen Gozhuan was unmotivated to work, his heart itching to do so, and his mind was on Lu Chen's lyrics in the creative writing department and the ongoing compositions. The creative department is composing the song and she has written a version of it in her office in response to it. But after auditioning several times, Chen Guiyang always felt that something was not quite right. It wasn't until nearly the end of the day that Chen Guiyang finally couldn't help but come to the creative writing department. It was also a busy time in the creative department. The tiredness in the corners of the eyes of Qin Shui, who was still in high spirits in the morning, was very obvious. How many times have I told you that it's critical in this position, that the excesses must be staccato? Do you understand me or not? Chen Shui rejected the tune for who knows how many times back. Still not working? Chen Gozhuang asked. Chen Shui was full of apologies. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen. It's my problem. I really didn't expect it to be so difficult. There's already a very mature version, but it always feels almost interesting. Chen Gayang nodded in agreement, as she felt the same way as Chen Shui, always feeling that although she had created a good tune, it didn't match such good lyrics. I also produced a version today, so let's all put it aside and listen to it. The studio blared the audio from the creative department. Right at the beginning, Chen Gayang's brows unconsciously furrowed. It wasn't that the creative writing department didn't write well. It was just that Chen Gayang always had a feeling that the flavor wasn't quite right. It's missing some of the divinity. Immediately afterward, a tune composed by Ballad of Chan was played. Chen Shui's face soothed quite a bit, but it felt the same as Chen Guro. It also always felt like it was missing some of its divinity. Chen Shui let out a long sigh and said persuasively, Mr. Chen, in fact, our tune is already very good. It can be used directly at all. Chen Gayang, however, still shook his head. No, good words to a good song. I'd rather have nothing than nothing is what I'm about. Chen Shui seemed to know that this was the result, and her heart gained an extra point. It was precisely because she was well aware of this kind of character of Chen Gozhuang that she did not give Chen Gozhuang today's tune even after changing it again and again. The two of them discussed it for a while longer, but the results were still less than ideal. Chen Shui advised from the bottom of her heart, Mr. Chen, there is a sentence that is not worth saying. The person who can write this song still needs my opinion in order for the composition to have a divine rhythm. Chen Guro was very agreeable. If this tune was given to Lu Chen, the probability was that Lu Chen would give her a very good tune out of it. But for her to open this mouth, Chen Gozhuang was unwilling. After wasting another half an hour at the company, Chen Gayang finally decided to go home first. On the way home, Chen Gayang was upset in 100 ways. Is she really inferior to Lu Chen? Is she really worse than Lu Chen? Holding on to this doubt, Chen Gayang remained a bit sullen after returning home. Lu Chen had noticed that Chen Guro was in a somewhat bad mood, and she didn't need to guess what it was because of. With the lyrics completed, composing the song of course became a problem for Chen Gazhang. His wife he knew best. Chen Gozhuang was the kind of person who pursued perfection. The average musician tends to focus only on the lyrics and the singers singing, and not so much on the tunes instead. Unbeknownst to us, the tune is no less important than the lyrics and the singer, and in some ways even more important than the lyrics and the vocals. People who really know music can often get a complete picture of an artist through the tunes. Chen Guro did not ask, and Lu Chen did not take the initiative to say anything. He knew that Chen Garouge was good and strong, and unless Chen Garouge asked personally, even if he asked, Chen Garouge would not say anything. After dinner, Chen Gozhuang was still worried, and in the end, she couldn't hold back. Lu Chen, did you write this word? I was at Yu's place today and saw it by accident. Lu Chen swept a glance at Chen Garou's note and said with a faint smile, I wrote it. I was teaching Yu to write essays. What's wrong? Chen Gozhuang said in a pretense of plainness. I think this lyric is very suitable as a song lyric. I tried to make up a tune. Do you want to listen to it and help me advise? Lu Chen and Lu Xiaolu looked at each other wryly. Of course. In the living room, Chen Gazhong held his guitar and played. I have had a hard time extricating myself from the size of the world, and I have indulged in dreaming about it. No truth, no struggle, no fear of jokes. I have called her by the tumble of my youth, and I have popped out the fullness of summer on my fingertips. Let the heart do what the heart wants, and let it go. A simple bit of self-playing. Lu Xiaoyu happily applauded again and again. Mama is so good. She sings so beautifully. Lu Chen also applauded with relief. Obviously, Chen Gayang also had his own understanding of the lyrics. Otherwise he couldn't have made such a good tune. You really think my tune is good? Chen Guro opened her eyes wide and looked at Lu Chen blearily. Lu Chen guffawed. Of course. I still believe in your level. You really don't think you need to change it again? Really don't think there's anything wrong? Chen Gayang once again inquired. Lu Chen nodded heavily and said in a genuine tone. Really don't think there's anything wrong. It's perfect. Chen Gayang sighed in relief. It was probably because the lyrics were so transcendent that Lu Chen didn't think that he could actually make up songs. After all, she had worked hard for a whole day to write it, and if Lu Chen found a problem after listening to it once, the creative department and her would have done nothing. Chapter 77, the tune of this song is amazing. Nightfall. In the bedroom, Chen Gayang leaned against the bed, her eyes filled with worry. She was lightly holding several pages of paper filled with musical notes in her hands, the tune that she had composed with great effort. But even with Lu Chen's repeated compliments, the subtle flaws in the tune were still like thorns in the tip of her heart. Even though she knew that the song was now able to deliver when she took it out, she couldn't tolerate such a great song being imperfect. Lu Chen sighed softly and sat down on the edge of the bed, tenderly tucking the corner of the quilt for Chen Gaiyang. He knew in his heart that with Chen Gaiyang's perfectionist personality, if he couldn't find a tune that satisfied her, she wouldn't be truly happy even if the song went online as expected. Hey, this beautiful wife of his was really too curly, causing Lu Chen to feel a little red in the face from eating soft food. This slight sigh was interpreted differently to Chen Gaiyang's ears. She fluttered her eyelashes. Does he think? Sucks. Early morning. The first rays of sunlight passed through the cracks in the curtains and sprinkled on Chen Gaiyang's face. Chen Guro sat up sleepily from her bed when a melodious song floated in from the kitchen, instantly dispelling her sleepiness. Chen Guro's heart suddenly trembled, and her eyes couldn't help but widen a bit at once. This is. She hastily threw on a jacket and followed the sound of voices at a brisk pace. Lu Chen was wearing an apron, humming a song while skillfully simmering the porridge, and occasionally twisting his body a few times following the rhythm. Looking very funny. No truth. No struggle. No fear of jokes. I have tumbled my youth into her, and I have flicked my fingertips out of the fullness of summer. What the heart desires, let it go. Lu Chen turned around and saw Chen Goro standing in the doorway, her hair a little messy, with the lethargy of a freshly awakened sleeper. Lu Chen hurried forward and said half-jokingly, "My lord Diva, you should take care of your image. Is it windy in our house? Blowing your hair all messed up? Wind up?" When Chen Gaiyang heard those 3 words, her heart snapped. She stared at Lu Chen tightly and said eagerly, "Say that again." Lu Chen looked as if he thought he had said the wrong thing to upset Chen Goro, and hurriedly explained, "I was wrong. You're beautiful no matter what you look like." Chen Gaiyang anxiously waved her hand and said, "Not this one, the one after it." Lu Chen looked puzzled, scratched his head and said, "Is it really windy in our house? Can't be. This soundproof window but spent tens of thousands of dollars." Said. He really ran to the bedroom to check. Balachin couldn't help but laugh out loud and shouted excitedly, "I mean the title of the song. The wind is picking up. The name simply matches the song perfectly." Lu Chen came back from the bedroom, muttering, "It didn't leak." Before he could finish his words, he was swooped over and hugged by Chen Goro in a flash, followed by a passionate kiss that landed on his lips. Lu Chen's heart instantly beat wildly, and just as he was about to respond, his daughter Lu Xiaoyu's crisp voice suddenly came from behind him. "Poopy, what are you doing?" Chen Goro quickly broke away from Lu Chen, while Lu Chen obediently covered Lu Xiaoyu's eyes and brought her towards the bathroom with his mouth full. "From now on, the first thing you do when you get up, go wash up first." After finishing breakfast, Chen Gaiyang put down her dishes and asked with a puzzled expression, "Lu Chen, the tune you're humming this morning isn't the one I wrote yesterday, is it?" Lu Chen nodded and explained seriously, "The literary flavor of your song yesterday was too strong, and it sounded a bit obscure. I pondered over it last night and changed it a little bit, so don't mind if it's not good enough. Sing it again. I'll listen to it properly." Chen Gaiyang's eyes were filled with anticipation, and her body unconsciously moved forward. Lu Chen forced himself to hold back his laughter and put on a naive demeanor as he said, "All right then, please teach the diva more." After saying that, he cleared his throat and started humming. "Wait a minute." Chen Gozhuang hurriedly brought over a guitar. Accompaniment 2. Lu Chen was delighted in his heart, took the guitar and played it. "It's a walk in the park," following the signs of a teenager drifting away. Just after singing the first line, Chen Gaiyang interrupted excitedly, "Wait, is this a new word you added? It wasn't in the one I wrote yesterday." Lu Chen scratched his head in some embarrassment and explained, "I enriched the section of the main song. Are the lyrics bad?" "Great, great," Chen Gozhuang said in a hurry. "You go on singing. I won't interrupt you." Chen Gozhuang quietly turned on the recording function of his cell phone, ready to record it. Lu Chen continued to sing with deep emotion. "This way stops and goes," following the traces of the young man drifting. The moment before stepping out of the station, there was some hesitation. "I can't help but laugh at this near-country love." As the song fell, Chen Gaiyang's eyes reddened slightly, and she was completely immersed in the atmosphere created by the song. She was beyond certain that once the song was online, it would definitely create a craze, not to mention the top 10 on the charts. Even if it was competing for the top 3 on the charts, or even challenging the top of the charts, unstoppable was not out of the question. "I'm done eating. I have to make a quick trip to the office." Chen Gaiyang hurriedly put away her cell phone. At the moment she couldn't wait to share the song with her team so that it could meet her listeners as soon as possible. Lu Xiaoyu looked at her mother's back as she hurriedly left and asked with an innocent face, "Poopy, did you make Mama cry?" Lu Chen smiled and touched his daughter's head, saying, "Fool, Mom, those are tears of emotion. When you grow up you'll understand." Star Entertainment Creative Department. Qin Shui is busy. For 2 consecutive days, Chen Gaiyang personally came to the creative department, which caused her, as the head of the creative department, to feel the pressure. Chen Gu Rhythm was a notorious perfectionist, and in order to make Chen Gu Rhythm happy, Qin Shui and the team members spent the whole night racking their brains over that song. Mr. Chen, our creative department has been working hard on this song. Before Qin Shui could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Chen Gaiyang raising her hand. I've got the tune thing worked out. Is the studio ready? I need to use it now. Chen Gaiyang's tone was eager, her eyes full of anticipation. Recording studio. Song Chen played a recording of Lu Chen humming in the morning. As soon as the guitar's unique melody and novel lyrics started, everyone was captivated. Qin Shui was even more shocked and secretly marveled in her heart. It's just an initial demo of a song, but was this really done in one night? Mr. Chen did it all by himself? When did the boss's strength become so terrifying? Qin Shui couldn't help but be a little worried. The boss was so powerful. Could she still sit tight as the head of the creative department? Mr. Chen, this tune is simply superb. Did you compose it yourself? It goes so perfectly with the lyrics. Qin Shui couldn't help but praise it. Chen Gozhuang smiled humbly and said, It's not me. I'm not that good. This tune was made by Lu Chen. Chapter 78. How many other things are you hiding from me? Lu Chen? Qin Shui's eyes widened with disbelief. Didn't he just finish Unstoppable? How did he create such an excellent work again so quickly? Doesn't he have a creative bottleneck? Before Qin Shui could recover from her shock, Chen Gaiyang began to arrange her work. Don't reveal this matter to the public for now. You guys finish arranging this song as soon as possible. I want to get it online in the shortest possible time. The title of the song will be called The Wind Has Risen. And once the lyrics are completed, immediately notify Chenrun so that she can familiarize herself with it as soon as possible. The crowd nodded their heads and went to work in a hurry. After a day of hard work, a satisfied smile finally appeared on Chen Gaiyang's face when he heard the full version of The Wind Rises. But before the smile could stay on her face for long, Chen Gaiyang's brows tightened again. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that it was too much of a coincidence. He just happened to need a suitable song himself, so he accidentally got the lyrics of The Wind Rises, and when he was worried about the tune for the lyrics, Lu Chen gave the tune at just the right time. Is this all really just a coincidence? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. If it wasn't a coincidence, could it be that all of this was carefully designed by Lu Chen? In order to clarify the doubts in her heart, Chen Gezhuang picked up her bag for the first time in her life before it was time to get off work and hurried towards home. Arriving at the door of the house, Chen Gaiyang was about to push the door in when a familiar piano melody came from inside the house. She froze instantly. The melody was the very same The Wind Rises she had been listening to all day. Good. So it's really you who's up to no good. The corners of Chen Guro's mouth rose slightly as she gently pushed open the door. Inside the house, Lu Xiaolu was sitting in front of the piano and playing carefully, while Lu Chen was patiently guiding from the side. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the father and daughter turned their heads at the same time, and seeing Chen Guro standing in the doorway, both of them sat dumbfounded as if they had been under a spell of immobilization. Lu Chen smiled awkwardly, scratched his head and said, Wife, why are you back so early today? Chen Guro narrowed his eyes and squeezed a fake smile on his face as he said, Mommy is looking for Daddy for something. You can play by yourself for a while. Later on Mommy will come out to practice with you. Lu Chen's heart thumped. He felt that something bad had happened, and he hurriedly cast a look for help to Lu Xiaolu. But Lu Xiaoyu's attention was all caught up in the words that Chen Gaiyang said she would accompany her to practice the piano. And she didn't even see Lu Chen's eyes as she responded cheerfully. Yes. Mama, go and come back quickly. Chen Guro grabbed Lu Chen's ear and dragged him into the bedroom like a chicken. The bedroom door closed with a bang, and Lu Chen's last glimmer of hope was dashed. Chen Guro raised her leg and pressed Lu Chen against the wall. Lu Chen lowered his head and met Chen Guro's eyes. When it came down to it, Lu Chen still playfully joked, Wife, isn't it a bit too hasty? It's just after work. Chen Guro said in a bad mood. Don't digress from me. You answer what I ask. Lu Chen hurriedly held up 3 fingers and pledged in a serious manner. Know it all. Say it all. Absolutely nothing to hide. Chen Guro's expression eased a little and he began to ask questions. Can you sing? Will. Can you compose? Will. You can still write words, can't you? Yes. You wrote The Wind Rises for me on purpose, didn't you? Right. Chen Guro reached out and pulled Lu Chen's collar, puffing, Humph. You obviously know everything. And you're purposely watching me make a fool of myself in a hurry. When I came in just now, did you teach you to play the song The Wind Rises? Good. You father and daughter are working together to hide it from me. Lu Chen's face was piled with a pleasing smile, as good as a child who had done something wrong. Honey, you've guessed it all? Don't be angry. I didn't want to give you a surprise. if I can't guess. I'm not a cutie. What? Chen Guro put her face close to Lu Chen, only to find that she was still a few centimeters short of the height. Ahem. Lu Chen immediately understood and hurriedly bent his knees. Chen Guro stared tightly into his eyes and questioned. Say, just how many other things are you hiding from me? Lu Chen hurriedly put down Chen Goro's leg and explained with a sincere face. I swear, it's really not that I intentionally hid it from you. Actually, I've always had these skills. I just didn't have the chance to show them before. Or maybe you just didn't pay much attention when I showed it. Lu Chen was still complacent. This can only mean that I am too good. So good that it is so low profile that people ignore it. The great hidden in the invisible. Chen Goro's beautiful eyes flowed, and her eyes flickered a few times. Yeah, thinking back carefully, this had always been the case with Lu Chen. His cooking was so delicious that he couldn't bring himself to be interested in the mountains of food out there. The home has always been cleaned up by Lu Chen. Spotless, so much so that his business trip to live in a 5-star hotel is not as comfortable as home. Even Lu Xiaoyu's education, which she herself thought was the result of those study programs working, was actually the result of Lu Chen's tireless efforts to accompany and take care of everything. Wasn't it because of this man's excellence that she had chosen Lu Chen in the first place? But then Lu Chen retired to the background and got pregnant with Lu Xiaoyu himself, and Star Entertainment stepped into a period of rapid development again. One has always thought that one takes good care of one's family, but in reality one unknowingly neglects them. Lu Chen keenly captured the change of emotions in Chen Goro's eyes, and his heart seized with pain. Chen Goro is a strong and aggressive person, but she is also very sensitive at heart, and in the end, she is just a woman who needs love and care. Lu Chen said softly as he took Chen Guiyang into his arms. You're amazing too, working your ass off out there, holding up a company, supporting so many employees, and taking care of our family. You're a superhero in my eyes and Yuyu's. Chen Guiyang's eyes became slightly moist. Lu Chen held Chen Guiyang's hand and said with a serious face, Ballad, you've always been used to being strong and striving for perfection in everything you do, which is great, but it can be especially exhausting. You're competitive. You love to fight yourself on everything. You think you're disguising yourself well, but in fact, Yuyu and I see it in our eyes. Honey, Yuyu and I want to help you share. We're family. Chen Guro finally couldn't hold it in anymore and hugged Lu Chen tightly, crying loudly. Emotions must be in place. Lu Chen is ready to have a hot tears kiss. At this excellent point of reversal, Lu Xiaoyu really broke in at an inopportune time, holding Lu Chen's cell phone in her hand. Mama, Puppy and I have the tune for The Wind is Rising ready to go. However, when she raised her head and saw Chen Guiyang, who was crying on Lu Chen's shoulder, Lu Xiaoyu froze for a moment, followed by her small face turning red. Puppy, are you bullying Mama? Why is Mama crying? Lu Chen wanted to cry and was helpless. Chen Guiyang, however, cried tears of joy as she hugged Lu Xiaoyu high in the air and said with a smile, Right, it's your father who bullied me. Let's punish him for cooking, okay? Lu Xiaoyu crossed her arms, her mouth bulging, and said with milky ferocity, Puppy, don't go yet. Lu Chen quickly raised his hands and begged for forgiveness. Fine. You guys are great. I'll go now. Chapter 79, Masterpieces are labels and business cards. The next morning, the sky was still not completely bright, but Chen Guiyang had already gotten up early to clean up. Chen Guizhuang changed into a sharp workplace suit, hurriedly packed up the documents, and joyfully prepared to go out. Lu Chen rushed forward to stop him. Why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you have some breakfast before you go? You can't skip breakfast. Chen Guiyang shook his head and explained. No way. The arrangement for The Wind Rises has to be arranged immediately. Chen Ling's side must be familiarized with it as soon as possible. The creative department is waiting. Time waits for no one. Lu Xiaoyu said vaguely as she brushed her teeth and walked out of the washroom. Mama, it's not good for your health if you don't eat breakfast. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly, touched his daughter's head, and said in a gentle tone. You can't be like your mom. Daddy is going to cook for you. You love eating Daddy's cooking the most, right? Lu Xiaoyu nodded her head vigorously. Yuyu's favorite thing to eat is Puppy's cooking. Yuyu wants breakfast. Chen Guizhuang placed a gentle kiss on her daughter's forehead. Mama will buy breakfast. Yuyu don't worry. Recording studio. After the arrangement of The Wind Rises was all completed, Chen Ling also received the full score of the song, and just after familiarizing herself with it once, Chen Ling's entire body froze in place. It's as if the song wind-up was made for him. At this moment, Chen Ling's excitement could not be described in words at all. His eyes looked through the glass of the recording studio to Chen Goro who was eating outside, his heart filled with gratitude. Mr. Chen couldn't even bother to eat breakfast and personally create such a good masterpiece for himself. He must work hard to live up to this expectation. For a new singer like Chen Ling, The number of fans and personal traffic is important, but having a masterpiece is the most important thing. Having a masterpiece is like having a shiny business card and label. Instead, one is forever bound to the aura of a newcomer and struggles to rise above the pack of singers. The song, The Wind Rises, was undoubtedly a key step towards success and the starting point for him to become a famous singer. After a morning of intense and focused recording, Chen Ling not only did not feel the slightest bit of fatigue, but became more and more energetic. As he left the recording studio, he excitedly walked up to Chen Guiyang and bowed deeply and sincerely. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Chen. I will do my best to sing this song well to repay you for your kindness and the company's cultivation." No leader would dislike a subordinate who knows how to be grateful. Chen Guiyang encouraged with some relief. "Practice hard. This is just the beginning. There's still a long road ahead. I'm sure you can do it." Chen Ling nodded her head repeatedly, the light in her eyes becoming more and more determined. Lin Shi was also excited after the crowd left the recording studio. The singers from Black Gold Entertainment are at the peak of their hot streak right now, so this song is sure to put them over the top. Chen Guiyang smiled faintly, but shook his head. "There's no rush. Pinpointing is certainly painful, but the latter waves pushing the former waves is the long-term way. Let them be complacent for a while first. I'm going to personally instruct Chen Ling alone in these few days. In the meantime, keep the propaganda department on standby, and when the time is right, we're going to hit it out of the park, and absolutely nothing can go wrong." The offices of Black Gold Entertainment. Li Xiaolu and Zhao Vida's laughter rose and fell. "Queen Li is worthy of being the top pillar of our Black Gold Entertainment. Star Entertainment has recently been suppressed by us to the point where they can't even enter the top 10. I'll see how Chen Goro still launches her little heavenly kings and little heavenly queens," Zhao Vida said with a face full of triumph. Li Xiaolu was dressed in a gorgeous long dress that perfectly outlined the curves of her bumpy figure. During this period of time, she had gone to great lengths to help the company suppress Star Entertainment. Now that she has seen significant results, she feels that it is the right time for the company to pay attention to her, so naturally she wants to dress up and show off her charms to let the company know that she is still strong and extraordinary. Li Xiaolu cackled with a hint of disdain on her face. "Chen Goro is still too young, just with her Star Entertainment. How can it be compared to our Black Gold Entertainment? Losing is the inevitable result." Zhao Vida hurriedly poured a cup of tea for Li Xiaolu and said curtly, "Don't be modest, Queen Li. If you hadn't stepped in and communicated with those few song and lyric kings, with Xu Hua's strength, how could it have caught fire so quickly?" Li Xiaolu's expression grew more and more complacent. Raising his head slightly with a sheer look, Zhao Vida laughed. "Ah, movie Queen Li, the company has always valued you very highly, and has recently been preparing several very good new dramas for you, so you must be ready at any time." Li Xiaolu instantly smiled and raised his teacup to thank Zhao Vida. "Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. I'm always ready to charge forward for the company and create another glory." Zhao Vida haha laughed, and moved a few points closer to Li Xiaolu. Said, "It's just that there's still a small problem lately. Although Xu Hua is on fire, Fan Xingshan doesn't have a song to her name yet. After all, she's also a junior in the company. Do you think it's right, movie Queen Li?" A trace of embarrassment flashed across Li Xiaolu's face. This time, she had used a lot of her connections to find a song for Xu Hua. "Besides, you're a VP of an entertainment company and I'm an actor. What do you mean you always send me to the lyricist? Isn't it still about saving money and using less face?" "Don't worry. No problem. Bringing up the younger generation is originally the responsibility of our seniors. Queen Li is so atmospheric. It really makes Mr. Zhao admire her." "Thank you, Queen Li." 2.5 days passed in a row. Xu Hua's song continued to climb up the rankings on the major music platforms, and soon came to a high position of 5th on the song charts. On the contrary, Star Entertainment has not been making much noise, as if it has gone into hiding. Star Entertainment President's Office. Chen Guiyang looked at the music platform charts, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. She understood that the time had come. In the past few days, Chen Ling had practiced hard under her guidance, day and night, and had improved by leaps and bounds. The internet was continuing to climb. Everything was going in the direction she expected, and now was the perfect time for The Wind Rises to make its debut. Lindsay walked into the office with 2 other people behind her. "Mr. Chen, the head of the propaganda department, Zhou Yang, is here." "Mr. Chen," Zhou Yang said respectfully. Chen Goro's expression was calm, but his tone was very firm. "The Wind Rises is ready to go live. The time given to you to prepare is already sufficient. The publicity must be done. The budget is increased by 30%. Don't be afraid to spend money. Make sure that the heat of this song rises quickly." With 3 days of preparation, Zhou Yang rubbed his fists and couldn't wait. "Please don't worry, Mr. Chen. We will do our best." Chapter 80, Packaged Singers in This Era. Chen Guoro quickly convened a meeting of the planning department and made a decision to have Chen Ling replace Xiao Zhenjin to participate in pursuing dreams. Junior. Follow your dreams. Junior. A talk show aimed at today's youth. Has gained a lot of support and buzz on the internet. The program specially invited outstanding young people from all walks of life to be the main curator of the interviews. And there are young flying guests together, through the way of interviews to show the young people to set up the correct concept of struggle. At the moment, Xiao Zhenjin has no solo representation. And Chen Ling's The Wind Rises is just the kind of hot show that needs this kind of heat to fight for heat maximization. Black Gold Entertainment. Zhao Vita stared at a young handsome slim young man with thick makeup in front of him and barked. Li Xingxing ah. The company this time has spent a lot of effort and contacts to push you to the Chasing Dreams Teenager program as the main interview curator. The words also specially find someone to polish you. All remember, right? Li Xingxing nodded honestly. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. I've remembered everything, and I definitely won't let you down. Zhao Vita gave a dull hum. Seizing this opportunity can make your position as a little king of heaven even more secure. Thank you for cultivating Mr. Zhao. Li Xingxing said solemnly and seriously. I won't dictate more than that, just keep it in your mind. When Li Xingxing saw Zhao Vita take out a cigarette, he hurriedly felt the lighter from his pocket and went up to light it. Zhao Vita glanced at Li Xingxing. You're a singer. It's better to change a habit like smoking. It's. Li Xingxing smiled respectfully. Mr. Zhao, I've heard that the Star Entertainment flying guest has changed someone. Do you want me to? Well, you watch it. Backstage on the set of Follow Your Dreams Teenagers program backstage. Li Xingxing pushed his way in. Fu Qingran glanced at the mirror and instructed the makeup artist. You leave first. Li Xingxing, dressed in a clean white shirt, sat behind Fu Qingran. Mr. Fu, it's been a long time. Isn't this the main curator today? Why did you come to my backstage? Fu Qingran laughed. Li Xingxing had a fawning face. This is not to say hello to Mr. Fu first, but please be merciful. Fu Qingran hooked up the corner of her mouth and comforted. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao contacted me a long time ago. Li Xingxing's eyes lit up. Then I'll be grateful to Mr. Fu. Fu Qingran's smile retracted and reminded. Star Entertainment has changed the flying guest. It's one named Chen Ling. Do you know about this? Li Xingxing laughed. I am very good to be on your program. I value it very much. Surely I need to know everything in advance. I am in my heart. Aha. Follow Your Dreams Teenagers program scene. Fu Qingran opened the show wearing a white suit and delicate makeup. Welcome to the Follow Your Dreams Teenagers 7th installment of the program, before which we invited outstanding young representatives from all walks of life. Today, we have invited the best of the young generation of singers in China. The little heavenly king Li Xingxing. The lights shone brightly, and amidst the music of Li Star's hit song and the uplifting cheers of the audience, Li Star appeared in a simple white shirt, like a big boy next door. With a kind smile, Star Li waved and greeted the host and flying guests before sitting down on the comfortable couch in the main cafe. The interview officially begins. Star Li, welcome. Li Xingxing got up and smiled. Thank you, Mr. Fu. Hello everyone. I'm Li Xingxing, your star boy. Star Li gave a heart to the audience camera, deliberately revealing her delicate jawline. Ah, another scream. Chen Ling applauded with a hint of envy. When am I going to be a little diva? Fu Qingran sharply complimented. Our Li Xingxing is really a lot more easygoing than the usual program guests. Li Xingxing deliberately wore a very thin shirt with the collar buttons spread out, deliberately exposing her collarbone. Knowing that it's a program hosted by Mr. Fu, of course I'm not nervous. Who doesn't know that Mr. Fu is a gold medal host? Fu Qingran used to laugh. We all know that Li Xingxing is the small heavenly king of the singing world. Strong. Many fans are curious about the unknown side of you in this journey. A look of reminiscence appeared on Li Xingxing's face. I was actually very young when I first started out and had some very immature songs, but I still have to thank my company for giving me a customized development path to where I am now. We were actually poor when I was a kid, so it was good that I got decent grades. And when I got to high school there was a band gig, and I've had a dream to play music ever since that day. And then, as we all know, my art went on to music school, and the first company I signed with was Black Gold Entertainment. To this day I am very grateful to Black Gold Entertainment. Fu Qingran took over the conversation at the right time and said, Li Xingxing's experience fits perfectly with the theme of our program. People should have dreams, recognize themselves clearly, and more importantly, make the right choices. Effort is important when one wants to succeed, but choice is just as important. And a reliable entertainment company can often lead to a lot less detours. Fu Qingran inadvertently glanced in Chen Ling's direction as he spoke, and a hint of alarm suddenly flooded Chen Ling's heart. Not only him, but the audience at the scene also detected that something was wrong with the flavor. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Xinjin got a little embarrassed by Fu Qingran in the last installment, I wouldn't have known that Fu Qingran's words were somewhat directed at Chen Ling. You guys still don't know? Fu Qingran and Star Entertainment's Chen Ge Rhythm had a conflict in a previous program, and Fu Qingran has been holding a grudge. I see. It looks like this installment of Chen Ling won't be comfortable either. Fu Qingran asked again. Then would you be willing to share? There are quite a few music lovers in the audience, such as Chen Ling, a student from Star Entertainment. Aren't you a freshly minted singer? The camera was suddenly given to Chen Ling in a plain bodysuit, whose face could only be considered clean due to the fact that she only wore light makeup. Li Xingxing sneered in his heart. If it wasn't for the sake of licking Zhao Vida, would I bother with a bunch of newbies like you? Since everyone wants to hear it, I'll sing a bit. Whoever made me set up the favored fan persona. The staff held a guitar for Star Lee. How about a lyrical piece of music? Rainy day? The scene cheered, especially the girls, with stars twinkling up in their eyes. Yes, the stars are so handsome. Star Lee was incredibly confident, strumming his fingertips on his guitar. Together with the sound of the zither, Chen Ling's brows unconsciously furrowed. There's clearly something wrong with that chord just now. There were quite a few other people in the music business in the room who also heard the question, but none of them said anything. Chen Lingsong seemed to understand why Chen Guzhuan wasn't worried. This group of singers who relied on packaging to catch fire. What kind of work would they take to compare with The Wind Rises? Li Xingxing's guitar might not be considered good, but the singing was really good. The audience cheered, and although Chen Ling was applauding, a hint of disappointment was born in her heart. If Li Star's current position in the music industry is anything to go by, his vocals shouldn't hold up. It seems that Mr. Chen is right. A lot of the music scene nowadays is based on packaging. After the last and spinning sweep, Star Lee rose and bowed. After the song, the chants of the fans resumed. Let's applaud the stars for their performance. Fu Qingran led the applause. Li Xingxing put down his guitar and waved his hand humbly and said, the songs before debut. Some childish, bad performance. Everyone forgive me. Chen Ling was speechless. Was this a problem with the lyrics? Were there any problems encountered during the creation of the stars? How were they all solved? Fu Qingran continued to ask. Of course. Li Xingxing nodded. When I first joined Black Gold Entertainment, I was criticized for not being familiar with the business, but now that I think about it, I'm quite thankful to Black Gold Entertainment's teachers. Without them, there would be no current me, much less my current new song. Fu Qingran understood. This is to prepare to publicize his new song. Oh, then I wonder if the stars would be willing to share it with us on our show? Star Lee looked at the audience again. Does everyone want to hear it? Fans chanted. Want. Good. So it to the best of me for you all. Chapter 81, The Wind Rises First Battle. Star Lee fared much better on this song. However, Chen Ling still noticed that certain details were still not handled properly. If the tuner hadn't adjusted it quickly, it could easily have been a problem. After all, the show is being taped, and the crew still doesn't want to have an accident. Chen Ling was incomparably certain that Li Xingxing was a packaged star. He was incredibly fortunate to have met a responsible boss like Chen Gaiyang. The fans applauded as the song ended. Li Xingxing imperceptibly glanced at Chen Ling, making Chen Ling a little uncomfortable. Fu Qingran complimented. Thank you very much for Star's wonderful performance. From newcomer to little heavenly king, I believe Star has experienced a lot along the way. We have a guest in the audience, who happens to be a new singer, Chen Ling, who has also brought her new song to perform for you. Li Xingxing pretended to be surprised and said, really? I'm looking forward to it. Fu Qingran immediately picked up. Our stars happen to be here, so if we have any questions we can also answer them for you. The other guests saw the end of it. It looks like it's about the old man lifting up the new guy, but it's actually a battle between Black Gold Entertainment and Star Entertainment. If Chen Ling performs a crotch pull, Star Entertainment will be disgraced. Such obvious targeting made the audience in attendance feel a little uncomfortable. Chen Ling came to the center of the stage. The difference between her slightly plain dress and the exquisitely made-up Li Xingxing was very obvious. The audience didn't think much of this unimpressive kid. Having understood Li Xingxing's strength, Chen Ling wasn't nervous anymore. Hello viewers, hello hosts, hello Mr. Lee. It's an honor to share the stage with Mr. Lee, and I empathize with Mr. Lee's experience, as I'm sure every dreamer does. People can't avoid all kinds of stumbles on the way to chasing for their dreams. I'm also very lucky to have joined a very good company and met a very good boss. And at Star Entertainment, I feel like I'm staying in a big, cozy family. The song I'm bringing today is a new song called The Wind is Rising, which fits the theme of the day in most dreamers. On the big screen, the words wind up appeared. Unlike the positive sunshine of To the Best of Me, The Wind Rises gives off a weathered, sanguine vibe. The accompaniment sounded, and the audience, which had been somewhat noisy, was instantly quiet. Along with the lyrics of the first line of the song surfacing on the big screen, Qianling's voice rang out. It's a walk in the park, following the signs of a teenager drifting away. There was some hesitation the moment before I stepped out of the station. I can't help but laugh at this nearness that remains unavoidable. And the sky in Nagano is still so warm, and the wind blows up the old days. As the main song ended, the chorus brought the crowd to a crescendo. The arranged accompaniment with Qianling's unique voice blends well with the lyrics. The delicate expression of emotion in every word. Every note seems to have its own unique flavor. The audience was immersed in the music. A far cry from the start to finish cheer of To the Best of Me. The audience was silent, afraid that the slightest noise would disturb the song. Countless people marveled in their hearts. The arrangement and voice just fit so well, didn't they? It's this gentle melody and delicate voice that allows the song to layer on the emotions it's trying to convey. Family, friendship and love blended into one. Li Xingxing fidgeted a bit, visibly panicking inside. Fu Qingran had completely not expected Qianling to be so powerful. Isn't it that you can't even compete with a newcomer from Black Gold Entertainment? Isn't there no good song? What's going on here? When the hell is The Wind Rises coming out? There's no news at all. Admittedly, To the Best of Me is a good song, but it's not at all in the same league as The Wind Rises. The audience was completely locked in a general mood, and some people even sobbed softly. Qianling raised the microphone, her gaze deep and determined. With this song, I wish you all the next time you cry. It's a chore. It wasn't until the scene was completely quiet that the crowd went completely ballistic. Great song. Give the laborers an earful of tears. Yes. Who can be that determined to leave their home country and hesitate when they walk out of the station? Who wrote this lyric? It's just not fantastic. It was only at this time that the audience was surprised to find out that apart from the singer being Qianling, the lyricist and composer was the same person. Morning Fishing Song. Who is the Morning Fishing Song? So powerful? This songwriting ability is nothing less than the king of words and songs. Star Entertainment hasn't heard of this lyricist. It's going to be a big hit. The singer also sings well and is a perfect match for the song. A spectator rose from the audience enchanted. Sing it again. Someone looked up and others yelled. Sing it again. Sing it again. Sing it again. Qianling understood even better what Chenga rhythm meant by there must be no problem. He had tried his best to collect his energy, but he still compared the main curator, Starry Chen, to him. Frost flashed across Star Chen and Fu Qingran's faces. Originally, he wanted to dig a hole for Qianling, but he ended up lifting a stone and hitting his own foot. The rest of the show simply went into garbage time. The shock of Qianling's The Wind Rises was too powerful, and even though Li Xingxing did his best to sing a few more songs, the audience's reaction to Li Xingxing was not intense. Qianling also knows that he is noisy. The rest of the time is very cooperative with the recording. Do not talk much, just sit there quietly. Even if Fu Qingran deliberately steered the topic to set up a trip, Qianling still adhered to the principle of not saying good things but saying less things. But even if she was simply sitting in her seat, Qianling still received goodwill from the other flying guests next to her. And quite a few of the cameras also seemed to give Qianling some more, intentionally or unintentionally. Backstage at the show, Li Xingxing was filled with depression. It's all Qianling. If it wasn't for him, he would have been the one shining the brightest today. It was Qianling who stole his thunder by not following the rules. Fu Qingran's face was no better. Chasing Dreams. Teenager is a very hot program at the moment. Fighting for the host of the program. How much networking effort she spent. Now because of a collection of The Wind Rises. Although Fu Qingran seemed indifferent, in his heart there was always a feeling that he had lost to Chen Gezhuang again. Star Entertainment. Qianling agent Meng Fan chest up, knit his brows and smile all bottom. Seeing Lin Shi, Meng Fan went up to him and praised him. I'm telling you, today, Qianling is a god. Wait for this installment of Follow Your Dreams. Teenagers online. Let the other agents be envious. Who was it that said I had a bad eye in the first place? I have a great eye. Meng Fan finally raised his eyebrows and vented all the aggression he felt after Qianling was compared to Su Hua earlier. Lin she congratulated from the bottom of her heart. The first battle is a success. Mr. Chen will give you credit. Qianling reddened in embarrassment and had a humble attitude. Actually, the credit goes to everyone. Without you guys, I wouldn't have this opportunity to perform. Lin Shi had just walked to the door of Chen Goro's office when she heard Chen Goro on the phone. I can't help you. You don't want to be a singer. You don't want to be a songwriter. And you won't let me give you a byline. Lin Shi's heart trembled violently. She knew Chen Goro very well, and knew that Chen Goro only had such a tone when she called Lu Chen, so she could not help but be a little shocked. So, The Wind Rises was written by Lu Chen? Didn't you just write Unstoppable? And now this? Is this songwriting or dumplings? Chen Goran said. You don't want anything. What about learning from Lei Feng? Lu Chen's bad voice came out from the cell phone. Who says I don't figure? I figure you. Chen Guro blushed and pouted. Screw you. Go watch the child properly. Chapter 82, Soft rice smells the best. The diva's acting skills aren't up to snuff. Putting down the phone, Chen Gaiyang gestured for Lin Shi to come in. Mr. Chen. I didn't mean to listen. Lin Shi said in a rushed manner. Chen Guro faintly smiled. Don't be so nervous, just let only you, me and Qin Shui know about this matter. Don't reveal it. Lin Shi nodded repeatedly. Lu Chen deserves to be called a great god by the netizens. It's simply amazing. Unstoppable and The Wind Rises are both divine songs. I really envy Mr. Chen. Chen Gaiyang blushed at the compliment. Lindsay pulled out a video. Follow Your Dreams. Teenagers has been very well received. And here's the video recorded live. And the director of the show Mom's Not Home, Hong Bo, called again and is going to invite you to record the second season. Chen Gaiyang frowned slightly and shook his head. Still answer as I instructed you before. The 7th installment of Follow Your Dreams, Junior aired its 7th installment, and along with it, The Wind Rises soared in popularity. The effect of building momentum has been achieved. Chen Gaiyang immediately announced that The Wind Rises was online. Taking advantage of the heat, it has done well to be in the top 10 of the new songs chart just after its launch. The 4 major entertainment companies reacted at once, releasing new song snipes in advance. But The Wind Rises had so much momentum that it went straight into the top 5 of the new songs chart in just 1 hour online. Netizens were so excited that countless comments refreshed the internet. I'm going to this grad school. We're getting married to our first love tomorrow. Wish us happiness. When the gardenia blossoms this year, you and I will win the gold medal. Mom and Dad, I got into college. The heat continues to climb, with netizens predicting it's only a matter of time before it reaches number 1. Chen Gaiyang sighed in relief, finally pulling back around. At dinner, Lu Chen had long noticed that The Wind Rises was online, guessed that Chen Gaiyang would be happy, and prepared a large table in advance. Chen Guro was filled with joy and gave Lu Chen a piece of meat. You deserve the most credit for the huge success of The Wind Rises. Reward you. Lu Chen ate it in one bite. That's all the reward? Chen Gaiyang took out an exquisitely decorated black box from her bag. Of course it's more than that. Open it up. Patek Philippe. Lu Chen's eyes lit up and he hurriedly put it on and waved it in front of Lu Xiaolu. You, how is it? Doesn't Daddy look more handsome with this watch on? Lu Xiaolu nodded her head very cooperatively. Handsome. Baba is the most handsome. Chen Gozhuan looked at the father and son happily. What is more precious than a cozy and harmonious family? Lu Chen took a hard bite of rice. I told you, it has to be soft food. All is amicable in the Chen Gaiyang family, but the rival family is depressed. The Wind Rises has suddenly entered the market, and it's directly rubbing the new songs of the 4 major entertainment companies on the ground. Various tunes ready for the finale have come online, but none of them have been able to shake the supremacy of Wind Up. It even beat Unstoppable to become number 1 on the new songs chart a day after it went live. The new song market has changed in a short period of time, and Star Entertainment has become the only winner. Wind Up holds on to number 1 and number 2 on the new songs chart as does Unstoppable Welder. Friends can only look at the dust and cry without tears. Unexpectedly, due to the big hit of The Wind Rises, a lot of people went to Follow Your Dreams, Teenager's 7th installment to watch the footage video of Chen Ling singing Follow Your Dreams. Junior's 7th installment has also been a huge hit, even surpassing the previous 6 installments combined. At one point, the Follow Your Dreams teen variety show up a few notches in the rankings. With the 7th installment of the smash hit, netizens not only praised Chen Ling for her good singing, but also noticed Fu Qingran and Li Xingxing. Various highlights and controversial moments that are easy to talk about have not been cut down a bit by the editing department. This Li Xingxing sings so badly. How did he become a little heavenly king? Originally also felt that Li Xingxing's strength is very good. So and Chen Ling a comparison. The level of ordinary network singers with average vocals and colorful lyrics and arrangements. This kind of song is just what fans love to hear. And this is still a minor diva? The main curator is not as hard as the flying guest song. The company packaged well. Now as long as the good-looking can be an idol, the song is not a song. Can listen to it. Star Li, what's gotten into you? Zhao Vida glared at Li Xingxing with hatred, his face darker than the bottom of a pot. Li Xingxing didn't dare to move a muscle, lowered his head and didn't dare to meet Zhao Vida's eyes, and stammered, Mr. Zhao, I was wrong. I will work hard and write a new song to beat The Wind Rises. Zhao Vida was about to laugh in anger. I say Li Xingxing, others call you Little Heavenly King. Do you really think you're an onion? Just you? You can't even beat Unstoppable, and you still want to beat The Wind Rises? Zhao Vida stomped out his cigarette and reached out to button up Li Xingxing's collar. As you know, in this society nowadays, there is a lot of competitive pressure, and there is nothing I can do about the survival of the fittest. Li Xingxing's face changed. Mr. Zhao, what do you mean? You can't do this to me. I've also paid a lot for the company. Zhao Vita shook off Li Xingxing. Don't scratch the wool. Zhao Vita snorted coldly, lit another cigarette, and spat a smoke ring at Li Xingxing's face. Don't worry. After all, the company has spent so many resources on you. It won't just give up on you. Go back and get ready to prepare for tweeting PR. Alright, get out. The ratings for the 7th installment were high, but Fu Qingran wasn't much happier. Now she's afraid to go online. It's all cursing her. How is it such a coincidence that Chen Ling flew over and came out with a song like The Wind Rises? It must be Chen Guro who was counting on her behind her back. Chen Gurumor was jealous that her career was going well while Star Entertainment was getting hammered, so she let Chen Ling come to her displeasure. That must be it. The more Fu Qinran thought about it, the more angry he became, the more ferocious his expression became, and he cursed, Ma Xiaobao reluctantly squeezed out the door. Mom, what are you making so much noise about? I have to go to bed early. I have school tomorrow. Fu Qingran, who was angry, was worried that he had nowhere to vent his anger, and Ma Xiaobao directly hit the gun. School tomorrow, right? Fine. Let's see what I can do to you today. Poopy, I've packed all my summer homework. Lu Chen praised. Yu is great. Chen Gazhuan was wearing a silk robe, and her body still gave off a slight aroma after she had just taken a shower. Lu Chen was a bit rushed. Old wife, isn't it a little too early to go to bed at this hour? Chen Gaiyang rolled her eyes. Screw you. I'm here for you. You clean up your room. Lu Chen lost his head for a moment and promised. This is going to. Lu Xiaolu opened her eyes wide and asked curiously. Mama, what are you looking for me for? Chen Guro was apologetic. I'm sorry. Mama may not be able to accompany you to school tomorrow. Room. Lu Chen couldn't figure it out. The room is obviously perfectly cleaned. What else is there to clean? Walking over to the dresser, Lucian saw the answer. No wonder she's a singing diva. Her acting skills are not up to scratch. Lu Chen picked up from the bag scattered on the dresser neatly draft lyrics, helplessly smiled. Chapter 83, Poop, you are now my idol. School starts. A steady stream of parent vehicles formed a long line outside the school gates. Since it's a public school, students tend to be dropped off by housekeepers, unlike the aristocratic schools where parents arrive early. Lu Chen one dressed in simple and plain. Lu Xiaoyu dressed lively and lovely. The two people clothes are very clean, but not name brand. In order to prevent Lu Xiaoyu from growing up with an overly materialistic mindset, Lu Chen and Chen Gazhuan did not choose some overly expensive brand name luxuries to wear. Not only did he ask Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Chen also didn't wear the Patek Philippe that Chen Gaiyang had just bought for him. Poopy, you're a celebrity in our school now. Lu Chen was a bit surprised and asked. Why? Yesterday, when I chatted with my classmates using Penguin, all the students in the class asked if you would come to give me a ride. You're their idol now. Lu Xiaoyu heatedly smiled. My classmates are so envious of me. They all said they want to poop like poop. Lu Chen was flattered. Always felt that the beginning of the school year would not be too calm today, and hurriedly found a sunglasses to wear. As luck would have it, someone suddenly cut in while the line was forming. Lu Chen's face changed slightly, and his heart felt a little bad. Hello, please line up properly. Lu Chen calmly reminded. The parent who inserted the line pressed his sunglasses. The bright pearl necklace was particularly piercing, and when he saw that Lu Chen was dressed in plain clothes, his expression rose in disdain. Who cut you in? Don't slander people, okay? I slandered? Lu Chen's eyes widened. Are there still such people in the modern world? Lu Chen didn't want to argue with him, but Lu Xiaoyu couldn't stand to see others slandering Lu Chen. Auntie, Poopy didn't slander you. It was clearly you who cut in line. Lu Xiaoyu's voice wasn't too loud, but it attracted the attention of many people around her. The interrupting parent glanced disdainfully at Lu Xiaoyu. Hey, keep an eye on your kid, will you? This is a school, not your home. Many of the surrounding parents saw the cut-in, but the man was all bejeweled and obviously from a good family, and no one wanted to offend. Bullying himself, Lu Chen could still tolerate it. Bullying Lu Xiaoyu, Lu Chen would not tolerate half a step. This lady, a lot of people around here saw you cutting in line. The woman came to her senses at once. Who saw it? Which one of you saw it? The woman yelled at those around her. There was more than one thing to do, and no one answered. The woman became even more arrogant. Humph, public schools are just full of right and wrong. I do have to hurry up and have my son transferred to an aristocratic school. Spending time with people like you every day is affecting my child. Such an inch-perfect remark finally triggered the discontent of those around him. Hey, this parent, we all send our kids to school, and you did cut in line, okay? One man took the lead, and others spoke up. That's right, there's a reason for cutting in line. You despise public schools and you still come here? Get your ass to your fancy school. The more impulsive ones are even more loudly reprimanded. Get in the back of the line. Don't be an eyesore here. The parent's face grew worse and worse as he grabbed the child's hand and fled. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you all for your righteousness. To parents like this, we just have to join forces. The surrounding parents blushed, all feeling a little ashamed that they had just dared not step forward. Some people in the crowd also recognized Lu Chen. Hey, this parent, are you Lu Chen? Isn't this Lu Xiaolu? You're really Lu Chen. Lu Chen? Great God Lu. Lu Chen felt bad. The parents around him passed one to another, and Lu Chen had to take off his sunglasses to greet the parents around him. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Chen. The parents were all excited and the kids were abuzz. It's really the great God Lu. God Lu. I'm your fan. God Lu. Give me an autograph. I want to take a picture with God Lu. The parents were still a bit more restrained, but the children didn't care about that, and surrounded Lu Chen. Parents, too, in the name of children, one by one scrambled to dig out paper and pens from their daughters' and sons' school bags. Others took out their cell phones and snapped pictures of Lu Chen. Everyone's enthusiasm flattered Lu Chen. It's true. It's not good to be too famous. A signature photo. Until Lu Xiaolu into the school. Lu Chen anxious to cash a couple of sentences to hurry to escape. In the classroom, Lu Xiaolu also received a lot of attention. You, why didn't you tell us earlier that your dad is so great? You, can you let your dad take me to play king? I'll give you all the candy. You, let's be good friends. You, how's the steak? I'll treat you to my mom's egg tart for a change. Okay? Lu Xiaolu couldn't get a word in, and the table was already filled with all kinds of snacks, all of which were requested by Lu Xiaolu. Lu Xiaolu's homeroom office. Teacher Li Hua is the third in our class. How about I trade you for Lu Xiaolu? Li Hua's grades are not as good as Zhang Ningming's in our class. Mr. Li, I'll switch with you. Mr. Li, we both joined the school in the same year. Li Ming copied the lesson plan with an expression of fear that Lu Xiaolu would be snatched away. Impossible. Lu Xiaolu is mine. None of you are allowed to steal it. The classroom teachers were defeated one by one. Alas, it's a pity we didn't see Lu Chen. Yeah, I hear he's even more handsome in person. Do you guys want to meet him? It's not like she's a public figure, so you can see her whenever you want? Many people are disappointed. Li Ming is more envious. After all, Li Ming would like to see home visits on the line. Hey, there's a way. The lower grades just started school. We can organize a parent-teacher conference, and we'll be able to meet Lu Chen. The teacher's eyes lit up. Good idea. Although Chen Goro could not send Lu Xiaolu, she was still very concerned about Lu Xiaolu starting school. Always keep an eye on what's going on in the parent group. Many parents have taken video pictures of different angles of Lu Chen being surrounded by people signing autographs and taking pictures. Chen Goro was stifling her laughter when her assistant suddenly walked in. Come on. Chen Goro hurriedly waved. Look at Lu Chen's expression. It's killing me with laughter. Lindsay is a professional and doesn't usually laugh unless she can't help it. Not only the parent group, but now Lu Chen is on the entertainment news. You see, a few large, eye-catching words were printed on the front page above. Diva's husband Lu Chen, sending his daughter to school was mob. The real person is even more handsome than on the program. Either the entertainment reporter's shooting angle is tricky. Lu Chen's awkward and helpless expression was captured by the camera, and even the fake smile during the photoshoot was lifelike. Go home at night. Chen Gaiyang walked to the kitchen and flirted. Isn't this great God Lu? Big God Lu was very famous today. Lu Chen walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron and favorably scratched Chen Goro's nose. Who's to blame? Chen Gaiyang smiled shyly. Blame me. Nope. Blame you. Who made you handsome and good? At the dinner table, Lu Xiaolu was full of excitement. Poop. I love you so much. You're my idol now. Teachers and classmates love you. And today a good pair of classmates gave me good food. Lu Chen never expected that he would be so famous, and unconsciously glanced at Chen Goro. Chen Goro never expected Lu Chen's influence to be so great. After Lu Xiaolu went to bed, she pulled Lu Chen into a small meeting. What? Regretting making me famous? Chen Gaiyang nodded her head obediently. Yu is just a small child. Will there be any repercussions if she is exposed to the public eye like this? When we first decided to let Yu go to public school, we were afraid that Yu would be influenced by us, but I didn't realize that we still couldn't avoid it. Why don't I arrange a transfer for Yu? Chen Guozhuang somewhat regretted signing up for Mama's Not Home in the first place. Lu Chen put his arm around Chen Goro and comforted. Don't worry, Yu is very popular with everyone right now, and suddenly changing schools will have an effect on Yu. But, Chen Gaiyang was a little hesitant. Lu Chen smiled. Don't worry. In fact, this is good. Yu will be safe in school. As for out of school, there is still my protection. No problem. Chapter 84, Who exactly is the morning fishing song? A few days down the line, Lu Chen sent Lu Xiaolu to school as usual. As he gradually ran out of other news, everyone's enthusiasm stabilized. Most of the attention Lu Xiaolu received at school was in a good direction, and Chen Gozhuan gradually felt relieved. Star Entertainment has continued to step up the promotion of The Wind Rises, with a variety of videos going live on major platforms and short video covers bursting into the limelight one by one. Such was the vigorous promotion that the entire music scene began to look toward The Wind Rises. Chen Ling is also recognized as the most powerful singer among the newcomers in the entertainment industry because of such a masterpiece. Various circular business orders are overwhelming. Chen Ling was flattered. The company attaches great importance to this. Is it possible that they are cultivating him in the direction of the little king of heaven? Such thoughts have made Chen Ling much more demanding, not daring to slack off at all, and obviously working even harder than before to perfect her business. 4 days on end, Chen Ling's efforts were seen by the company. Such a motivated employee, as the boss, Chen Guiyang very much repeatedly praised. Internet opinion has also skyrocketed as a result of the heat of The Wind Rises. Star Entertainment is on the rise. Although the cover is also good, it's still Chen Ling's voice that goes best with the song. Speaking of which, Black Gold Entertainment star Lee is pulling down a bit, isn't he? What the hell is that new song? There's a difference between a singer who's hard boosted by money and a singer who's good at what he does. Star Entertainment office. Chen Gozhuan was dressed in a less business-like suit, and there was more than the usual amount of smiles on his face. With a double harvest from her family's career, Chen Guiyang was in an extremely good mood, and felt that the fish in the fish tank looked better than usual. During this period of time, she often took some manuscripts home herself, and Lu Chen would basically help her revise them when he saw them. Based on those revisions, Chen Guiyang realized that The Wind Rises was definitely not Lu Chen's limit, possibly even less than half. Not only that, but she learned a lot of arranging skills in those revisions, and her strength has come a long way. After summarizing Lu Chen's revisions, he asked Lin Shi to send it to the creative department. Chen Ling was now on fire, and the others couldn't be left out in the cold. With these comments, it's also important to step up and create new tunes. Black Gold Entertainment. Zhao Vida was very sad, smoking cigarettes one after another, and the office was smoky. The explosion of Chen Ling and The Wind Rises has left Li Xingxing and To the Best of Me widely criticized by netizens. The voices of discontent grew, which made some of the people that Li Xingxing had previously offended come forward to voice their accusations. Mr. Zhao, now the network is all cursing me. What should I do? Li Xingxing looked anxious. Zhao Vida snorted coldly and directly snuffed out his cigarette. You still have the nerve to say that? The company has invested a huge amount of money in you and you're so unmotivated. Zhao Vida turned his chair around and saw Li Xingxing's heavily made-up face, and was incredibly disgusted. You don't even get beat by a nobody when you spend half your makeup mind on refining your business. Li Xingxing was full of grievances. When he first got up, Zhao Vida clearly said that it was more important for public figures to maintain their image than their business ability. So how did he change now? Zhao Vida waved his hand impatiently. Alright, go down. I don't want to see you. Black Gold Entertainment conference room. Bang bang bang. Zhao Vida banged the table straight on. Didn't I spend so much money to raise you guys just to use them now? Program. I want your whitewash program. The head of the PR department lowered his head, his face grim. The other members secretly grumbled in their hearts. Usually, the business requirements for artists are not strict, and it's all up to the PR department when things go wrong. A strong PR department can't hold your hardware crap, but that can't be said. After all, Mr. Zhao, now that The Wind Rises has too much momentum and Li Xingxing is on the cusp, it's impossible to get the situation back without spending some money. The deputy minister chimed in. Yeah. My discussion with the minister resulted in a two-pronged approach. First, a charitable donation to salvage the image of the roadies and stabilize the fans, and then have the songwriting department come up with a great song to salvage the image of the artist. Zhao Vida frowned, annoyed beyond measure. The heart regrets that it held up Li Xingxing at first, and now it is all about spending money. But if this money is not spent, then all the previous money may be lost. The matter of donations is actually good to talk about. It's just that for this new song, I'm afraid our company's creative department is not capable enough. The public relations minister's tone was difficult. Zhao Vida heard something in the PR minister's words. Say what you have to say. The head of public relations approached Zhao Vida. Mr. Zhao, I still suggest we find a powerful lyricist and songwriter in the industry. Isn't that what Xu Hua did last time when he beat Chen Ling? Those people are all high-eyed and the price is extremely high. Do you think it's so easy to invite? Zhao Vida sounded very dissatisfied. The head of public relations explained. Don't we still have movie Queen Lee? A hint of hesitation flashed across Zhao Vida's face. Although Li Xiaolu was a movie queen, she still had no small face in the entertainment industry. But I already used it last time, now I'll use it again. Zhao Vida let out a long sigh in his heart. Let's do as you guys say. But the Star Entertainment side must not slack off, and must always keep an eye on the movements in it. Sister Li, how's it going these days? Are you still satisfied with the new drama? Li Xiaolu knew that Zhao Vida suddenly looking for her to talk must be nothing good, but her face still accompanied the smile. The script is quite good, and I have to thank Mr. Zhao for the introduction. As long as Sister Li is satisfied. Zhao Vida's words changed. Recently, Sister Li is preparing for a new drama, and the news of the singing world is known, right? Li Xiaolu was instantly alert. What is Mr. Zhao talking about? Star Entertainment has been gaining a lot of momentum lately. Newcomer Chen Ling's The Wind Rises is very hot. On the contrary, our company's Li Xingxing is in an awkward situation. Zhao Vida's eyes slightly glanced at Li Xiaolu. Sister Li also knows that our creative department has been busy lately, and this preparing a new song for Li Xingxing is a big deal, so it's too busy. I can't help it. I still want to ask Sister Li for help. Li Xiaolu guessed that it would be no good, and it really guessed it. You mean? Zhao Vida licked his face and smiled. What if Lin Huang resigned to invite the song is very difficult. It is not a question of money. The flower I absolutely cannot save. Just he and you relationship is irreversible. You need to give introductions to. Li Xiaolu nodded at this. As long as it could strike down Star Entertainment and Chen Gozhuang, it was all worth it. Mr. Chen, these are the 3 new songs from the creative department for Zhao Xinjin. Take a look. One more thing. The Wind Rises continues to dominate the charts, and is now getting a particularly high level of attention on the internet, with many lyricists and songwriters in the industry discussing the true identity of Morning Fishing Song. Chen Guiyang pondered for a long time. Along with the explosion of The Wind Rises, speculations about the lyricist Morning Fishing Song have been rumored a lot on the internet. She herself received many private messages throughout the day. The incident of Lu Chen sending Lu Xiaolu to school and being mobbed a few days ago had also made her come to her senses, and it wasn't appropriate for Lu Chen to be overexposed to the public eye. But it was not possible not to clarify. And now there were already people speculating that the Morning Fishing Song was Lu Chen. But Chen Guiyang had a plan. Before The Wind Rises was launched, she had already registered Lu Chen's account as Morning Fishing Songs on Good Songs Network. It was supposed to hide his identity. Lu Chen didn't know it, and of course he hadn't been on the number. It's just about time to bring it over and use it. Chen Go Rhythm instructed. There is no need to explain too much. It's not convenient to expose Lu Chen's identity now. If there are some that can't wipe out their face, you can just say that they were plucked from good songs. Chapter 85, or we should change Yu school. In front of Lu Xiaolu Elementary School, Lu Chan organized his mask and sunglasses, his appearance wrapped very tightly. Originally, the parents' enthusiasm had dropped quite a bit. After all, they all had families and wouldn't be chasing their stars as hard. However, something had recently emerged that caused Lu Chen some distress. Many entertainment reporters, paparazzi and students' sister-in-laws and aunts appeared around the school. As soon as he appeared, these people pounced on him like a cat seeing a rat. So picking up Lu Xiaolu became a very difficult thing to do. It was almost time for school to end, and Lu Chen looked around once, but he saw a man with glasses who had a camera hanging around his neck walking towards him. Discovered? How can you be so well concealed and still be discovered? Lu Chen was about to leave. Dude, the man with the glasses jogged all the way over. Dude, got a light? You didn't recognize me? Lu Chen smiled slightly. Sorry, I don't smoke. The man with the glasses was a little disappointed, but still stopped by Lu Chen's side and didn't leave. Dude, fellow travelers, right? The glasses guy quietly came to Lu Chen's side. Where's the machine? Don't hide the guy who eats. When Lu Chen shows up, we can't spare a single expression. Lu Chen was shocked in his heart. Who picks up the kids with a camera? This glasses guy is a paparazzo. Lu Chen's brain raced. In order not to be exposed, Lu Chen had to take out his own cell phone, but his heart was a false batch. Whose doggy uses a cell phone? The glasses guy also lost his voice in shock. Dude, you use pineapples? Lu Chen was trembling furiously inside. It's over. It's over. Skill additions. Forgot to give praise. This is going to be guess now. Professional. The man with the glasses was delighted and tried to take Lu Chen's shoulder, but found that he couldn't reach it. After coughing lightly in embarrassment, he pawed at the camera hanging around his neck. I hug this big guy every day. That star runs away when he sees me. I've been wanting to change my cell phone for a long time, so it looks like you're a senior. The man with glasses stretched out his hand, and Lu Chen shook it obediently for fear of exposure. Pleasure to meet you. The man with the glasses hemmed and hawed, pulling out a business card from his pocket and shoving it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen was surprised that in this business, he still carries a business card with him. The The man with the glasses glanced at the electronic watch and muttered, "Soon, soon. Lu Xiaoyu will be released from school soon. Get in touch later." The I-man finished and turned to leave. Lu Chen was surprised to find that the man with the glasses had only just left and disappeared from his field of vision. Doggy deserves to be doggy. School was out and a procession came out from inside the school gates. There were many young parents waiting on both sides to receive their children. Lu Chen quickly walked up, ready to receive Lu Xiaoyu and leave in a hurry. I had just reached the entrance to the school when I suddenly heard a noise behind me. Dude! Lu Chen turned back. Only the man with glasses stood behind a small tree not far from the small fence. You're too conspicuous in this position. Change it. Lu Chen was instantly alert, touched his mask, and changed his position. Seeing Lu Xiaoyu from afar, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. I was about to greet them when I realized that many of the young parents around me had also moved. Lu Chen's heart tightened and he quickly walked towards Lu Xiaoyu. Although Lu Chen was tightly equipped, he was still noticed by Lu Xiaoyu from afar. Poop! I'm here! Lu Xiaoyu shouted, but it didn't matter. But the surrounding paparazzi and young parents were all startled. The crowd looked around. Where is Lu Chen? Who saw Lu Chen? The man with the glasses even came out from behind the tree. Not caring about anything else, Lu Chen hurriedly walked towards Lu Xiaoyu and led her towards the car. The class teacher, Li Ming, realized that something was wrong and rushed forward to stop it. Who are you? Li Ming was shocked and quickly stepped forward to pull Lu Chen. What are you going to do to you? Security. Lu Chen hurriedly took off his sunglasses mask. Li Ming was dumbfounded. Mr. Lu, you, how do you? Without waiting for Li Ming to ask any further questions, the students' parents and the paparazzi swarmed around them. Mr. Lu, we're from Gunstar Entertainment. Do you have any intention of signing a debut with us? Mr. Lu, may I ask if you composed all of Mr. Chen's songs? Mr. Lu, can you talk about your educational philosophy? Lu Chen hugged Lu Xiaoyu tightly and passed through the crowd, with paparazzi, reporters and parents trailing along. It wasn't until Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu got into the car, accompanied by the car's taillights getting further and further away, that the people all had a disappointed and pitying expression. The glasses guy didn't press the shutter once the entire time. He was shocked. Buddy, is surprisingly Lu Chen. Lu Chen took his business card. Evening. During dinner, Chen Gozhuang received a phone call and came back with a grave face. Lu Chen, are you hiding something from me? Lu Chen's eyes dodged. No, what can I have to do? Lu Xiaoyu had been unhappy when she got home, and at this time she directly shouted, Pupa, you're lying. Pupa is unhappy today because of those weird aunts and uncles. Chen Goro was a bit distressed and went up and asked, why didn't you tell me? Lu Chen sighed. I didn't want you to worry, did I? Chen Goro raised her cell phone and handed the screen to Lu Chen. It's all over the internet about you right now, so check it out. Lu Chen shot a curious glance. Lu Chen has no one in sight and an extremely bad attitude. Lu Chen is bullying and disrespecting the teachers. Lu Chen drove dangerously and nearly hit a pedestrian. Chen Goro looked at Lu Chen worriedly. However, he saw Lu Chen actually laugh out loud. You're still in the mood to laugh? Chen Gaiyang was filled with worry. Lu Chen pointed at the screen. Look at this person, cursing with these editors here. It's quite interesting. Chen Goro drew back his cell phone. No blame on his face. All heartache. Lu Chen, why don't we just change UU school? You have to pick up UU every day. This will have a negative impact on you, and with something like this, you will be affected too. Before Lu Chen could say anything, Lu Xiaoyu was a bit unhappy. Mr. Li Ming and my classmates are very nice to me. I'm very happy at school. I don't want to change schools. Chen Goro's eyes softened as he reached out and touched Lu Xiaoyu's head. You be good. There will be new teachers and classmates at the new school. Lu Xiaoyu lowered her head, obviously not too happy. Lu Chen's nose was sore. Or let's just forget it. Maybe it'll be fine after this past while? Chen Goro shook her head and refused. No, what if you can't get through? Now that Yu is only in second grade, she's easily influenced by her environment. Chen Gaiyang comforted Lu Xiaoyu. Yu, listen to your mother. She will arrange a good school for you, and there will be good teachers and classmates as well. Lu Xiaoyu glanced at Lu Chen, and then at the eager Chen Gozhuang. Then, I'll listen to Puppy. Chapter 86, Mom and Dad don't want to regret it for the rest of their lives. During the few days of searching for a school for Lu Xiaoyu, Chen Gezhang was also busy. While worrying about Lu Xiaoyu, the company side could not be idle. Chen Ling's The Wind Rises is bursting at the seams, and now is the time to strike while the iron is hot. Zhao Xinzhen's new song came out and soon after it went online. It rushed to the 24th position on the new songs chart. For a newcomer, such an achievement is already quite rare. After all, the debut time is still relatively short, and should still settle down for a while. Most of Chen Gaoyan's energy was still focused on Star Entertainment's Little Heavenly King and Little Heavenly Queen program. The main promotion of the Little Heavenly King, Fangwen, and the Little Heavenly Queen, Lin Qian. The new song is still in the process of production. In order to make sure that nothing goes wrong, Chen Gozhuan almost the whole follow-up. Despite the busyness, the company continues to grow steadily, until a new school was found. Lu Chen continued to pick up and drop off Lu Xiaolu, in order not to delay the study, often leave early and return late, but even so will inevitably meet the paparazzi and reporters. Security has also been stepped up at the school, but the school can't afford to deploy too many teachers for one student, and in the end it's just a drop in the bucket. Looking at the end of the school day, the man with the glasses from before saw Lu Chen. Lu, buddy. Lu Chen instinctively wanted to go. The glasses man put away the camera, which put Lu Chen at ease. The man with the glasses lowered his voice. Lu, picking up the kids? Aha. Then you'd better not go over there now. These reporters in the open are fronts. There are quite a few more in the shadows. Lu Chen's heart tightened as he asked, "You have a solution?" The man with the glasses nodded and gestured an 8 with his hand. "Brother Lu, don't worry. I guarantee that it's worth every penny." The man with glasses was solemn. Lu Chen understood it by heart. $800 was transferred, and the man with the glasses blushed. "Brother Lu, it's all about living. I have to eat here too, don't I? Show some understanding." Lu Chen whispered, "You better be a professional. Absolutely professional." The man with the glasses tilted his body and gave an okay in the direction behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked along, before a man with a figure extremely similar to his in the distance immediately put on sunglasses and a mask. Immediately after that, the man with the glasses shouted, "There's Lu Chen." While shouting, the man with glasses rushed up. "Lu Chen? Where?" "Over there." "Lu Chen is running away. Hurry up and chase after him." The other paparazzi and reporters caught wind of the situation, and the entrance to the school was a lot bleaker all of a sudden. Lu Chen then realized that there were so many reporters around. I saw the escaping Lu Chen climbed over the wall and walked away with an athletic posture. It's not money spent in vain. Elementary school entrance. Seeing that the second grade team was about to come out, Lu Chen was ready to go up and pick up the kids. I thought that the glasses man has led the reporters away, so I did not wear a mask, but the result is that the parents stopped to sign a photo. "Sorry, I have to pick up the kids." Lu Chen politely refused. The group pulled Lu Chen. "Mr. Lu, we've been waiting for days. Please, it won't be late." Yeah, we've been waiting for days. "Mr. Lu, we're all fans of the song Diva and really like you." Lu Chen was somewhat helpless, so he had to agree. Lu Xiaolu followed the class line out of the school gate, and a man wearing a sunglasses mask approached Lu Xiaolu. You, hello?" Lu Xiaolu instinctively took 2 steps back. The man took off his mask and sunglasses. "Don't be afraid. I'm your father called to pick you up from school." Lu Xiaolu was wary. "Why didn't my poop come to pick me up himself?" The man gave a beat, and quickly said, Your father is busy. Let me come to pick you up first." Seeing that the man was about to get his hands on her, Lu Xiaolu hurriedly ran to her classmate and her classmate's father. The classmate's father was aware of Lu Xiaolu, and when he saw how flustered Lu Xiaolu was, he looked at the man with an unkind face. "What are you?" I was entrusted by Lu Chen to pick up Lu Xiaolu." "Ah." Lu Xiaolu hurriedly said, "You're lying. Papa wouldn't let a stranger pick me up." The classmate's father frowned and shouted in the direction of the security room. "Security, there's an unidentified officer here." When the man heard it, he hurriedly explained, I really am entrusted by Lu Chen." The man's mind became even more panicked as he watched the security guard get closer and closer. I'm really Lu Chen." The man looked anxious, turned and ran straight away. The classmate's father saw the situation and called the police. Immediately afterward, he said to Lu Xiaolu, "Little friend, go to the doorman and wait for your father. Don't leave until you see him." Lu Xiaolu nodded heavily and followed the security guard back to the doorman. Lu Chen quickly arrived at the janitor's office. Lu Xiaolu ran all the way and jumped into Lu Chen's arms. Lu Chen thought it was a surprise, but he felt that Lu Xiaolu was trembling a little, so he picked her up. Lu Chen frowned. You, what's going on? A stranger just tried to take you away." Luckily there was a classmate's dad and the security uncle. Lu Chen's complexion changed, far from expecting things to develop to this point. Now that I think about it, the fan who stopped him was suspicious. On the way home, Lu Xiaolu sat in the back row looking at Lu Chen's gloomy expression in the rearview mirror. You, Daddy might really have to transfer you to another school." Lu Xiaolu lowered her head and tightly hugged her book bag. "But, I don't want to change schools. I understand that you is attached to her teachers and classmates, but Daddy can't wear sunglasses and a mask every day to pick you up from school and after school." Lu Chen glanced at Lu Xiaolu with heartache. That man today. I'm not sure if he's really a bad guy, but you're definitely in danger if you continue to go to school here. And dad is responsible for your safety. That's non-negotiable. Lu Xiaolu's head lowered even deeper and murmured. Okay, I'll listen to Papa. Lu Chen's expression moved. You, this is daddy and mommy's problem. Don't worry, we will find you a good school. Lu Xiaolu nodded and stopped talking the entire time. After returning home, Lu Xiaolu behaved herself and went back to her house to write her homework, but she was obviously a bit distracted. And sure enough, when Lu Chen checked her homework, he even found a lot of mistakes. Lu Chen knew that Lu Xiaolu was in a bad mood because she was transferring to another school, so he didn't dwell on the issue of homework. Dad can be assured of you in other matters, but you are the most important person to mom and dad. We dare not gamble on you. We will regret it for the rest of our lives if anything goes wrong with you. Lu Xiaolu listened obediently and nodded heavily. Poop. I know. I'm willing to change schools. Lu Xiaolu was unhappy, and Lu Chen's heart ached immensely. It was at this point that he came to the realization that, being born again, he thought that if he was happy with his education everything would be fine, but in reality there were still a lot of problems that he needed to deal with. Chen Rhythm came back late. Lu Xiaolu heard the commotion and immediately rushed out from the bedroom to hug Chen Rhythm. Mama, I promised to change schools. Chen Guoro was first shocked and then looked at Lu Chen in confusion. Lu Chen smiled reluctantly. Yu is very understanding. Chen Guiyang looked at Lu Xiaolu again, and without waiting for her to ask, Lu Xiaolu immediately said, Puppy has made it clear to me that I don't want to worry Mama and Puppy. Chen Guoro's eyes welled up with tears as she hugged Lu Xiaolu. Lu Xiaolu muttered, Mama, can I sleep with you and Daddy? Chapter 87, even 5 days a week of separation is separation. The next day, Lu Chen gave Lu Xiaolu a vacation. Yesterday's matter Lu Chen didn't make a big deal, but it was still known by the principal, so the principal's phone call came to Lu Chen's cell phone early in the morning. Mr. Lu, I'm very sorry about Lu Xiaolu. How is Lu Xiaolu's situation now? Lu Chen glanced at Lu Xiaolu, who was eating, and smiled slightly. Headmaster doesn't need to blame himself. Yu is alright now. The school's security is in place. We're all very satisfied. This matter has nothing to do with the school in the end. It's just that it's not a good idea to keep going on like this, so we're still going to let you go to boarding school, so I hope you'll understand. The principal's tone was a bit regretful, but he still responded. Lu Xiaolu is a very good classmate. We are also very sorry and thank Mr. Lu for his understanding. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before hanging up. After dinner, Lu Chen held the two cell phones in front of Lu Xiaolu and raised them. There's no other mission today. How about we go up to Starburst as father and daughter? Lu Xiaolu's expression, which was originally a bit downcast, instantly perked up. Yeah, Star Entertainment. Mr. Chen, I've compared a few of the boarding schools you asked me to look for, and this small elementary school is very good in terms of school environment, teacher strength, and accommodations, and this is the school's information. Lin Shi continued after handing over the information she had found to Chen Guiyang. I've been to the school and it's basically as described. I've taken some photos and have sent them to you. After doing so, Lindsay asked tentatively, Mr. Chen, with all due respect, boarding school students basically only go home on Saturdays and Sundays. Is Mr. Lu willing to give up? Chen Guoro sighed long and hard. There's no way to not give up. You can't just pick up and drop off Lu Xiaolu all like you're a thief. Chen Guiyang put away the information. You've done well. How are Fong Wen and Lin Xianxian? Lin Shi said, the creative department is preparing a new track for 2 people, but it's been sniped by a few other entertainment companies recently, and now it's hitting a bottleneck. Chen Guoro nodded. Got it. You go down first. I'll call you if there's something. After 2 days of playing with Lu Xiaolu at home, Lu Xiaolu's state finally recovered quite a bit. Knowing that Lu Xiaolu was unhappy, Chen Guizhuang purposely ended her company work early and went home. It was completely dark after the family had played half a day's worth of games. Chen Guoro took out the posters of the new school and the photos taken by Lin Shi and handed them to Lu Xiaolu and Lu Chen. This is the new school environment. See if you like it? Lu Chen's eyes moved. He originally wanted to comfort Lu Xiaolu properly, but he realized that really at this moment he actually felt a strong sense of reluctance as well. Lu Xiaolu was very understanding and took it back from Chen Guizhuang's hand to look at it carefully. The new school is great. I love it. Chen Guiyang pondered for a long time and finally said, the school is closed management, and you can only go home on Saturdays and Sundays every week. Lu Xiaolu's eyes snapped open, and her eyes quickly looked towards Lu Chen with a strong sense of unwillingness. I don't want to leave Puppy. Lu Xiaolu hugged Lu Chen tightly, as if she was afraid that Lu Chen would run away. Lu Chen's nose was sore, and he was also a bit reluctant to give up. In the last parting, Lu Chen regretted immensely, and in this life, her daughter came back with great difficulty, and she had to part again, which Lu Chen could not accept. Chen Gaoyan's nose was equally sore. After Lu Xiaoyu's sentence about not being able to let go, there was no word mama. Yeah, it was only then that Chen Gaoyan reacted. Even on Saturdays and Sundays when they got alone, she barely had much with Lu Xiaoyu. 7 days a week. If she didn't travel, she would basically only be able to spend time with Lu Xiaoyu at night. Before she was with Lu Chen, Lu Xiaoyu had long gotten used to having only Lu Chen. Compared to herself, Lu Xiaoyu's feelings for Lu Chen were obviously a few points deeper. It has nothing to do with the school. It's just her. On the third day, it was finally time for Lu Xiaoyu to go to school. Chen Guoro drove the car, and Lu Chen was in the backseat making sure of various things with Lu Xiaoyu over and over again. There's actually no difference between living in a dormitory and being at home. At home you're with your poopers, and living in a dormitory you're with your classmates. It's the same. You have to take care of drinking lots of hot water. I've put the water cup inside the little book bag for you, and although the weather is still hot, you have to be careful to cover up at night, and make sure you eat a lot. If the school food isn't good you tell Dad, and he'll make it and bring it to you. And, when we arrived at the school, the principal himself greeted us at the school gate. Looking at the school in front of him, Lu Chen felt straight to his heart. Chen Gaoyan talked to the principal about the precautions to be taken, while Lu Chen repeatedly checked Lu Xiaoyu's room. Since it is an upscale private school, tuition is expensive and it does a great job with accommodations. A 2-room dormitory with a separate bathroom and even a small living room. Lu Chen deliberately focused on the wet and dry washroom. The maximum temperature of the water heater was at 40 degrees, which reassured Lu Chen. Children don't have skin like adults, and if they develop burns they are very troublesome. Lu Chen packed Lu Xiaoyu's things without stopping for a moment. Chen Guoro understood that Lu Chen was trying to keep himself busy, so he wouldn't have time to be sad. Even though Chen Gaoyan had already instructed everything in detail, Lu Chen still gave all kinds of explanations to the principal and the hostel aunts in charge of the accommodation, and exchanged contact information. Finally, the parting came. Lu Xiaoyu was very reluctant to give up and hid herself inside the quilt and cried. Lu Chen also reddened his eyes, and Chen Guoro was even more afraid to get down in the car, for fear that his emotions would surge and he would be unable to give up. Chen Guoro realized that he was actually a bit unkind to Lu Xiaoyu. On the way back, Chen Gaoyan leaned against the passenger side, her eyes looking at the rumors, tears wetting her collar. The atmosphere in the car was depressing. Lu Chen tried his best to suppress his emotions and drove in silence. He understood that at this point in time, anyone could be in a bad mood but him. Finally, at a very long stoplight, Chen Gaoyan turned his head. Lu Chen, shouldn't I be on the Mom's Not Home show? If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have gotten so much attention, and you would have been able to stay in public school, and we'd be just like we were before. Lu Chen grabbed Chen Guoro's hand. At this time, anything he said was futile. He could only try his best to comfort Chen Guoro with this physical contact. Chen Guoro turned back, full of self-reproach. She couldn't help but feel that all of the things that had happened were her fault, and Lu Chen hadn't blamed her half-heartedly. Regardless of how the face of the questioning, regardless of what others say, even if eating soft rice, family cook, relying on women or these words said into the ears of Lu Chen, he is still joking like a spontaneous smile. Chen Guoran was difficult in that she understood that Lu Chen was not without talent. He had it, and even his talent was not below her own. Now that she thought about it, Lu Chen's eyes were full of her and Lu Xiaoyu, and did she really dare to say that her eyes were full of Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu? Chen Guizhuan couldn't help but think of a remark that netizens had made back then, that she was full of nothing but career. Lu Chen, I'm sorry. Lu Chen looked sideways and smiled slightly. Fool, how could I be mad at you? No need to apologize to me. For some reason, Chen Gaiyang felt a lot more relaxed all of a sudden. Lu Chen, Yu is in school. Do you want to come to the company to help me? Lu Chen was silent for 2 seconds. Tell me more. Chen Guoro nodded slightly. She understood that Lu Chen was afraid of joining the workforce. In case Lu Xiaoyu was on vacation, he would not be able to spare the time. The green light came on and Lu Chen started the car. Chapter 88, Chen Gaiyang's difficulties. The day passed many days. Lu Xiaoyu gradually familiarized herself with the residential life. Lu Chen still kept his family and did not go to work in Chen Guizhuang's company, while Chen Guizhuang worked hard almost every day in order not to miss Lu Xiaoyu so much. Over this time, Star Entertainment has grown steadily. The internet is still hot at the moment with Wind Up and Unstoppable. Such success has also made many investors optimistic about Star Entertainment. It is for this reason that Star Entertainment is still recognized as a dark horse in the entertainment market today. But gradually, difficult problems also found their way to Chen Gaiyang. The four entertainment companies have arranged solo special songs for their company's little kings and queens before Star Entertainment. After these special songs were launched, they were quickly liked by the netizens, especially for Black Gold Entertainment. The news of Lee Star's donation to the poverty-stricken area has saved a lot of roadkill for it. Immediately following the release of Li Xingxing's new personal song, lyrics and music are big names, rightly so that Li Xingxing's song Back to the Top 10 list completely removed the no-strength image. But these news didn't make Chen Gozhuang disorganize herself. After all, to be healthy, it has always depended on the hard power of individuals, not the bad luck of their peers. Star Entertainment Conference. Chen Gaiyang paused the video, his face not looking very good. No, the effect still doesn't work. This kind of song is totally insufficient. What Fong Wen and Yi Qianqian need is a good song that can raise the curiosity level, not this kind of in-place song. Staying put now is tantamount to taking a step backward. The people in the creative department looked at me and looked at you, and none of them dared to answer. Xin Shui was worried. Mr. Chen, with all due respect, the Wind Rises and Unstoppable have too much influence, and the market is now paying attention to us, and with the big four entertainment companies sniping at us pretty hard, this is the best music we can come up with at the moment. Chen Gaiyang's eyes moved slightly. What Xin Shui said was not unreasonable. The steps taken by the Wind Rises and Unstoppable were too big, and the market is sure to take a high demand for Star Entertainment's follow-ups as well. It's not something that can be accomplished by the creative department working overtime. Come home from work. Chen Guorou had wanted to look for Lu Chen, but found that Lu Chen was somewhat depressed in his consciousness. Since Lu Xiaolu went to boarding school, Lu Chen has basically been in a state of moping from Monday to Friday, and sometimes when he chats about Lu Xiaolu, he doesn't even feel like eating. Only on Saturdays and Sundays, when Lu Xiaolu came home, did Lu Chen's mental state seem quite a bit better. Seeing this, Chen Guorou did not want to trouble Lu Chen. She also knew that she wouldn't be able to write anything good in such a state, and there was no need to let Lu Chen get annoyed with herself. And she felt more and more that the first few songs, maybe Lu Chen had come out thick and thin, and it might not be so easy to write another one. Chen Gaiyang was suddenly alert. Starting from Auspicious 3 Treasure to the current The Wind Rises, one seemed to be relying on Lu Chen more and more. The competitive spirit in her body couldn't help but start acting up, and Chen Guorou looked at Lu Chen with a crossed heart. You give so much to your family and take such good care of it. It's my job to fight my career. I can't always ask for your help. With this in mind, Chen Gaiyang walked straight towards the bedroom. Isn't it just a new song that can raise the bar? Isn't that how it's been done before? If she could do it before, she must be able to do it now. Lu Chen sat on the sofa, a bit rushed, and from time to time, he even looked back in the direction of the bedroom. What's wrong with Chen Gaiyang? Why are you looking at yourself so much? 2 months passed in a flash. Chen Guorou originally worried that Lu Chen would be depressed in his consciousness due to Lu Xiaoyu's absence, but now he found that this was not the case. As Lu Xiaoyu gradually stabilized at school, Lu Chen began to find something to do at home. Sometimes I go online and chat. Sometimes I stay by myself and watch a movie. Things didn't fall through the cracks at home. Chen Guorou was quite relieved. She didn't ask Lu Chen to be able to earn money, as long as Lu Chen was able to find his own things to do. However, Lu Chen realized that Chen Guorou went home later and later, and was very tired every day. He asked Chen Gozhuang, and Chen Gozhuang tended to look the other way and not say why. Star Entertainment. Chen Gozhuang changed back into a stately business suit, wearing a competent ponytail and only light makeup on her face. Fong Wen and Lin Qianqian's new songs are middle of the road and don't stand out in the current Little King competition, which makes Chen Goran very anxious. The eyes of the public are now on Star Entertainment. Failure to excel means regression, and many wonder if Star Entertainment has run out of steam. Lindsay walked into the office, her footsteps eager. Mr. Chen, Fong Wen and Lin Qianqian's rankings have dropped another 2 notches. Chen Gaiyang held his forehead, annoyed. Keep falling like this, and in less than half a month, this wave of little divas and divas may be missed. A hot song must be found as soon as possible as an opportunity for Fong Wen and Lin Qianqian to quickly raise the heat. Lin, she tentatively asked. Mr. Chen, is it possible for us to greet some of the entertainment media and ask them to add the reputation of the Little Heavenly King and Little Heavenly Queen to their coverage of the two? This slows down the public's line of sight, and also gives us some time to gain some momentum. Chen Gaiyang shook his head no. This way must have Fong Wen and Lin Qianqian have representative songs. Now there is nothing. In case we can't get it out, it will be even more ugly. Lin, she stopped speaking. She was only a secretary assistant. The person who really took the idea was still Chen Guorou. Chen Guorou sighed a long sigh, and her gaze unconsciously fell on Lu Chen's avatar. Looking for Lu Chen? As soon as the idea appeared, it was quickly suppressed by Chen Guorhythm. Lu Chen's current state of mind had just stabilized, and it was questionable whether he could write a good song. and she didn't want to continue to trouble Lu Chen. Black Gold Entertainment. Zhao Vida was in a very happy mood, and his eyes were a little more kind. Star I really didn't misjudge you. Zhao Vida didn't mince words of praise. This time, you have suppressed Star Entertainment's Fongwen, and have secured the chair of the Little Heavenly King. What kind of reward do you want? Li Xingxing smiled a fake smile and said with a face full of currying favor. This is all my part. Besides we, Black Gold Entertainment, are one of the 4 major entertainment companies. It's only right that we should be able to suppress a Star Entertainment. I don't dare to be greedy. If it wasn't for Mr. Zhao's teachings and Queen Li's relationship, I wouldn't have been able to progress so quickly. Zhao Vida and Li Xiaolu looked at each other and were very flattered. In Zhao Vida's opinion, as long as he was able to overwhelm Star Entertainment, he was happy. In Li Xiaolu's opinion, as long as Chen Gaoyan was not in pain, she was in pain. It's just that this morning fishing song doesn't know who it is until now. It's a headache. A hint of worry passed between Zhao Vida's eyebrows. Li Xiaolu laughed contemptuously. I guess it's just a flash in the pan. The probability is that Chen Gozhuang is not familiar with it. Or else why hasn't Chen Gozhuang come up with a single song up to now? Zhao Vida's brows stretched and he laughed. Right on. 21:30. Once again, Chen Gozhuang arrived home very late. After finishing his meal, he hurried back to his room. How meticulous was Lu Chen? How could he not see that Chen Goro was not in the right mood? Before, he knew that Chen Goro was good and strong, but in the long run, Lu Chen couldn't help but worry. Chapter 89. How can you be in charge of both the inside and the outside? Lu Chen stood quietly outside the bedroom door. She was about to go in and talk to Chen Goro, but she heard the sound of Chen Goro on the phone coming from inside the house. How's it going with Lu Wei? $500,000? Okay, $500,000 is $500,000. When the situation is like this, give up the child to catch the wolf. Well, you send me the information. Only after Chen Gaoyan hung up the phone did Lu Chen step inside. Chen Gaoyan was startled and asked offhandedly, how did you get in here? Lu Chen was full of doubts. I came back to sleep. Have you been working too much lately? Why are you reacting so much? Chen Gaoyan secretly sighed in relief and asked tentatively, how long have you been standing outside the door? The corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly. His smile gentle. Just arrived. Why are you so nervous? Wife, are you hiding something from me? Chen Goro instantly became alert and stumbled in response. No. Lu Chen didn't pursue the matter and directly got under the covers. Chen Goro secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Lu Chen hadn't found out just yet. In the early morning, Lu Chen opened his eyes. Chen Gaoyan was still asleep, his nose snoring softly. Lu Chen gingerly got up from the bed and carefully picked up Chen Gaoyan's cell phone. Chen Goro was a good and strong person. For her to choose to spend money on a song, she must have encountered a problem. Putting on his headphones, Lu Chen listened to Lu Wei's song over and over again twice. His brows slightly furrowed. The song is extremely well written, and the creator's skills are evident. However, it is clear that the lyrics were done entirely according to the creator's own preferences and habits, and were not customized for a specific singer. Alas, this strong wife of mine. Lu Chen opened the music software and listened carefully to the songs that Fong Wen and Lin Xianxian had sung a few times. The lyrics of these songs are good, but they don't exactly fit Fong Wen and Lin Xianxian's style and vocal range. For singers, an exclusive style is extremely important, and people like a singer largely because they are attracted by the style. Lu Chen glanced back at Chen Goro, a little heartbroken. Lu Xiaolu arrived at the boarding school, and if she herself is not happy, Chen Gaoyan must not feel good either. After doing all this, Lu Chen silently put the cell phone back in its original position and lightly returned to the bed. It wasn't until Chen Gaoyan left for work that Lu Chen came to the computer. Chen Gozhuang had always thought that Lu Chen didn't know the account Morning Fishing Song, but once The Wind Rises was released, Lu Chen noticed it. Based on the vocal characteristics of Fong Wen and Lin Xianxian, Lu Chen created 2 songs and registered the copyright to upload them. Just as he was about to shut down his computer, a flood of private messages suddenly flooded his mailbox. Big brother, you've released a new song. It's so good. It's a masterpiece. Big brother, I'll give you $100,000. Can we talk about cooperation? I'm Zhao Vida from Black Gold Entertainment. We're willing to pay $300,000. What do you think? I'm from Gangnam Shang Entertainment. The price is negotiable, but we'd like to know about the full version. At this moment, inside Star Entertainment, Chen Gaoyan was presiding over a meeting. My idea is simple. We are in dire need of new songs, quality new songs. Since the creative department can't come up with them, go buy them. There should definitely be no delay in releasing Fong Wen and Lin Xianxian's new song. Chen Go Rhythm knew in his heart that Star Entertainment, as a new entertainment company that had just taken shape, had neither a small heavenly king nor a small heavenly queen, not to mention a heavenly king and heavenly queen level superstar. Chen Ling's The Wind Rises is strong, but with only young new singers to back it up. It's nowhere near as dominant as the veteran singers in the competition. Qin Shui, as the head of the creative department, was somewhat afraid to look directly at Chen Gaiyang's gaze. As Chen Gaiyang's subordinate, she had some understanding of Chen Gaiyang's character. Never choose to pay for a song until you have to. Qin Shui, the creative department is too conservative right now. We're an emerging company, and the creative department is the root of a singer's strength, so you must pay attention to it. Qin Shui hurriedly stated. Mr. Chen, the creative department has been searching for powerful creators on the internet, but they haven't been able to find any suitable ones, I think. Before the words were finished, Lindsay rushed into the conference room in a panic, and shouted, Mr. Chen, Good Songs Morning Fishing Song has released a new song. 2 songs at once. Chen Guoro and Qin Shui looked at each other with doubts in their eyes. The others here also knew about the Morning Fishing Song and their eyes all lit up. Zhou Yang from the propaganda department hurriedly said, Mr. Chen, Morning Rising Fishing Song has worked with us on The Wind Rises. The response was particularly good. We are the only company that has worked with him. This is a big advantage. Others chimed in. Yeah, Morning Fishing Song hasn't released a song in a long time, and this time it's suddenly online, so it must be a gem. Exactly 2 songs. If we can take them, Fong Wen and Lin Xianxian's problem will be solved. Mr. Chen, why don't you hurry up and talk to Morning Fishing Song? Chen Gurouge couldn't sit still any longer. Lu Chen released a new song? How come she doesn't know anything about it? She couldn't keep up with the meeting and hurried back to the office with Lin Xi. When I opened the website, I saw 2 new songs posted by Morning Fishing Songs, namely Actor and Invisible Wings. Chen Gazhang also noted that the copyrights of both songs had already been registered. Lin Xi muttered in a low voice. Mr. Chen, Mr. Lu even knows how to register copyrights? Chen Guoro was similarly filled with surprise. Lu Chen had refreshed her perceptions time and time again. In her impression, Lu Chen had always been a person who was preoccupied with taking care of his family and didn't know much about external affairs. But then Lu Chen's performance in lyrics and arrangements had already shocked her, and she didn't expect that he would even know about song copyrights now. Call Qin Shui here, Chen Gaiyang ordered. Qin Shui had long been impatient when she heard Lu Chen send the video. Chen Gaiyang showed the lyrics to Qin Shui and then played the audio. After listening to the complete song, Chen Gaiyang and Qin Shui were too shocked to speak. As the heads of the company's highly touted Little Heavenly Kings and Little Heavenly Queens, they were more than familiar with the singing styles of Fong Wen and Lin Xianxian. These 2 songs, it's almost like they were made for them. Mr. Chen, this is too perfect. Qin Shui's voice trembled with excitement. Once these 2 songs are online, they'll definitely explode. Chen Gaiyang nodded. Actor and Invisible Wings are very different in style from The Wind Rises, with each of the 3 songs containing unique emotions. These 2 songs are completely below The Wind Rises. Qin Shui, step up your preparations on your side. Qin Shui nodded her head in a hurry. I'll go make arrangements. Chen Gaiyang sighed in relief. The gloom on her face swept away, but just as she was about to call Lu Chen, she suddenly stopped. Once the excitement had passed, Chen Guoro's heart was inexplicably a bit unpleasant. Didn't we agree that the man is the man and the woman is the woman? How come Lu Chen is now in charge of both the internal and external affairs? Chapter 90, Invisible Wings goes online and sits on a rocket. For the first time in 2 months, Chen Gozhuang ended work early and made it home before the sunset. She didn't immediately question Lu Chen, but just stood quietly, her gaze fixed on him. Lu Chen noticed Chen Guoro's gaze and asked somewhat uncomfortably, Honey, what are you staring at me for? Chen Gaiyang slowly walked forward, his eyes narrowing slightly. How did you know that Morning Fishing Song was the account I registered for you? The corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose, his smile warm and genial. Guess, it's not hard to guess the name. I thought it was you right away. Chen Gozhuang then pursued the question. What about the actor in Invisible Wings? Lu Chen's eyes flicked upwards, pretending to be relaxed. Those 2 songs? Ah, they were just suddenly inspired and written with feeling. How about that? Do you think your husband I'm particularly talented? Chen Guoro directly reached out and turned off the gas, turning around and directly pressing Lu Chen to the dining table, her tone of voice urgent and with a few points of questioning. These 2 songs, you wrote them especially for me, didn't you? It's specially for Fong Wen and Lin Xianxian, isn't it? Lu Chen smiled somewhat embarrassedly and scratched his head. Yes, I knew I couldn't hide it from you La. Chen Guoro froze for a moment, her eyes slightly reddened, and her heart was full of mixed feelings. He wanted to say something, but he just quietly looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen gently touched Chen Gaiyang's head and said gently, legally speaking, this is also considered joint property of the couple. Besides, I'll just be writing the songs. It's up to you to make them really shine. Tears glistened in Chen Guo's eyes, and she understood that Lu Chen had done all of this silently because he had taken her feelings into consideration. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little too melodramatic, Lu Chen hurriedly ran to the pot, turned on the gas, and said with a smile, "If we keep moving like this pot of vegetables will be mushy, and then it won't be good." The next day, Chen Guozhuang hummed a little song and walked into the company beautifully. When the employees saw that Mr. Chen was in such a good mood, they were all relieved to follow suit, and the work atmosphere was much more relaxed. The busiest one is still Qin Shui, who has been working overtime all night for these two new songs, and finally rushed to hand the songs over to Fong Wen and Lin Xianxian today. These two have been a little freaked out themselves lately because they haven't had any new songs released and there's been a lot of fan chatter online. But they never expected that Chen Guiyang had actually prepared such a big surprise for them. Lin Xianxian got the song and only listened to a small part of it. She was so surprised that she couldn't keep her mouth shut. "Sister Qin, this song is practically tailor-made for me." Fong Wen also nodded his head repeatedly at the side. "Don't worry, Sister Qin, we will definitely practice well and live up to the expectations of Mr. Chen and the company." Qin Shui looked at their excitement and said with a smile, "These two songs were written by Morning Fishing Song, and it took Mr. Chen a lot of effort to get them for you, so you must perform well." "A morning fishing song written?" Fong Wen and Lin Xianxian's eyes widened almost simultaneously as they cried out in disbelief. They couldn't be more clear about how hot The Wind Rises was, and although Chen Ling's voice was perfectly suited to that song, everyone knew that it was also very crucial for the song to be a hit that the lyrics were well written. Thinking of this, the two looked at each other with confidence in their eyes. There won't be any problems with the songs written by Morning Fishing Song, and once these two songs are online, they're bound to create a frenzy in the entertainment industry. Meanwhile, the conference room of Black Gold Entertainment. At the conference table, Zhao Vida was all smiles and was gleefully praising Li Xingxing. "Let's congratulate Star Li. His new song has been very well received and is firmly in the top 10 of the charts. This is the result of everyone's joint efforts. It's worth celebrating." Li Xingxing hurriedly stood up with a humble smile on his face. "This is all thanks to everyone. I can't do it so well alone." Zhao Vida waved his hand. "Stars, don't be modest. If you have merit, you should be rewarded." The others on the stage, however, secretly exchanged glances, a hint of disdain flashing across their faces. Everyone understands in their hearts that Li Xingxing's song can enter the top 10 of the list, largely because of his previous donations. Earning a lot of roadkill, relying solely on his own strength, can be far from enough. Just as Li Xingxing was full of anticipation for Zhao Vida to announce what kind of reward he would be given, the secretary quietly walked over to Zhao Vida and handed over a tablet. At first, Zhao Vida's face was calm, but looking at it, the smile instantly disappeared and his face became very ugly. Li Xingxing's song had managed to climb to the 10th position on the new songs chart, and he was about to make another push up the chart when he was suddenly squeezed out. And the one that pushed him down was Star Entertainment's Lin Xianxian's just released new song, Invisible Wings. And the heat of the song is still soaring at a meaty rate. Zhao Vida took a look at the song's lyricist, and it was Morning Fishing Song. Zhao Vida's black face made your brother Li Xingxing notice that the atmosphere was not right, and his heart thumped with an ominous premonition. He quietly pulled his cell phone out from under the table to check it, and when he did, he was struck by lightning. Only Lin Xianxian's Invisible Wings hadn't been online for long before it directly rushed to the 10th, pushing him out of the list, and the momentum continued to climb upwards. Zhao Vida was so angry that his face turned red, and with a pop sound, he slammed the cup in his hand on the ground and roared, "Who can tell me what this morning fishing song is in the end?" The surrounding people were too scared to utter a single breath, and the conference room was dead silent. One song, The Wind Rises, is already hard to top, but I didn't realize that morning fishing songs would be two songs in one release this time, and they're both so good. How can they keep up? After the end of the meeting, Zhao Vida residual anger. In the vice president's office pacing back and forth, looking at Li Xingxing as the more he looked at the more unpleasant. "Get out of here. I don't want to see you now. Hurry up and get out." On the other hand, Invisible Wings went online like a heavy bomb, quickly making waves on music platforms, directly occupying a high position of 9th on the charts. But this is just the beginning. Pooh then roared back like a rocket and went straight to the 4th spot on the list. The internet instantly exploded. Star Entertainment has a new song. It's going to dominate the charts. Invisible Wings is so good, so go listen to it. It's really great. Who the hell is this morning fishing song? He writes such amazing songs. Lin Xianxian. This strength simply has the potential of a diva. Zhao Vida looked at the comments, and the anger in his heart grew hotter and hotter. He turned to his secretary and said, "Quick, hurry up and find someone to brush up the charts for me. Make sure to get Li Xingxing's song back in the charts." At all costs. The secretary shook her head helplessly. Mr. Chen, Li Xingxing's team is already brushing it up, but now it can only stay at 7th on the new songs chart, and can't go any higher. And in Star Entertainment, Chen Guiyang was leisurely drinking tea and enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. Lin Shi ran in with a face full of excitement, her footsteps much lighter than usual. Mr. Chen, this is the latest data for Invisible Wings. Our previous publicity campaign was particularly effective. Moreover, we don't even need to publicize ourselves. Many people have already started to call Lin Xianxian as the new generation little diva, and all the media are preparing to report on her. Chen Guo heard this, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. She knew that such titles as Little Diva and Little Heavenly King were never given by the company itself, but were the public's recognition of a strong singer. With such a title, it's only natural that Lin Xianxian's curiosity rises. In Lin Xianxian's studio, the agent and his assistant are busy, but their faces are full of excitement. Lin Xianxian herself, faced with this sudden and huge attention, is somewhat overwhelmed and even a bit flattered. There has been a lot of attention, but she has always kept her feet on the ground and worked hard, one step at a time. But this time, so much attention and honor came at once. It still caught her a little off guard. The agent excitedly hugged Lin Xianxian and said with a big smile, "My little ancestor, do you know when your announcements are all lined up now?" The assistant was even more excited and shouted, "Ha ha ha, I'm going to be busy, ha ha ha." Chapter 91, Lin Xianxian finally becomes a little diva. After Lin Xianxian exploded in popularity, the notices and invitations kept coming, and according to Qin Guliang's plan, her appearance fee also rose sharply. Even so, no organizer is too expensive. After all, Lin Xianxian is a walking traffic code nowadays, and anyone who wants to hold on to this money tree. Everything was steadily developing according to Chen Gezhao's plan. Lu Chun, who was the first contributor, also received a series of flying kiss emojis from Chen Guo. On the flip side, Black Gold Entertainment is not having such a good time with Victor Chiu. In order to brush Li Xingxing's song on the charts, the company smashed in a lot of money, and the result was that the ranking not only didn't go up, but fell to the 8th on the new songs chart. Such a result is difficult for Zhao Vida to accept. Full of anger is nowhere to vent. So much so that Li Xingxing was so scared that he did not even dare to enter Zhao Vida's office. To make matters worse, negative news against Black Gold Entertainment on the internet is also festering like crazy. What's going on with Li Xingxing? First he was crushed by a newcomer from Star Entertainment, and now he's being rubbed on the ground by the little diva Lin Xianxian? Does he have real skills or not? Li Xingxing's songs are also written by big names. How come there's such a big gap between them and Lin Xianli's songs? It seems that the same little diva is also a little diva. This level is also uneven. In the face of these comments, Zhao Vida's face grew more and more somber. After a long silence, Zhao Vida dialed a phone. "Hello, Mr. Lu?" Zhao Vida's voice was low and depressing. On the other end of the phone, it was Lu Lei from 123 Entertainment who answered. "Mr. Lu, you must have heard about the new song Invisible Wings released by Star Entertainment's Lin Xianxian, right?" Lu Lei's tone was equally bad. The rise of Star Entertainment during this period of time had not only suppressed Black Gold Entertainment, but had also caused them, 123 Entertainment, to feel the pressure. "Mr. Zhao, let's just open up and talk. Who doesn't know about Invisible Wings now? It's on fire." Zhao Vida's expression became gloomy, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. Star Entertainment's momentum is getting stronger every day. They don't even look at us veteran entertainment companies in the eye now. We at Black Gold Entertainment will still let our artists release songs next, but with just our family. We can't stop Lin Xianxian from becoming the little diva that she truly deserves to be. Lu Lei was silent for a moment and had to admit that what Zhao Vida said was true. Invisible Wings song quality is excellent, and the powerful publicity of Star Entertainment, the heat remains high. The speed of the list is amazing, and quickly topped the charts. Chen Guo is a smart person. She definitely knows how to further push Lin Xianxian to a higher position. So, we at Black Gold Entertainment need to join forces with 123 Entertainment. Mr. Lu, what do you think? Zhao Vida threw out an olive branch of cooperation. The other side. After Invisible Wings exploded in popularity, Chen Gezhang knew that for Lin Xianxian, who was in the upswing of her career, appearing on a variety show was the perfect opportunity to increase her exposure. Chen Guoliang decisively arranges for Lin Xianxian to join a popular variety show, The Sound. The variety show, which focuses on a new generation of powerful singers collaborating with veteran singers in a chorus, is undoubtedly an unparalleled platform for the fast-developing Lin Xianxian, which means that she has the opportunity to be favored and mentored by veteran singers. Backstage at The Sound and the Fury program, even though Chen Guo had already taken care of everything for Lin Xianxian in advance, She was still nervous as a first-timer, her eyes looking around. "You're Lin Xianxian?" A gentle voice came from behind. Lin Xianxian turned her head back, only to see an elegant woman standing there. Feng Fei, a famous female singer at the same time as Chen Gezhang, is now a diva in the singing world. In order to ensure that Lin Xianxian's performance this time ended smoothly, Chen Guliang specially contacted Feng Fei in advance and asked her to take care of her. "Aren't you a little nervous?" Feng Fei smiled slightly, giving off a feeling of a spring breeze. Lin Xianxian, who was still a bit tense, had eased her mood for the most part. The Voice is quite a prestigious variety program in the singing world, and the fact that Ballad asked you to participate shows that she has high hopes for you. Feng Fei pulled Lin Xianxian to sit beside her. "Actually, I was especially nervous the first time I participated in this kind of program." "Relax, I've heard your songs before and I'm happy to sing with you." Lin Xianxian's eyes widened. Before she came here, Chen Guro only said that she had found a big singing star to sing with her, but she didn't disclose exactly who it was. She didn't expect it to be Feng Fei. Feng Fei is the dream girl of countless heavenly kings and movie stars in the entertainment industry. The presence of countless powerhouse singers who are beyond awe. Once in the entertainment industry, the label born for the song made Feng Fei second only to Chen Gezhang, who was on fire all over the country. "Teacher Feng, I'm really honored to sing with you." Lin Xianxian was so excited that her voice trembled a little. Stage. The moment Feng Fei and Lin Xianxian made their appearance hand in hand, the scene was instantly lit up with cheers and shouts from the audience. "It's Fifi Diva and little diva Lin Xian. Are they going to sing Invisible Wings? So looking forward to it. Oh my god. These two standing together. The picture is so beautiful. That's a legacy." The host walked briskly between the two and opened the show with passion. "Let's give our warmest applause to welcome the diva Feng Fei and the little diva Lin Xianxian." The host deliberately emphasized the words diva and little diva to further deepen Lin Xianxian's impression in the audience's mind. As we all know, recently, little diva Lin Xianxian's new song Invisible Wings has created a huge stir on the internet, dominating the top of the new song charts for a long time. And the heat is still high. I'm sure you've all been deeply shocked when you listened to it online. And today it's a great honor that our diva Feng Fei will be performing the song with young diva Lin Xianxian on the show. Diva Feng Fei, what is your comment on the song you are going to perform today? The host passed the microphone to Feng Fei. Feng Fei smiled and nodded gently to the audience. "To be honest, after so many years in the singing world, Invisible Wings is really one of the few good songs I've heard. The song's lyrics and compositions are outstanding, and I'm also very much looking forward to the chorus with little diva Lin Xianxian." After saying that, Feng Fei turned her gaze to Lin Xianxian, her eyes full of encouragement. Lin Xianxian's nervousness instantly dissipated with Feng Fei's encouragement and said graciously, "I'm also very honored to be able to sing this song with Diva Feng and Mr. Feng, and I'm also very thankful to the songwriters of this song, Morning Fishing Song, as well as my company and boss Song Diva." Hearing the words diva of songs, the atmosphere of the room was once again pushed to a climax. Seeing that the time was ripe, the host did not dwell on it too much and handed the stage back to Feng Fei and Lin Xianxian. The two then sang to perfection, with Feng Fei's mellow and emotive voice, and Lin Xianxian with a hint of her unique stubbornness, which fit perfectly with the style of the song. Their songs echoed throughout the studio like heavenly music, and the audience was so engrossed and mesmerized that many were even moved to tears. After the concert, the image of Feng Fei and Lin Xianxian exchanging microphones and hugging each other affectionately became an epic famous scene in the program, which was retweeted wildly by the audience and netizens. With the broadcast of the program, The Sound of the Voice, the video of Feng Fei and Lin Xianxian's chorus quickly became popular on the internet, and all major video platforms reproduced it, and the number of views exceeded 10 million in a short period of time. The constant mention of Lin Xianxian and Little Diva in the program has made the public thoroughly recognize Lin Xianxian's title of Little Diva. For a while, Lin Xianxian was in the limelight and the title of Little Diva was on the line. Chapter 92, Crazy Bidding, Fire Without Release. The back-to-back explosions of Invisible Wings and voices have made the lyricist of Invisible Wings, Morning Fishing Song, the center of attention all over the internet once again. Discussions about the true identity of Morning Fishing Song have created a buzz of discussion on the internet. Who the hell is Morning Fishing Song? It's so mysterious. Could it be Lu Qin? After all, Lu Qin composed Unstoppable, and that lyric quality is top-notch. It's quite possible. Lu Qin's previous songs were quite amazing. He has the power. No way. If Lu Qin had done that, he would have just given the song to Chen Guorim. Why would he have sold it on Good Songs? Throughout the morning, Chen Guorim's cell phone did not stop, and countless friends in the industry had called. The purpose is also very simple. After all, only Star Entertainment has touched the Morning Fishing Song in the whole network now. In the office, Chen Guorim was on the phone with Feng Fei. "Baby, I've satisfactorily completed what you've explained to me. Foam Fei's sweet voice came out from the cell phone speaker. Chen Goro busily nodded her head and said with gratitude, "Thank you so much, baby. It's really thanks to having your help this time. Next time I'll treat you to a meal cooked by Lu Chen." Foam Fei feigned disgust, but actually said excitedly, "You're really insincere. You can eat Lu Chen's cooking every day, so you're treating me to a meal as a thank you?" Chen Guro deliberately became arrogant. "So you mean you don't want to eat it? At least treat me for 3 meals, Foam Fei said anxiously. She watched the show Mom's Not Home, and Lu Chen's cooking was appetizing. Chen Gozhuang couldn't help but laugh softly. Fine. 3 meals is 3 meals. Someone's coming. I won't talk to you first. Bye. Muah. Lin Shi walked into the office with Qin Shui holding her tablet and reported with a serious face. Mr. Chen, the data for Invisible Wings has been very bright lately, but the discussion about morning fishing song on the internet is getting more and more intense. She pulled up the relevant data and handed it to Chen Gozhuang. Qin Shui also chimed in. Yeah, both of morning fishing song's songs were given to our company, which caused many netizens to speculate that morning fishing song is Lu Chen. But there are some people who feel otherwise. After all, writing 1 or 2 high-quality songs is fairly common for some songwriters, unless it's the top songwriters who are capable of more masterpieces. But even the top ones can't guarantee that every one of them will be both hot and high quality. Right now the two views are half and half. But I've noticed that there's also been more talk on the internet denigrating Lu Chen, saying that he's just lucky to have written that 1 or 2 good songs. But no matter how much the internet discusses it, the morning fishing song is still high on the conversation right now. Chen Gezhuang browsed through the netizens' comments, her brows gradually furrowing. Qin Shui once again proposed. Mr. Chen, I think it's better to recruit Lu Chen into our company. Chen Goro shook her head and said helplessly, You think I don't want to? Lu Chen himself doesn't want to come. And it's good that he's not coming. With the lesson learned from that time in Mommy's Not Home, I don't dare to easily expose Lu Chen to the public now. About these arguments, let's stay out of it for now. The more we respond, the greater the risk of exposure. This matter only needs to be known by the 3 of us. If anyone pursues it, just uniformly reply that I bought it off of Good Songs Online, and that I'm the only one who's connected to Morning Fishing Song. When you're really being asked, just tell them I paid a big price. Lin Shi and Qin Shui looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Originally, Good Song was just a platform for creators to trade, but with the explosion of The Wind Rises and Invisible Wings, it has become the focus of public attention. So heartbroken. If I had known that Invisible Wings would be such a hit, I would have raised more money in the first place. Upstairs, don't even think about it. Black Gold Entertainment didn't even get it, so how can you afford it? Mistake. When I first saw that Morning Fish song only had so many 2 or 3 songs, I thought it wasn't a great character, but now that I think about it, I feel like I missed out on $100 million. Isn't there another song? Actor? I'll take it. I'll give you $500,000. In the Black Gold Entertainment Company, Zhao Vida was smoking cigarettes one after another, his face terribly gloomy. At that moment a rush of footsteps came, and Zhao Vida frowned impatiently. What's it like to panic? He shouted a reprimand at the secretary. The secretary couldn't care less about apologizing and hurriedly said, Mr. Zhao, the Morning Fishing Song. I don't want to hear that name right now. Zhao Vida was hysterical. No, Mr. Zhao, the secretary eagerly explained. Morning Fishing Song has another song to actor. It's up for bid on Good Song Online right now, and everyone's clamoring for it. The secretary hurriedly handed the computer to Zhao Vida. Zhao Vida's eyes instantly lit up as he slapped the cigarette ash off his body. Buy it for me. Good songs. Bids for the actor have skyrocketed. In just 1 hour, the price went up to $1 million, which is already a pretty high price ever for good songs. After all, as good as a song's lyrics are, it has to be performed by the right singer to maximize its value. But this is the work of Morning Rising Fishing Song. Based on the sensational effect created by The Wind Rises and Invisible Wings, countless music critics agreed that actor was definitely worth far more than $1 million. Not to mention $1 million, as long as actor can have 80% of the heat of Invisible Wings, even if it sells $10 million is worth it. The bidding quickly reached $3 million. Just when everyone thought that there would be no more bids, Black Gold Entertainment suddenly bid $5 million. A figure that made countless people lose their heads. With such a high price tag, the public can't help but think that Black Gold Entertainment is running out of steam and has gone completely crazy. Black Gold Entertainment, Vice President's office. The secretary asked with a nervous face. Mr. Zhao, isn't $5 million too risky? Zhao Vida shook his head repeatedly and said, Not enough. Far from enough. I just found out that Star Entertainment spent a full $4 million to sign Invisible Wings. Do you still think 5 million is too much? If I offer $5 million, someone else will surely offer $6 million. Keep an eye on it and raise the price as soon as someone offers. This song has to be taken down for me. Lu Chen's house. Lu Chen watched the fierce bidding scene on the good song online, smiling from ear to ear. Lu Chen couldn't help but admire Chen Gozhuang. The marketing operation ability was nothing short of genius. During the entire process, the only person who docked the morning fishing song was Chen Gaji, and the others had no way of knowing Chen Gaji's bid. $4 million for Invisible Wings is clearly a bait and switch. Now the bidding for actor on Good Songs breaks industry records time and time again, and Good Songs is getting a lot of attention from the public as a result. In short, the actor hasn't even officially hit the shelves yet, and the heat is already high. As the bidding continues to climb, breaking through the top of the industry time and time again, who the actor will end up with has even made it to the top of Twitter's hit list. A few $1 million for the lyrics of a song. My God, am I reading this right? This is the lyric of the morning fishing song. If you don't know it, just go follow Invisible Wings. The competition among the 4 major entertainment companies is so fierce that I don't know who will end up buying the song. It seems that the song must not have been written by Lu Chen, or else it wouldn't have been openly bid on. No matter how much you offer, we at Black Gold Entertainment are determined to win. Chapter 93, Becoming Interested in the Music Scene. The clock is ticking down to the weekend. Lu Chen was excited because today was the day to pick up Lu Xiaolu and take her home. The private school Lu Xiaolu was in was also considered an aristocratic school, and there weren't many students. Parents are also elite people from all walks of life. Even if they know Lu Chen, they just say hello and are not very enthusiastic. After all, in the eyes of the elites, Lu Chen's comparison to them was just the difference between earning more and earning less. But there are still fans. In the school, there were many young teachers who were fans of Lu Chen, but the school rules are strict. The teachers are certainly not so fanatical. For Lu Chen, on the contrary, is good. For example, because he liked Lu Chen, he took care of Lu Xiaolu quite a bit, and usually Lu Chen couldn't reach Lu Xiaolu, and with these teachers around, Lu Chen could save a lot of heartache. Papa Lu. From a long distance away, Lu Chen saw a group of young female teachers surrounding Lu Xiaolu waving at him. Lu Chen also responded politely. I'm sorry to trouble the teachers and personally accompany you to wait for me. Who doesn't like a man who is humble and polite, talented and good-looking? That's all we should do. Yu is very understanding. We don't even bother. Other teachers pick up the conversation. Yes. Yu is so good in class. She learns quickly, and her classmates love Yu. Yu is a great student and is very active in physical activity class. Father Lu, don't worry. Yu adapted quickly. Lu Xiaolu was also very happy, bouncing around Lu Chen. The teachers have been so nice to me, and so have my classmates, and I've even been elected class president. The teacher didn't pick it, the students voted for it. Lu Xiaolu approached Lu Chen's ear and muttered in a low voice. In fact, the students here also like to play King's Dissolving Medicine. I'm Star Yao, the highest segment in our class. Lu Chen couldn't help it. Well, so that's what winning the hearts and minds of the people is all about. Then let's go on King this week and solidify your position, Lu Chen said quietly. Lu Xiaolu happily hugged Lu Chen tightly. Yes, Yu loves Papa the most. See you with your teacher. Let's go home. Lu Chen laughed. Lu Xiaolu obediently turned back to the teachers and waved. Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Su, Mr. Chen, and Mr. Ma. Bye. A group of female teachers happily responded. Bye Yu. Lu Xiaolu counted the teachers like a family treasure. Lu Chen was very happy. Looks like the right transfer. On the way home, Lu Xiaolu tinkered with the car image. Lu Chen was curious when he heard a song coming out of the speakers. It's none other than Invisible Wings. How does Yu know this song? Lu Chen asked curiously. The teachers at our school love this song, and the school even organized to listen to it together. Lu Chen didn't expect that the song he had randomly written would be so hot. So does Yu like this song? Lu Chen tried. Lu Xiaolu nodded heavily. Of course I like it. I'm the best singer in our class. Lu Chen opened his eyes wide and said in surprise. Really? Then how about you sing for Daddy to hear? Of course. Lu Xiaolu turned off the car music and took out her cell phone to play the accompaniment, humming along to the tune. I know. I've always had invisible wings. Take me flying. Give me hope. I finally. See. All dreams blossom. How loud the young song of the chase is. Lu Xiaolu didn't know that Lu Chen had secretly opened the recording and sent it to Chen Gozhuang. The weekends are really fast when you say they are slow. In the blink of an eye. It was the day when Lu Chen should send Lu Xiaolu back to school. Completely different from Friday. Lu Chen had a very unhappy expression today. Just as upset as Lu Chen, there was also Lu Xiaolu. On the way to school, Lu Xiaolu sulked. Is Yu not happy? Breakfast not good? Lu Xiaolu shook her head. Breakfast is delicious, but Mama doesn't even send me to school. I'm not happy, Lu Chen said in relief. Mama is busy with work and didn't have time. In fact, Mama would love to send you to school, but why is Mama so busy? Lu Xiaolu asked. Lu Chen copied what most parents said. Because Mama wants to give you a better life. Is life bad now? Lu Xiaolu didn't understand again. I don't want a better life. I want Mama to go to school with me. Lu Chen gave a beat. He realized that during the time he stayed, Lu Xiaolu's mind had grown up quite a bit. It was just that she lacked that part of Chen Gezhuang's love. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, Mama is a great character. Why? Lu Xiaolu asked again. Because Mama not only want to give you a good life, Mama as a boss, but also with many people good life. So Mama great or not? Lu Xiaolu's eyes glowed and she nodded heavily. Great. I want to be as great as Mama in the future. Lu Chen smiled, but Lu Xiaolu followed up with, I've seen people as great as Mama. I've also seen that. Little Fatty's poop in the class is also a boss. Little Fatty said that his dad's company has hundreds of people. Lu Chen asked as he unconsciously slowed down the car. Don't you want Daddy to be like a successful man, just like Fatty's dad? Surprisingly to Lu Chen, Lu Xiaolu shook her head. Don't. Poopers just have one person who is great, and greatness leaves no time for you. Lu Chen had never paid much attention to developments in the entertainment industry. In the past, it was always Chen Goro who was emotionally off, and Lu Chen would only pay attention to it when he realized it. Although I usually have the habit of speculating in stocks, but only when I have nothing to do. After all, he was in charge of the interior, and Chen Gozhuang was in charge of the exterior. But since the wind rises to invisible wings and actor, Lu Chen was surprised to find himself interested in this aspect, especially seeing behind the scenes what Chen Gozhuang has done with the wind rises and invisible wings. Lu Xiaolu was attending school. Things at home were not tedious, and now Lu Chen spent a lot of his time on the internet. Most of the time he spends on the internet, he browses on Good Songs. Good Songs' the actor review section. When will the actor be online? I'm looking forward to it. Big brother, when are you going to sell the actor? Biggie, who the hell are you? $5 million. Black Gold Entertainment, offer $5 million. Previously, Lu Chen had watched from the wall, but now, after devoting his attention to it, he found something interesting. The internet discussion about the actor is updated daily. However, Lu Chen had only sent out a small demo, and with the addition of the name of a morning fishing song, it had caused many people to inquire about it. The degree of frenzy is no less than a popular star, and even many singers are sending out tweets in the hope that they can cooperate with the morning fishing song, or to buy the actor. Even their own private messages are all bursting at 99+. Lu Chen's gaze, however, landed on one of the private messages. Biggie, which one is your real scarf? Anyway, Chapter 94, Imposters on the Internet. Star Entertainment. Chen Gozhuang was looking for a crack in the ground all over the office. Where did it go? Chen Gayang said eagerly. Hiding from who? A haughty voice came from outside the office, followed by a sinister figure walking slowly. Feng Fei in a purple dress, bumpy and very revealing. Chen Gozhuang coughed lightly twice. No, who hid? Chen Goro's small hands were behind her back, looking at the ceiling for a while, and the floor tiles for a while. Feng Fei directly gave Chen Gozhuang a press on the sofa, and her eyes locked in an electric stare. Quickly, who exactly is Morning Fishing Song? Feng Fei pressed. Chen Gu balloted guesses for this matter. In the past 2 days to his place to inquire about the Morning Fishing Song can be more than Feng Fei a person. The individual creators on Good Songs Online. We just met online too. Feng Fei put her face close to Chen Gozhuang, with less than a finger's width between her eyes. Something's wrong. You're panicking. What are you messing with? Feng Fei's eyes changed, revealing a hint of realization. I see. The Morning Fishing Song is Lu Chen, right? Chen Gozhuang hurriedly denied it. How could it be Lu Chen? It's not like you don't know about Lu Chen's 3 or 2 strokes. Feng Fei hummed and laughed twice and said, Oh, 3 or 2 times? 3.5 times you created Lucky 3 and Unstoppable. You fooled the hell out of me? Then why don't you let Lu Chen take 3 or 2 hits and give me another good song? Feng Fei asked arrogantly. Chen Gayan laughed and said, That can't be said like that, can it? Lu Chen, that was just a sudden inspiration to write 1 or 2 songs like that. It can't be considered very powerful. Besides, he doesn't even come out to work. So what does he know about our entertainment industry? Feng Fei thought about it. That's true. Chen Goro inwardly apologized frantically. Hubby, you must forgive me. Feng Fei sat down next to Chen Gozhuang, still a little less convinced. Even if Morning Fishing Song isn't Lu Chen, you can't deny that you're definitely somewhat related to him. Feng Fei's eyes lit up as if she knew something. I see. Chen Guiyang was puzzled. What did you understand? Feng Fei lost her voice. Shen Guro. Thanks to me treating you as a good and friendly bosom friend in the circle, how come you've fallen too? Chen Guiyang was even more confused. What was all this? Feng Fei looked around and quietly said, hurry up and break with the morning fishing song. Lu Chen, a man bearing public opinion at home with children, how hard it is. You even. Chen Guiyang hurriedly interrupted. This Feng Fei brain cell is also too active. Lu Chen is so handsome and talented. She cheated? She's got an atrophied cerebellum? Listen to me. That's not true. In order to prevent Feng Fei from continuing to think blindly, he said, it's like this. Morning fishing song is just a fan of mine. These are the songs he wrote down and wanted me to sing. I found them very good, so I gave them to Chen Ling Fong Wen and Lin Xianxian. Chen Guiyang said in a serious tone, it's not like you're not aware of our entertainment circle. If I expose people, how much gossip would there be? You get it, right? I'm really and truly helpless and sorry for people. Feng Fei once again stared into Chen Guiyang's eyes. This time, Chen Guiyang tried to open her eyes wide, the word sincere written all over her face. Feng Fei finally sort of believed it. Okay, that's more like it, or I'd be embarrassed to eat the 3 meals you owe me. Chen Goro especially urged, be sure to keep it a secret for me. Never mention it in front of Lu Chen. Feng Fei gave an okay sign. Don't worry, I'm the best at keeping secrets. Black Gold Entertainment. These days, Zhao Vida is under a lot of pressure. Invisible Wings was so hot that he couldn't suppress it even if he and 1, 2, 3 Entertainment teamed up to put pressure on it. I just don't believe it. What can an Invisible Wings song turn up? As he was ranting, his cell phone suddenly rang. Zhao Vida picked it up and looked at it, and his face changed wildly. President. Zhao Vida was respectful, and his movements were a bit softer. Recently, Morning Fishing Song has been in the limelight, and Star Entertainment has repeatedly gained the upper hand. What are you doing as the executive vice president? Zhao Vida's face was ugly as hell. President, I've tried my best, but this Morning Fishing Song doesn't go in with oil and salt. I've already contributed up to $5 million, but the response is still not great. The president's voice was low and unquestionable. Music is a very important part of our Black Gold Entertainment, and with the recent momentum of the up-and-coming entertainment companies, it's imperative that we put out good songs to bring back our reputation. The rights to the actor, it has to be taken down. There's also that Lee Star. Street photos of him smoking have been circulating on the internet again. This aspect of artist quality, you can't slack off. Zhao Vida's face flashed a trace of gloom. This Li Xingxing can't give himself some surprises, but is very good at giving himself a hard time. Don't worry, Sotosher, I'll do my best. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Vida angrily went to the computer and logged on to Good Song. During this period of time, Zhao Vida did not communicate with the Morning Fishing Song, and did not search for good songs on the Good Songs online, but they are not satisfactory. The Morning Fishing Song is so short online that you have to take your chances if you want to see it. It's online. Zhao Vida's eyes lit up. Hello, I'm Zhao Vida from Black Gold Entertainment. I'm willing to spend $5 million. $5 million. To buy your actor? I hope you'll think about it. Zhao Vida sent the message, shaking his legs anxiously. Lu Chen had just gone online to Good Songs to check out today's post, when he happened to notice the message that Zhao Vida had sent himself. Lu Chen ignored it. The actor is for his good wife. Not to mention 5 million. 500 million won't sell. But immediately afterward, Wei Zhao sent another message. If you think the song actor is too expensive, you can write a different one. You don't have to worry about the price. We are well capitalized at Black Gold Entertainment. You will be satisfied. I'm satisfied? Lu Chen grinned. That was a good sentiment. Since the other party was giving him money, there was no reason not to take it. Still, the main purpose of this launch was to sign up for a bib, and it's still a bit too slow to read the headlines all the time. Chen Gozhuan would often post updates on his scarf, so it was only natural for him to want to find out. But when registering the screen name Morning Fishing Song, Lu Chen suddenly frowned. A surprising number of Morning Fishing Songs have appeared on the internet. Lu Chen carefully browsed through it, and soon discovered the end. Since the identity of Morning Fishing Song on Good Songs Network has become popular, many Morning Fishing Songs have appeared on offline platforms and necklines. At first it was just for attention and gimmicks, but now it's actually a scam. Lu Chen frowned. In the future, the communication between the account Morning Fishing Song and Star Entertainment would not be small. There are more and more scam messages. It's bound to have an impact. What's more, a culture of fraud should never be fostered. Lu Chen pulled out his keyboard. His fingers flew on the keyboard, and soon 2 posts were posted online. They are the compositional insights of The Wind Rises and Invisible Wings respectively, and the songs and singers are analyzed and critiqued. Chapter 95, This song is too corny. After Lu Chen's news was released, it quickly drew the attention of the public. There were quite a few fake morning fishing songs on the internet, so they couldn't stand up to the test. But Lu Chen's morning fishing song was completely different. For The Wind Rises and Invisible Wings, the analysis is meticulous, even to the point of analyzing the vocal characteristics of the actors. Throughout, a number of details are analyzed that well-known music critics have failed to pick up on. Such a level of song familiarity can only be achieved by someone who knows the music incredibly well and knows the songs very well. Fulfillment of these two conditions gives a great probability that it is the author himself. As expected, Lu Chen's account quickly attracted a lot of traffic, and many people retweeted it. Brothers, Big Brother morning fishing song is finally online on Twitter, and I have a feeling this one is for real. True. Truer than real gold. I, a non-musician, think it makes sense. A big shot is a big shot. An ordinary person can't fake it. That's right, tell the scam artists to get lost. Really, morning fishing songs are coming. Star Entertainment. As the boss of an entertainment company, paying attention to scarf hot searches had almost become a habit for Chen Guzhuang. Lu Chen's account soon became a minor hit on Weibo. Chen Guiyang opened the analyzed data and smiled knowingly. This must be Lu Chen who didn't run away. Chen Guliang replied, spot on analysis, followed by a nod of approval. The national goddess. The singing diva herself is the traffic principal quantity. The retweets of Lu Chen's post broke through the 10,000 person barrier in half an hour. Noticing Chen Guzhuang's likes and comments, Lu Chen gave Chen Guzhuang a follow, which was the first follow for the account. Morning fishing song only follows Chen Guzhuang, and Chen Guzhuang even commented and liked it. This pretty much confirms that the Lu Chen account is the morning fishing song. Lu Chen was being happy and immediately posted a clarification post on the internet. I am the morning fishing song. Willing to take legal responsibility for this statement, and I am in the scarf only this account. Please do not believe other people any false account of private messages. Chen Guzhuang looked at Lu Chen's post with satisfaction, and was also slightly surprised. It's amazing that Lu Chen can still do PR. It seemed that he had really underestimated Lu Chen, but Lu Chen's only attention to himself also caused Chen Guo's face to blush scarlet. Old married couple. The whole thing makes people shy. Lu Chen sat in front of his computer, and he could even imagine Chen Guo's expression right now, but he didn't seem to be in the mood to focus on that right now. Nothing else. After sitting on his identity, his bib backstage blew up. Fortunately, the home computer configuration is high. Lu Chen without danger browsing everyone's private messages. It's not much different from Good Songs, which is basically just some entertainment companies, popular internet stars and celebrities asking for their songs. In these backstage private messages, Lu Chen also saw a message from Xiaolu. Hello Mr. Morning fishing song, you didn't reply to the private message from Good Songs. I hope you can give good consideration to cooperating with me. The price is definitely higher than Star Entertainment. Lu Chen hemmed and hawed. This offensively drawn message. It looked like Chen Go Rhythm's competitor. Lu Chen's index finger rubbed on his nose and his finger flew back. Morning fishing song, hello, I saw your message. When Lu Chen returned the message, Zhao Vida's eyes widened and a mouthful of water spewed out. Hurry up and reply, hello, Mr. Morning fishing song, I, Black Gold Entertainment, am willing to spend 5 million, no, 6 million, to buy the copyright of actor. I hope you can consider it carefully. Morning fishing song, I'm sorry, but the actor has already been sold. A sense of foreboding welled up in Zhao Vida's heart. Wade Cho, who did you sell it to? Morning fisherman song, sold to Chen Guzhuang. Zhao Vida is furious. Sell to anyone, only cannot face to Chen Guzhuang. Ah, doesn't that make them another step behind Black Gold Entertainment? Zhao Vida, sir, we, Black Gold Entertainment, are one of the 4 major entertainment companies, strong and higher grade than Star Entertainment. We also have more mature singers. I hope you'll consider it carefully. Morning fishing song, Chen Guiyang is a singer I've always admired, and I'm all about credibility. Money isn't very important to me. Zhao Vida slammed the table furiously in anger. This morning fishing song, how the oil and salt don't work. Zhao Vida, then I would also like to ask you sir to compose a song for us. Black Gold Entertainment. Morning fishing song, no problem. Make your bid. Zhao Vida is not stupid. Vida Zhao, the actor has been bought. And it's an industry consensus that I need to hear the effects of the new songs first. Lu Chen thought about it and replied. No problem. Morning fishing song, wait a bit, you go to Good Songs and listen to the demo. If you're satisfied you can trade today. Lu Chen pushed the table and stood up. Chen Guzhuang was originally a singer, and Lu Xiaolu also liked music, so there was a simple little studio at home. Although the equipment wasn't as professional, the arrangement was enough for Lu Chen. An hour later, Lu Chen returned to his computer. Good songs and Twitter blew up at the same time. Morning Fishing Song is back with a new song. No way. So fast? A big brother is a big brother. But the name is a bit rustic. Why do I get the feeling that the content is also a bit corny? It's a bit rustic, but it's good on the head. Xiaolu was busy turning on good songs to listen. The original expectant face became calm, followed by complete blackness, waiting for an hour. And this is what you get. How does this song compare to Actor and Invisible Wings? Xiaolu was filled with rage and anger. Xiaolu, are you teasing me? Do you have something against our Black Gold Entertainment? Is this Earth song teasing me? Lu Chen let out a loud laugh. He was the only one in the house anyway. Morning Fishing Song, no I wrote it out very carefully. The price is child's play. And I don't want 6 million. 5 million. I'll bear the pain. Xiaolu was practically spitting blood. 5 million. And you're still holding back? If he does buy it, he's a big SB. Xiaolu, we're willing to raise the money. But please be more serious. Can this song be worth $5 million? Morning Fishing Song, you think it's that easy to create? And how is my song not worth $5 million? If you don't buy it, there are plenty of people who will. After ending the chat, Lu Chen suddenly received a call. Hey, wife, miss me? Chen Goro did not have the heart to say, don't be poor. I just saw you posting a song on Good Songs. I just logged into your account to listen to the full version and you're playing it pretty high. That song is so corny, isn't it? Lu Chen painfully said, wife, you say so I can be too sad. Did you know that Black Gold Entertainment is costing $5 million? Chen Gayang was shocked. Xiaolu is also sick and desperate. This song 5 million? After hanging up the phone, Chen Gayang listened to it several times over. The earth was real earth. The top was real top. And the body even moved to the rhythm of the beat without realizing it. Lin Shi awkwardly came forward and asked, Mr. Chen, then this song, the most dazzling national wind. Should we find a singer to sing it? Chen Gayang hesitated. The market doesn't have these kinds of songs now, but that doesn't mean the public doesn't like them. She still had confidence in Lu Chen's creation. I'll call him again. Chapter 96, The Pale End of the Sky is My Love. Ahem. Hello? Chen Gayang cleared his throat. Lu Chen hemmed and hawed. Wife, miss me again? Chen Gayang crooked his head and flirted. Our great god Lu, isn't he very good at analyzing? Analyze your song the most dazzling national wind. For me. Lu Chen guessed that Chen Goro was calling about this matter. So he said, it's actually a male/female duet song, in a style you can understand as aggro-heavy metal. That's why it's a bit earthy, but it's definitely brainwashing. But how did you come up with the idea to write such a song? Song Chen asked. Lu Chen hemmed and hawed and sent a screenshot of the text message between him and Xiaolu to Chen Goro. Chen Goro swept a glance and snorted out a laugh, completely losing her female presidential stance. My guess is that Xiaolu is definitely pissed off at you and spitting blood. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Where is this? I am Zhuge Liang. He can't even count as Xing Daorong. Chen Gayang whispered. I just realized that you are so sinister. I won't dare to offend you in the future. Lu Chen laughed. Too late. You've already offended me. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Chen said with a straight face. I remember, doesn't your company have a male singer? Zhou Yi? I think we can form a combination with Zhao Xinjin. Zhao Xinjin's voice is more extroverted than the average female singer. So maybe another approach will be well received. How about we just create a combination and call it Vermilion Legends? Lu Chen was rambling on, and Chen Goro hung up the phone after nodding repeatedly. Lin Shi once again asked, Mr. Chen, then should we go online with this song, the most dazzling national wind? Chen Goro did not hold any expectations. After all, in her opinion, this was nothing more than Lu Chen flirting with Xiaolu, making it up as he went along. Get it online. Zhou Tru hasn't had a new song lately and it does seem to be a problem. Give them this song and release it if they want. It's not impossible to make another combination. The Legend of the Vermilion Bird. Lu Chen is also really talented. By the way, the market is now up and running, and the actor can officially go live. After Chen Gayang gave a flurry of orders, Lin Shi led the way out. Overnight, the public's long-awaited actor is officially online. The publicity department has been practicing day and night, just waiting for the actor to go live. For one short night, the actor's song was played almost all over the city. The speed at which the list was rushed was a miracle. Top 10 on the half-hour chart, top 5 on the hour chart, and in less than 2 hours already catching up on Invisible Wings. The phrase keep it simple in the way you talk, immediately caught the ears of the listeners. I'm putting this down here. It's still Star Entertainment that can beat Star Entertainment. The long-awaited song is finally online, and all I can say is that it's simply amazing. Listening to it once will make your ears pregnant. You're ignoring me when I should be playing along. In the same way that Invisible Wings was a smash hit, It allowed Fong Wen to sit on his reputation as a minor diva as well, but without the help of a big name like Feng Fei. Fong Wen's little heavenly king is not as solid as Lin Xianxian's little heavenly queen. Invisible Wings and Actor are naturally superior to the former, but stepping outside the Star Entertainment track, Actor is simply a dominant song. Joey sat in the conference room with Zhao Xinjin and was a bit rushed. Zhao Xinjin was a rookie singer, while Joey had been with Star Entertainment for a while. Both are kind of middle of the road, but don't have a masterpiece to this day. It made the two men very panicked within. The company won't have to deal with them, will they? Qin Shui walked into the office with the most dazzling national wind in her hand. When Zhao Xinjin and the two of them saw Qin Shui, their eyes immediately gazed up. The company is going to let the two of you form a group. And here's the group's first song for you. Forming a portfolio? Zhao Xinjin and Joey looked at each other. Although Zhao Xinjin was a newcomer, he still had some knowledge of Joey. Both are the type of singers who are very outgoing and optimistic, and their personalities fit well together. Very willing of course if it's to form a group. When Zhao Xinjin opened the sheet music and saw the lyrics and arrangement of the most dazzling ethnic wind, her face was instantly stunned. Minister Qin, is this serious? Joey was a bit curious and came closer to take a look, but he also couldn't help but widen his eyes. The two looked at the lyrics and forced themselves not to laugh out loud. Just as they were wondering which genius came up with this song, they were shocked again by the 4 words that followed the lyricist. Morning fishing songs? Just as everyone was enjoying the auditory feast brought about by The Wind Rises, Invisible Wings and Actor, a song suddenly rang out in all the streets and alleys of Huaxia. The pale ends of the earth are my love. The flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green hills. What kind of rhythm is the most swinging? What kind of song is the most cheerful? Have you ever seen people on the subway rocking along? Where did this song come from? Bouncing on the grave. Brainwashing at the top. So brainwashing. Love it. Misty grass. Why am I jumping up and down with it? Who wrote this song? Who the hell wrote this song? It's so magical, isn't it? Hello? Fuller's Bar? Add me to the mix tonight. Money's no object. I'm just gonna shake it up. Guess what I found? Lyrics and music by Morning Fishing Song. Sung by Vermilion Legend. Copyright Star Entertainment. Seeing the data one day after going online, Chen Gozhuan was completely confused. How did the most dazzling of them all get so hot? Zhao Xinjin and Joey's voices together with the song are simply complementary. A perfect match. With the vocals, the already very washed out music becomes even more hooky. Zhao Xinjin and Joey were also confused. They didn't have any hopes for the most dazzling national wind, but the lyrics and arrangement were so catchy that the two paired up and tried to sing it. Even the publicity, looking for some price while lower. Who would have thought it would work so well? Even Qin Shui was confused. The company spent so much money, even spent $500,000 to buy back the song did not give Zhao Xinjin hold up. But now buy a song, the most dazzling national wind directly high? The sentimental door created by the actor was kicked open by the best of the best. Sure enough, the only one who can defeat Star Entertainment is Star Entertainment itself. Morning Fishing Song is really a god. This handwriting is a brainwashing divine song. The legend of the vermilion bird is so awesome. It feels like it's so easy for Joey to make money. And the whole time it's Zhao Xinjin who's playing Black Gold Entertainment. Joe Weldon is happy that The Wind Rises has made it down the new songs chart. As he was about to get his company's new song on the charts, a familiar name suddenly appeared in the list. The actor is on the list. Zhao Vida was dumbfounded. Actor was not only on the list, but even rushed the list faster than the original Invisible Wings. Zhao Vida covered his chest, gasping for air. Just then, outside the office door, the pale end of the earth is my love. Chapter 97, Zhao Vida is angry. Who wouldn't be after the horse? Stop right there. Zhao Vida rushed out of the office. The staff member was startled and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Zhao Vida didn't care about this at all and directly grabbed the staff member and asked really, what were you just listening to? The staff wanted to cry. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. I didn't mean to disturb you. I won't listen anymore. Bring it to me. Zhao Vida snatched the employee's cell phone and turned it on to play. The flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green hills. Zhao Vida's head buzzed. It was a familiar melody, and he couldn't get it out of his head. Wasn't this the most dazzling national wind that Morning Fishing Song was going to sell him in the first place? The staff said, Mr. Zhao, don't you know? This is the 11th song on the list. 11th on the list? Zhao Vida rushed back to the computer. What 11th? The most dazzling national wind has squeezed into the 10th on the list, okay. Not only that, but the internet is still raving about the song. Brainwashing song that makes me want to let go of my horse. It's a proper agricultural heavy metal. My dad used to not listen to the song. Now he sings it with us at home. Do you understand the fear of being dominated by the most dazzling of them all? Domination? All I know is that the bar has to get high tonight. How happy the comments section was. How depressed Xiao Vida's mood was. That was supposed to be his song. How could he have parted with that measly $5 million in the first place if he had known that there was such a backlash? Xiao Vida was on the line in a hurry. It just so happens that at this time of year the morning fishing song account is online. Xiao Vida, big brother, do you have any other songs? 5 million. I'll pay. Lu Chen snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. Now that the most dazzling national wind is on fire, you don't mind the dirt anymore? Where have you been? Morning fishing song, Mr. Zhao. There's no place in the world that sells pills of regret. Didn't you dislike the most dazzling ethnic wind as dirt in the first place? Xiao Vida's face flushed with regret. Xiao Vida, I was blind at first. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, the price is good to talk about. In the future, I will accept all your songs as it is. Lu Chen shook his head and raised his hand in reply. Morning fishing song, see you have a good attitude, but I don't have any on hand right now, so let's work together later. Evening. Chen Guoro and Lu Chen discussed it at the dinner table. You've been very active on the internet lately. Are you thinking of debuting? Lu Chen shook his head. No, but it's just that I think it's fun. And no one else knows I'm the morning fishing song anyway. It's true that a lot of people on the internet are quite suspicious of the identity of morning fishing song. If you want to talk about an idol who hasn't had a single personal photo on the internet recently, it would probably be Lu Chen's morning fishing song. The internet has been talking about your contrasting creative abilities lately, saying you're an all-rounder. Chen Guiyang asked tentatively. I'm also curious. Singer-songwriters generally have personal experiences that account for a large part of the reason. Where did you get so many experiences? Chen Guiyang narrowed her eyes slightly. During this recent period of time, Lu Chen suddenly became excellent. Became a little too excellent. Excellent to be true. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. In fact, I'm very talented. I just didn't show it, or else a singing diva and a national goddess could be taken down with my handsome face? Chen Guoro looked at Lu Chen's face and agreed deeply. Indeed handsome enough, although the age is no longer creamy, but the skin is tight, the bridge of the nose is high and straight, the eyes are large and deep, the sword eyebrow is starry-eyed, absolutely beautiful man. If this is properly dressed, it is expected to charm thousands of girls. Thinking of this, Chen Guoro took a deep breath. It was good that Lu Chen wasn't famous. Thinking of this, Chen Guiyang reminded, the attention of morning fishing song is very high now. The microblogging account has long exceeded 1 million concerns, but you've been down too little, and the fans aren't sticky enough. Once someone hacks you, how much the people who are fanning you now like you, how much they'll hate you in time. This is show business. Lu Chen didn't care. They're looking for the morning fishing song. What does it have to do with me? Lu Chen? Black Gold Entertainment. Xiao Vida's affair with the most dazzling national wind has been picked up by netizens. The senior management of Black Gold Entertainment gave Xiao Vida a beating for criticizing him over this matter. Xiao Vida was aggrieved and full of resentment at the same time. President, listen to my explanation. This matter really doesn't depend on me. Who could have thought that the most dazzling national wind could catch fire? Xiao Vida was speechless to the extreme. What does this matter have to do with him? How many people ever had faith in the most dazzling national wind when it first came out? Now that the most dazzling national wind is on fire, he's become the scapegoat. But the leaders are not sympathetic to these grievances of Xiao Vida. Don't give me excuses. That's the salary you get. Do I have to take the blame for you if something goes wrong? The president's tone was unquestionable, and no matter how depressed Xiao Vida was in his heart, he didn't dare to say a word against it now. I'm trying to talk to morning fishing songs right now and will definitely do my best to pick up the slack. Xiao Vida courage favor repeatedly, but his face was full of gloom. Good Song Network, you give me a good eye. In the future, all the new songs of morning fishing song must all be taken down for me. This kind of situation absolutely can't happen once again. Xiao Vida said yes again and again. After hanging up, his face instantly fell. Who wouldn't be a horse's ass? You have the guts to come. You're more active than anyone else when there's credit to be had. But when things go wrong, you're the first to shirk your responsibility. Xiao Vida was furious, looking at the computer screen as he sent countless messages to morning fishing song but no response. Burning with rage. Star Entertainment. During this period of time when the pressure of competition is the greatest, from the wind rises to the most dazzling ethnic wind, this gust of wind from Star Entertainment has directly blown itself into a dark horse with strong strength in the current entertainment industry. As the relevant operations gradually got off the ground, the various processes went very smoothly. Whether it's the newcomer program or the Little Diva program, Star Entertainment has carried out it perfectly. There is a steady stream of announcements, commercials, and variety shows. Lu Chen also gradually cleared his mind. Now that Lu Chen occasionally paid attention to the internet, The most important task at other times was Lu Xiaoyu's studies. Seeing that New Year's Day was getting closer and closer, Lu Chen's mood was getting better and better every day. "Papa, do you miss me?" Lu Xiaoyu said intimately. Lu Chen's face was full of favor. "Of course I want to. Daddy misses you the most." Lu Xiaoyu was quite happy. "Get back in the car." Lu Xiaoyu looked around. Her complexion dimmed a few points. Lu Chen understood that Timothy Lu Xiaoyu was looking for Chen Gaiyang. Mom said she'd be done with work soon today, so let's go home first, okay? In the past, Lu Xiaoyu would be happy when Lu Chen finished saying this. But now, Lu Xiaoyu wasn't so happy. "I know." Back home, Lu Chen brought Lu Xiaoyu to play the game, but apparently found that Lu Xiaoyu's interest was not that high anymore. Chen Gozhuang, who had originally promised to come back earlier, was also quite a bit later than usual. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Lu Xiaoyu happily rushed to the door. Chen Gaiyang hurriedly made a gesture of silence. "I know. You reassure the funders and I'll find time to talk to them." "Well, I just got home." First, Chen Gozhuang had just hung up the phone, and Lu Xiaoyu was about to walk up when she saw Chen Gozhuang pick up another one. Chapter 98, Morning Fishing Song is actually a plagiarizer? Lu Chen looked in his eyes and wanted to comfort Lu Xiaoyu, but he saw Lu Xiaoyu huffing and puffing as she went back to her room. It wasn't until Chen Gaiyang finished her phone call that she came to Lu Chen's side. "Is you mad at me?" Lu Chen tended to Chen Goro's somewhat messy hair and thoughtfully said, "Have you been busy lately?" Chen Gaiyang nodded. "Recently Yu's school is having a New Year's Day party, and all of Yu's classmates are chaperoned by their parents, so she wants you to accompany her." Chen Gaiyang unconsciously frowned. "But, I'm traveling on New Year's Day, so I may not have time." Even though Lu Chen was open-minded, he unconsciously frowned at this time. "Is it urgent?" Chen Gaiyang's heart stirred. Lu Chen normally wouldn't say something like that. He had always been supportive of her. Chen Gaiyang came to Yu's room. Lu Xiaoyu didn't sleep. She was just lying inside the quilt. Chen Goro was full of apologies as she sat on the edge of the bed and said in a thin voice, "Yu, I'm sorry, Mom may have to travel on New Year's Day, so there's no way to spend New Year's Day with you. This New Year's Day, let Daddy stay with you, and when Mommy comes back, Mommy will treat you to a big dinner, okay?" Lu Xiaoyu's originally hopeful eyes completely dimmed. Go. You're always busy and never have time." Lu Xiaoyu rolled over and covered her head with the quilt. Chen Goro burst with heartache and wanted to say something, but Lu Chen pulled him back. He understood that it was useless for Chen Gaiyang to say anything now. Back to the room, Chen Gaiyang asked genuinely, "Shouldn't I be traveling?" She looked at Lu Chen, hoping to get an answer. "Don't worry, Yu will figure it out." Lu Chen tucked Chen Gaiyang in and turned off the light. Midnight. Lu Chen was slow to fall asleep. Lu Xiaoyu and Chen Gaiyang were both unhappy. How could his heart be comfortable? With the tones of his last life's lessons still ringing in his ears, Lu Chen's pressure was no less than that of Lu Xiaoyu and Chen Gaiyang. In the recent year, Chen Goro has rarely accompanied Lu Xiaoyu properly. He understands Chen Goro's career aspirations, but after a long time he will also have an opinion because Chen Goro doesn't have time to accompany Lu Xiaoyu. Money is endless, and the family is not short of money. But Chen Gozhuang now busy himself to the point that he has long lost the original intention of making money. He felt that it was time to talk to Chen Gaiyang. Lu Chen turned around and was about to wake up Chen Gozhuang when Chen Gozhuang's cell phone suddenly rang. "What? I know. I'm coming." Lu Chen sounded concerned. "What's going on? It's so late? Where are you going?" Chen Gourouge looked anxious, and with busy movements, she put her clothes on her body and was ready to leave. "There's been a bit of an incident at the company. I have to go check it out, so don't bother preparing mine for breakfast." Lu Chen got up to help Chen Gaiyang clean up together. After sending Chen Gaiyang away, Lu Chen realized that Lu Xiaoyu's bedroom door was also open a crack. Lu Chen sighed and turned around to go back to his room. Lu Chen didn't rest, but opened his computer to browse the web. What could make Chen Gozhuang leave her home in the middle of the night must be something big that happened to Star Entertainment. The light from the computer shone on Lu Chen's face, becoming more and more shadowy. The hottest lyricist of the year, Morningside Fishing Song, has plagiarized. The real authors of the wind-up and the actor are online to clarify online. What? There's more to this? Too shocking. Plagiarizing dogs should not be tolerated. Let me see, who the hell is it? Star Entertainment is using plagiarized music. It's a real shocker. Lu Chen browsed the webpage in detail, finally understanding the beginning and end of the matter. After the account of Morning Fishing Song became a big hit, just last night, a freelance songwriter suddenly posted a message on the online platform. The gist of it is that a man about 30 years old bought Chen's songs before he was a hit, not realizing that they were being taken out so many years later. If it wasn't for the smash hits The Wind Rises and The Actor, he'd probably still be in the dark. Buying and releasing songs, this would have been no problem. The problem is the original lyricist. Morning Fission Songs labeled it as himself. Star Entertainment. In the conference room, there was a woman with a powerful aura standing beside Chen Guiyang. Lu Jia, the head of Star Entertainment's operations department, was a strong woman with extremely outstanding abilities, also following around as an agent since the early days of Chen Gezhuang's business, and was Chen Gezhuang's absolute beloved. How the wind rises and the actor came to be. Chen Gezhuang was incredibly clear that this matter was 100% but a false accusation. Lu Jia said, although I don't know who Morning Fishing Song is, but I was acting as your manager at the time. I really didn't arrange for anyone to find that person for you to buy a song. It's obvious that someone is making false accusations. Has this person's identity been checked yet? Chen Guiyang asked. Lin Shi immediately handed over the information. Queried. It's a personal lyricist called Zhang Hai, not very famous in person and usually unassuming, but he's a member of the Lyric Society. Lindsay pulled up a video as she introduced herself. Initially, some people suspected that the information provided out by Zhang Hai was fake, but Zhang Hai produced video evidence. Lu Jia's brows were locked in confusion. The evidence is so vague? What can this prove? This evidence is vague, but this person, Zhang Hai, has a special identity. Lin Shi explained. This lyricist association in the entertainment industry, although it is not an official organization, but it is extremely famous. These people flaunt the title of advancing the original music of China to bring the lyricists together, and it does get a lot of support from the public, and even some of the gold medal lyricists play a role in it. With these people's vocalizations, coupled with this so-called video evidence from Zhang Hai, the public is easily misled. Chen Go Rhythm understands that this is clearly a false accusation. It is someone who is watching the rise of Star Entertainment, so they are not happy. Don't worry about it. The copyright is with us. Take a step back. Even if we did buy it, but we spent the money, the copyright is registered, and the other side can't win the lawsuit. Lu Jia let out a long sigh. That's true, but this matter has long since had nothing to do with copyrights, and the other party has stirred up such a public opinion, making it clear that they want to interfere with our Star Entertainment's popularity. Now that Invisible Wings and Actor are as good as new in the charts, if the publicity is jeopardized, it could easily affect Lin Xian and Fengwen. As the head of the operations department, Lu Jia was extremely knowledgeable about this area. How's it going in the PR department? Chen Guiyang asked. The PR department has already started to prepare for it, but apparently someone is pushing for it, and things aren't going very well right now. Lin Shi replied. The atmosphere in the conference room was dead silent. Everyone was called together in the middle of the night and no one was prepared in advance. This matter will be discussed tomorrow. So everyone go back to your homes, and the PR department will work harder to leave a statement out. The crowd had a look at each other and it had to be done. The next day, Chen Goro returned with tired eyes. Lu Chen walked up like nothing and teased. Honey, you are a diva. You have to pay attention to this image. The buttons are crooked. Chen Goro realized this, but she didn't have the time to pay attention to this right now. Have you been online? Someone has been spreading the word about you on the internet lately, saying, say I wrote The Wind Rises and the actor and bought them, right? Lu Chen took the words and smiled slightly. Do you believe it? Chen Guiyang's eyes flickered as he shook his head. At first, I did not believe that you could write such a high-quality song, but lately I've realized that I don't know you as well as I thought I did. That's why I believe that you wrote all those songs. I believe in your character. Lu Chen smiled slightly. It's enough that you believe. Don't worry. Leave this matter to me. I'll fix it. You'll fix it? Chen Guiyang couldn't believe her ears. With a bitter smile, he said, how are you going to solve it? This whole thing is a headache for our PR department. Chapter 99. Did he really buy those songs? Just after Chen Gozhuan left, Lu Chen immediately logged on to the scarf. Now on the bib, it's almost all people who bashed the Morning Fishing Song. Asshole, come out and explain. This song was obviously written by Zhang Hai. What makes you say you're original? You've given all your songs to Balachin. Is it possible that you and Balachin have been colluding for a long time? Did you also buy the songs that made Chen's ballad famous? It's really true what Chen Gezhang said. How much these people fan you now. They will scold you even harder later. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth hooked into a disdainful smile. Fix him? Then have fun. Lu Chen's fingertips flew and he was editing the copy when a private message caught his attention. Victor Zhao. Lu Chen murmured and tapped on the message. Zhao Vida, you're in trouble now. I know you must be panicking right now. As an independent creator, you don't have a team. Now I can give you a way out. Join us at Black Gold Entertainment. This is something that I can help you out with. Lu Chen smiled faintly and replied. No need. Zhao Vida was stunned. Such a simple and rough 2 words to get rid of him? Undeterred, Zhao Vida continued to follow the good advice. Have you not understood the situation? Now you're being targeted by the whole network. And the people targeting you are obviously prepared. The conditions I'm offering you now are already very good. I know people in the Lyric Association. As long as you cooperate with me, I guarantee you'll still have money to make later. Lu Chen opened a bottle of Coke. His face relaxed. He was now almost 100% certain that this matter was definitely related to Black Gold Entertainment and Xiao Vida. Morning fishing song, can I trust you? Xiao Vida was overwhelmed with smugness. I can't fix you, can I? Xiao Vida, absolutely no problem. I'll fix this in a minute. But there's a catch. You have to give me a song. Pust. Lu Chen hastily drew 2 sheets of paper to wipe the screen. Nice guy. Still trying to whore himself out. Morning fishing song, I usually sell millions of dollars a song. You. Xiao Vida's face instantly looked bad. Who knows if your song is original? Lu Chen was speechless. Were all the opponents in the mall this kind of goods now? Can Xiao Vida not know in his heart whether he bought it or not? Morning fishing song, let's see. Lu Chen rolled his eyes and closed the computer. Muttering in his heart, isn't this nuts? He still had to send Lu Xiaolu to school, so he didn't have time to get involved with Xiao Vida. Xiao Vida sat in front of his computer, his eyes eager. You think about it carefully. 10 minutes later. I'll give you some if you can't. You won't lose. How about 100? 000? Half an hour later. 500. 000 is the highest price. I owe you a favor for this. You know. 1 hour later. Okay. $5 million. You write me a song, and I'll still set you straight on this matter. Xiao Vida was simply going crazy with anxiety and growled at the display. Damn. It's excessive. Who the hell is begging who for help? Chen Gozhuang sat steadily in his office, calmly brushing his scarf. On the contrary, Lin Shi and Qin Shui were like ants on a hot pan. Anxious. Mr. Chen, what should we do? There are more and more voices cursing Lu Chen online now. Yes, Mr. Chen. Now that morning fishing song has become a target, Lu Chen is in danger. Chen Goro suddenly remembered Lu Chen's words and said, they were scolding the morning fishing song. What does that have to do with Lu Chen? Lin Shi and Qin Shui were both confused. What kind of mess was this? How can Chen Goro still be so breezy? Not bad for a boss. The copyright is ours, so it's okay as long as there are no legal issues involved. Not to mention the fact that people don't know the true identity of morning fishing song. Lin Shi and Qin Shui looked at each other. Yeah, people didn't realize that the morning fishing song was Lu Chen. The two were relieved, but still a little worried. Chen Goro looked at the computer screen, quietly waiting for news from Lu Chen. In the morning, Lu Chen's expression was incomparably certain, just like when he was certain that The Wind Rises and the actor would be a hit. So it seemed that Lu Chen was not as ignorant of the entertainment industry as she thought. She wanted to see how Lu Chen was going to reply. Finally, Lu Chen sent a scarf. Morning fishing song. I'm sorry to take up public resources. I did buy a copy of The Wind is Rising a few years ago. It's been so long I've forgotten. It cost $20, 000 at the time. I'll think harder about whether the actor was bought as well. The message was quickly retweeted. Retweets break 1,000 in a very short time. And it's only a matter of time before they break 10,000. I can't believe I actually bought it. How much? How much did you say? $20,000? If I had known, I would have bought it too. This deal is quite profitable. Morning fishing song, how dare you openly cheat on our feelings? I'm going to diss you. A certain apartment. Zheng Hai is communicating with the netizens in a victimized manner. Suddenly a lot of people were asking him to look at the scarf. Zheng Hai took a look and was also dumbfounded. I can't believe the morning fishing song admitted it, and said the other song was also bought? Zheng Hai was confused. Can he really write such an awesome song? When he was about to deal with Xiao Vida, his scarf mailbox suddenly received many private messages. Big brother, buy a song. Big brother, why don't you reveal yourself when you're so powerful? Please, 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 please. The price is not a problem. You name your price. Brother, I'm the anchor. Can I buy a song from you? Happiness came so suddenly that Zheng Hai was instantly messed up. It has not been that he does not show the mountains and does not show the water. It is really that he is not strong enough to sell a few $1,000s a month is considered to be bird incense. I guess this morning fishing song forgot who I bought it from. Ha ha, but I'm about to get rich now. Zheng Hai rubbed his fists and released a message, insisting on originality and authenticity. I've decided to make a comeback, and a new song is about to be created, so I hope you'll all give it a lot of support. Black Gold Entertainment. Xiao Vida was confused by Lu Chen's maneuver. What's going on? Why did you really come out and admit it? Without waiting for him to send a private message to Lu Chen, Zheng Hai's scarf once again caught his eye. Why are you really selling songs? Xiao Vida hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Zheng Hai. What's wrong with you? You're still selling songs with your kung fu? Zheng Hai was immersed in the complacency of the netizens bragging when Xiao Vita's tone made him very upset. All literati have 3 points of pride, not to mention Zheng Hai, who was overwhelmed by the bragging. Humph, if you weren't rich, do you really think I'd lick you? Zheng Hai held back his displeasure and said, Mr. Zhao, don't be angry. I'm just happy to suddenly be held in such high esteem by everyone. Zheng Hai's face was unpleasant. Who is a businessman to judge his own work? Now he's a hot and well-known songwriter across the internet. And that morning fishing song, I guess it's just like what we thought. It's actually a two-timer. Otherwise why would he admit it? It must be that he can't withstand the abuse from the netizens. Xiao Vita was also a bit confused. Yeah, maybe they really did get them right. Why else would you buy a song at a high price and not get any reaction at all from morning fishing songs? Instead of clarifying it on the internet, it seemed to him that his opening price was quite high, and there was no chance that morning fishing song would not agree to it. If so, there is only one possibility that morning fishing songs indeed has no real skills and those songs are bought. Chapter 100, Even Actors Are Bought? Star Entertainment. Chen Guiyang was confused. What the hell is Lu Chen doing? Even if it was reverse PR, he didn't do it like this. Now that Zheng Hai said something and Lu Chen either supported it or didn't say anything, the netizens had been taken off track. Lu Jia looked carefully at the data on top of the network, and her tightly locked brows eased quite a bit. In some ways, morning fishing is doing a great job. Chen Guiyang stared at the screen with some incomprehension. Now that the internet has not diminished in any way the bashing of the morning fishing song, Lu Jia says Lu Chen is doing a good job? The one who is cursed the most on the internet right now is morning fishing song. But the impact on our Star Entertainment is already minimal. There was a buzz in Chen Guiyang's head. Yeah, how did she not pay attention to this? Lu Chen's this do. Well, public opinion are led to their own body. Now the main conflict is the morning fishing song with Zheng Hai's, and Star Entertainment has set aside the relationship. After all, Star Entertainment is just a buyer and buys from whoever has the rights. Lu Jia excitedly said, this morning fishing song is really interesting. The first thing he wanted to do was to help us solve the public opinion. And it's not in vain that we spent a lot of money to buy his songs. Chen Guiyang's eyes flickered. The reason Lu Chen did this wasn't because of the money. It was all for her. Thinking of this, Chen Guiyang couldn't help but burst into some hot tears. Lu Chen has been quietly giving in his family, and in his career, he has been directing the curses to himself, so that Star Entertainment can avoid being affected. She, Chen Guo, was really lucky to have met such a man. But, the morning rising fishing song was really bought? Lu Jia couldn't help but be a bit puzzled as well when she looked at these few statements released by Lu Chen. Chen Guo instinctively still trusted Lu Chen, so she did not answer. We can't be ungrateful if the morning fishing songs help us, so let's have the PR department at the ready. Zheng Hai sighed. Having received 500,000 from Xiao Vita, Zheng Hai is now bursting with self-confidence. Over the past 2 days, Zheng Hai's dumpling-like dozen of songs were sold. Relying on the fame given by morning fishing song, Zheng Hai's one song can be sold at the price of a top songwriter. Daily income of several million. Once let Zheng Hai feel reach the peak of life. A certain platform. The internet singer who bought Young Hai's song realized something was wrong. Being able to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a song. They are not white people. They know very well whether a song is good or not. Zheng Hai wrote these songs. They're just unbearable. Fu Ming, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and post the song. Fu Ming, a little-known internet singer, has formed a small group with his girlfriend, who acts as his manager. The two worked together and were meant to become power singers through the internet, being discovered by a major label and then officially stepping into the entertainment industry. But no money, no resources, no good songs. After so many years, this time almost all the savings of the stud bought the song from the hands of Zheng Hai. But Fu Ming's face was bad. It's very much a rushed song. It's still the kind of thing that people with average skills rush out. His girlfriend, Jiang Hua, hurriedly pulled Fu Ming and headed for the recording studio. What the hell are you waiting for? Do you know how much it costs to rent this high-end recording studio? What you're dawdling now is time. Fu Ming's face was a little displeased. Jiang Hua was becoming less and less like a girlfriend since she became her manager. I think there's something wrong with this song. Can it really be hot? Fu Ming asked with some uncertainty. Jiang Hua doesn't know music and only thinks it's Fu Ming who is timid in the battlefield. Fu Ming, what do you want me to say about you? The morning fishing song with the heat of the most dazzling ethnic wind kind of earth songs can be fire. Now the fans of the Fighting Silver can know that we spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy the song. Are waiting to listen to it. Will you pay attention? We're counting on this song to turn the tide. Fu Ming still had a tangled face. But I think this song is really bad. If we send it out and it's not well received, we'll lose fans pretty badly, right? Ginger Blossom was completely on fire. Fu Ming, My mother has been with you for so many years, just waiting for you to fire through the days of glory and wealth. How many times do you want me to tell you? Fu Ming looked deeply at Zhang Huahua. A heartbeat later, even if it's a crappy song, with how hot it is now, a crappy song can still catch fire. Good. I'll sing. Mr. Chen. The singers who bought Zhang Hai songs are now starting to release their songs. Lin Shi handed the computer to Chen Goro. It's hot right now, and some of these songs are on the charts, and this one called Fu Ming has a pretty good ranking. Chen Goro was filled with disgust when she heard this. That's it? How can Zhang Hai be considered a creator with some status? Why is his strength so weak? Lin Shi said disdainfully. Zhang Hai is now getting carried away, selling out 4 or 5 new songs a day, and the prices aren't low. They're all hundreds of thousands up and down. Hundreds of thousands. Chen Gezhuan's eyes widened. Zhang Hai is crazy? The current head creators are wary of asking that price. Does he really think he's a morning fishing song? Lindsay spread her hands. Who knows? A lot of people are now accusing Zhang Hai songs of sucking, but it's something that has no set standard for value. And Zhang Hai is so hot that there's still a steady stream of people buying the songs. It's not uncommon for people to even dump their money on a song. Chen Goro shook her head helplessly. She even pitted Zhang Hai a little. It's right to make money, and it's right to make black money legally. But cheating on everyone's feelings only means that young Hai doesn't yet understand the horrors of the entertainment industry and the internet. But, Mr. Chen, there's one more thing. There's quite a lot of bashing of morning fishing song on the internet right now. And through the previous scarf postings, morning fishing song is now considered that the songs are all bought, and has a very bad reputation. Especially some of the duped song buyers have come forward to scold Zhang Hai, and quite a few people from the Lyric Society have come down. Lindsay handed over the new data. For the behavior of the morning fishing song, we, the Lyric Society, express our great disdain and disgust. Such a person is insulting music. If originality is forgotten, who else will stick to originality? Plagiarism should never be allowed to become a trend. Supporting Young Hai and rejecting all bashing against original singers. I'm Zhang Hai. If I had known I wouldn't have stood up and said it. But originality can't be buried. I'm not speaking out for me. I'm speaking out for the world's original singers. Quite a few of those who came down had big names. There are even a couple of very well-known songwriters that Chen Gaoyang recognizes. For a while, Chen Gaoyang was also confused. Not only did Lu Chen not clarify, but he even said that he was the one who bought it. It was hard to believe that Lu Chen had really bought songs to help her, but if so, why did Lu Chen take it out after so many years? Chen Goro looked at her cell phone and ultimately did not call Lu Chen. Lu Chen's series of operations are becoming more and more unintelligible, and now that the network is polarized, he has disappeared. No, I still have to ask. Chen Gezhuan was just about to pick up his cell phone to make a call, but at this time the scarf suddenly refreshed. Mr. Chen, Lu Chen sent a scarf. Lin Shi exclaimed. Chen Gezhuan hurriedly checked it out. Morning fishing song. Finally remembered. Taking up public resources again. It seems like I bought the actor from Zhang Hai as well. Chen Gaoyang was confused. Lu Chen, what do you want? Chapter 101, new song before public opinion dies down? Morning fishing song. I'm very sorry. I create a lot of songs, but there are some that I genuinely like to buy, and I just remembered now that I bought both The Wind is Rising and the actor. I'm very grateful to Mr. Zhang Hai for reminding me of the fact that I almost became a morally corrupt person. Of course, I'm deeply sorry about this matter, and I accept all of everyone's criticisms. Lu Chen's further post managed to stir up the netizens' emotions. I can't believe Young Hai wrote both The Wind Rises and the actor? 2 admissions and several posts in a row by morning fishers, which pretty much establishes the veracity of what was said. I really didn't realize that both songs were written by Young Hai. But how come Young Hai's recent creations are so rough that they can even be described as bad? The morning fishing song is still sincere, but I'm still curious. I guess I've reached a creative bottleneck. Creative writing doesn't just catch fire. Lu Chen and the netizens have taken the rhythm, which can look silly. Zhao Vida and Zhang Hai. Black Gold Entertainment. Zhao Vida's entire body was in a daze. What's going on? That's not the right wind of public opinion right now. They clearly wanted to trap Lu Chen into composing songs for them. How come the harder Lu Chen is framed, the more he admits it? Zhang Hai, what the hell is wrong with you? What the hell is going on Lu Chen's side? Zhang Hai was also full of bafflement and said in a puzzled tone, I don't know. Mr. Zhao, this morning fishing song's brain circuit is also too big, isn't it? Do you think it could really be possible that I wrote it? After all, I've written quite a few songs, so what if I'm the one who forgot? Zhao Vida sneered, his tone disdainful to the extreme. Zhang Hai, you don't really think you're talented enough to write a song like The Wind Rises, do you? Forget it, it's useless to ask you. Zhao Vida hung up the phone unceremoniously. leaving Zhang Hai on the other end of the line furious. Star Entertainment. Chen Gozhuan was now incredibly convinced that Lu Chen's songs were definitely bought. It wasn't that she had preconceived notions about Lu Chen. If these songs were really written by Lu Chen, then why did Lu Chen admit it? There were too many ways to confront each other head-on, and with Zhang Hai's strength, he simply couldn't match Lu Chen. Even Qin Shui, too, faltered. She is the head of the creative department and knows how difficult it is to create a great song. Lu Chen's ability to write an amazing lyric had already proved his talent, but the frequency of songs in a short period of time, how could this be thought of? Did not seem like something that could be accomplished by a single person. Lin Shi looked at Chen Gayan with a worried face and explained, Mr. Chen, don't be angry. Lu Chen is doing this all for your sake. It's understandable to do these things. Chen Goro did not get angry. She was just becoming more and more puzzled by what Lu Chen was doing right now. Lu Chen, what the hell do you want? After thinking about it for a while, Chen Goro decided to give Lu Chen a call to inquire. As he was dialing, the morning fishing song account, which had been silent, suddenly went live with a new song. The title of the song is Cyanide. Chen Gayan's heart fluttered. Bought again? The disbelieving Chen Gozhuang clicked on it and listened to it, and his face changed greatly. Qin Shui, of course, also found it and said with an excited expression, Mr. Chen, Lu, Morning Fishing Song has released a new song. Without waiting for Chen Gayan to reply, a message suddenly popped up on his cell phone. The message was from Lu Chen. The song Cyanide is perfect for Fongwen to sing, but note that it can't be released now, so you can record it first. Chen Goro hurriedly replied to Lu Chen, what the hell are you doing? Now the internet is cursing you. And what the hell is going on with this song Cyanide? Lu Chen replied with a smiley face and said immediately after, you don't have to care about the internet for now. I'll tease them first. Remember Cyanide, don't send it out now. Oh. Lu Chen followed up with a kiss emoji and then nothing more. The three people, Chen Guro, Qin Shui, and Lin Shi, looked at each other in disbelief, clearly confused. What kind of operation is this for Lu Chen? Morning Fishing Song has released a new song. Come see it, everyone. It's called Cyanide. Che, what's so great about that copycat dog? The demo of Cyanide is really good. You didn't buy it too, did you? Impossible, right? Now that the Morning Fishing Song is on the cusp, which songwriter is out of his mind to buy his song now? Definitely not bought. This song is definitely an original Morning Fishing Song. As soon as the demo of Cyanide appeared on Good Songs, it quickly caused a stir among music lovers all over the internet, with people responding and discussing all kinds of things. Lu Chen saw such a reaction and revealed a smile just as he expected. Qin Shui said after listening carefully several times, Mr. Chen, the quality of this song is nothing less than actor, and it's not even close to The Wind Rises. Lin Shi had followed the two for so long that she was gradually able to distinguish what songs were good. Yeah, this song is definitely an original for Morning Fishing Song. Just listening to the backing track alone makes it sound so good, and the lyrics are so catchy. Chen Gozhuan was also a professional, so of course he heard what made the song stand out. Now she was even more confused. Is this song really Lu Chen's original? If so, Lu Chen's strength was undeniable. How could someone who could create a song like that copy it? How would they bother to copy it? Contact Fongwen immediately and familiarize yourself with the song as soon as possible, Chen Gayan commanded, while reminding, also, this matter should not be publicized now. In just an hour's time, the internet has shifted a bit in its windy opinion of Morning Fishing Songs. Just listening to a small sample I can tell that Cyanide is a really good song. Awesome. Is this really written by Morning Fishing Song? It doesn't lose out to the actor or The Wind Rises at all. People Morning Fishing Song have said, they are buying, is spent money, even if it is spent less as Zhang Hai own no vision. With Morning Fishing Song what relationship? I even suspect that this incident was fabricated by Zhang Hai himself, and that the Morning Fishing Song big brother was forced to admit it under pressure. The favorable reviews of Lu Chen on the internet made Chen Gozhuan breathe a sigh of relief. Even though Xiao Vida was very skeptical that all of Morning Fishing Song's songs were bought, there were still too many things that didn't make sense about this matter, so he hadn't given up following Morning Fishing Song's account. Sure enough, Morning Fishing Song has released another new track. At least he is the vice president of the entertainment company. He has the judgment of whether a song is good or not. The value of Cyanide is in no way less than that of the wind-up or the actor. But this made Xiao Vida even more confused. Was this song written by Morning Fishin or was it bought by Morning Fishin? Just as he hesitated, his cell phone suddenly rang. Hey, President, what are your instructions? Xiao Vida's tone was very flattering. Xiao Vida, Morning Fishing Song has released another song. I don't care if he bought it or he wrote it. This song has to be taken down. Xiao Vida hurriedly responded. Yes, 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 don't worry President. I will do my best. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Vida was filled with displeasure. He's always in charge of music. He's the executive vice president. Why do you control me so tightly every day? In his heart, he thought so. But Zhao Vida still obediently opened the chat box with Morning Fishing Song. Zhao Vida, brother, released a new song? There's still a lot of public opinion lately. I'm afraid you won't be able to sell this new song for a good price. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Vida still contacted him. Morning Fishing Song, isn't this Mr. Zhao? Don't contact me. I can't even protect myself now. Chapter 102, I believe you wrote those two songs. Zhao Vida's complexion loosened, revealing a smile. I'm afraid you're not afraid of trouble right now. Zhao Vida, brother, are you really going to go on like this? Morning Fishing Song, I don't care if the whole internet is calling me names now. Zhao Vida, I've always cherished talent, and I'm sure you're absolutely innocent. Morning Fishing Song, so who suspected me in the first place? The smile on Zhao Vida's face froze, like eating a fly, and his face collapsed. Zhao Vida, this is a different time. Man, I'm sure all those songs are your originals. Morning Fishing Song, I've admitted it myself. And you still believe in my innocence? I don't deserve to sell you songs. Hire someone else. Zhao Vida was puzzled. It's that time of the year. The Morning Fishing Song is still so persistent? This made Zhao Vida a bit uncertain as well. Vida Zhao, did you really buy The Wind Rises and the actor? Who did you buy them from? Morning Fishing Song, didn't I tell you it was Shanghai? Mr. Zhao, what do you have to talk to me? A porter? In short, I'm not selling you. Zhao Vida, brother, take it easy. Whether you bought it or not, I'm willing to pay a high price. Zhao Vida, still 5 million. How's that? I'm telling you, I'm definitely the most conscientious with this price in the entire network. Lu Chen laughed. The effect had been achieved, so he simply didn't reply. Zhao Vida waited anxiously. The president personally ordered to buy over no matter what. But no matter how the Morning Fishing Song does not cooperate, cyanide is really good, but I don't dare to buy it. Could it be that Morning Fishing Song bought it from someone else, too? It's possible. Who could create such a song at this point in time when the wind is blowing? Forget it, let's just wait and see. Che, whatever. As long as the copyright is for the Morning Fishing Song, isn't it? As long as it's copyrighted. Even if the song wasn't written by Morning Fishing Song, so what? It's so hot right now. It's bound to be a hit if we send it out. Netizens who figured this out have been commenting underneath the cyanide demo. However, it was clear that regardless of whether the song was written by Morning Fishing Song or not, everyone was very conservative in their bids, hovering just between $200,000 and $300,000. Chen Guo, who had been unable to see what was going on, was now fully invested in what the netizens and Lu Chen were saying. It was for this reason that she finally understood what Lu Chen really wanted to do. But, thinking about it, Chen Guo did not hold back his laughter and sprayed it out. Lin Shi was full of doubts. Mr. Chen, what's wrong with you? Now that everyone's bids are so conservative, it's clear that they don't believe in Morning Fishing Song anymore. Chen Guiyang shook her head, her tone very certain. No, The Wind Rises and actor must have been written by Lu Chen himself. Never bought. Lin Shi's eyes moved slightly and tentatively asked. Then, we really don't need to help? Chen Guiyang shook his head slightly and laughed. No need. He's more powerful than we thought. Lin Shi had been following Chen Guo for years, and it was definitely few and far between that could make Chen Guo say those words. Lin Shi couldn't help but marvel. Mr. Lu is also too powerful. Simply Zhu Guliang planning in a tent and winning 1,000 miles away. Lin Shi's careless exclamation of adoration suddenly caused Chen Guiyang to fall into a brief pause once again. Yeah, how did Lu Chen do it? Her PR department worked day and night to prepare various PR strategies, but Lu Chen had saved Star Entertainment's popularity with just a few tweets. She tried to do everything she could to help Lu Chen salvage his reputation, but Lu Chen merely released a new song. After things had gone on for such a long time, until now, she had never understood Lu Chen's thoughts, and had even doubted him, but it was only after Lu Chen had done all these things that she came to her senses. Lu Chen really isn't simple. Is this really something that someone who is at home every day just taking care of their family can do? Chen Guiyang fell into deep self-doubt. What Chen Guozhuang could figure out, Zhao Vida certainly wouldn't be much slower. Are the old Greece in the shopping mall? Now do not understand. He this executive vice president even if really in vain. Just as more people were still in doubt, Zhao Vida had already begun to frantically shell Lu Chen. Brother, how about selling it to me for $5 million? I'm definitely your best choice. Brother, I've read it all. The Wind Rises and the actor are definitely written by you. Big brother, sell me cyanide. I'll never let you suffer. The Great Spirit. I'll pay you $8 million for the blue flower and give you 3% of the profits. How about that? Xiaolu was so anxious that he even wondered if the computer was broken. How come he couldn't receive Lu Chen's message? Now all he lacked was time. What he could figure out. Would Chen Guiyang not be able to figure out? And would the other three top entertainment companies not be able to figure out? What everyone is missing right now is time. The head participants of the entertainment company, including Xiaolu, understood and offered countless enticing conditions, but all of these messages sank without a trace, and Lu Chen didn't reply to any of them. The high price for the song from the boss of the top entertainment company, as well as Lu Chen's own heat, kept the discussion of green flowers and the morning fishing song high on the hot search. Who actually won Cyanide became an important topic of discussion for many in the songwriting community. It's a great song, not to be outdone by The Wind Rises or actor Zheng Hai's House. Recently his self-penned songs have been selling like crazy on the internet, which has given him a spring in his step for a while. Behind the springtime, you can't avoid the situation where some big entertainment companies find that the songs are of poor quality and don't catch fire when you sing them. So many entertainment companies and famous singer managers called Zheng Hai, Mr. Zhang, the quality of your song is a little hard to say, isn't it? Zheng Hai couldn't even remember how many such calls he had received, and his face was very ugly. Creation. It's creation, and I'm an original. Do you understand? The status of originality is unquestionable. Besides, songwriting isn't a gold mine. There are good songs and then there are average ones. Doesn't the fact that The Wind Rises and Actor are so hot prove my strength? You guys don't have to buy it if you don't believe me. If you guys question my strength, don't buy songs from me in the future. I won't sell them to you guys. Such an attitude left many entertainment companies dumbfounded and their impression of Zheng Hai grew worse. Hanging up these calls, Zheng Hai also became a bit worried. He didn't write the wind-up and the actor, after all. But how does he hold back so much heat? Now that many media outlets wanted to report on him, Zheng Hai couldn't help but feel a little weak. I've been spending a bit too much lately. I still need to sell a few more songs. Zheng Hai opened the website and was about to look for some ingrates to sell their songs when he suddenly saw the latest developments of the morning fishing song. New song Cyanide released. When Zheng Hai opened it, his entire body froze. He's springing for it, but he's not so carried away that he can't tell if the songs are good or bad. This song just seals the deal. Only those who have wronged you know how wronged you are. Nope, can't get any more out of the limelight. Zheng Hai suddenly got nervous, and after thinking about it, he decided to send a tweet. Zheng Hai Original. Recently, I am going to shut down to study the new song. I am only a personal songwriter. Creation is all because of love. Earn money and famous is not what I seek. So please some media do not bother me anymore. I do not want to be concerned. Chapter 103, Lyric Association's Outburst. Lu Chen apologizes. Holy, not for fame and fortune. So did I feed my $800,000 to the dogs? Your kid's love is worth a damn. You dare to ask for a high price if you can't write a good song. And now you're done with it by saying you're in seclusion? Don't get hung up on this one. The price of Cyanide has been speculated to $8 million. On the internet, the price about Cyanide went up like crazy, and even people who play stocks started to pay attention to it. A song has gone from hundreds of thousands of quotes to nearly 10 million quotes, which shows how hot the heat really is. Not to mention $8 million for a song. Something that has never been done on the internet before. A lot of famous songwriters in the songwriting world have noticed something is wrong. It's just not normal for Cyanide to go up in price at the rate it's going. Once the price goes over $1 million, it's basically a battle between the big entertainment companies or even the top entertainment companies. Chen Guiyang was also shocked by the offer. There have been countless gold medal songwriters in history, but it's extremely rare for a song to top 1 million, and even rarer for it to top 3 million. Each of Lu Chen's previous compositions, The Wind Rises, The Actor and Invisible Wings, sold at all-time high prices. If it wasn't for this, how could those gold medal songwriters in the entertainment industry with their eyes on the sky speak out in favor of such a little-known person like Zheng Hai? Mr. Chen, now that the popularity of Green Flower has reached an all-time peak, aren't we going to let Fong Wen release the song online? Chen Guozhuan was also very excited. If it was her, she would definitely have sunk her teeth into getting the song online by now. She couldn't imagine how hot the song would be while it was hot. However, there had been no news from Lu Chen. Stay offline for now and wait for news from Lu Chen. Qin Shui was very excited and hurriedly said, Mr. Chen, the heat of Cyanide is so high right now. Once we miss the timing, it's very likely that we'll miss this opportunity. How could Chen Guiyang not be aware of this situation? She was already composed. But how did Lu Chen manage to be so composed? After thinking about it, Chen Guiyang made a decision that shocked herself. Trust Lu Chen's judgment in his area of expertise. Stay calm. We can't go online now. Wait. Lyric Society. The three middle-aged men were so angry that their hair stood on end. There hasn't been a song in history that can reach this price. This price has exceeded the market laws. President Mangao strongly suppressed his emotions, and his tone was already close to a low roar. That's right, a newcomer in the lyrical world. What is this ready to do? Is there still no regard for us? Vice President Gao Yuan was also very upset. The main thing is that this person isn't from our original lyric association and is carrying public opinion on his back. This is provoking our lyric association. Another vice president, Geng Nian, couldn't help but be angry as well. The jealousy in the eyes of the three was about to condense out of the water. Mangao slapped the tea table. The teacup could not stand the vibration, fell down and rolled down. Bang sound into pieces. We absolutely can't let Morning Fishing Song continue to be so arrogant. We have to issue a statement to jointly boycott this market-destroying behavior. Mungo. I'm Mangao, the president of the Lyric Association. We in the Lyric Association express our great protest against the recent performance of the Morning Fishing Song. This kind of behavior that disrupts the market is unethical. High source. I am the vice president of the Lyric Association, Gao Yuan. This move of the Morning Fishing Song is tantamount to desecrating music. This behavior is disrespectful to music. How can you measure music with money and make music a slave to money? Geng Nian. I am Geng Nian, the vice president of the Lyric Association, and I declare that our Lyric Association is very much protesting against the behavior of the Morning Fishing Song, and we do not accept any songs created by the Morning Fishing Song. As veteran songwriters, the trio's status in the songwriting world is significant. The influence of one person's voice is already very large, and now the three of them have joined forces, which is tantamount to detonating a nuclear bomb in the songwriting world. A number of songwriters from the Lyric Society and singers who were being pushed head and shoulders by Star Entertainment came down to show their support for the trio of Mangao. Many entertainment companies, too, have taken sides under the storm, boycotting the Morning Fishing Song. After all, there was no hope of buying a song myself, so I simply ruined the Morning Fishing Song. Chen Guozhuang sat steadily in his office chair, his face full of gravity. Now she really didn't dare ignore the movement on the internet for a minute. A clutter of footsteps came from far away. Lu Jia from the operations department, Qin Shui from the creation department, and Zhou Yang from the propaganda department came to Chen Guoyan's office in droves. Mr. Chen, the president and two vice presidents of the Lyric Association have spoken out, and now that the major entertainment companies have also come down, we, Star Entertainment, have 3 songs created by Morning Fishing Songs under our belt, and we're very passive. Qin Shui's face was similarly full of kinks. Mr. Chen, there is also a problem with the popularity of Morning Fishing Song on the internet. What do you think is good now? The gazes of the crowd all landed on Chen Guorou's body. Chen Guorou was incomparably calm. No response. For words that startled all the arriving ministers. We are not afraid of shadows. They can curse if they want to. The president of the Lyric Association? To put it nicely, it's the president. Who in the circle doesn't know why they released such a statement? All sober up and go back to your posts. All we can do now is wait. Lu Jia and Qin Shui looked at each other, both seeing unprecedented shock in the other's eyes. There, Mr. Chen, how could he be so calm? It was even a bit overcalm and overconfident, what so many of them couldn't do anything about. What could a songwriter from Morning Fishing Song have done? Chen Guorou's hand under the table was also clenched tightly, and his palms were constantly sweating. She didn't know exactly what Lu Chen was going to do, but she trusted Lu Chen because he never let her down. Night. Chen Guozhuang went home in a hurry. She'd been coming home earlier and earlier at a time since the whole Morning Fishing Song thing had started to come up as a topic of conversation. Honey, what are you doing home so early? Lu Chen glanced at his watch. I came back half an hour earlier than yesterday. Wait a bit. I'll send a message and go cook. Chen Guoyan's gaze tightened. Send a message? Send what message? Chen Guorou hurriedly came forward and stared closely at the computer screen for fear of missing a word. However, after seeing Lu Chen's edited text, Chen Guorou was startled. Morning Fishing Song. Hello everyone. All this time, I've only admitted that I've purchased Mr. Zhang Hai songs, and not even once have I formally apologized. And now I'm here to formally apologize. In the beginning, I spent a total of 40,000 to buy the copyrights of Mr. Zhang Hai songs The Wind Rises and Actor. And after completing the transaction, the song copyrights became mine, and I even put my name on the lyricist. I ask for Mr. Zhang Hai's forgiveness, and I ask for everyone's forgiveness. In addition, I just remembered today that the song that was touted to be $8 million in the past few days, the creator is also Mr. Zhang Hai, and I bought it years ago, and I just remembered it because of Mr. Zhang Hai's voice, so I apologize again. It seems that I also paid 20,000 for it in the first place. In order to express my apology, I am willing to donate a total of $600,000 to the poor mountainous areas at 10 times the price to admit my mistake for my behavior. so please take me as a lesson. By the way, I have a lot of songs that I bought. I just can't remember who I got them from. Lastly, apart from Mr. Zhang Hai, the people in the Lyric Association are all big idiots X. After all, this is Mr. Zhang Hai's song, so what the hell are you guys? You deserve to stand up and talk nonsense. Chapter 104, The Fascinating Confidence of a Supernova Lyricist. Well, I'm going to make dinner as soon as I'm done posting. Chen Goro was startled and quickly blocked it. Don't send it. It was already too late. And Lu Chen posted this message even faster. Why do you need to post this? Chen Goro asked anxiously. Lu Chen smiled faintly and stood up to explain. In this situation now, we can't fall into a self-incrimination trap. People who want to frame you must have malicious intentions. And justice often doesn't need too much clarification and explanation, or else you'll only fall into other people's traps. We don't need to explain. There are certainly people in the public who can see it. After all, Chen Goro is an old man. Just a little searching will somewhat understand what Lu Chen wants to do. You're doing the right thing. The public can be misled by public opinion, but they're not all cuties. They have judgment. Lu Chen picked up Chen Goro in a hug. Let Morning Fishing Song worry about public opinion with the public. Now Lu Chen should worry about what Chen Gorythm wants for dinner. Humph, I thought you were really strong, but it turns out you're really a piece of trash. Scum. You have to sign your own name to other people's songs, if not for the intervention of a big shot. Is it true that $8 million will be sold for cyanide? Zhang Hai is so bitter. $60,000 and you've cheated him out of 3 such hot songs. I knew you were a shameless mover and shaker. Don't think you can salvage your reputation by donating. After Lu Chen's message was released, there were more and more people on the internet cursing the Morning Fishing Song. Chen Gaiyang, however, didn't have the same kind of pressure as before. She was now completely convinced of Lu Chen. Star Entertainment. Chen Gozhuang shut down the computer and threw herself into the teaching of the other side smell. The song Cyanide found Wendy quickly familiar. Not out of Chen Gozhuang's prediction. It is estimated that soon cyanide will burst into flames again, even exceeding the current hotness. Chen Gozhuang came to the creative department and found that Qin Shui also looked a lot more relaxed and casual than before. Guessed it? Chen Gaiyang asked with a raised eyebrow. Qin Shui smiled awkwardly. If this is still not understandable, all these years would not have been in vain. Chen Gaiyang smiled faintly. Now that quite a few well-known figures on the internet have seen Lu Chen's thoughts and have deleted their previous comments, I believe the 4 major entertainment companies have now come back to their senses. Qin Shui palpitated. Mr. Lu is really powerful. Killing without blood. Chen Gaiyang's eyes lit up as she stepped on her feet. Lin Shi, hurry up and register an account. Private message Zhang Hai to buy a song for 200 million. Black Gold Entertainment. Zhao Vida in front of the Morning Fishing Song microblogging inwardly shocked beyond words. He originally thought that after the release of Cyanide, it would be the time for Morning Fishing Song to strike back, but it turned out that he didn't expect Morning Fishing Song to be so calm. By now the big shots, including the level-headed ones, probably know what's going on. It's so uncomplicated. It's so uncomplicated. Zhao Vida was in a shocked mood. He now had no doubt as to why Morning Fishing Song had rejected him. Presumably Morning Fishing Song had long guessed his role in this matter. No, Zhang Hai, you'd better get your head out of your ass or it's all gone. Zhang Hai was flustered. Incomparably flustered. I don't know why, but Lu Chen's words were full of apologies for him, and he was indeed holding him up. But he was just incomparably flustered. Why was that? Private messages. Big brother, I apologize for my previous inappropriate remarks about you. So you're the one true God. Have you come out of seclusion yet? We're in desperate need of a good song. When you ask for a song, you ask for a song. And the price is high. $2 million. I'm willing to pay $2 million. $2 million. Zhang Hai's eyes widened with incredulity, his earlier panic disappearing with this exorbitant price. Where is someone doing a job? It's clear that his talent is finally being seen. I was about to write a song when the phone suddenly rang. Once the caller was Zhao Vida, Zhang Hai's face instantly became unpleasant. Before, you were the old boss and I was the junior soldier. I respected you, let you, and feared you. Now I'm a lyricist, a supernova for music lovers, and I'm afraid of you? Hey, why are you calling me again? I told you I'm hot and busy right now. Don't bother me. Do you know how much I earn now? Zhao Vida closed his eyes. The whole person leaned back in the wide office chair full of despair. This stupid X looks like he's having a ing blast. He couldn't help but curse himself for being so brain-dead as to seek out this kind of person to work with. Finally, Zhao Vida couldn't stand it. You damn hurry up and clarify. Just say that you've only sold 2 songs. The Wind Rises and Actor. You didn't write Cyanide. Cursing yourself? Zhao Vida dares to scold himself? A businessman who dared to look down on him as a talented bright star. Zheng Hai gritted his teeth in anger. Who are you scolding? Let me tell you. I'm long gone from the previous Zheng Hai, now I'm very popular. Do you know that? How come Cyanide can't be written by me? Isn't it just a song called Cyanide? I'll write a song to surpass it in a minute. Zhao Vida listening to this people stupid. Not only the corners of the mouth twitching, the whole body twitching. Can't you read? You two-bit bastard? Are you so cool that your cerebellum has atrophied? Unsurprisingly, the songs created behind Morning Fishing Song will also say that they were bought from you. Think about how you can stand it. Why can't I stand it? Zheng Hai growled. Do you know how much I pay for a song now? To tell you the truth, $2 million. $2 million. Doesn't that say something about my strength? 2 million. Although Zhao Vida was furious, his mind was still clear. The only people who can pay $2 million for a song are big entertainment companies. But which of the big entertainment companies can't see this clearly? This is obviously someone doing a job for Zheng Hai, and it's most likely Star Entertainment. Zheng Hai, you're out of your mind. 2 million? Don't you think about how much those famous songwriters pay for a song? How many songs in the music industry can exceed 1 million? Have you been blinded by false success and don't recognize yourself? Zheng Hai could no longer tolerate it. You, Zhao Vida, are no good. So who are you to talk about yourself? Zhao Vida, I'm telling you, I'm just being wistful. This is my opportunity. Who are you to control me? Our deal is long over. Goodbye. Zheng Hai hung up the phone angrily. He still had to hurry to write $2 million worth of songs. Zhao Vida was completely stunned. Zheng Hai dared to hang up on him? It's over. Zheng Hai, you stupid pig. Zhao Vida angrily swept the table to the floor, ranting hysterically and frantically. No way. Can't just leave it like that. Zheng Hai, this stupid bastard will definitely have an accident. Do not care now. When the time comes to expose yourself, then it will be all over. Do. The number you have dialed is in progress. Vida Zhao. Zheng Hai, damn you. Chapter 105, a two-way run on Morning Fishing Songs and Star Entertainment. Black Gold Entertainment. This time it wasn't a phone call. It was the president himself. Zhao Vida's entire body trembled with nervousness. That idiot Zheng Hai, whose virtue is not worthy of his position but doesn't know it, was targeted by the Lyric Society after he apologized for the last time for his Morning Fishing Song. In spite of this, Zheng Hai still did not know how to restrain himself, frantically writing and selling songs. In Zheng Hai's view, as long as a song is a big hit, he will be able to redeem all the fame. In a day's time, Zheng Hai would nearly write 7 or 8 songs, thus rushing out worse songs than before and asking for a higher price than before. People are naturally upset when they pay high prices to get crappy songs. If you can't find Zheng Hai, can't you find the Lyric Society? As the internet shifted its attention, the Lyric Society finally breathed a sigh of relief. After Meng Haier and the trio deleted their previous posts, they simply disappeared directly into the internet and ignored Zheng Hai. Showbiz is big and small, and when Zheng Hai had problems, Zhao Vida, who was with Zheng Hai, was of course implicated. Look what you've done. President Li Fan was furious. Zhao Vida had a belly full of bitterness. His plan would have been fine, even if it was flopped by the likes of Morning Fishing Song later on. That would have created a bad impression and led to problems with the later songs. But who knew there was a piggyback teammate who screwed him over? I'll keep working hard on Cyanide. Zhao Vida hurriedly looked for a compliment. Li Fan blankly glanced at Zhao Vida and said in a bad mood, "Humph, you're still continuing to work on it? It's clear that this song is already Star Entertainment's. Zheng Hai is stupid. You're no better." Zhao Vida nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I'm here for something else. I hope you can polish your eyes and make up for your mistakes. The Morning Fishing Song is a big deal and the board of directors is very dissatisfied. If you can't save the day, I can't protect you." Li Fan put down a sentence and prepared to get up and leave. "By the way, my previous line remains unchanged. If Morning Fishing Song releases a new song, no matter the conditions, it must be taken." Chen Guizhuang started a meeting with a group of ministers in the room about the green flower. Unlike in the past, today's meeting seemed very relaxed. Cyanide is doing very good numbers right now. It's currently hot, a third hotter than it was before when the price was speculated online. It's all over the internet right now. Who's going to win Cyanide? And more than 50% of the netizens are siding with us. Star Entertainment. Also, now that the reviews of Morning Fish Song are improving, the negative impact of Cyanide has been minimized. After Lin Shi finished his introduction, everyone present revealed a satisfied smile. Lu Jie flirted. Morning Fishing Song is awesome. This short less than a month of operation, the heat of Tsinghua is even higher than the previous heat of Mr. Chen's actor program. This operation ability, I am willing to pay tribute. Chen Goro heard something in Lu Jie's words. Lu Jie came closer and said, "Mr. Chen, why don't you recruit Morning Fishing Song? I'll even give him a job as a vice minister. Chen Guozhuang knew that Lu Jie's words were sincere. She is a strong woman. And the only person who can conquer a strong woman is a stronger one. I'd like to. I've mentioned it more than once. People don't like it. Lu Jie felt pity for a while, then asked, Mr. Chen, then when are you going to release Cyanide? Based on the current data, it's most appropriate to release it now. Lin Shi concurred. Yes, Mr. Chen. The netizens are now calling for it. The discussion of Cyanide is getting louder and louder. Everyone is looking forward to it. Chen Guozhuang's enthusiasm surged, and he was just about to finalize the release when he suddenly paused again. How about having Fong Wen participate in a variety program as well? Isn't it time for the next installment of The Voice this season? Count on your conscience. Still remember me. Feng Fei said triumphantly. Chen Guiyang had a big sisterly expression. That's for sure. I can't wait for Empress Feng Tian to bring me someone. Feng Fei waved her hand. Well said. The director's side is already planned. Let Fong Wen prepare on your side. The netizens blew up. Most people know that Cyanide has a high probability of going to Star Entertainment. As a result, Star Entertainment arranged to participate in The Voice. Revealing new songs on the show has become almost a regular pattern that everyone has formed with Star Entertainment. The showrunners are also very helpful, which is a great thing to increase the heat of the show. When the program aired, it really blew up on the internet. Fong Wen's unique voice and the song Greenflower simply complement each other and can be described as a match made in heaven. Cyanide is simply great. It's worthy of being produced by Morning Fishing Song. This song is definitely an original of Morning Fishing Song. Can Zhang Hai have this power at that level? Humph. I guess the Morning Fishing Song got someone else to write it, and he doesn't remember it himself? As the old saying goes, you can never wake up someone pretending to be asleep. The party heard that Little Heavenly King has the talent of a heavenly king. I'll leave this sentence here. Cyanide was a huge hit and used the heat to climb the charts quickly, firmly occupying the #1 spot on the new songs chart. Faced with a situation where the actor is about to go off the charts, Cyanide came along at just the right time. The #1 spot on the new songs chart has been dominated by Star Entertainment for a long time, which has caused many netizens to question the 4 top entertainment companies. How long has it been going on? And not a single one of the 4 top entertainment companies can fight. Chen Guiyang was thrilled, taking over the #1 spot on the new songs chart straight away in an hour. Cyanide is absolutely unprecedented. To say that some people previously thought that Fong Wen's actor was relying on the heat, and was itself not as good as Lin Xianxian's invisible wings. This kind of voice has all but disappeared now. Fong Wen's Little Heavenly King position was undoubtedly stable, even more so than Lin Xianxian's Little Heavenly Queen. Netizens comment. Star Entertainment is definitely the dark horse of this era. The future of the entertainment industry might be turning into the top 5 entertainment companies. The newcomers are brilliant. The little divas and divas also sing frequently. Star Entertainment is unstoppable. In just a month or two, we've been able to change the status quo. And I have to say that Star Entertainment's operating ability is absolutely top-notch. The time is also fortunate. Star Entertainment still insisted on believing in the Morning Fishing Song during its most difficult time. And that defeats all the entertainment companies. Netizens unanimously commented that sincerity is the surefire way to go. Lu Chen sat in front of his computer and opened a bottle of Coke in preparation for celebrating the victory of the great battle. Honey, I've done all I need to do, so it's up to you to show me what's next. Chen Guozhuang smiled slightly into her cell phone. Lindsay, follow the pre-prepared plan and move. Chan Ling, I definitely don't believe that The Wind Rises is a bot song. When I asked Morning Fishing Song online, his professionalism and understanding of the song completely overwhelmed me. And with my understanding of the music, only the original author could have done it. Fong Wen, the lyrical ability of the song Cyanide is definitely something only a top-notch songwriter can do. I would never believe that someone would sell such a work. This song must be the original of Morning Fishing Song, the official microblog of Star Entertainment. Morning Fishing Song is a fan of Chin Song Diva. The songs created for Song Diva cannot be plagiarized and purchased. It is just Song Diva lifting up the juniors. Co-signed by Lin Xianxian Zhao Xinjin. We believe that Morning Fishing Songs are definitely not like this. For the first time, a singer and an entertainment company have issued a letter in support of a songwriter. Something that has never happened before on the entire internet, and Star Entertainment is considered a precedent. Fans of Star Entertainment and songwriters who have worked with them in the past have also rallied to support Star Entertainment. Atmosphere. Star Entertainment knows what's good for them and is simply a model for the entertainment industry. Morning Fishing Song and Star Entertainment are a two-way street. Something happened to Morning Fishing Song and Star Entertainment has been quietly supporting it. Only an entertainment company like this is worthy of a Morning Fishing Song. Chapter 106, Is This the End? Shanghai. Don't believe them. I wrote The Wind Rises, the actor, and Cyanide. Netflix, ah yes, yes, yes. Netizen, you wrote it all. Zheng Hai's face darkened for a while. After Star Entertainment went live with Cyanide, most of the people who approached him to write songs returned to the comments section of Morning Fishing Songs. He hadn't opened in days. Lyrics Society. How can this be good now? Meng Gao's face was embarrassed. Gao Yuan's expression was also rushed. Previously disliked Greenflower. Now Greenflower online instead of a big hit. Although they delete comments quickly, but still by many people who have the heart to take screenshots put on the network. Deng Nian's expression was quite different. Will be wrong. Deng Nian gritted his teeth and said, after the rise of Morning Fishing Song, our income plummeted. We absolutely can't let him get up. The more popular a person is, the more prone to problems. The three of us will make a joint statement, and then call out the people in the association. It will definitely have an effect. Gao Yuan and Meng Gao looked at each other, both seeing uneasiness in the other's eyes. Deng Nian angrily shouted, President, do we still have to hesitate now? It's the best time to take advantage of the fact that Morning Fishing Song's foundation is unstable now. Meng Gao's mind fluctuates and hesitates. Anyway, it's all done. We can only insist. But now the three of us don't make a sound. If the others are willing, let them make a sound. Lu Chen only realized this when he received a call from Chen Guzhuang. No way? The Lyric Society is showing off? Lu Chen was surprised. After several storms, now the fans of the account Morning Fishing Song can be extremely sticky old fans. They still thought Lu Chen had just become famous and his fans were unstable? Now even if the Morning Fishing Song was actually plagiarized, I don't think many people would believe it. Chen Gaiyang's tone was also all but helpless. What are you going to do? Lu Chen's eyes rolled as he asked. What's Zheng Hai's recent movements? Chen Yaogong ballad doubt. Zheng Hai? This bastard is not long finished? Every day on the internet he says he wrote your song and only a very few people still believe it. Lu Chen opened his computer and said helplessly, then we'll just have to, once again, apologize. Morning Fishing Song. I've been having memory problems lately. I just remembered that I asked Zheng Hai to buy the most dazzling national wind as well. Maybe I just crossed over. I'm a bit not quite used to my new identity. And what the hell kind of organization is the Songwriters Guild? Why does it keep popping up? Doesn't anyone care? The three presidents of the Lyric Society sent out an article, and public opinion rose. But not much. The Morning Fishing Song was posted and public opinion exploded straight away. You're addicted to playing Big Brother? The novel's plot is out. And there's no way I'm going to believe you bought the song again. Big Brother, Songwriters Guild? I don't follow it. I don't know. Shocking Big Melon. So the Morning Fishing Song is a comedian. Are all the big men so humorous? Lu Chen closed the computer after sending it and messaged Chin Goro. It's done. I'll leave the back to you. The relaxed mindset of the Morning Fishing Song appeals to a wide range of people. Netizens are getting the impression that Morning Museum has been apologizing for actually playing around and not being serious at all. Posting a piece of music and saying that it was bought from Zheng Hai once or twice was fine, but after a few times, even the netizens didn't believe it. As for any internet comments or abuse, the Morning Fishing Song didn't even bother. This mentality has allowed Morning Fish to once again absorb a sizable portion of the guild fans and true fans. Just as public opinion was turning one way or the other in favor of the Morning Fishing Song, Zheng Hai's successive postings were being panned by netizens. How ruthless they were when they were influenced by Zheng Hai to spray Morning Fishing Songs. And now they will only be more ruthless. Chen Guzhang tweeted again. I have a doubt. Could Mr. Zheng Hai be the Morning Fishing Song? It's hard for me to imagine a lyricist who can write these songs with such a big contrast. And since all the Morning Rising Fishing Songs were bought from Zheng Hai, only Zheng Hai can do it in this world. So Morning Rising Fishing Songs is just a name. And it's totally safe to say that Zheng Hai is Morning Rising Fishing Songs. Lu Chen didn't hold back his laughter and sprayed it out. Straight up number likes and retweets. The duo's 1-2 punch amused netizens who were following the story. Young Hei's happy nickname, Zen Morning Fishing Song. Morning Fishing Song. This is a great idea. I think I can learn from it. I'll post this next time. The internet is exploding with opinion. The original serious criticism of the General Assembly, froze was played out. Under the 1-2 punch of Morning Fishing Song and Chen Go rhythm, the netizens got a kick out of it. But Zheng Hai panicked. The Lyric Society had slowly begun to alienate him. And even the three presidents, who had treated him as a sitting duck when things first started, were now closed to him. Such a large discrepancy made Zheng Hai vaguely feel that Zhao Vida's reminder might have been right in the beginning. But the great opportunity to make money is here. Zheng Hai does not want to let go. How many years would it take him to make all that money back if he missed this opportunity? It's a complete impossibility. Mud. Out of sight. Out of mind. The old man will make the old man's money. No matter who comes. It's no good. The Little Heavenly King and Little Heavenly Queen program worked extremely well. Newcomer Chen Ling made a name for herself. And Zhao Zhenjin not only made a name for herself, but even made one of the company's old singers on fire, and even formed a combination. The situation is great. Star Entertainment is in the entertainment industry. This made many people from Star Entertainment very grateful to Lu Chen and Morning Fishing Song. Currently, there were still very few who knew that the Morning Fishing Song was Lu Chen. Lu Chen's identity should still continue to be kept secret. Now that Morning Fishing Song's popularity has improved and it's even hotter than it was before, the publicity department and the PR department side must do a good job of following up, and the creative department mustn't drop the ball either. Chen Guo instructed. Qin Shui and Lin Shi nodded their heads. After leaving the office, the two muttered, "What's going on? It's kind of fun, obviously chatting about someone." Qin Shui snickered. Lindsay raised her head and asked, "But is this really over?" "What do you mean?" Qin Shui frowned. "It doesn't mean anything," Lin Shi said suspiciously. "It just feels a bit off. When did our Mr. Chen become so good at talking? Just let Shanghai off the hook like that?" Qin Shui hurriedly said. "You mean, Mr. Chen will still make moves?" Lin Shi took a long sigh of relief. "I've followed General Manager Chen for so long. I still know her character. To her comrades she's able to be good at all costs, and to her enemies she'll be vindictive and unforgiving. I'm sure Mr. Chen will make a move. Of course it's going to come out." Lin Shi had just returned to the office after giving Chen Guo's instructions when she saw Chen Guo on the phone. "You send me the account password for Morning Fishing Song. I want to log in," Chen Guo rhythm said. Lu Chen knew what his wife wanted as soon as he heard it. "No problem. I'm sending it to you." Lu Chen didn't even ask, and Chen Guo was also a bit curious. "Aren't you going to ask what I want your account for?" Lu Chen gave a spontaneous smile. "What's the point of asking that?" Chen Guiyang flirted. "Aren't you afraid that I'll dump all those godly works of yours?" Ha ha ha. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. "That's true. I'm all yours. Isn't everything I have also yours?" Chapter 107, If you don't pay back the money, you'll be waiting to go to jail. Chen Guo's face reddened. "Hate it. Hurry up and send the account password." No slumming. Lin Shi walked into the office, and Chen Guiyang looked up and continued to edit the copy. "Mr. Chen, didn't you say that this matter has passed?" Lin Shi asked, holding back her laughter. "I'm saying that the storm of the Morning Fishing Song has passed. I'm not saying that Zhang Hai's matter has passed. How can it be that my husband is being scolded so badly and he's earning a lot of money instead?" Lin Shi knew that Chen Guo was thinking that way as soon as she guessed. After taking a closer look, he was even more shocked by Chen Guo's amazing text. Morning Fishing Song. Lately my head has not been working well. After both the songs, The Wind Rises, Actor, Cyanide and The Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind, I remembered that the song Invisible Wings was also bought from Zhang Hai at a cost of $20,000, and there were just too many of them to remember. I'm sorry. I hope Mr. Young Hai can forgive me." Chen Guojuan pressed the enter key with unbelievable ease and complacency, and the message was released. Lindsay forced a laugh. "Mr. Chen, it's still you." On the internet, the slightest movement of the Morning Fishing Song is followed. The latest bib release is a quick hit. Ha 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 ha, the big man is joking again. Let me see what other cutie will believe it. Zhang Hai is really great. Worthy of a real Morning Fishing Song, simply the idol of lyricists. Don't mess with me. I didn't write it. I didn't even write it. True Morning Fishing Song. You're my idol. Netizens' teasing and hilarious comments made the tweet hot for a while. Zhang Hai was in a state of panic. He was really shocked that as much as the whole internet praised him in the beginning, there were now as many curses against him, including a variety of online real Morning Fishing Song nickname. Zhang Hai once flattered. Morning Fishing Song's recent series of maneuvers has circled a lot of die-hard fans, and these fans and those who have been picked by Zhang Hai have commented under his scarf. "Young Hai, refund the money. Mud, those songs weren't even written by you. You're a fraud. Compensate me for the money. Do you know I even took out a loan because of this? Oh, how dare you impersonate our big brother now? If you don't want people to know, you can't do it unless you do it. You can impersonate us just because you want to? You're dreaming." Zhang Hai panicked and deleted the comments, but there is no use at all. Now the Morning Fishing Song explosion degree. He deleted one. There have long been 10 has been issued. Do. Zhang Hai picked up his cell phone and yelled with a face full of irritation. "Hello? Lousy is in a depressed mood right now. Don't bother Lousy without anything important." Zhang Hai's tone was bad, and the opposite one was even worse. "Zhang Hai, you still have the ing face to say this. You're costing me big money now, you know?" Zhang Hai frowned, which made him focus on the caller. It was a big client of his own from before, and the song he wrote for this client was one he polished for over a month, and it did very well. "So it's Boss Zhang. Hasn't our deal been completed? How is it still affecting you?" Zhang Hai curried favor. And Boss Zhang's tone did not ease up at all. The song you wrote for me before. Now the whole internet is cursing it. You kid. Now you can't protect yourself, right? I'm calling you to tell you that you're the only one who still rises in the morning to sing a fishing song? You're worthy of being compared to our big brother. Ha ha ha. Boss Zhang cursed and hung up directly. Zhang Hai's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his 5 fingers clenched the cell phone hard. The scarf is full of private messages from countless people. Refunds, taunts, profanity, and even true to Boss Zhang's words, his own previously written songs have suffered. Zhang Hai sat paralyzed in his chair, his entire body feeling as if his soul had been drained. It shouldn't be. How did this happen? He now sort of understood what retribution meant. The internet is full of people cursing him, and there is even one after another asking him to refund his money. Do. Again? Zhang Hai raised his phone and was full of apologies. I really know I'm wrong. Don't scold me. I'm not here to scold you, the opposite side said. Zhang Hai looked relieved. I'm not here to scold you. I'm here to pay my respects to you. Aren't I? Let me tell you. I am a blogger of more than $1 million. Hurry up and give me a refund. $800,000. One respectively want less. Or wait for my lawyer's letter. Lawyer's letter? Zhang Hai's heart was so tight that he lost his hand and broke the teacup on the tabletop, and the wind through the hall blew his clothes hunting. He was instantly chilled with fear. Fu Ming hasn't stopped yet. Zhang Hai, let me tell you, I'm not the only one now. All of us who have been cheated by you have formed a guild. And if you don't pay back the money, you're guaranteed to be put in jail. A jail cell? How's that work? He's got a big future ahead of him. Zhang Hai just wanted to curry favor and beg for forgiveness, but realized that the other party had already hung up the phone. Zhang Hai froze, stayed in place and did not move. The room was dead silent for a time, and a needle could be heard. No, I have to do something. Thinking about it, a person suddenly appeared in his mind. Zhao Vida was following the account of Morning Fishing Song at the moment, trembling wildly inside. The Morning Fishing Song is too hard. This is to put young Hei to death. Zhao Vida was a little scared when the light above his head suddenly buzzed and flickered for a few seconds before suddenly bursting into flames. Zhao Vida was startled. Just then, an unfamiliar number called. Hello? Zhao Vida asked with a palpitating heart. I'm Zhang Hai. Ah, Mr. Zhao. Why did you pull the plug on my previous cell phone number? When Zhao Vida heard that it was Zhang Hai, he was furious. If it wasn't for this dumbass, how would he be in the position he's in now? And you have the nerve to call me. Zhang Hai's tone was humble, begging. Mr. Zhao, you cannot ignore me. I am now a target. Everyone yelled, all let me return the money, but also sue me. I really have no way. Zhao Vida's face was clouded like a pool of dead water. Wasn't it you who said that the deal between the two of us was over? Since it's over, what else is there to say? Zhao Vida's face changed. Mr. Zhao, you can't leave me alone. Mr. Zhao, Zhang Hai begged. I'm where I am today because I worked with you. Zhao Vida snorted coldly. You fart. It's purely your own fault that you have today. Zhang Hai's body went limp and collapsed to the ground. Zhao Vida's attitude couldn't be more obvious. This is to give up on himself. Deep despair and fear caused the humble begging on Zhang Hai's face to turn into a hint of viciousness. I was just about to say something when I realized the phone had been hung up. Zhang Hai was furious in his heart. He couldn't just sit back and wait for death. Zhao Vida, don't do too much. If I stink, you won't be good either. I'll stir up all the dirty things between the two of us. I'm sure there won't be anyone who isn't concerned when the executive vice president of Black Gold Entertainment does something like this. A Porsche 911 is parked under the company's building. Zhao Vida swept a glance and said disdainfully. I guess it's another one of the shareholders' sons who came to the company to molest the female employees. Chapter 108, Mr. Zhao. You said. I'll do it. The secretary behind him was wearing a wraparound skirt, and Zhao Vida turned around and swept his gaze hard over the secretary's body. As if familiar with such frivolous glances, the secretary's face rippled and remained straight in place. With all the recent news about Star Entertainment, Mr. Zhao, the artists under us have bred a lot of resentment. Complaints? How dare they have a complaint? Zhao Vida slammed the table in anger. And don't go out and ask around. Their wages are the highest in the industry and the hard work they put in is the lowest. Especially that Star Lee. Zhao Vida sucked in a mouthful of smoke and cursed. Pissing in the street. Smoking in public. Which one he didn't do? Public relations alone has cost me a lot of budget. When the former president came to the company to personally teach him a lesson, Zhao Vida's face was already very untenable. Look at other people's Star Entertainment. That company's artists. Aren't they better than them one by one? The secretary bowed her head in embarrassment. When recruiting, Xiao Vida had recruited people closely to their appearance, but now he was worried about the level of business. The staff is not working actually because there is no good work, and when the work is good, everything is good. It didn't come from the secretary's mouth, nor from Xiao Vida's, but from the door. Xiao Vida looked away, wearing a scarf, sunglasses, and a mask in the middle of summer. He looked like a thief who was afraid of being caught. "Who are you?" Xiao Vida asked drily. Zheng Hai took off his glasses and mask and revealed his true colors. Xiao Vida's pupils suddenly shrunk as he waved his hand at his secretary. "Get out! Don't let anyone in!" The secretary was filled with doubt, but obeyed and left the office. As he passed by Zheng Hai viciously plucked a glance at the secretary's face, which made the secretary, who already didn't have much favor with him, even more disgusted. Closing the door, Xiao Vida instantly looked angry. "Why did you find your way up here? If others see you coming to me, what will they think? You're done now. At least there are still a few $1 million in savings. Don't take me with you when you die." Xiao Vida was again counting down, and Zheng Hai forced himself to hold back his inner anger and fawned. "Mr. Zhao, I really can't do anything about it. This morning fishing song is vindictive. I'm in a difficult situation." Xiao Vida's face was full of contempt. "You're tough? That's your own doing. Weren't you the one who said our deal was over? Okay, get the hell out of here. I don't want to see you." Zheng Hai had already looked down on businessmen like Xiao Vida, and now that he was being belittled and humiliated in such a way, he couldn't stand it any longer. "Xiao Vida, I'm giving you face by coming to beg you now. Don't give me face. You still have a point." Xiao Vida turned around angrily, but was startled by a transfer record in chat log on Zheng Hai's cell phone screen. "Didn't think I'd leave a backhand, did you?" Zheng Hai's expression was gloomy, with a hint of smugness mixed in. Xiao Vida took a half step back and heel kicked over the trash can, but he had no time to care and reached out his hand to pounce directly on Zheng Hai's cell phone. Zheng Hai had anticipated that Xiao Vida would come to grab it, and dodged in a flash. "Don't panic, Mr. Zhao. How can I just keep a copy of this?" Zheng Hai dominated and became even more arrogant. "I can say that's the money I paid for the song and I can still sue you for fraud and make you pay me back." Xiao Vida blurted out an accusation in an attempt to patch himself up. Zheng Hai is no cutie pie either. All these years of mingling on the edge of the entertainment industry, how can you do without a bit of scheming? Money to buy a song? What song did you buy? How can you prove I wrote the song? Who can prove that I sold it to you? And do you have a record of the transaction on good songs? Besides, as long as I expose this, the netizens will just know about it. The executive vice president of Black Gold Entertainment designed to frame a talented songwriter. With news like this, I'm sure the other 3 top entertainment companies would love to push the envelope. Zheng Hai spoke with reason, so that Xiao Vida, who was originally not in a position of reason, gradually fell into the wind. "Mr. Zhao, the deal is done and the benevolence is there. The fact that I didn't look for the other 3 means that I still trust you." Xiao Vida looked around and said helplessly. "Sit down," Zheng Hai said in detail after taking his seat. "This villain, morning fishing song, without me, could he be as hot as he is now? Now that I'm being suppressed so often, I can't hang around anymore. Not only that, there are people on the internet who want to sue me." "Mr. Zhao, how can this be?" Zheng Hai changed from the smug arrogance he had just shown, and changed back to the fawning and submissive little character he had originally been. Xiao Vida was deeply impressed that this person's city is not shallow, helplessly said, "At present, there is only one way. I am afraid that you are not willing. If you do exactly what I say next, you might even be able to return to the lyric world in the future, or even have a place. I'm afraid you don't want to," Zheng Hai hurriedly said. "Mr. Zhao, you name it, I'll do it. Give the money back first." "What?" Zheng Hai rubbed his feet and his chair was pushed back due to inertia. "Mr. Zhao, that's what you came up with? How can Zheng Hai give it up? He had earned a lot of money in the past 2 days, and bought a lot of luxury jewelry and things he normally wouldn't dare to buy. The family thought he had gotten rich, and now he was the pride of the village. Getting him to give the money back is like cutting his flesh with a blunt knife. It's tearing his heart out. If you don't pay back the money now, and the morning fishing song continues to torture you, it's a fool's errand for you to turn over a new leaf. If you pay back the money now, even if morning fishing song continues to say that they bought the song from you, the netizens will just take it as a joke, and the impact on you will be minimized." Xiao Vida's bitter persuasion, Zheng Hai listened to it, also feel quite reasonable. This period of time, he really suffered from the shadow brought by the morning fishing song. There's money, and they're all afraid to spend it. But, Zheng Hai was filled with bitterness. "I don't have that much money right now." Xiao Vida took a drag on his cigarette and looked at the thick circles under his eyes as he asked, "Have you done the math yet? About how much do you need to pay back?" "Probably More than $10 million. Zheng Hai hesitantly said. Cough cough. Zhao Vida, an old smoker, even choked on the smoke and couldn't open his eyes a little. How much? You pitched over $10 million? Zhao Vida's insides jumped wildly. Zheng Hai is a damn talented man. It's only been a few days and he's made over $10 million. He's tougher than him. Zheng Hai was full of aggression, muttering in his heart, that was all his heart and soul work. How can you say pit? It can only be said that the public does not have an eye for aesthetics and cannot see his talent. Zhao Vida saw Zheng Hai's mirth and gritted his teeth. Pay back. Even if it's more than $10 million. Zhao Vida cursed Zheng Hai to death. How much money do you still have in your hand right now? Young Hai did the math. With that 911 and a villa out front, there's probably 6 million left. Zhao Vida felt pierced by an arrow. Luxury car villa. You kid is quite good at spending money. Mr. Zhao, help me. I'll work as an ox for you from now on. Zheng Hai's face was full of begging. Zhao Vida now really want to find a piece of tofu and hit himself. How did he find Zheng Hai in the first place? You make an IOU and I'll make this up to you. But it counts as a loan. Zheng Hai's eyes lit up. But immediately afterward a trace of ferocity flashed across Zhao Vida's face as well. Listen, I give you to make up this money also has a condition. Transfer records these should be deleted for me to delete. In the future, this matter will rot in my stomach. If you dare to say it, I will let you even how to die do not know. Zhao Vida's threat wasn't fake. And Zheng Hai absolutely believed it. Those who are able to sit in this position have more or less unknown power. Don't worry. I'll pretend that this matter doesn't exist and never mention it. Zhao Vida took a long breath. After you pay back the money, public opinion will probably slowly die down. And like you said, now really start the retreat. The internet is updated so quickly that it won't be long before you fade into the public eye and are slowly forgotten. Chapter 109, The Old Man's Counterpart is Your Morning Fishing Song. Zheng Hai's eyes dimmed. Forgotten? He wouldn't want to be forgotten. As a songwriter, money is nice, of course, but he wants to be famous even more. He also worked with Zhao Vida when he was assured that he would be famous. Mr. Zhao. Zhao Vida stretched out his hand and interrupted Zheng Hai, who was about to speak. I know what you're trying to say. I didn't tell you to disappear from now on. This is the time to dive in and create something brand new. The only way you can pay me back is if you come back with really good songs. Do you think I'm stupid? Zheng Hai nodded repeatedly. Zhao Vida continued. If there's really a hot song, it will definitely help you get back into the public eye in the future. And I can also take the opportunity to let you join Black Gold Entertainment. With our Black Gold Entertainment's position in the entertainment industry, you'll be as good as new. Zheng Hai slowly raised his head, his eyes growing brighter, re-emerged as a lyricist in the public eye. Zheng Hai is deeply entrenched in the future described by Zhao Vida. Mr. Zhao, don't worry, I'll definitely do my best. I, Zheng Hai, have real skills. On the way home, Zheng Hai was incredibly relaxed. Zhao Vida's plan sounded practical and feasible, and now he wasn't panicking about anything. I'll get a refund tomorrow, and I'll have to think about what kind of song to write. Going home just opened the scarf. Zheng Hai was dumbfounded. Miso stood up from the bed, and even the cigarettes in the ashtray spilled to the ground. Fuming. I'm a solo singer Fu Ming. Zheng Hai is definitely not a songwriter of the caliber of The Wind Rises. He did all this to hoodwink everyone. I saw it clearly at that time, so I spent 800,000 yuan to buy this song, just to reveal to the ugly face of Zheng Hai this person. Let's all see clearly how lousy this Zheng Hai person really is. As soon as the news broke, the internet cursed the song and the heat was turned up. Many netizens have commented, the singer is fine, it's the lyrics that suck. Mr. Righteousness, not everyone has the courage to spend $800,000. That's the problem with lyrics. What kind of lyricist is Zheng Hai? Never again will I listen to any of Zheng Hai's songs. Well, listening to me was right. Ginger Blossom was full of smugness. With a little work on public opinion, a poorer work can catch fire. Fu Ming is really convinced. The 800,000 was not spent in vain, and the fans have nearly doubled overnight. If you can't be a star singer, you can be a netizen. The Fu Ming thing was like a fuse that instantly set the internet on fire. For a while, a large number of people who had been pitted by Zheng Hai came forward to say that before it was just a private letter to Zheng Hai and the establishment of any guild. As long as Zheng Hai returned the money, the impact is not big. But it's not the same now. The number of people demanding Zheng Hai to pay back the money is increasing. Zheng Hai writing songs that are all bad has almost become a label, and his reputation in the public eye can be said to be rotten. What do you know about a bunch of mortals? Zheng Kai yelled madly. In the beginning, you were the ones who begged your grandparents for me to write songs for you, but now you're saying that my songs are not good. It's clearly because you don't know how to appreciate them yourselves. Zheng Kai roared hysterically. After calming down, Zheng Hai walked to pick up his cell phone with a full heart. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. But in order to be able to be read in the future, Zheng Kai's heart was crossed. Also, I wrote this song very well. It's your own fault you can't sing it. No, no, no. I can only refund you $500,000, but you had to ask me to buy it in the first place. $1,200,000? You're overdoing it. I only sold it for $1 million in the first place. Absolutely not. Full refund, absolutely not. A tug of war. All refunded money has come late at night. Zheng Kai's spirit than the balance of the more dismal morning fishing song. All of this is because of you. I'm going to write out a song that will defeat you once and for all. Cough cough. Shouting a little too much. Zheng Hai got up after taking a deep breath and drove to Black Gold Entertainment once again. Mr. Zhao, I've refunded all the money I could. Zheng Hai forced himself to hold back his sadness and muttered. Zhao Vida's expression slowed down. This time, the morning fishing song should not be able to do anything. As he was so thinking, the secretary ventured to break in. Now Zhao Vida was a little scared. What's going on? What's the point of panicking? The secretary couldn't be bothered to apologize and handed the phone to Zhao Vida with an anxious face. Zhao Vida picked it up, took a look, and then his face flattened wildly. This morning fishing song, is it ever going to end? Positively looking at the heart of a steep shock, pulling out the cell phone from his pocket. It didn't matter what he saw. It kind of startled him. Morning fishing song. Why don't you guys scold me anymore? It's obvious that I'm the one who hijacked and plagiarized other people's songs. What about the Lyric Society? Don't you guys claim to be absolutely supportive of originality? Why don't you stand up and say something? It's hard to. No way. No way. You guys aren't trying to ease up on me and get me into your Lyric Society, are you? It's not good to have no bottom line like this. You're righteous people. I'm a burglar. I don't deserve to be with you. I didn't realize that this morning fishing song wasn't going to let this matter go. It's hard for someone so vindictive to become a great man. Zheng Hai said indignantly. Zhao Vida on the side was very unhappy with Zheng Hai's words, but still murmured. Now that the internet's influence on you has been minimized, your most important task now is to close your mind and write a song that is strong enough to counteract any of the works of The Wind Rises or the morning fishing songs. Do you hear me? Zheng Hai nodded his head repeatedly. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao. I'll do my best to do my best. Zheng Hai left. Zhao Vida is considered to be out of sight, out of mind, relieved. Zheng Hai went home and proudly took out his cell phone ready to watch the fun. He had been scolded himself these days, and now it was hardly the Lyric Society's turn to be scolded. So of course he had to see this group of people in a sorry state. But just after opening the comment section, Zheng Hai was dumbfounded. The content of the scarf didn't have much to do with him this time, but there were still quite a few netizens who almost instinctively cursed him in his comment section. Yunghoi fought for himself. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The morning fishing song is clearly targeting the Lyric Society this time. What are you guys coming to my comment section to scold me for? The netizens then realized that the scolding was smooth, so they scolded to the end. The netizens were quick to respond. Cursing habit. It's been over 2 minutes. It can't be withdrawn. Isn't this a wall that's falling down? This mustn't come to give a push? Zheng Hai was completely speechless. No, we can't go on sitting around like this. Netflix is now in a situation where this identity of his own is probably not going to make it on Good Song. He had to repackage himself. Also, when he first traded, he did most of his trading on Good Songs. With a makeover, he'd have a chance at a do-over. Zheng Hai was silent at the computer for a long time, and finally typed in, late echoes. It's your morning fishing song that I'm benchmarking against. The registration was successful, and the smile on Zheng Hai's face gradually returned. As soon as I write a great song that's a hit all over the country, then everything I've lost will come back. And I wrote The Wind Rises. And I wrote the actor. What kind of person do you guys think the morning fishing song is? And why do I get the feeling that it's not very old? Definitely a funny woman or a funny man. This guy is so funny. Totally didn't expect to be so grounded behind the big man. Didn't you see it? Younghei's too scared to log in now. Chapter 110, it's all Zheng Hai's fault. Lyric Society. Mungo flipped the phone upside down on the tabletop as soon as he could. Morning fishing song has now turned the tables on us. What do we do? In the small conference room of the Lyric Agreement, the president, Meng Gao, and the two vice presidents gathered together all those who had denigrated the morning fishing song. Now they were beyond regret. No one expected that the morning fishing song, which was blacked out all over the internet, would be able to get its reputation back. The morning fishing song is considered the first person in the entertainment industry who was able to reclaim his name after his house collapsed like that. We shouldn't have sprayed the morning fishing song for that little bit of traffic in the first place. And now, well, we're all riding the tiger. Who wouldn't say the sarcasm? The most important thing now is what to do. What to do? We can only apologize. If we continue to barricade ourselves, Zheng Hai will be our downfall. We're such a big songwriting association that we can't do anything more than his morning fishing song alone? The crowd argued and chattered, and the faces of the three Mangao men grew darker and darker. Finally, Mango couldn't help but speak. The association has gotten a bad rap lately, and I'm sure all of your songs have suffered as well, right? The crowd looked at each other in dismay. Mangao was right. They had really seen what cyber violence was all about during this time. These netizens are really top-notch internet miners. Some of the comments they even forgot themselves, but they were picked up by the netizens. But they are not wronged. Everyone is just 50 paces and half a caddy. If you ask me, it's still Zheng Hai who is to blame for this. It's all because Zheng Hai misled us. Deng Yan's words simply woke up the dreamer, and it was as if all present had found a target for their shelling. That's right. This is all Zheng Hai's fault. If it wasn't for Zheng Hai, we wouldn't be in this situation now. Where's Zheng Hai? I remember having him come to the meeting too. Let him come out. Zheng Hai, this scum. It's all because of the things he's caused, and now he doesn't dare to show up. The people in the room were indignant, and they had a great desire to tear Zheng Hai apart. How dare Zheng Hai show up? He's not a cutie. Which I don't know what he would have been scolded for if he had actually come to the meeting. Mengao thought for a long time and exchanged a look with Gao Yuan and Geng Yan. The two presidents and I have already discussed this, and there's only one way to do it now. The crowd's gazes looked at Mengao in unison. Right now, as long as there was a way to restore their popularity, they would do anything. Call Zheng Hai. Have Zheng Hai come out and clarify that this matter is a false accusation that he made and misled us. That he has evil intentions and has nothing to do with us. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, obviously agreeing strongly with this suggestion of Mengao's. That's the way it should be. That's right. Zheng Hai is the one who made all these things happen, so he should come out and clarify. Then there's no need for this meeting. Let's call Zheng Hai directly. Mengao glanced at Gao Yuan, who understood and immediately dialed Zheng Hai's number. Zheng Hai is at home creating. Inspiration has just surged. Suddenly the sound of the phone disrupts his thoughts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is calling me at this time? If I don't scold you, I won't be surnamed Zhang. Open your cell phone and look. Gao Yuan. As the vice president of the Lyric Association, Zheng Hai had once tried everything before adding Gao Yuan's contact information. But this man has his eye on the ball and never puts himself in the picture. Several times he had humbled himself to its favor and had been ignored. Now that the Lyric Association has had a change of heart, they want to get up and call themselves. What does it mean? Zheng Hai is clearer still. Asterisk 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 Q. It's the old man answering the phone. That's the ing cutie. What? Zheng Hai directly to the phone off. Out of sight, out of mind. He is still waiting to create a divine song to suppress the morning fishing song. Gao Yuan made half a dozen phone calls, only to be met with the beep that the other party had turned off the phone. The whole room went black in the face. Damn it! This Zheng Hai even dared to not answer President Gao's call. Expel him from the association. Yes, we will jointly issue a statement to boycott Zheng Hai. Mr. Nian, why do you have time to call me? Chen Guo received a call from Nian Xiao and was a bit stunned. In the entertainment industry, Nian Xiao is a high-status and very special figure. Singer, songwriter, famous after the national team was specially recruited, and now is the organizer of the Huaxia music chart in charge. Fame, connections, and status are all at the top of the heap. Being able to hook up with a character like Nian Xiao was something that every entertainment company was begging for. When Shen Gayan was not famous, he was on very good terms with Nian Xiao. Nian Xiao was worthy of being a singer, and his laughter was so bright that it made people feel happy physically and mentally just listening to it. I'm here to congratulate you. Star Entertainment can't get where it is today without your leadership. Chen Guo smiled humbly. Brother Xiao is flattering. How could I be that great? Nian Xiao laughed. Still not great? I'm giving you this call to congratulate you in advance. Fong Wen and Chen Ling have been honored as the outstanding new generation singer and the best newcomer of the year. The Wind Rises and The Actor were also chosen as the top 10 golden songs of the year. If this isn't impressive, there's nothing more impressive in the entertainment industry. Chen Gayan was so pleasantly surprised that she actually stood up directly. Really? Thank you so much. They need this right now. Mixing in the entertainment industry. There are some things that Chen Gozhuang understands very well. In recent years, the domestic singing scene has generally been weak, and in order to solve this problem, various music awards have been established more and more. But as a result, award ceremonies are becoming less and less appreciated, and some musicians of uncertain status simply don't go to the awards to save themselves the trouble. Therefore, the organizers will disclose some news with the award-winning companies and individuals before the start of the awards, and when receiving the awards, they just go through the motions and read the scripts that have been prepared long ago. Brother Xiao, don't worry. We at Star Entertainment definitely value it. Chen Gozhuang agreed with a full mouth. Nian Xiao's face also eased up quite a bit, but immediately afterward it became a bit ugly. Ballad. In fact, there is another problem. This time the award. We prepared a gold medal lyricist award to be awarded to the morning fishing song. After contacting the other party did not reply. You guys work so well together. Is there any way you can help with introductions and referrals? Nian Xiao certainly hopes that the morning fishing song will make an appearance. This was, after all, the hottest lyricist of the year. And if Chen Gaoyan was able to participate, along with Chen Ling and Fang Wen, this installment of the awards would definitely generate a high level of heat. Chen Gaoyan's expression froze for a moment. Of course she saw the private message, but Lu Chen's personality was such that he definitely wouldn't participate in this kind of award. So he didn't reply. Chen Gaoyan has not said anything. Nian Xiao is also a little embarrassed, and tentatively asked, "This, Gaoyan, we are well prepared this time. The best lyricist and the best lyric work. What about the 2 awards? You also know how difficult it is to select these 2 awards." Chen Goro wanted to agree, but she cared more about what Lu Chen thought. So he explained, "I'm sorry Brother Xiao. I'm actually not very familiar with morning fishing song. He's a fan of mine, but he also knows that I'm married. We just have business dealings. We don't usually have any personal relationships." Nian Xiao's complexion dimmed for a few moments, and he sighed longingly. "Well, in that case I won't force myself." Chen Gaoyan breathed a sigh of relief and thought that she was going to hang up. But then Nian Xiao's words changed and suddenly said, "It's okay to give it to Lu Chen. Lucky 3 Treasure and Unstoppable are great too." Chapter 111, China Music Chart Award Ceremony. Chen Gaoyan inwardly despaired. How was it harder to help someone conceal their identity than to write a song? Lu Chen. Or not? Chen Gaoyan shook her head. Nian Xiao smiled sagely. "What? Afraid that Lu Chen is famous? Ballad, you have to have confidence. Who doesn't know that Lu Chen is a good man? Besides, you are a national goddess." Chen Gozhuang smiled awkwardly. "No, Lu Chen was on fire some time ago, and because of this incident affecting our Yu, it's not all transferred to a boarding school, so Lu Chen isn't going to appear in the public eye anymore." Nian Xiao was not an unreasonable person, but his tone was inevitably low. "So, well, it's us who aren't blessed with that." Hanging up the phone, Chen Gaoyan couldn't wait to tell Lu Chen the good news. Chen Gozhuang was well aware that nowadays, the morning fishing song was widely noticed on the internet, and the mystery of his identity was the topic of everyone's tea-time conversation. But after all, it was a songwriter who had just gone through a network-wide controversy the other day, and the reason why the China Music Chart was willing to choose to give the award to morning fishing songs was because of the heat. If the morning fishing song hadn't come, the award probably wouldn't have been given. However, Lu Chen surely didn't care, so Chen Goro didn't take it to heart. Chen Gozhuang was in a good mood, and there was nothing bothering him at the company, so he arrived home a lot earlier than usual. It fell on a weekend, and today was Lu Xiaoyu's day off. Chen Goro just got home and realized that Lu Xiaoyu was in a bit of a bad mood and didn't talk to her much. Walking into the kitchen, Chen Gaoyan poked Lu Chen with her elbow. "See the message I sent you?" Lu Chen shook his head. "Cell phone's dead. What's going on? Something happened to the company?" Chen Gaoyan nodded heavily. "Something big has happened." Lu Chen's face changed and he said nervously, "No way? Shanghai has turned over? It can't be?" Lu Chen's face was incredibly chagrined as he raised his hand and slapped his head. "It's all my fault. How could I let my cell phone run out of battery?" Chen Gaoyan covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. Lu Chen sighed in relief and fainted. "Tease, I'm still in a hurry to make dinner. Nothing to put on a mask." As soon as Chen Goro took a look at Lu Chen in a small mood, she hurriedly pulled Lu Chen's arm. "Aya, don't be angry. In fact, there are really big things happening. Fang Wen and Chen Ling were awarded the Best New Generation Singer and the Best Newcomer of the Year by the China Music Chart, and The Wind is Gathering and Actor have also been selected as the top 10 golden songs of the year. This is all you're doing. Reward." Chen Gaoyan stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lu Chen on the cheek. Lu Chen revealed a smug smile. His hard work hadn't been in vain. "But the organizers also had awards for you for Best Lyricist and Best Lyric Work, and I knew you didn't want to be famous, so I turned them down for you." Lu Chen's eyes turned, nodded and said, "Today there seems to be such a private message. I didn't want to take care of it." "I don't care. It's okay to be able to help you." Chen Goro's pretty face blushed and she kissed again. After a small fight, Lu Xiaoyu went back to her bedroom from the living room, passing by the kitchen in the middle. "You, will mommy do your homework with you today?" In the past, Lu Xiaoyu would have happily agreed now, but today she didn't say a word and went straight to her room. In all these years, this was the first time Lu Xiaoyu had ignored Chen Gezhi's words. The joy that was originally on Chen Gaoyan's face was also replaced by dullness. Lu Chen patted Chen Gayan's shoulder and said, "Have you forgotten? 2 days from now is the New Year's Day ceremony of Yu School." It was only then that Chen Gayan reacted. This time is different from before. Yu has a program to perform. So, Lu Chen's eyes flickered. And he didn't say all the words because she also wanted Chen Gayan to go to Lu Xiaoyu's New Year's Day ceremony. Chen Guoro thought about it and still decided to talk to Lu Xiaoyu personally. She couldn't let Lu Chen resolve all the matters between her and Lu Xiaoyu. China Music Chart Awards ceremony. In the past, it was Lu Jia from the operations department who led the company's award winners and newcomers who were ready to be promoted. But this time, Chen Gayan personally led the team, becoming the only entertainment company in the room whose boss led the team. This was also due to the fact that Chen Gayan was the invited presenter of this award ceremony. Recently, Star Entertainment has been getting a lot of attention, with Chen Ling and Fong Wen being the singers who have dominated the charts one after another. Otherwise, the head of the organizers of the Huaxia Music Chart would not have gone out to tell Chen Gayan personally. It wasn't said on the phone, but the meaning was fairly clear to Chen Gayan. Ballad, I'm so happy you came in person. After Nian Xiao shook Chen Gayan's hand, his eyes looked at the two people behind Chen Gayan. These two are Chen Ling and Fong Wen, right? Chen Gayan smiled modestly and introduced. This is the person in charge of the Huaxia Music Chart, Nian Xiao, who was also your senior. Chen Ling and Fong Wen rushed forward to shake hands with Nian Xiao. Hello Elder Nian. Hello Elder Nian. Nian Xiao was quite satisfied, and the corners of his mouth never went down. Good. Worthy of being coached by Chen Gozhuang. Of this batch of newcomers and little heavenly kings, your Star Entertainments is the most courteous. Where? There's definitely still immaturity. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Nian Xiao personally led Chen Gayan to a seat. As the important award presenter this time, Star Entertainment was in a very good position, and even had the head of the organizers personally leading the way, which was simply enviable. Many envious and jealous gazes were cast. Chen Gayan was flattered and said, "Brother Xiao, you personally lead us. Is this valuing us or harming us?" Chen Ling and Fong Wen were both shocked by Chen Guoro's bold statement, but Nian Xiao didn't blame in the slightest. Ha ha ha, looking at the whole room, you're the only one who dares to say that to me. Get ready, I have something else to do. Excuse me, in fact, when I ruled this year, I really wanted to give you an award as well, but you didn't release a single song this year, so it looks like the old boss is a bad job, but it's okay, you're making up for it by having a competitive newcomer on your hands. Chen Ling and Fong Wen looked at each other, and the gazes they cast at Chen Guoro were filled with gratitude. Chen Guorhythm said in an eight-faced manner, 1,000-mile horse must have a bull. Aren't you their bull? After I'm busy for a while, I'm also going to release a song, and I'll need Brother Xiao's support at that time. That's certainly no problem. With your strength, you'll win an award for your song. Nian Xiao hilariously laughed and glanced at his watch. The conference is about to start. I'll excuse myself. After Nian Xiao left, thoughts also flooded Chen Gayan's mind. She understood that Star Entertainment had risen so quickly, and apart from her screening of talents, it was also partly due to her fame. The importance of this was clear to her and should never be lost. The assembly was about to begin, and Chen Gayan commanded, "I'm in a different location than you guys, so we'll be in touch anytime if anything happens." Chen Ling and Fong Wen looked at each other and nodded. The awards ceremony officially began. The process was boring at first, basically announcing who was attending, what the awards were, and how they were won. Fong Wen had already participated once and didn't act that excited. Chen Ling, however, was attending for the first time, her eyes looking around, full of curiosity. So there are so many prizes, it's awesome. As the owner of the company, Chen Gayan of course did not appear in the lobby. The awards were presented from small to large, and after a short wait, it was finally time for the top 10 gold awards to be announced. Chapter 112, the awards that were set to be grainy. The year's top 10 golden hits would go by one on the big screen, and by the sixth song there would be no Chen Ling and Fong Wen songs. Chen Guoro also couldn't help but frown, puzzled in his heart. Chen Ling and Fong Wen also froze. That's not quite right. It is customary to announce the best new generation singers before the seventh song is announced. 2 places for a man and a woman. It should actually belong to Fong Wen and Lin Xianxian, but since they both belong to Star Entertainment, only Fong Wen is on the list. But in this current situation, Chen Gozhuang was also a little unsure in her heart. Fruity, there are some singers in the new generation and none of them are artists of Star Entertainment. Instead, they were given to Mu Sweetie of 123 Entertainment and Lee Star of Black Gold Entertainment. Artwork yesterday's singer 123 Entertainment Mu Sweetie. Artwork to the best of me. Singer Star Lee, Black Gold Entertainment. Chen Ling and Fong Wen, who were sitting on the seats, couldn't help but be a bit puzzled as well. Don't frown. Fong Wen pulled Chen Ling back. Chen Ling was inexperienced, but understood that listening to Fongwen was the right thing to do. As expected, the camera cut to the two shots, found that the two expression of the storm does not move, then cut away in disappointment. Chen Guorim breathed a sigh of relief. Just now if the two had problems with their expression management, they would definitely be on the news and being talked about. But because of this, Chen Guoro blackened his face. These two have clearly not performed as well as Chen Ling and Fongwen this year, but that is ranked ahead of Chen Ling and Fongwen, which is clearly an intentional targeting of Chen Ling and Fongwen. Shady, and it's a shady one against Star Entertainment. Chen Guoro's mind was low. If she wasn't wrong, the next golden song wouldn't have Chen Ling and Fongwen either. Fruity. The seventh gold song is not The Wind is Rising or Actor. A little boy with a keyboard in the computer room. Fear not. Technical dish. But the bubbly with grilled sausage. Lu Chen turned on the wastehouse happy water and pressed enter to start the monitor. The content of the award ceremony on the screen, however, caused Lu Chen to suddenly stop singing. Before the award ceremony, Chen Guiyang specially said that there was a surprise and told him to pay attention to the live broadcast. But this situation now, it's obvious that it's nothing but a mistake. Lu Chen vaguely guessed what was going on and didn't say anything, just continued to watch. Did I miss it? How come I didn't hear The Wind Rises or The Actor? How can Lee Sing Sing's song be recognized as one of the top 10 golden hits? It's more like a top 10 band song. The top 10 golden songs of the year don't go to the ones that do hot. They go to the ones that have the most money. So no wonder no one watches this award show. No more watching. No more watching. We all came for Chen Ling and Fongwen, but it turned out not to be. Shady. 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 The pop-ups were filled with the word shady. When it's the turn of the Best Newcomer award, it would normally be a man and a woman as well. A hint of realization appeared on the faces of Chen Guiyang and Lu Chen. If both of them hadn't guessed wrongly, the Best Newcomer award wouldn't be Chen Ling's either. As expected, the Best Newcomer slot went to Black Gold Entertainment's newcomer Xiaolu. Chen Guiyang sneered, his original serious posture relaxing quite a bit, but invariably there were a few more points of hostility. Zhao Vita sat with Lu Lei, his face full of smugness. Humph. Star Entertainment doesn't know what's good for them, not realizing that in this entertainment industry, it's still our four top entertainment companies that say what's good for them. Lu Lei smiled slightly, agreeing very much with Zhao Vita's words. Do you really think that a good song and a good tune will have a good ranking? That's what happens when you're too sharp. The two men clinked glasses. Zhao Vita became more and more arrogant and pleased. In this entertainment circle, our four major entertainment companies are the sky. Even if Star Entertainment is bullish, it must understand that comparing capital with our four entertainment companies is just like hitting a stone with an egg. Singer backstage. As the nominees for Outstanding New Generation Singers, Mu Sweetie and Li Xingxing were even more pleased with themselves when they returned to their room. Sugar. Congratulations. Li Xingxing couldn't suppress the joy at the corner of her mouth. Mu Sweetie looked equally smug and arrogant. Congratulations. That Lin Qian. Even if she has the support of Feng Tianho, so what? This circle, in the end, it's our four top entertainment companies that count. With Mu Tiantian's words, Li Xingxing became more and more arrogant and complacent. Exactly. Do you really think that talent can triumph over capital? Bull asterisk. How about The Wind Rises? How about The Actor? But they still got squeezed out of the awards? Li Xingxing said hatefully. Fongwen is nothing. Who is he to compare with me? The price he paid for singing can be as much as mine? Mu Sweetheart glanced at Li Xingxing, a touch of dislike and contempt crossing in front of her eyes. But Li Xingxing did not notice. Still immersed in his own defeat, Chen Ling and Fongwen joy, Chen Guiyang felt that there was still nothing to see through. The 8th gold song is not. Neither is the 9th or the 10th. Chen Guiyang smiled slightly and sent a message to Fongwen and Chen Ling. Don't worry about whether it looks good or not. Just walk away now, with more expression on your face if necessary. Fongwen and Chen Ling looked at each other, then stood up with gloomy and icy faces. Chen Ling was already somewhat handsome and soft-looking, and this expression was even more endearing. Asterisk. So obviously shady. Targeting a newcomer who just started out like this. Chen Ling is on the verge of tears. Why can't The Wind Rises and The Actor be gold songs if they're so good? What kind of quality is that? Are you a fortune teller? Are you blind? How could they not win the award? You'd be a fool to sit on your ass even if there's something shady going on. Chen Guozhuang straightened her gown. Today she had one more thing on her mind, to present an award to Su Binbin. Su Binbin is a new generation of power diva, unstoppable fire at home and abroad, and on the major chart hits. No matter how arrogant the four top entertainment companies were, they wouldn't dare to not give Su Binbin an award. As the most popular national diva of the previous term, Chen Guiyang was naturally invited to give Su Binbin as an award presenter. Go! Chen Guozhuang's tone was flat and incomparable. Instead, the staff froze in place as if they were frozen. Having been teased themselves and still able to remain calm, the staff was instantly shocked by Chen Gaiyang's aura. Chen Gozhuang also ignored it, stepping over the staff and walking up to the awards podium. When he appeared in front of the camera, Chen Gaiyang, whose expression was motionless, made the scene, which was still somewhat noisy, instantly quiet. Even the viewers who were watching the live broadcast couldn't help but contract their bodies. Su Binbin turned around, her eyes bent into a crescent moon all of a sudden, and the gemstones on her gown clashed to emit a soulful sound, making Su Binbin, who was already beautiful and unparalleled, appear even more like a fairy. Chen Gaiyang finally revealed a smile and congratulated, hottest female vocalist of the year. Colorful. Congratulations. It's really Song Sister giving me an award. I'm so happy. Su Binbin ignored her image and directly jumped up to hug Chen Gaiyang. Chen Goro was momentarily flattered, and the gloom in her heart just now dissipated a few points. Su Binbin was deliberately comforting Chen Gaiyang. The award ceremony has been held so far that all but the fortune tellers can see what's going on. Chen Gezhuan's face was not good when she came on stage, so of course she had to comfort it. Sister Ballad, Chen Ling and Fong Wen should have won the award. Su Binbin's voice was small, but her gaze was very firm. Chen Gaiyang smiled faintly and shook his head. It is what it is, there is no need to argue. Chen Gaiyang's spontaneity however made Su Binbin's heart tighten, and her heart became even more disgusted with the black curtain. The unstoppable given by Chen Gezhuan was instrumental in getting himself to where he is now. After a speech of thanks for the award, everyone thought that Su Binbin's next step was to receive the award, but then they saw him pick up the microphone again. Chapter 113, Su Binbin's shocking words. I have two people to thank very much for this award today. They are Chen Gezhuang and Lu Chen. I'm very thankful to Sister Gezhuang for her appreciation and willingness to give Unstoppable to me, and I'm also very thankful to Lu Chen, whose lyrics and compositions in my opinion are not at all inferior to the Morning Rising fishing song that's on fire at the moment. Speaking of morning fishing songs, everyone in the room sensed something was wrong. Chen Goro was also a bit stunned at the sight until Su Binbin threw over a trusting gaze and continued. I believe that morning fishing song is also an old acquaintance of all of you, and it is a great honor to be in an era with such a figure, whose success has urged me to grow. I really like any of the songs written by morning fishing songs, especially The Wind Rises and The Actor. It's just a shame that I didn't get to see those two songs, and the two young singers who sang them, for our awards this time around. Hopefully, in the future, there will be an opportunity to share the stage with them. Su Binbin's words could be said to have ruthlessly slapped the show's crew and many of the big names present. Bully, worthy of being my goddess, that's the way it should be. Say no to all injustice. The song Diva didn't look at the wrong person. This is a true legacy. Knowing gratitude. Goddess Su's future accomplishments are unlimited. A pop-up screen floated by, and everyone thought that Su Binbin had stopped her firing. Unbeknownst to him, even if the program team lowered the volume of the microphone, Su Binbin's next words were still deafening. If an award ceremony that relies on something other than fairness and impartiality, and relies on who is richer and more powerful, I don't think there's any need for such an award ceremony. Just directly courier the trophy over to them. And I believe that with the speed of modern logistics, a direct same-city delivery should be even faster than the awarding of prizes. And, of course, I'm sure that no one should be doing this kind of unseemly thing at our awards show. After all, this is the China music chart. To put it in a small way, this is the authority of our nation's entertainment industry. To put it in a big way, this is the face of our China. The whole room was shocked. The director's office was in a hurry to turn off the sound of Su Binbin's microphone, and Su Binbin had nothing left to say. Those on the scene were all human beings. Who couldn't hear Su Binbin's insinuations, especially when it finally rose directly to the level of the state? It shocked all of them. Has Goddess Su always been this brave? This is the star we should be chasing. If a golden song can't uphold the principle of fairness, justice and influence, then what's the use of this list? The list of whoever spends money can be on the list. It's just a game of capital, strictly boycotting all injustices. Chen Goro completely did not expect Su Binbin to dare to say so much. Su Binbin knew that she had said enough, but she still said to Chen Gaiyang after getting off the stage, Sister Ballad, Chen Ling and Fong Wen are both very good people. They shouldn't be buried or suffer from this injustice. I'm not just helping you, I'm helping all the singers as well. Chen Gaiyang looked at Su Binbin indistinctly, as if she had seen herself at the time. She is the same as Su Binbin, are not supported by strong capital, can create a world to pay the hardships she knows only too well. Thanks. Su Colorful shook her medal and hemmed and hawed. I'm the one who should be thanking you. I wasn't even going to accept the award just now. I came knowing you were the one giving it to me. Chen Goro knew that Su Binbin was not lying, and his heart was quite shocked. I'm afraid the organizers will cry if Su Binbin doesn't accept the award. Backstage, Lee Star angrily clinked his glass over, the sound of shattering pulling him back into his thoughts. Damn it! This Su Binbin doesn't really think she can just cover the sky, does she? Li Xingxing growled. Still hasn't experienced failure. Does she really think that the entertainment industry nowadays will allow people like Chen Guzhuang to appear again? Mu Sweetie was filled with bitterness. She shook her head and said, Is Su Binbin also something you can gimmick? She is not an ordinary woman. Although he said so, the jealousy and resentment in Mu Sweetie's eyes could not be concealed in the slightest. Also both actresses. She was even a few years younger than Su Binbin. But Su Binbin was like a shackle hanging over the heads of all contemporary divas. A group of people backstage of the organizers were all in blackface. How could they not expect that people on the internet would be so supportive of a pure newcomer Chen Ling and a Fangwen who was just a little bit famous? When they first chose Mu Sweets and Li Xingxing, it was because they frequently appeared in the public eye and had accumulated a very large number of fans. So they originally thought that even if there was a controversy, it wouldn't be a problem. But who would have thought that it would actually be like this? Can someone give me an answer as to what is going on here? Nian Xiao angrily kicked open the door. Everyone in the room did not dare to look directly at it. Only a few executives who could be similar to Nian Xiao's rank still dared to persuade. You guys are playing with me, right? I, Nian Xiao, have been in the entertainment industry for so many years, and you guys didn't notify me beforehand. Do you really think that if I'm inactive lately, you'll take me as old? How could he not be angry? Since his debut, he was also once a generation of heavenly kings. And with his current status it is even more so that no one has ever dared to tease him like this. The higher-up in charge spoke up. Xiao, calm down. This is a mistake on their part. But I don't think it's a big deal. Not a big deal? Nian Xiao's face darkened even more. Not a big deal? Then what's a big deal? Who gave you permission to change it without authorization? Why didn't anyone tell me? How can I be a human being? How do you want me to face Chen Guorou? After saying this, Nian Xiao didn't wait for a reply from the others. Nian Xiao frowned, looking at the expression. The only one who had been in the dark since the beginning was himself. Looks like he's being used as a gun. Well, different paths. Nian Xiao turned to leave. He wasn't being alarmist, but he really had the idea of leaving. The Chinese music charts have become a joke. The next winner was a male singer from Gangnam Shang Entertainment. Just as everyone was waiting for Chen Gaoyan to come back again, they found that she and Su Binbin actually ran directly to the backstage hand in hand. The staff rushed to stop Chen Gaoyan in a hurry. Song Diva, how do you need to enact that award behind you too? Chen Guorou laughed, his face full of disdain. Oh, sorry, I'm not going. Not going? The staff was in complete shock. Chen Guorou nodded his head and said, Yes, we received an invitation from the organizer saying that Chen Ling and Fangwen had won the award. Who knew that they didn't win the award? The two of them were painfully upset, thinking that they hadn't won glory for the company and disappointed their fans. So they went back to continue to work hard for the next time they won the award. After all, they are all young people. I think of the mind don't have any problems, so I have to go back to comfort. As for the things on the table, sorry, I don't have time. After Chen Guorou finished, he couldn't say anything back and followed Su Binbin into the backstage. The staff rushed to notify the department in charge. It's not good. Chen Gaoyan isn't going to go on stage to present the award. Chapter 114, The Righteous Indignation of the Three Divas. Can't come back next time. Bossy, that's how it should be. Lu Chen couldn't help but comment and opened a microblogging account of Morning Fishing Song. Morning Fishing Song. It seems that I am still rusty in my business ability. This Golden Melody Award nomination a song did not enter. I will work harder in the future. Here I apologize to everyone. To all of you who believe in my friends, apologize. I would also like to apologize to Chen Ling and Fangwen. It's all because of me. I'm sorry that you didn't get nominated for the Golden Melody Awards even though your songs were #1 on the charts. And also at the same time, congratulations to Mu Sweet of 123 Entertainment and Li Xingxing of Black Gold Entertainment, who won this year's New Generation Outstanding Singer Award with the good results of ranking 9th and ranking 11th on the new songs chart, respectively. The words of the Morning Fishing Song mocking the nature of ramen instantly caused a heated discussion among the netizens. Before the awards were over, the hot water was poured over the head. Big Brother's needle and knife really hurts. Laughing to death. Chinese culture is profound. This mockery kills without seeing blood at all. As we all know, number 10 on the new songs chart is The Most Dazzling Ethnic Wind. What's so bad about The Most Dazzling National Wind? Why can't it be recognized as one of the top 10 golden songs? The corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly, revealing the villain's standard smile. Dare to bully my wife. Straight to the crotch. Su Binbin held her phone and covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. What's going on? Chen Guiyang asked curiously. Sister Song, who the hell is Morning Fishing Song? It's just so talented. A morning fishing song? A flash of doubt flashed before Chen Guiyang's eyes. Yeah, the Huaxia music chart was a live program, and Lu Chen had said he would watch it. Is it hard to believe that Lu Chen did something? Chen Guiyang hurriedly took out his cell phone and incomparably smoothly clicked on the microblog of Morning Fishing Song. After seeing the contents of it, Chen Gozhuang first had shocked eyes, then snorted out a laugh. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. What kind of person compliments someone like that? Chen Guiyang smiled with incomparable happiness. Su Binbin saw something. Sister Song, this Morning Fishing Song, it can't be Lu Chen. Lu Chen's morning, Lu Xiaoyu's fishing, and Chen Gozhuang's song. Su Bianbin became more and more certain. Sister Ballad, it's definitely Lu Chen, isn't it? Chen Guiyang hurriedly made a gesture of silence. It's really not. It's just one of my fans. Don't guess. If Lu Chen finds out, I'll still have to coax him. You coaxed Lu Chen? Su Binbin was incredibly shocked. Sister Ballad, are you sure you didn't say the opposite? With Lu Chen's attitude towards you, he'd be considered depressed if he didn't coax you 10 times a day, right? Chen Goro blankly glanced at Su Binbin. Go. Where there are so many times. Su Bianbin put away her phone with a very envious look in her eyes. Sister Ballad, you are amazing. Your husband is so talented. Even your fans, it's so hard to chase you. Chen Goro's eyes twinkled. Is it hard? Why don't you try chasing one? The two women understood, and Su Binbin threw the trophy that was in the way and directly chased after it. What? Not on. The voice on the staff member's cell phone was full of shock and panic. Chen Guiyang is a national goddess and singing diva. The awarding of such a character invariably draws considerable attention to the program. Many singers came to receive the award just for the Chen Gozhuang. Where are they going to replace them now? Find Feng Fei. Feng Fei is also a well-deserved diva now. Someone suggested. The others agreed and called Feng Fei. Feng Fei dressing room. Do you two know how to foretell the future? Feng Fei spread her hands helplessly. Chen Goro clasped her hands in front of her chest and said arrogantly, don't you dare try to catch one. Feng Fei's eyes widened. You dare to threaten me? I'm still not answering. Feng Fei hung up the phone directly. Chen Goro was instantly happy and went forward to take Feng Fei's arm. That's my good baby. Let me introduce you. This is my new little sister. Su Binbin. Colorful. This is Feng Fei. I don't need to introduce you more, do I? Su Binbin's heart was pounding. She was chasing Chen Guiyang. How did she chase her here? This is the Von Diva. Feng Tianho. Su Binbin stood obediently, her fingers picking at her gown. Look at you giving people a fright. Chen Gozhuang teased. Worthy of being the iceberg goddess of the netizens, this image is simply amazing. Feng Fei rolled her eyes and said in a bad mood, come on you, if it wasn't for you getting married, could this plague nickname be given to me? Saying that, Feng Fei went forward and hooked Su Binbin's shoulders. Get on this thieving boat of ours, and from now on we'll be members of the Heavenly Queen's faction. With Chen Go Rhythm not coming on, and Feng Fei not coming on, the next awards all of a sudden lost a lot of fun. As far as the naked eye could see, the number of people watching the awards on the air went halfway. The organizers were helpless. Chen Guiyang and Feng Fei, even if they did not give face, they could only eat this dumb loss. After leaving the awards scene, Chen Guiyang finally revealed a hint of a grieved expression. Su Binbin consoled. Sister Song, don't be sad. I don't think there's any need to pay attention to these people at all because they're interfering with us. And that's just silly. That's right. How many times have we seen this kind of unfairness? What big storms have we not experienced? Feng Fei took Chen Gozhuang's shoulder and waved her hand. Let's go. Let's eat. There's nothing that can't be solved by one hot pot. If there is, then two. Today, figure management. Chen Guiyang smiled in relief and shook her head. If it were me, I might have endured it. But I'm not the only one who's been wronged this time. Chen Ling and Fang Wen both worked so hard, but because of me, they even lost their awards. Su Binbin and Feng Fei paused for a split second. They could be comforted by everything else, but this was the only thing they could not help. It was at this time that two cell phone beeps sounded. Su Binbin and Feng Fei came together at almost the same time. Chen Guiyang opened his cell phone. Chen Ling, Mr. Chen, don't be sad. There's no this year. There's still next year. Fang Wen, next year. I'll earn you a serious medal. The top 10 gold songs have to be our star entertainments. Chen Goro did not feel like raising the corners of her mouth. And just at this time, Lu Chan also sent a message. 2 big angry emojis followed by a sentence. We can't go back. Chen Guiyang nodded vigorously in delight. Aha, not going. From now on, I'll run my company properly. I'm not coming. Su Binbin tilted her head and said, then I'm not coming either. Feng Fei raised her eyebrows and spoke in a haughty tone. Losing my old lady is their loss. Going to dinner? Chen Gaiyang suggested. Really? Feng Fei and Su Binbin looked at each other. No, no, no. Figure management. Chen Gaiyang sighed slightly inwardly and looked up at the night sky. If I had known this would be the outcome, and had come to suffer this, I might as well have accompanied you to her New Year's Day party. Chapter 115, Children's Songs for New Year's Day Party. Twitter hits. Entertainment news. What the hell is the Xia music chart? How come there's no The Wind Rises or Actor? No, even Invisible Wings didn't have any. These were all list slayers back in the day, weren't they? What's the point of having good results? The ones on the list have to be top entertainment companies. It's still really snobbish. It's better not to be on the list. It feels like it's insulting to be on the list instead. Previously, if there were not many comments on the internet about the Xia music chart, this time it was really a big hit. Whether it's fans of morning fishing songs or fans of this year's explosive hits like The Wind Rises, without exception, they all want to see their favorite songs or singers appear on the Xia music chart. But there's no top 10 Golden Melody Awards, no Chen Ling on the newcomers list, and no Fang Wen or Lin Xianxian on the new generation of outstanding singers. This kind of thing plummets the credibility of the already little-known China music chart. What happened on the internet? Lu Chen was no longer worried about. This was originally a list that was not in the spotlight and could not affect anything. What he was most concerned about now, Lu Xiaoyu's New Year's Day party. Lu Xiaoyu Elementary School. The facilitator is also the head teacher, which is presumably a tradition in all schools. Backstage, Lu Xiaoyu bounced to Lu Chen's side after applying her makeup. Poopy, do I look good? Lu Chen gave a thumbs up. It's so beautiful. Lu Xiaoyu hemmed and hawed. Yu Yu's father. Hello, I'm Lu Xiaoyu's language teacher. My name is Li. Lu Chen hurriedly got up. Hello, Mr. Li. I'm an English teacher. Hello teacher. I'm a math teacher. Hello teacher. I'm. Lu Chen took a deep breath and said together to the group of female teachers in front of him. Gentlemen. Good teacher. Lu Chen had a great feeling of reliving his high school days. Daddy Yu Yu, can I take a picture with you? Daddy Yu Yu, can I have your autograph? Daddy Yu Yu, can I sign too? And you have to turn in your homework? Lu Chen made sure of it. It was traveling back to high school. After a few autographs and photos, a glance at the program schedule showed that Lu Xiaoyu would soon be on stage. Poopy, I'm a little nervous. Lu Xiaoyu rubbed her fingers and looked at Lu Chen with pleading eyes. Lu Chen bent down, touched Lu Xiaoyu's head, and whispered in Lu Xiaoyu's ear. Yu Yu's not afraid, so you take the people below you and treat them like cabbage. Like a cabbage? Lu Xiaoyu's eyes rolled upwards and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Poopy, you're so bad. Lu Chen held his head high. So, do you use Dad's method? Lu Xiaoyu nodded heavily. Program after program. Lu Xiaoyu's program was a piano solo and group dance. Although Lu Xiaoyu's mental state was a bit poor due to Chen Gaia's absence, she still gave it her all when she heard that Lu Chen would make a video and send it to Chen Gaia. The entire audience was extremely shocked to hear Lu Xiaoyu's music, especially the music teacher. Wow! Is that really piano skill for such a young girl? What a great talent for musicians. This piano talent. It's just amazing. Whose kid is this? So powerful? Everyone present was shocked by Lu Xiaoyu's piano skills, which made many people look away and sigh in inadequacy. Lu Chen was quite satisfied. As the saying goes, a father is valued by his daughter. And Lu Chen now felt doubly honored. Lu Xiaoyu returned backstage, and Lu Chen was so excited that he gave it a direct lift over his head. Gee, my good girl, you're just wonderful. Lu Xiaoyu was likewise very happy. In addition to the performance programs, the New Year's Eve party has many interactive programs for parents and children. As a celebrity, Lu Chen is of course the center of attention for parents, teachers and even students. Daddy Lu Chen, everyone wants to hear you sing. Can you sing us a song? A teacher coaxed, and other teachers responded. Yes, 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 I've heard it from the internet before. I've never heard a real person sing it. The teachers were all starry-eyed and secretly gave a big thumbs up to the teacher who made the comment. Lu Chen looked at the smiling faces of the group of teachers reflected in the mirror, and then looked at Lu Xiaoyu's face full of anticipation. Poop, I want to hear it too. Lu Chen breathed a long sigh of relief. It seemed like there was no escape. The soft light from the spotlight spilled over Lu Chen's body. In order not to be conspicuous, Lu Chen was all in white, but at this time, under the spotlight appeared to be holy, like a lotus flower out of the water. The music just started, and it triggered a sensation in the room. The female teachers went completely crazy, and the male teachers were so full of bitterness that they just wanted to hide away. The male parents are more than ready to cry. Just playing the piano? Why do you have to dress so glamorously? Lu Xiaoyu sat on the stage, her eyes sparkling, her gaze all about Lu Chen. Many people set up their cell phones and paid full attention. The first note rang out, and Lu Chen opened his mouth slightly. Twinkle, twinkle, bright, the sky is full of little stars. The scene, originally filled with cheers and screams, gradually quieted down. Everyone even became quite soothed by the gasps, afraid that the slightest movement would break the song. Everyone seemed to feel a sense of childlike innocence, as if they had returned to their childhood. As the frequency of the fingertips bouncing on the keys was slightly adjusted, the melody seemed to change all of a sudden, and the lyrics in Lu Chen's mouth changed as well. Two tigers, run, run, run. The lyrics just came out and the whole room of teachers, parents and students froze. They all heard it. This is a different song for Lu Chen. I didn't search for it. The song. A teacher muttered in a low voice. Indeed, there was no search, not for either of the little stars tigers. That means, many people had shocked gazes. Did Lu Chen write this himself? Just then, Lu Chen's tune changed once again. Let's swing our oars and our little boats push back the waves. Another song? How many songs does Lu Chen have? The teachers were completely shocked. Parents were completely shocked. The students were in complete shock. Lu Chen's expression changed as the tune changed. And suddenly, the sound of the zither stopped. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air, and their eyes showed dismay. It's over? Someone uttered the words with great reluctance, but in the very next second, Lu Chen's zither sounded once again. The climax was ushered in with the sound of the piano crescendoing in, night after night, remembering my mother's words, the glistening tears of the rubious flowers. One song after another, some careful parents had counted and realized that Lu Chen seemed to have sung a full 10 songs. Did Lu Chen improvise these songs? Some doubt it, some believe it. After all, letting Lu Chen suddenly come up to sing today was a sudden decision on their part. But even if Lu Chen had prepared it in advance, to be able to prepare such a good song was still a pretty amazing thing. As the music ended completely, Lu Chen slowly stood up from the piano. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Xiaoyu's parent, Lu Chen. The whole room cheered and boiled. And now not only the female teachers but even the male teachers were enamored. There was even a music teacher who shouted, "Go find the principal and have Lu Chen come to our school to teach music." The other music teachers are chasing after them. Are you crazy? How can we work when he's here? Chapter 116, Panic in the Chinese Music Chart. The New Year's Eve party ended just in time for the weekend. Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoyu were both a bit impatient. He was about to leave the school when he was stopped by the principal. A wave of panic ran through Lu Chen's heart. No way, principal. You're not really going to make me a teacher, are you? The principal was first stunned and a little puzzled. May I? You use father? Don't worry. I'll give you associate professor level treatment. Lu Chen hurriedly waved his hand. No, 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 no. I'm a man with no ambition. I still like to be a home cook at home. The principal couldn't help but be a little disappointed. It's like this, you use father. It seems that the songs you sang just now can't be searched on the internet? Did you write them yourself? Lu Chen nodded. That's true. There's a need at the school? The principal's eyes lit up, brighter than streetlights. Of course I do. Can you teach it to our school so that our music teacher can teach it to the students, who love it? Fearing that Lu Chen would not agree, the principal followed up with, in that case, as long as you are willing, this year's tuition. No, next year's tuition together. I'll waive it all for you. So generous. Lu Chen was genuinely surprised. This school of Lu Xiaoyu's is no ordinary boarding school, with a tuition fee of more than $200,000 a year. Of course, the equivalent of high tuition fees is exchanged for state-of-the-art teaching equipment, the strongest faculty, and the most favorable school conditions. 2 years adds up to a little $500,000 in fee waivers, though that number can't be compared to selling a song at morning fishing songs. Okay, I'll have you bring it to school when I've made up the lyrics and accompaniment. The principal beamed. That would be much appreciated. I'll see you off. The video of Lu Chen singing a children's song was posted online, causing a huge buzz in just one night. This person looks so familiar. Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere? Isn't this Mr. Lu? Mom's not home as luck Taishan. These songs are all so nice and fun. Are these the new songs of God Lu? It must be. The internet is not even searchable. Star Entertainment. Lin Shi hurriedly trotted into Chen Goro's office, her face filled with joy. Mr. Chen, look at Weibo. Lu Chen is becoming a god. Just as I entered the door, I heard an upbeat rhythm echoing through the office. Two tigers, run, run, run. Chen Goro pointed at Qin Shui, who was already sitting in the office. You're not the first to come here anymore. Qin Shui rubbed up. Mr. Chen, this is 10 songs. Is it really Lu Chen's impromptu play? I didn't say that. Baladchin was also very curious, but I'm sure that I've definitely never heard Lu Chen sing these songs before. Geez, is Lu Chen still human? Qin Shui couldn't believe it. whether it was improvised or brewed for a long time. These 10 songs are definitely heavy bombs in the children's song market. How could Chen Guiyang not be aware of this? Children's songs are not as popular, but they are popular. And a good children's song can dominate the children's song market for more than a decade probably. Nowadays, people are a lot more conscientious about raising children than before, and various children's song apps are even hotter. Moreover, Lu Chen's These Are 10 Children's Songs Chen songs are simply too good to be true after listening to them. This would definitely kill the children's song market, and would be even more terrifying than The Wind Rises was in the pop music market. Meeting, Lu Chen children's songs continue to turn red in the Star Entertainment Boost, but also surprisingly, 3 of them squeezed into the top 30 of the new song list, more or Let's Swing Double or in the top 20. The level of hotness is such that it doesn't even belong to the songs of the first-tier entertainment companies that train newcomers. The children's song was a hit and made Lu Chen flip again. Originally, there were only a few student teachers and parents who still had some filters on Lu Chen because of the end of the Mama's Not Home show. Now it was good. Lu Chen's influence was not even as great as it had once been. Netflix review, the morning fishing song of the children's song world. But the good thing is that now Lu Xiaolu went to a private school. Lu Chen daily idle at home, basically do not go out much, so did not cause any impact. Instead, because of Lu Chen's explosion, many people in the industry had once again focused on Lu Chen's family, as well as Star Entertainment. The China music chart was not something that many people would have cared about, but with the unfair and shady public opinion in the early days, Lu Chen's explosion became the trigger instead. In the conference room, many of the top brass gathered. Where's Nian Xiyao? He didn't come? Someone asked. Called in sick and took a leave of absence. The staff member was worried. We didn't tell Nian Xiyao about the midway replacement last time. Aren't we going a bit overboard? The others grimaced. How could Nian Xiyao, as one of the main people in charge, possibly hold back his anger at being concealed and teased like this? But the big 4 entertainment companies give too much. The main problem now is to solve the online public opinion. If he doesn't come, he doesn't come. The others looked at each other in disbelief. Li Wei's level is half a level higher than Nian Xiao's, and is considered to be the highest rank in the Chinese music chart, so his words carry a lot of weight. Now if we want to calm public opinion, we can only do it through Chen Guiyang. Does anyone have any contact with Chen Guiyang? Others have responded. Contacted. Star Entertainment refused all the staff of the Huaxia music chart to contact. The reason given is that they did not win the award, is ready to shut down and polish the song for the next time the talent to beat the capital. As the staff members' words fell, Li Wei's hand shook and the teacup fell to the ground shattering into pieces. Huaxia music chart gives an explanation. Why don't you give Star Entertainment an award? It's simply shady, and the organizers must have taken money. It's disgraceful that such an authoritative platform should serve as a dog for capital. I don't think there's any need to run this Huaxia music chart. Whoever spends more money will be on it. The more public opinion is fired, the greater the repercussions. Lu Chen had gotten into the habit of surfing the internet, and only felt incomparably relieved by the comments of the netizens. Chen Guoro hugged Lu Chen from behind, and after realizing the news that Lu Chen was following, her heart warmed. It turned out that Lu Chen had not forgotten to pay attention to her even when he was at home. Public opinion has been good to you lately. Has the Chinese music chart apologized? Chen Guoro shook his head inside. You don't understand the entertainment industry and the news. Right now you think the public opinion is big, but after this gust of wind passes, and then another news item comes out, no one will remember it. I've also figured out that it's only really strong if you're strong yourself, and anything else is just floating clouds. Chen Guoro said so, but it was hard to hide some despondency in her eyes. Lu Chen understood that even if no one cared about winning or not winning the award, and even if Chen Guoro said so on her lips, it was a wound in his heart that Chen Ling and Fong Wen's talent was not recognized because of himself and Star Entertainment. While Chen Guiyang went to look for Lu Xiaolu, Lu Chen turned over a business card in his drawer. Want to wait for public opinion to pass and fish in troubled waters? How in heaven's name can such a thing happen? The next day, a piece of news once again detonated the Chinese music charts. Originally, Huaxia music chart felt that it was difficult to do PR, so they simply waited for the wind to pass and they issued a statement that they would be strict with themselves next time. But I didn't realize that their first batch of awards had been blown out of proportion. The person who broke the news is a small paparazzi reporter, wearing a pair of glasses and thieving eyes. It seems to be the kind of senior paparazzi. Explosive cobalt. Netizens, guess what I know? The famous Huaxia music chart has tampered with the award list and deliberately buried Star Entertainment's outstanding songs and outstanding singers. Notifying people to receive the award and then not giving them the award is tantamount to humiliating behavior. The reason for finally not giving it an award is that it's set to go to one of the 4 major entertainment companies. Is this a manipulation of capital or is someone sinking to capital? Please stay tuned for more breaking news. Still on the way. Chapter 117, Who is Stronger Than Chen Ling and I? Cobra's revelation has once again rocked the music world. Not giving an award when it should be given and tampering with an award to promulgate it to someone else are two different topics. Multiple reprints. Lu Chen also deliberately boarded the Morning Fishing Songs account to praise and forward. For a while, netizens who were originally just spewing about the Huaxia music chart turned their spearheads on the four major entertainment companies and the winning singers. How did you guys manage to receive the award? Virtue is not worthy of the position. Do you really think that with this award you are the outstanding singer of the new generation? Chen Ling and Fong Wen's underlings. No, your ranking doesn't even qualify you to be an underling. Smoke a couple less. Or else I'm afraid your company will have to spend even more money to dredge up connections for the next top of the list. It's a blessing to have you. Black Gold Entertainment. It's outrageous. Li Xingxing was enraged, sweeping the items on the table in front of him empty as he did so, his entire body sweating. I'm not the only one who got the Golden Melody Award in the New Generation Outstanding Singer. So what gives you the right to call me such a bad name? The assistant was obsequious on the side, and dared to be angry in his heart. Other people's songs are at least in the top 10 of the charts, but you are the 11th in the charts. Even the most dazzling ethnic wind can't match. Can you call yourself a new generation of outstanding singers? It's a fool's errand. Li Xingxing pulled his assistant over as soon as he could. Tell me, who is stronger when I compare myself to Fong Wen and to Chen Ling? The assistant's face was filled with horror, and Li Xingxing had already been scolded by the netizens for being faint. I can't believe I asked such a brainless question. Moo Sweet of 1, 2, 3 Entertainment did not escape. Just not as miserable as Li Xingxing. And her comparison is of course Lin Xianxian. That is the new generation deservedly small diva. Feng Fei Diva personally recognized. For a while, the singers who were supposed to be honored by the award all felt incredibly aggrieved. Evening. Chen Gozhuang went home as usual. Honey, how are you doing? How's work going? That list within a list is just like a joke. Don't pay attention to it. Lu Chen laughed. Chen Gozhuang had a serious face. You're right. Instead of taking an award, it's better to be senior and have the strength that the public likes. Lu Chen was relieved that Chen Goro could be so open-minded. In that case, I have one more thing. Lu Chen snapped his fingers, and Lu Xiaolu suddenly rushed out from the bedroom. Puppy and I are going to the office with you tomorrow. To the office? Chen Goran couldn't help but be a little curious. Doesn't Lu Chen dislike commercial places? It's like this. I promised you use principle that I was going to record the 10 songs from before. It was only then that Chen Gaiyang remembered that those children's songs of Lu Chen should also be ready to go online one after another. Lu Xiaolu bounced to Chen Gezhuang's side. Mama, let me tell you, Daddy is awesome. Chen Gaiyang was slightly surprised and asked, oh, how powerful is it? Lu Xiaolu stretched out her hand and gestured a big circle. There's hot and mo awesome. So many students in our school love the songs that Pupa writes, and the teachers love them too. And the principal even wants Pupa to become a teacher. Chen Goro was very surprised. The music teachers at Lu Xiaoyu's school, those were all outstanding graduates of the world's top music academy, the Petrie Institute of Music. In Principal Lu Xiaoyu's eyes, Lu Chen was actually able to be on their level. But Lu Xiaoyu's next words shocked Chen Gozhuang even more. The teachers all want to learn from Poop too. They say Poop writes songs that are. Lu Xiaoyu couldn't think of which word for a moment. Very spiritual. Lu Chen picked up. How is it? Wasn't it completely bowled over by your husband? What Lu Chen said was true. And Chen Goro was truly impressed by Lu Chen's strength. Everyone thought that children's songs were good to write. And even Chen Gezhang thought so before. Until Lu Chen's children's songs exploded in popularity. And Chen Gezhang purposely went to find out more about it. And found out that it wasn't the case. It's very difficult to get a song to penetrate the hearts of children. But here in Lu Chen 10 songs came out at once. Even if it was thick and thin. Then the various divine songs from before were like dumplings in Lu Chen's case. Star Entertainment Recording Studio. This was the first time Qin Shui had met Lu Chen in person, and her entire body was incredibly nervous. As the head of the creative department, the only person who could make her pay her respects was a songwriter who was stronger than her, and Lu Chen happened to be just such a person. Chen Gozhuang didn't leave. He wanted to see how Lu Chen arranged these songs. Star Entertainment's decor favors a minimalist style, but the production room is so luxurious that all sorts of musical instruments can be found here in almost every way. Lu Chen stayed inside alone, while Chen Goro and Qin Shui watched from outside. Mr. Chen, do Lu Chen know how to use all these instruments? No. The words reached his mouth, but were swallowed by Chen Gaiyang. Not sure. I've never seen him play any instruments before, but the piano and the marquee are okay. Piano to the horsehead piano. Qin Shui inhaled a mouthful of cool air. Span so big? Only Lu Chen, who was in the production room, merely swept through. Picking out a few instruments with a clear goal in mind, Qin Shui hurriedly asked, Mr. Chen, Lu Chen already said at home what instrument he would play with? Chen Guiyang shook her head. No. Qin Shui's expression grew more and more incredulous. In general, before arranging an arrangement, one would choose many instruments and look for the most suitable one. Even for those who think of the arrangement in advance, they would still try on similar instruments. Will Lu Chen's choice like this not work out well? Being reminded by Qin Shui, Chen Guiyang immediately realized this problem. If Lu Chen chose the wrong instrument, it would have a big impact on a song. Should we go and remind Lu Chen? Chen Guiyang reached out to interrupt. Not yet. I also want to see how Lu Chen will actually handle this matter. Not long after, Lu Chen set up the rack and started with the arrangement and production of the first song. Piano and violin. This, Qin Shui thought frantically, and didn't realize which piece of music the two instruments were meant to create. It wasn't until the tune started that Chen Guiyang and Qin Shui reacted furiously. If I remember correctly, the song is Little Star? Qin Shui asked. Chen Guiyang was incomparably attentive, listening to the melody of it. Lu Chen's arrangements are produced at a fast pace, because there were no mistakes throughout and the choice of instruments was very decisive and correct. Chen Guiyang calculated for herself that if she had produced the arrangement of this song, it would have taken at least 2 to 3 hours, but Lu Chen had produced it in less than half an hour, and the arrangements are so good they're practically impeccable. No, Mr. Chen, Lu Chen isn't playing with those two instruments again, but has come out with a piano version and a violin version. One score, 2 versions, 2 instruments. Chen Guiyang's eyes widened and her mouth was unconsciously open. There was only one possibility. Lu Chen was already incredibly familiar with this song and was incredibly skillful with these two instruments. When did he learn it? Where did he learn? While Chen Guoro was full of doubts, Lu Chen had already chosen the instruments for the next song and started arranging it. Chapter 118, There must be unruly people who want to harm me. Until Lu Chen finished composing 5 children's songs, he was also already a bit tired. Walking out the door and seeing the people standing in front of him, Lu Chen said in dismay, Everyone's here? Everyone? Chen Guoro did not expect that without realizing it. The entire creative department had come behind him. Hey, we want to meet the boss's family too. Yeah, there are quite a few of us, who are all fans of great God Lu. I really hope God Lu can come to work at the company. Some people felt sorry that a talent like Lu Chen that was unattainable, but could only be a home cook at home. It was really regrettable. Chen Guizhuang's vanity was bursting at the seams. In the afternoon, Lu Chen finished composing 10 songs and sang a song with his daughter, fulfilling Lu Xiaoyu's dream of music. While Lu Chen was creating, there were also many people who took pictures with their cell phones to record it. On the way home, Lu Xiaoyu held the flash drive in her hand, only feeling that it was something sacred. Lu Chen laughed. You, just put it in your pocket. You don't need to keep clutching it inside your hand. Lu Xiaoyu shook her head repeatedly, her face very firm. No, this is my baby. Now the whole class is waiting. If Lu Xiaoyu could like it, Lu Chen felt that it was worth it to do all these things. Poopy, I want to be a singer in the future too. Lu Xiaoyu's sudden words could be considered to have frightened Lu Chen and Chen Guizhuang who was at the side. Chen Guiyang was just about to open her mouth, but she was stopped by Lu Chen with a look. You can't upset a child when they are at their happiest and most excited. A lesson learned in a previous life. Lu Chen was too submissive to Chen Guoro in his last life, and he hadn't done enough to be a father to Lu Xiaoyu. And in this life, he wanted to make up for it all. Chen Guoro was blocked by Lu Chen and couldn't help but back away. But her heart began to thump again. All this time, she had never seen Lu Chen look at her like that. Lu Chen was like a different person. Chen Guoro turned back, but his eyes occasionally looked at Lu Xiaoyu in the rearview mirror. She wants Lu Xiaoyu to go to Qingbei, and wants Lu Xiaoyu to have a decent job, even if she doesn't make much money. But Lu Xiaoyu actually had the idea of becoming a singer, knowing the dark and treacherous world of showbiz. Of course she didn't want to. Lu Chen certainly knew what was on Chen Guoro's mind, so he just stopped it with his eyes and then did not continue. Only Lu Xiaoyu held the flash drive the entire time, humming a children's song written by Lu Chen. Lu Chen's heat hadn't even passed yet. The sudden posting by the Lyric Society once again pushed the morning fishing song to the heights of the heat. Seeing this time's posting, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Official Lyric Society. For the events of a while ago, we at the Lyric Society have carried out an extremely rigorous internal review. The whole thing is Zheng Hai's plotting in it, and it's also Zheng Hai who confused our Lyric Association's eyes and ears, and our 3 presidents pretended to be fooled by slamming Mr. Morning fishing song on the internet in order to catch a big fish with a long line. Now that it has been identified and the evidence has been found, the evidence will not be made public in order to protect the person who gave the evidence. And once again, I apologize to Mr. Morning fishing song. The official posting from the Lyric Society has really led to a polarizing comment section. It turns out that everything was caused by Zheng Hai, and it seems that the Lyric Association is one of the victims too. Humph. I knew Zheng Hai was no good. It's really admirable that the president of the Lyricists Association would put his body on the line. Commentator really Nima man machine People say what you believe what? Put a long line fish. This long line put longer than the Pacific Ocean. Well, you can tell that the Lyric Society is doing a really good job of shirking its responsibilities on this one. Lu Chen smiled slightly and raised his hand to post a comment. Mr. Morning Fishing Song? Can't I be a woman? Lu Chen's answer managed to amuse a crowd of netizens. Chen Guiyang laughed and scolded. You're too bad. Lu Chen smiled faintly. It's just base manipulation. At this moment, Zheng Hai, who was working on a song at home, suddenly received a phone call. After hanging up the phone, he rushed to open the Word Association's microblogging, and when he saw its contents, he angrily tore up all the manuscripts in front of him. A bunch of, you guys were the ones who clearly grabbed the chance to work with me in the first place, saying that it would increase your popularity. But Zheng Hai's hysterical ranting didn't attract anyone who could do him justice. Snap! A sharp knock sounded on the door and Zheng Hai came to the door of the room, only to see a fat-headed woman who was less than 1 meter 6 pointing at Zheng Hai and cursing. What are you shouting for? Don't you know that my mother is resting? I'm busy scolding Zheng Hai. Don't mess with me. Zheng Hai had originally retreated with an apologetic face, wanting to hear the woman's words the instant they were spoken in anger once again. What gives you the right to curse? Did Zheng Hai provoke you? The woman took 2 steps back with a face full of disgust, startled by Zheng Hai's fierce expression. Zheng Hai bam closed the door, face more and more gloomy. Just wait and see. I'm going to write a song that will beat all of you. Too bad? I've got more. Lu Chen laughed. His finger tapped a few times quickly on the screen, and a microblog was sent out. Morning Fishing Song. What's going on in the world? The world is in chaos. Loyal members are abandoned. If I have no strength in fishing songs, the music world has no one like me. At Lyric Society. Apologize or something is most useless. Cannot compensate me for some money? 1,000 or 1,000,000 is a meaning. Chen Guoran laughed with a pft. Lu Chen. You're too detrimental. Lu Chen arrogantly raised his chin. He hadn't reached his limit yet. Chen Guoro held his cell phone, only to see the number of retweets rubbing up. Just got home and it's already surpassed 1,000,000 retweets. Big Brother is worthy of being a big brother. He's got the literary skills. I'm guessing the Lyric Society has spit blood in their mouths. The Lyric Society has deleted the tweet. Don't say that. In case it's another long shot. Mangao smoked cigarette after cigarette, but could not hide the gloom on his face at all. The two of them, Gao Yuan and Gung Yan, were even more furious. It's been a long time since I've had a buyer for custom lyrics because of the whole morning fishing song thing. Now they are on the downside of public opinion. Even if they sell, people demand that they can't sign their names. Songwriters, besides selling money, the most important thing is the byline seal it. Be sure to block Lu Chen, our huge lyric association. I don't believe we can't handle a Lu Chen. Mangao threw away his cigarette and yelled. A gust of wind hit the window. Boom! Gao Yuan and Gung Yan stood up. Announce it down. In the future, whenever Morning Fishing Song dares to release a new song, snipe it for me immediately. We, the Lyric Society, will never allow morning fishing songs. Yawn. Yawn. Lu Chen sneezed several times in a row and wiped the tip of his nose. There must be unruly people trying to harm me. Chen Guoro helped Lu Chen with the dishes and stifled a laugh. Is that Lu Chen causing trouble? Or is it the morning fishing song that's causing trouble? Just as he finished speaking, Chen Guiyang suddenly raised his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yawn. Lu Chen laughed out loud. I guess it's the morning fishing song that's causing the trouble. Chapter 119, did I say that? The songwriting is over. I'm going to make these 10 songs created by Lu Chen into an album for release. What do you all think? The crowd's eyes were filled with excitement. They had all heard the 10 children's songs, and in a way, Lu Chen's 10 children's songs were not in any way weaker than the songs created by Morning Fishing Song. Children's songs are not pop songs, and they don't require a high level of vocal ability. They may seem easy to sing, but they are hard to get out. What's more, the market for children's songs is so narrow now that it's impossible to promote Lu Chen's album the way you promote other songs. Actually, the 10 songs are pretty hot right now. They just haven't been officially promoted yet. Zhou Yang of the publicity department stroked his chin. But it's not a difficult task. With Lu Chen's heat it's easy to publicize. We can contact a few chains of famous kindergartens in Huaxia, as well as some of the companies that make children's song apps. They'll love it. Chen Guiyang nodded slightly and turned her head to look at Lu Jia. Most of all, the head minister of the operation department. Lu Jia is more or so the maximum range of operation of Lu Chen's album. Mr. Chen, Isn't it possible to give these songs a public service meaning? License the song in a free form to all schools, kindergartens, women's healthcare individuals, and Hope Elementary School. And as for the companies that produce videos of children's songs, we can donate the copyright transfer money in the form of donations to the Hope Mountain area. Zhou Yang laughed lightly. You're doing the work of our propaganda department. The congregation is of one mind. Chen Gaiyang couldn't help but smile as well. Everyone's idea is Lu Chen's idea. Since we all think the same way, let's do this. The Ballad of Chan. The production of the album of children's songs created by Lu Chen is completed and will be officially launched on January 8th. Sung by Lu Xiaolu and Lu Chen. I chose this date because January 8th is Lu Xiaolu's birthday, and I promise that all the music in the album will be free to listen to and download for free. We will donate to charity in the form of a full donation for the purchase of the copyright of the children's song animation. After Chen Go Rhythm tweeted, artists under the name of Star Entertainment also retweeted one after another, and Morning Fishing Song also sent a congratulatory message. For a while, the whole internet was buzzing. Long live the diva of songs. Free? Really? Even if the children's song is cold, it's hot enough to set the whole internet on fire. All royalties go to donations. Mr. Righteousness. I announce that from today on, Lu Xiaolu is the national daughter, Chen Gaiyang national diva, and Lu Chen national husband. Ha! So the Queen's family will become a national family? The four top entertainment companies are well and truly relieved that Morning Fish Songs hasn't released a new song in a while. Star Entertainment has also been relatively quiet for a while now. So much so that everyone thought Star Entertainment had overexerted itself last year and ran out of steam for the current year. Who knew that Chen Gozhuang had held back a big one? Now that the birth rate is low, having a child is treated like a baby. The mother and baby industry chain can be booming, and parents are not afraid to spend a lot of money on anything that is good for their children. The free initiative of Chen Gaiyang simply moved the baby parents to tears. On the contrary, several other companies are rather obscure in this piece. Insidious. Too insidious. This Chen Goro really has nothing to lose, even hitting his own daughter's reckoning. Zhao Vida was hysterical. Lu Lei's eyes were icy cold, and he was completely unprepared for this move by Chen Gaiyang. Zhao Vida, on the other hand, was filled with disdain. If they send out children's songs, we'll send them out too, and we'll beat them to the punch. Lu Lei raised his eyebrows and shook his head. The market for children's songs was not enlightened to begin with, and now Chen Gaiyang is adopting a free strategy. How do you compare? Spend money to buy? Then do you want to sell money? You sell money. Netizens certainly scolded you to death. If you do not sell money, people are microblogging. You lose millions. If your president knows scolded not dead you, then just let it go? Zhao Vida said unwillingly. Lu Lei snorted coldly, his eyes bad to the extreme. Forget it? It's never possible to forget it. Mu Sweetie is the one we've raised with great difficulty at 1, 2, 3, and now she's even being blackballed by the idiots on the internet. This is all going to be on Star Entertainment's head. Now there's only to endure and ruthlessly rub Star Entertainment to the ground on this year's new songs. Director, don't fret. Let's eat first. Zhang Jifeng, the previous assistant director of Mom's Not Home, brought 2 boxed lunches. Hongbo swiped his cell phone, totally uninterested in eating. After Mom's Not Home, he's planning a new variety show. But nah, he's a director of a family-style variety show, with winter break right around the corner. The Munchkins Winter Break variety show has been finalized, but he's still struggling with casting. Director, if I look at it, why don't we go find Lu Chen and Lu Xiaolu? Thanks to them last time, we were able to keep our S rating, and if they can come back again, the heat and buzz will definitely not be small. I would like to, but I heard that the last exposure to Lu Chen caused the Lu Chen family to send Lu Xiaolu to a boarding school for accommodation. So how can I be nice? Zhang Jifeng hated it. These netizens are simply too annoying. No matter what, how can they go and interfere with people's lives? It's unbelievable. Zhang Jifeng suddenly paused. Hongbo was puzzled. What's wrong? Not good? Zhang Jifeng excitedly shoved his cell phone to Hongbo. Look, is this Lu Chen and Lu Xiaolu? The more Hongbo watched, the more excited he became, and even his breathing became much more rapid. Originally thought that after the show Mom's Not Home, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaolu's hotness would get lower and lower. Kun didn't expect that they would be so hot now. One person completed 10 children's songs and the new album was on the album Hot 100 upon its release. Is this really a person? Lu Chen and Lu Xiaolu must be allowed to inherit the winter vacation of the Munchkin, Hongbo said excitedly. Now that the cold vacation of the Munchkin was in its promotional warm-up period, if Lu Chen could participate, it could definitely garner a lot of attention before the broadcast started. Director, didn't you say you were too embarrassed to invite people this time? Excuse me? Hongbo's eyes widened. Am I the kind of person who's embarrassed? Did I ever say that? even if I had said it, in front of Lu Chen and Lu Xiaolu. What is this face of mine? Hong Bo had been a bit unable to hold back. Zhang Jifeng hurriedly swallowed his meal in one gulp, and said with a crossed heart, "Then I'll drive. Let's go straight to Lu Chen's house." "Principal, you're still here in person," Lu Chen said in surprise. Lu Xiaolu held up the flash drive that she regarded as a treasure and handed it to the principal. "Grandpa Principal, this is from my poop for the school." Lu Xiaolu's sweet voice was simply going to move the principal to melt. "Lu Father and Chen Mother Great Righteousness, but I still say that. 2 years. No, 3 years of fees we have waived for you. This is also counted as a part of my heart. I hope that Mr. Lu accept it." Lu Chen smiled happily. "Then thank you, headmaster." Lu Chen was invited into the school, and after hearing the full version of the music teachers practically idolized Lu Chen. When it comes to their profession, they certainly know what a no-brainer it is. Luckily, Lu Chen's eyes were sharp and his stance was athletic, and he managed to get out of the teacher's siege to see and escape. Chapter 120, My house is not a TV station or a zoo. Is it necessary to be so busy? Isn't tomorrow when the album goes live? Chen Guruja's face was anxious. It'll be too late to get busy with tomorrow's release. It's a critical moment now. Lu Chen muttered. There just isn't a day that isn't critical. What did you say? Chen Guliang asked. No, didn't say anything. The doorbell suddenly rang. Lu Chen opened the door and turned his head to look at Chen Goro. You can't get out? Chen Goro glanced at the door suspiciously. Director Hong? Hong Bo rubbed the sleepiness from the corners of his eyes and grinned. Song Diva? Mr. Lu, good morning. Lu Chen's face flushed. Having guessed why Hong Bo had come, Chen Goro hurriedly pushed Lu Chen away. Go. Director Hong, please come in. Hong Bo and Zhang Jifeng exchanged glances back and forth, obviously very nervous. Chen Goro sat on the opposite side of the table, while Lu Chen got up and poured tea with a displeased expression on his face. If it weren't for these two, Lu Xiaolu would still be attending public elementary school, and she would still be able to see herself every day. And this is the culprit. Hong Bo felt a gust of cloudy wind at his back, and for a moment he became even more constricted. Chen Goro blankly glanced at Lu Chen and took the lead in breaking the silence. Director Hong, if you have something to say, just say it. Hong Bo spread out the various information papers he brought on the table and said, Song Diva, Mr. Lu, the last Mama's Not Home show was very well received, and our TV station is now launching a new show, Munchkin's Winter Vacation. This time I came all the way here because I wanted to invite your family to participate. We're giving your family the treatment of a special guest. Others' appearance fees are $1.2 million. Give your family $5 million. Hong Bo spread out all the information towards Chen Guiyang, which could be described as full of sincerity. Lu Chen and Chen Guiyang exchanged a glance. A look is enough to communicate the tacit understanding between husband and wife. Chen Guiraim's face was tangled. 5 million a period was basically considered the most plucked price for a variety show appearance fee. But Chen Guiro did not lack the 5 million. She was more worried about whether it would affect Lu Xiaolu and Lu Chen. Director Hong, you also know that the last program had some impact on my husband and you. And we can also see your sincerity. So, we will consider it. How could Hong Bo not hear this kind of polite rejection? Whether or not this time it will be as big a hit as the previous shows depends on whether or not Lu Chen can participate. Hong Bo took a deep breath and busied himself. Song Diva, you can mention whatever opinion you have. We'll do our best to fulfill it. You have to give me an answer today. Hong Bo's tone wasn't nonchalant, but truly anxious. His face reddened and he looked very rushed. Even Zhang Jifeng on the side was like a small child aboard, watching two people who were nearly half 100 years old being so rushed in front of themselves. Chen Guiro and Lu Chen were both angry and amused. Then we'll both discuss it. The two returned to the bedroom. Chen Guiro said firmly, the last time has already caused repercussions. I can't let you guys go again this time. Lu Chen felt the Chen Go rhythm worry. In fact, all the way to this day, Chen Gozhuan was regretting what had happened in the first place. However, Lu Chen's mindset had changed a little. Though you going to boarding school was caused by them. Though I'm a bit of but there's nothing wrong with the safety of the school right now, and there shouldn't be any safety issues with attending the program. I think it's better to respect Yu's idea. Chen Goro completely did not expect Lu Chen to say that. Lu Chen was actually very clear that Chen Goro did not want Lu Xiaolu to go. Not all because being famous on the program would have an effect on Lu Xiaolu. Rather, Chen Gozhuan didn't want Lu Xiaolu to like the entertainment industry from then on. Being in the upper winds of this circle, Chen Gozhuan understood that this circle was too dirty. Last time, Lu Xiaolu had shocked Chen Gozhuan by simply saying that she wanted to be a singer. Her daughter, she should go to Qingbei, instead of being a singer. Lu Chen's words changed, and for the first time, he didn't completely stand in Chen Guiro's perspective. I don't think this matter is something that the two of us can decide. We should involve Yu as well. Chen Guro shook her head and refused. No, Yu is still so young. What right decision can she make? How can a decision be right or wrong? You can't make decisions for her for the rest of her life. Yu is a little kid, but Yu is not a kid who doesn't know right from wrong. Lu Chen rarely had more than a hint of persistence, and Chen Guro seemed to be persuaded, but she was a little scared. What if Yu really wants to go? What if Yu wants to be a singer even more? Lu Chen. Yu can't. Lu Chen interrupted Chen Guro, and this was the first time he had interrupted Chen Guro when she was so eager to speak. One program won't determine Yu's life, but this right to make decisions is not something we should take away. Lu Chen grabbed Chen Goro's hand. Besides, I'm here. What are you afraid of? Chen Gayan felt her heart being warmed fiercely, so Chen Gozhuang compromised. Okay, then it will have to wait until the weekend. The two of them returned to the living room, and Hong Bo looked at Chen Goro with a hopeful face. Chen Gorhythm smiled faintly and looked up at Lu Chen before saying, Director Hong, we still want to respect Yu's opinion on this matter. If Yu wants to go, we naturally won't stand in the way. Hong Bo knew that it was useless to say anything more. At least now it seemed that a lot of progress had been made, and had no choice but to say, in that case, then I will wait for your news. Saturday. I will definitely come on Saturday. Lu Chen was sort of convinced by Hong Bo's perseverance. With that kind of mindset, you'll be successful in anything you do. Lu Chen and Chen Goro laughed bitterly and sent Hong Bo away. Chen Gaiyang breathed a sigh of relief, but she saw Lu Chen turn around with a serious expression and copied her cell phone with an unkind face. Chen Gorhythm froze and asked busily, What are you going to do? Call the property. Chen Gozhuan was just about to ask something when the property had already picked up the phone. Lu Chen crossed his waist with one hand, in the manner of an old cadre teaching a newcomer a lesson. Hello, property? What's wrong with you guys? Why are you letting in people who don't live in our neighborhood? Because he's a big director? Because he's a big director? If he's a big director, send him to the TV station. If he's a big panda, send him to the zoo. Why send him to my house? Am I excited? Next time that old man comes around you guys have to stop me. Pay attention next time. Lu Chen hung up the phone with force. Just now the attitude is good, that is the cultivation of the diva husband. Now, I can hold a grudge. Chen Goro was amused by Lu Chen and laughed loudly. Okay, I have to go to work too. Lu Chen was anxious all of a sudden. Geez, it's been so late. It's okay to be a little later. As Chen Gaiyang walked away, Lu Chen was so angry that he stomped his feet. How did this Hong Bo go so fast?